Yeah, I got. You know everything. You know up in this church. Man, like, really me in the building. What you telling me? Yeah, boy. The thing more. Yeah. All right, all right. So, yeah, man. Big up my G Block team. Yeah, yeah, man. We had an in-house debate before we had to start the show. Listen. It took so long to kick off the show, yeah. Because we had an in-house. We had to have an in-house debate about the title before the title came out. Here we go. Blood. Oh shit! Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec, ladies. All right, yo, can you hear me? Hear me, yeah? All right. One sec, one sec. Oh shit, man! I ain't got my headphones, man. Hold on a sec, man. I gotta rewind and come again. Please, please, please. Actually, I need someone to jump on the panel to see if it's still on loudspeaker. Come on, cause we in the G block, G block, G block. Hear me? Yeah, man. So big up man like Ultra, outside Jimbo, the rest of the team, outside Renegade. Yeah, big up the people them in the chat. Yeah, it's a bit peak today. Still, yo. So, you saying these men ain't fucking beef like they're in like they're on fucking smack DVD, you get me? Smack! Mad thing. Yo, one man said he's gonna defile the thing. One man net one page of the blood clot Quran. Mad. Yeah. Superman. Yeah. That one is Mazama. Alright, listen, let me quickly just connect it to my Bluetooth out there. You know what I mean? I think it was actually connected, you know. My bad. My bad. Yo. They think, you get me? They're playing LAN. Yes, they're playing LAN. You get me? I jump on the camera, but how you get it from? So, yeah, let me figure out, you know, man. Yeah, man, we had to have we had to have a pre-debate before the debate. Hello? Hello? Got to get a bit of time today. We need jumps on. We'll see if it's palatable for the air. We'll see. We'll see. But, yeah. Mad thing, mad thing. So, trust me. Yes, bro. Can I get my cigarette, please? So it's been a mad thing still. Okay, all right. Trust me. Yo. Thanks, bro. So, Yo, let me connect my Bluetooth. Yo, blood clot, man. You know what happened? I dropped the blood clot headpiece right underneath the van. Yo, yeah, we back in the game, man. So, yeah. So, hey, listen, the thing went right underneath the van, you know. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. It's fucking raining outside, man. Okay, I've got work clothes on. Yeah, man. So, one sec, one sec. Let me big up everyone in the place, yeah? So big up Nebula, all time. Came Black, my G, you get me? All time, Lady Divine. Bad thing. All time, all time music, my G. All time Rodney K, Gabba. All time Kushite Smoke, my guy. All time Okingo Gold in the building. All time Ultra Funky, Ultra. You get me? All time Craig Gifford, big up yourself. All time the sensible one. Yeah? Big up yourself. All time Mr. Lottie. Wait, someone ate the Quran? Yep. A man ate a page, bro. Man ate Surah Al Fatiha in this blood clot thing. You get me? Man like David Wood ate Surah Al Fatiha. So no, that is a mad thing. Yeah? Yeah, so big up Vortex Light, big up yourself, man. So yeah, man. All right. So you. So hey, listen, yeah, I was gonna have a different question of the day, yeah, but we'll have that one tomorrow, yeah. Because well, I thought the question of the day was peppery, innit, yeah. But we have to debate the board of the consortium, the directors of the board had to we had to go back and forth on, you know, we came to an agreement, yeah, for the David Wood thing. So, boom. Has anyone seen that David Wood's video? Eh? Anyone seen David Wood's video? A lot of this stuff's new to me, you know, cuz. Man, they just send me links. It's like I'm like Ross. That's what's going on, yeah. You got the thing, yeah. Mad thing. You have the thing, them out of lock now. The screen seven and the all of them are dark now. Ra 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 ra. Yeah, you get the thing, them. So them have to rate me. Now we are taking to them wicked have lately. Another community I live greatly. Yeah, 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 boy. They saying David was busting shots, cuz. He's like, yo, don't talk shit to my wife on Twitter if I'm out eating your holy book. You mad? You get me? Don't chat to my thing on Twitter. You dumb rude boy. I'll yam your book. These things mad. Yo, Liberty still. Obviously, them man are gonna be vexed. Me, yeah, I feel like it's a mad thing still. Yeah, but it's like, right, definitely, yeah. You should have opened up certain doors, yeah, if you don't want these doors to be opened up on you, though. You get me? Yeah, man. So, you get me? Cause don't open the doors that you don't want opened on yourself, man. Or this disrespecting, real, real out here. Like, yeah, you might say talk some shit online, yeah, and I might find it figure, bruv. But if I eat a page of your blood clot book, yeah, you know you're gonna be balling about that one, fam. So,
G
yeah, man.
block.
Come on,
G
up in the biatch.
fucking block. Ultra, ultra, ultra
Ultra, ultra,
combo. Gee,
ultra.
pew, pew, pew. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
man.
first and foremost, I'd like to big up G Block's unholy father. Man
Big up
life,
yourself, brother.
very vision, infinite amounts of wealth, good guy, husband, father, good example all round for the black community. Now, I'd like to send a little message to James Jones, who is the third member of this little group. I say third because I'm here and he's not. The G Block's top striker, the unholy son of the G Block. Yes.
We've turned it into a quadroon though, yeah. Because remember, we got a new signing. Yeah, we got a new signing, Brad.
What, Raf,
Man in
yeah?
midfield who's feeding, man, feeding the
Yeah,
striker
I can't
bamboo.
lie. I can't lie. I can't lie, yeah. You see Renegade Raf, yeah? I think he's the most complete midfielder on the internet. I can't lie. And
We're gonna
that
have to call it
without a
the
midfield,
unholy
we're
quadrangle.
exposed. Yeah.
The
God,
unholy quadrangle. It's a
yeah.
bad thing.
Oh shit. Yeah, quadrangle. Now,
Yo, we saying
obviously,
summer's gone, yeah?
huh?
Summer's gone, yeah? Blood clot
What do
rain
you
out
mean?
here, B.
Oh
It's like
no, is
pure
it
rain out
raining?
here, man. Yeah,
Oh
yeah, yeah.
snap! Do you know
Raining,
what,
man.
Veli? I'm gonna be in and out because I gotta get ready for work. Yeah, I start at 11:15.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Come on.
check this out. Yeah, I'd like to big up everyone in the chat. I would also like to send a special message to
Check it out.
those of you that hit the thumbs up button on the way in, or were
Yeah.
slyly prompted to do so after what I just said, because what I'm noticing a lot of like a type of behavior that I've quantified as moist hearts, right?
Uh,
Yeah, they're moist hearts. You know, I'm noticing
uh,
like a certain trend of behavior where it's like because you're unfortunately qualified yourself as a moist heart, and there's a lot of them out there. They seem to come to
uh,
the G block because they've had their feelings hurt, probably in the past or the recent future. In the recent past, or in the past or in the recent past, you've had your feelings hurt. You've had, yeah, you know what I mean. G block's torn your shirt, so you're protesting by hitting the thumbs down button, and that's okay because you're a moist heart. So we understand, but what we need to do is the non-moist hearts is to just hit the thumbs up button, and then just don't be a moist heart in it. Just don't be moist in general. Just don't be moist. Hashtag shut up Tasha. Hashtag don't be moist. Hashtag hot chocolate. Hashtag come on. Right. So David Wood ate a page of the fucking Quran. Can you believe this shit?
he ate Surah Al Fatiha.
God! He ate the fucking Quran. What's he doing? What's he doing? Bruh. You know what I'm
All
saying,
right.
yeah? You know what I'm saying?
Why did he eat the Quran, though, Ultra? Why did he? Why? What made
Alright,
him eat the Quran?
alright. So
No, we got a
basically
little
from
debate that we need to get into.
yeah,
In-house one, yeah?
yeah. So basically, from it's my understanding that apostate prophet and nah, it's not even my understanding. I know David Wood has been banging on Islam for years, banging on it, yeah, bracking up Islam, and then the Muslims are hitting back. So with David Wood and the Muslims, to be fair, I don't really care because that's a Christian and a Muslim going back and forth, and we all know that whenever Christians and Muslims argue, the only winners are the atheists. So I don't really care about that, right? But now there's a guy called Apostate Prophet, and I've just flicked through his playlist, and he bangs on Islam hard, yeah. And the Muslims are hitting back, right? Okay, but it seems to be culminating in something that's getting pretty nasty because one of the last things I'm seeing is like I don't know. I can't say who's to quote unquote blame, right? Because if somebody doesn't agree with your team, they're going to speak out about it, and it's whether or not you like it or not is besides the point, right? So, but it's getting nasty where people's wives are being brought in, and like I'm hearing like golden showers, and I'm hearing like Ali Dar saying things like Sharia law needs to be applied, and you need to die, and we'll watch it and we'll enjoy it, and all this shit. And in my head, I'm thinking, mm. So then yesterday, a video went out. I only saw it this morning. Somebody sent it to me this morning. Video went out yesterday about apostate prophet and the ex-Muslim and David Wood was on panel. And then if you skip to 149, they're reading a tweet from Mohammed Hijab, which, to be fair, could be interpreted as a veiled threat of maybe sexual violence or like using sexual innuendos to get at the guy's wife. And to be fair, like I get it, you know, do you know what I mean? It's the guy's wife and thing, and they already don't like each other. So David Wood just escalated the thing and said, all right, you want to send disrespectful shit about man's wife? Check this out. Open the Quran, make sure that we could see it, Surah Al-Fatiha, rip the fucking page out of the book, and ate it. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I sat there wide-eyed, like, and I was sucking in breath. I was like, bro, I was like, what the fuck? And in my head, I was like, wait a minute, because I tried to take out my feelings out of it, and I thought, right, okay, what's led to this? And then the next question that came to my mind was, where does this end?
All right, let's start with the build up. What's the build up to it?
To be fair,
would get into a position where he feels that eating a page of the Quran justifiable.
Well,
it's something that he feels that he needs to do.
Well, I think David Wood and Hijab had a debate.
Before you go in, listen, anyone that hit the thumbs down button, suck your mum. Yeah.
No, Belly. They're moist hearts. Moist hearts.
Yeah, no, but we
No, not even that. If you're a dude and you hit in the thumbs down, you're moist. Moist. If you're a man and you hit the thumbs down button, you're moist.
But wait, you ain't even had the conversation start though.
This is it, bro. This is it. You're moist. And if you hit the thumbs down button and you believe in God, your God's fake. It doesn't exist. In fact, no. If you hit the thumbs down and you believe in God, then your God wears hats. Yeah. Let that sink in. Moist heart. Moist. The G-block. Fucking baseball cap. Fucking hell. Yeah. Hey. All right.
Good idea, right?
Yeah.
Don't put Teletubbies on.
What should I put on for him?
Just not Teletubbies.
Okay, anything but Teletubbies, yeah? Alright.
Please watch Teletubbies.
You wanna watch it? Sorry, Velly, one sec.
Yeah, say that, man. Yeah, man. Like I say, man. Man,
Yeah, sorry, Velly, I'm back. I'm back.
yeah.
Yeah, let me
Alright,
just
let me
let me
just
I'm
say
gonna
this.
be in
Yeah,
and
let
out.
me
I just need to get ready, yeah? Go on, look, you talk, I'm gonna get ready.
let me quickly say this one. Yeah, is that like I'm gonna keep repeating it. Yeah, it's weird to me. Yeah, like that you're gonna watch a show for over 12 hours and then press the thumbs down. It's like, what the hell? And really, yeah, all the people that press the thumbs down, yeah, they don't get recommended to people that are like you. That means when you press the thumbs down, you're recommending it to more atheists. Let that one sink in.
No, but Velly,
Yeah.
this is the thing, Velly. We haven't Velly, do you know what the wickedest thing is? Listen to why they're moist hearts, yeah? We haven't done religious week for months. 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 Yeah, so we're
You've
not.
got
This
to
is what
argue
I'm
the
saying.
line.
I'm just going to quickly put this out there before I put my t-shirt on. Some of you religious dons are so moist, like so moist, and you're so moist, like you just push people away from your thing. Imagine joining a religion that your claim is the truth, but you become moist.
Hey,
Nah,
Ultra.
nah,
What if
nah,
it just
nah, nah.
what if it wait, Ultra, Ultra. Listen to the twist in the story. What if it's all atheists that's pressing the thumbs
They were fucked.
Oh man. Okay, no. It's bad still. Big up man like Mo the Pro.
Yo, someone.
Better know. And I get dough.
Damn, bro. Yo, what's up with
Girl
the
better blow.
guy with the tears?
Yeah, man, he's cried from the sellout show yesterday, innit, man?
That's just funny.
A lot of my Asian friends came over and they was upset, you know what I mean?
Oh, man.
They said to me,
I'm tired, bro.
show how upset we are with Matthew's statement in a gift. I said, okay,
Yo,
there you go.
so hold on. What's the title, bro?
Title of the show today is question of the day is Mo Hijab David Wood feud culminates in David Wood eating a page of Quran. Where does this end? Yeah, we started off with Ultra. Yeah, can you hear me still?
Yeah.
Ultra was gonna give us a sort of a little update on how what's Muhammad Hijab done that's pushed David Wood into feeling like he should eat a page of the Quran. Why telling Muhammad Hijab he's eating a page of the Quran or whatever? What's happened in the stages before that to where they got to this stage here?
Listen, yeah. Yesterday I pulled an all-nighter. And today I took some medicine. Huh? I didn't hear you, bro, because you kind of cut off.
Yeah, so he shows some tweets in the video.
What?
Hopefully, when Otis put his t-shirt on, or before he gets to leave to work here, he'll be able to read out the tweets that Muhammad Hijab's put out for David Wood and that. And then we'll see if that's a valid reason.
I just want to see, you know, My bad, Belly, because Belly, you're cutting up sometimes. So I'm just telling you, bro.
My thumbs up, crew, man. Don't let these pussy old haters try. Yeah, me. Bad mind can't stop with. Yeah, me. But every time you press the thumbs down to a video, it don't get recommended to people that's like. So
Yeah, I want all you Muslims hit the
okay,
like
man.
button. Don't hit the dislike. Feel me? It doesn't matter what anyone says about your religion and stuff like that. Don't take it offensively, because then you're gonna be the lower guy. Feel me? You gotta hear them out. You gotta hear everyone out. See what's
Yo,
up.
Mo, yeah, hear me?
Yeah, you cutting up a little bit, Billy.
Yeah. Hey, what people in the chat can hear me? I just put it
Yeah,
on silent. You know. Let me know, man. Let me know if you can hear me, man.
yeah, I can hear you, bro. It just cuts off sometimes. So yesterday we pulled an all-nighter. I took some medicine so I can pass
Yo,
out.
yo.
So,
Let me know, though, man.
Mo the Eagle. Mo
At
the
2-6,
Swan.
yeah?
Huh? All right. Mo the Swan. Yo. Listen, yeah. I want someone to sing me a song. Because it's 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm trying to pass out. Someone sing me a song. I don't know who is David Wood. So split in half. I rarely wear seatbelt.
Yo, can you hear me now?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, man. Jeez. All right, all right. Yeah, yeah. I'm back in the game still. That's a Veli and the CD radio, Allow me, man. You know what I mean? So what?
Yo, Craig Gifford. The thing about Raj, he's in his own world, and the people who follow him. And some people are cool. Some people are cool who follow him, but other people are just weird.
Yeah, man. So you know what happened between David Wood and Mohammed Hijab?
No, I don't even know who David Wood is.
No, David Wood is
No, let me look him up.
a Christian preacher online that debate Muslims.
Oh shit! Really?
Mhm.
Yo, what's up with that, bro? Like, why are people hating this shit? Yo, BCCI or whatever?
Mm.
Yo, what does that stand for
Because
again?
defend Christ, criticize Islam.
Bro, it's like these people are like demons, like fucking the demons crawl out the hole and shit. I just saw a
Are they
picture
demons?
of David Wood.
Yeah, but if they're Christians and they believe that the Bible is the truth and Islam is false, obviously they're going to criticize Islam and defend Christ.
It's a waste, man. Yo, I'm telling you guys, don't follow these people. Trust me. Don't follow
I'm
these
trying
people.
to
They're not
tell,
gonna do
I'm trying to
anything.
tell you that forget following, man. You man follow too much, man. Start fucking doing your own research yourself, man, and find out the truth yourself. Man. Follow.
Yo, that's crazy, bro. Damn, some people are just like, I don't know, maybe it makes them feel better if they like put people down. Yo, it's just like, yo, what's your problem?
Yo. It's that. Yeah, man. That's what I'm trying to say, fam. Like, you can't complain about being criticized if you criticize, or if you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't complain about people shit about you if you talk shit about people. No? No, it don't make sense.
Yo, do I do that sometimes or not?
But do you complain about people, talk shit about people, and talk shit about people? Right? Who you talk shit about?
No, I don't do that. Actually, I know I don't do that. All right, so it's DCCI, getting stuck into sinning about Muhammad and drawing pictures.
The man just
Yo, I thought that channel was cool, you know.
what channel? What DCCI?
Yeah, bro. What's up with that, bro? It's like a sneak attack. You get what I mean?
Oh shit! Yeah,
The
man.
hell?
Lady like Hatun, man. Pick up yourself. You know what I mean?
Hatun.
Hey, Charlotte Church, the voice of an angel. That word.
Oh man, this is funny.
Yeah, man. Yo, couple people jump on, man. Let's have it, man. You know what I mean? Let us know, man, about this. About the David Wood tweet. The Motorcrow don't even know who fucking David Wood is.
Yeah, I just found out.
Hey, Motorcrow.
This guy
Are
wears
you
black.
offended that David Wood at Surah Al Fatiha?
Am I a fan of David Wood singing the Surah Fatiha?
No, he ripped the page out of the Quran and ate it and spat it out. Well, he didn't swallow it. He chewed it up and spat it out.
What a weirdo.
Have it.
Listen. If someone, I want all the Muslims to know, you know, I'm your friend. If someone does this, like this type of stuff, like burning the Quran, you don't want to attack him because you're just gonna look bad. So what you do is you just leave him alone. This person is obviously he's not all there, right? Belly.
But what, you can debate. You can debate though. But if it's a debate about the actual points that I'm trying to say that people should be doing on the block, going back and forth about the actual points and trying not to get personal. Yeah, the personal attack is where the fucking fireworks happens. Yeah. Not in it,
Yeah,
man.
man. I'll tell you, bro. It's gonna be a fist fight one of these days. So, bro, it's gonna be the Christians versus the Muslims, and that shit already happened. That shit happens every week in the UK.
Champion and that sort of beef, but obviously it's like there's more Christians in England.
Yeah. Yeah, Billy. Billy, what are you up to, Billy?
Driving, mate.
Yeah, you driving?
Yeah. Driving home for Christmas. Hey, I don't even know the rest of the words. I've heard that part.
What
Yo,
did you do?
Melly,
Ah,
can
no, no.
you
What did
hear
you
me?
do?
Yeah, man.
Hello?
Yeah, come spice it up a bit, Ultraman. Hold the crows just leave
Yeah.
it, man.
All right. So cool. So basically, yeah, David Wood ripped the page out of the Quran and proceeded to fucking
Shoot it
eat
up.
it, right? And in my head, yeah,
No, he didn't
like in
swallow
my
it, he
head,
spat it out.
yeah. But in my head, I was like, and then I thought, and then I thought, I don't really care. But what I do care about was or is the fallout because
Yeah, what?
Muslims have a decision to make, right? And
Yeah, but what?
if I'm honest with you, I don't have any. I hate, for lack of a better word, I don't have any faith that the Muslim community is going to use this opportunity to.
It's cutting out.
Yo, why you got it? Why does he have to eat it? I feel like
Yo, hey, big up water.
Good morning. How's everyone?
Did you manage to see the David Wood video? Yeah, we're good, man. We're good, man. Pick up yourself, bro. Did you see the David Wood video that we're talking about?
Yeah. I saw David Wood. I usually watch David Wood. It's the
That
it's because
did you see
it's
the
because it's
video
always
that we're talking about? The video,
yeah.
yeah, because
I saw him meet the page of Sora, the Sora page. Yep.
no, you saw him chew it. Yeah? He ripped the page out, chewed it up,
Tear it
and
out
then
of the
spat it out.
book, tear it out of the book, chew it,
But
and then
why did he
spit
do
it
that?
out.
Why did he do that? What, do you know why he done that?
Yeah, because they're feuding with Hijab, and Hijab was threatening and making fun of because they were on a debate with he was on a panel with the two other guys, Apostate Prophet and I don't
Mm.
remember the other guy's name. And they were saying how Muhammad was like insulting and telling he was gonna, what they were gonna do to his wife and things like that. So David Wood said, "Well, if he talks like that, then I'm gonna do this." And he did that, showing, And, but David Wood is always doing. He's done a series of projects called Islamicize Me. He's always going after Islam. It's not the first time.
Uh,
He's crazy
but
when it comes to Islam. I
you
mean,
think
when
that he was
they've
justified in what he was trying in his attack? So,
he's always like that. He's always as soon as they attack one of his friends or jump on somebody in his team, you're gonna see he's gonna come out with a movie about Islam. He's gonna do something about Islam. Uh, don't go against him. If you go against David Wood and you start saying things like your wife is this or your friends are that or good your friend died, oh we're so happy this happened. Oh, he goes nuts. He starts making these shows. He starts making these dramas. I just look under. He did the Boom Boom Room. He's done Islamicize Me. He's done all kinds of stuff. Just because every time he's talking about certain things, sometimes Muslims they start attacking him left, right, and center, and then he starts doing this stuff. Well, he's not the only one. Sometimes he works with other people. So this is nothing new for David Wood. He's just usually a proponent. He just goes over Quran verses. This is his thing is just to go over Quran verses. So he's going over Quran verses, saying how they don't make
I wanted
sense.
to see if anyone was able to read out what was this tweet that's supposedly insulting his wife.
Well, it wasn't his wife. It was the other two. It was just look up. I think it's exactly. You have to read it. It's on Twitter. No, it was on Twitter. Muhammad, he was talking
He
about.
pulled it up in the video where he shoots the thing.
But I think David Wood quoted the whole thing. So you'd have to find the spot where he quoted it because they quoted it all. What Muhammad Hijab said.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Yeah, it was on the video. Yeah, so somebody should pull it up and show it. Yeah, I can't because
Probably
I'm on
can't
the
play
phone.
his video, but we can. Someone can.
I don't think he's
get
the
what
type
he
of guy to
said.
strike people.
It's what?
David Wood doesn't usually strike. Well, I mean, I haven't seen him.
So
Usually
that,
he
so what?
says,
You think that David's attacking David Wood first?
they've been at feuding left, right. They've always been after David Wood, and they've always been after since he's been going after the Quran. They've always been the top guys like Ali Dawa and Mohammed and all these guys. They're always attacking him too. So it's nothing new. It's their little feud going on. You know, this time for this one I don't know. Eating this surah. Like I remember one time he was doing about they were always saying about how cats don't go on top of the Quran. You know, so he to see if this was true, he laid out a whole bunch of Qurans on the floor, and he wanted to see if his cat, well, or his friend's cat, I think it was, that if the cat would step on the Qurans, and the cat starts walking all over the Quran. I said, well, looks like that, that is fake, So anytime someone does something, he's always after it. Yeah, that's David Wood.
Yo,
I
Ultra,
think,
you
I
there?
think,
Yeah, Val, can you hear me?
Yeah. I wanted to see if you could get that the actual thing what Muhammad Hijab was supposedly has said to David Wood that made David Wood spaz out.
Yeah, just give me 2 seconds, yeah?
yeah, it was because of what he was saying to apostate prophet, and yeah. Because I think this panel was talking about also how Ali Dawah was talking about how apostates should be killed, and that was also I mean Hijab has been going after apostate prophet left, right, and center. He's been jumping on him, talking about they've been going over this he's been saying things about golden shower, giving him golden showers. I don't even know what that is. So, but some kind of sexual innuendo, I think. So
Who said they was
what's
giving
his
who
name?
golden showers?
Apostate prophet. He was gonna say he was gonna give golden showers or something like that.
Apostate
I
prophet said
think
he's gonna
I
give.
think I think the reanimator made a little. He took a little clip where he was losing it more. Mohammed Hijab. He just did his last show. He had Mohammed Hijab when he lost it talking. How you should that's part of the one of the episodes where Mohammed Hijab lost it. He started talking bad about Christians and Muslims that apostate, and he was just like losing it.
Yeah, man.
So, it's nothing new there. They've been asking each other. Those guys have always been fighting for like debates, So like they always ask each other for debates, and they're always no. Like I think David Wood is asked to do these panel debates constantly with Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawa, and they always decline. They always decline. They never want to do it, and then they start fighting on Twitter. They start insulting each other on Twitter, So it's just their little thing.
LB in the chat says Hijab was the one talking about golden showers. That's why they call him Golden Showers Hijab.
Yeah. And nobody knew what it was. Everybody had to go look it up. Like, what the hell is this? And then all of a sudden, it's something, like, how would he know about that?
So what? Muhammad Hijab said he's going to give someone a golden shower. Yeah. And then.
Yeah, it's like, what is that? Like, at the beginning, what did that mean?
Yo,
a lot of
Veli,
people
listen.
Like,
Can you hear me? Yeah. The thing is, I've got it here, yeah? But the problem is I have to switch apps, right? And every time I switch apps,
cuts you
my
out.
voice seems to cut out. So I'm gonna try to read it out real quick. Hold on one second.
Or why don't you copy and paste it and put it in the private chat?
Oh no,
You can't even do that.
no,
Now.
I just yeah.
Like, if you copy and paste the words, put in the private chat, it won't cut out when you're reading it. Or nothing like that. But Wilson, he was going to say something. Yeah?
Yeah, because when Hijab was talking about apostates, he brought up apostate prophet's wife, and he was talking about some kind of like in a way of it was really like very like the way he talking about how his wife should be. It was really weird, and it was like about raping her and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And
Raping.
it was like a weird conversation. I was like, what? Huh? But the apostate prophet basically told us what he was really meaning by it, you know? And that's when David Wood lost it. It's like, what? He really said that? Oh, yeah? He thinks he could say things like that? Okay, watch it. Watch. You know? And he grabbed the sword and he started like, here. And if he keeps on doing stupidity like that, I'm gonna wait a couple of days so it comes out the other side. Like, oh my gosh. So he wasn't, and that was like, I think it was a spur of the moment because I don't think anybody was thinking he was going to do that. But then when Apostate Prophet said what he was talking about, his wife and stuff like that, he just like, I don't know, he lost it for that second. He lost it in the sense that he didn't go kill him, but he just started ripping pages on the Quran, you know, because of Mo. But Mo lately, because there's a situation that happened with Mo Hijab and some other guy who's supposed to be a professor in Islam. And they were talking about that there's a lot of problems in the Quran. And that really and that really screwed him up, Mo Hijab, because that was on his interview. And now everybody's on his case, like, why did you show that? I think he's under a lot of stress too.
If as far as he believes that it's properly preserved the way that he believes it's preserved. You think it was a fair question for him to ask, isn't it, at that time?
Yeah.
But obviously,
sure.
when I was trying to pressure him to say, "Yo, you don't want to know the answer, so don't ask the question," sort of thing. You feel like
he wasn't expecting that from a scholar. He wasn't expecting that from a scholar. He thought, yeah, it's going to be perfect. Yep, it's perfectly preserved. Everything's perfect. Don't worry about it. And he got, oh, we can't talk about that. Ooh, it's dangerous to talk about because, and like Hijab was like, but seriously, but and it's like every time it was like trying to get him to say, no, yeah, but it's cool. Everything is good. Don't worry about it. He would always say, no. There's a lot of holes. There's a lot of situations. You cannot discuss this on the internet. And everybody's like, he's like, but he's trying to get him to like, you see, Hijab is trying to get him to, you see, it's like, no, but seriously, if you go back and then don't talk about this. There's a lot of things that are no good. Put it into that. Wow. So got egg on his face on that one,
We had this debate on G Block before when he's the black connection to someone, and I was saying to him, I find it highly unlikely. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's impossible. I was just saying it's highly unlikely that the words that's written now is word for word the words that was being recited at the supposed time.
Especially recited.
Because if we're just talking about just Chinese whisper, one word, whispering around in a circle, and the word gets changed. Talking about
like even the written word, there's a little changes. Even the written word, like when a guy is copying it, because there's no printing presses back in the day, they make a little mistake in like it's seen right away, because when you see from copy to copy. But reciting, 20 guys learn each. Chat. Wow.
The back chat, yeah.
It's like, how could you even believe that one? You really, it's like it's memorizing the whole Quran to 40 guys all memorizing it the same way, but it says there's a lot of pages, and you see there's certain there's certain pages in the Quran saying where guys forgot certain surahs. It actually exists in the hadiths and stuff where one of their top guys was saying like, we don't remember this surah, or a goat ate that page, or you know what I'm saying. So it's not a preserved perfect book. If someone's going to tell you that the certain pages, certain surahs are missing, or a goat ate a page, then it's not perfectly preserved just in that alone, right?
Yeah.
When you think about it, I mean, if it was nobody
Hey,
would have
hey, Water.
forgotten. Yeah,
Hey, Water, you want to do me a favor?
sure.
Yeah. In the private chat, yeah, I'll just put the tweet down or the message that Mohammed himself put out that triggered David Wood. Yeah, so can you read it out for us?
There's I call upon all of the Muslim Twitter soldiers. Is that the one?
Yeah.
Okay, so over here it says
No, it's the second one. It's the second one.
when
The
these
first one I posted is just like disgusting, but the
when
second
these
one,
anti-Muslims, that
that's
one.
the one.
Okay, so when these anti-Muslims, attention, whore Islamophobes need to get on their knees in intellectual submission before they are whipped by freedom of speech by the Twitter Muslims, and they reluctantly open their mouths in prostration to find that they have been defiled by truth. Uh,
So,
That's it.
what does that mean? What does that mean to you, Water?
When these anti-Muslim whore, well, that means we're whores, you know, need to get on their knees in intellectual submission. Obviously, we have to submit. For anybody who goes
No,
against
I
Islam,
disagree.
huh?
I disagree. I would go one step further. For me,
You-
he's using sexual innuendos
Oh yeah,
towards
obviously.
another man's wife
Oh,
because
this is the
all you
part
have
where
to,
he was talking about his wife.
yeah. He's talking about apostate prophet wife.
Okay, this is the part with the wife. But how does this fit to his wife? It doesn't. When these anti-Muslim, so the part before it says, "I call upon all the Muslim Twitter soldiers to work within the full scope of the law to
No, not
create
that part.
maximum."
That's the that's just a random tweet that I found.
Oh,
It's
okay.
the second one. The second one, he's directly talking to apostate prophet's wife here, which is why for me,
Okay. He was
it's
answering to
yeah,
her. Okay.
yeah.
Okay, this is an answer to her. Okay.
Now, Walter, all you have to do, right, is understand. In my subjective opinion, this is a veiled
Read
threat.
it out like it's been sent to your wife. Read it out like it's
Yeah,
been sent to your
like
wife, and then
right.
tell us
No,
what
no.
you think.
Listen, no. I'll read it out like how it's been sent. Yeah, when
Hmm.
these anti-Muslim attention
No, but
whore
I'm saying like
Islamophobes.
take
Yeah,
it like it's
So
been
he's saying
sent to
his
your
wife
wife,
is a
and then see how
whore.
you.
Okay, he's saying my
yeah,
wife
yeah.
is a
So
whore
like,
right there.
listen, this is what I'm saying. If you take it out, if you take out, like for me, because I believe it's a
Yeah. No, I
veiled,
get it.
it's veiled. If you just remove a couple of words, you can see what it is, right?
Now
So if I remove
you
the
got to read
word,
it.
wait, hold on.
Right.
Oh, fuck sake. Oh, fuck. Belly, hold on one sec. I'm getting a call. One sec.
Cool. I see. All right, we had a little bit of a debate about this earlier. Yeah, this is why the show took so long to start. Yeah, because although um, it was taking the piss. The man shouldn't be talking to his wife like that. Yeah, I don't feel like it was a veiled um, sexual threat or anything like that. In my personal opinion, yeah. People might disagree with me. People might agree with me or whatever. People might agree with Ultra, disagree with Ultra or whatever. Yeah. But yeah, it would be nice to hear actually what um, some of the ladies that usually visit the panel, yeah, like Cotton, all them, like, what would they think of this? If someone they was arguing online said it to them. Yeah, man. Obviously, when Ultra finishes his phone call,
We'll jump back in. We'll jump back in still. Yo, let me know though, man, in the chat. Hey, so
Oh,
Water, you
the
there
only
still?
thing I see is maybe the only thing I could see maybe is calling her part of because he's talking about all anti women or anti people, and he's I don't see it as he's using obviously a global to all people, all
All the
you know.
Islamophobes worldwide, sort of thing.
Well, yeah, because he says when these anti-Muslim attention whore Islamophobes need to get on their knees. So these obviously is not one. It's obviously talking about more than one person. Obviously, he's talking about all anti-Muslims
Hmm.
before they are whipped by the freedom speech. So I think there was something else that there was I think there was one that was, but apostate prophet says there's an inner meeting in here.
I
That
can't see
he
it. But yeah, Ultra, you back? I thought I heard him still now. But Kyra, sorry,
if
Water,
it's not to
finish
his
your
only wife,
submission.
but it means to all the women, that they should all get on their knees but anyways, that's for them to battle. Mm.
Mhm.
As long as it's
Yeah.
as long as it's talking, it's okay with me.
Mm. Yeah, I don't. Nah, although man shouldn't be talking to man's wife like that. Yeah, but maybe man's wife shouldn't be sending man messages on Twitter either. You get me? Yeah, but in
Exactly.
my personal opinion, I don't feel like there was a vowed threat in there. Well, maybe
It's just
my
this. It's
understanding of
just
the English language ain't as good as some others. You know what I'm saying? That some of us may have
yeah.
a more of an understanding of the English language and say, this means this now, that means that, so and so, so and so, whatever.
But
But
it's a weird
in
thing,
my
Villa. It's a
yeah,
weird
my
thing. Like every
understanding of
time
it,
a woman gets into a debate, uh,
mm.
all of a sudden these crazy words that worse. Like even like guys just go all over them, calling them all kinds of names, and it's like what the hell? It's like it's like I find it weird. Like when they go men on men, sometimes they don't want to say something because you're gonna because the guy will always come, what are you gay or something. But as soon as
yeah,
a woman might get into a discussion, it's like all of a sudden like you are this, you're a that, Bob, you're this, and you get on your knees and all. What happened to you guys? You lost all respect.
I like to
Yo.
Who's that? Who's
yo,
talking? Yo, hold up.
Yeah. It's me. I'm
That's
back. I'm back.
Walter,
I'm back.
huh?
yeah, that old should come back in still. Like,
Yeah. Where did
get
we
his
get
point
to?
across. Um,
The last person I was talking, who was that?
Me, Walter.
Walter, I heard you say some
yeah,
fucked up shit before.
no, but
About
it was
women?
ultra. Wait, Mohammed, chill
Are
out,
you
bro.
sure?
Let ultra get his point off. Yeah, because I didn't hear you say no fuck that shit. So, but ultra, you wanna reread out the tweet and then give us your breakdown of what you think the tweet actually meant.
Yeah. Hold on. Listen. Right. Okay. So the tweet reads: when these anti-Muslim attention whore Islamophobes need to get on their knees in intellectual submission before they are whipped by freedom of speech by the Twitter Muslims, and they reluctantly open their mouth in prostration to find they've been defiled by truth. Now, I read that, and I can't lie. Maybe it's because he's addressing a woman. I feel like the language is inappropriate at the least, and at its max, a veiled threat of sexual violence. Right now, I'm not saying Mohammed Hijab is gonna go out and rape somebody or none of that shit. Because you know what the snowflakes are like. They'll be like, look what he said. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying this tweet to me feels like I said, at the least, inappropriate, reckless, and irresponsible language from somebody that's supposed to be quote unquote a leader. And at its worst, a veiled threat of sexual violence. And I'm standing on that because if you lift the veil by removing a few of the words that he used, that I believe he may have used to intellectualize his threat, and it becomes something wholly different. Like, for instance, if you remove the words, hold on, my phone's getting wet, man. My screen's not responding because it's got water on it. Oh my goodness. Hold on one sec. Hold on.
I will obviously, because you're on the way to work, innit? Yeah. I want to let you start get your point off it.
Yeah. No, can you hear me? Yeah. Sorry, man. My screen's wet. If you remove the words intellectual, freedom of speech, and truth, it becomes oh shit, there's my boss. Yeah, it becomes something entirely different, right? If you read it without those words, it becomes when these anti-Muslim, attention whore Islamophobes need to get on their knees in submission before they are whipped by Twitter Muslims, and they reluctantly open their mouths in frustration and find that they've been defiled. Now, to me, that's mad. That's mad. Now, like, obviously, if somebody said that to me online, it's different. Like, I don't take none of this online shit seriously. But if somebody said that to me in my face, that's a fight. That's a fight because I'm thinking, what? Who are you talking to, bro? No.
Yeah, but what do you see in what do you see in there that I didn't see and Walter didn't see? What are you seeing in there? Because like I don't think it's as bad as a thing as you're saying.
And that's why it's important to have the debate.
Yeah, because but in like I was saying, yeah, unless my understanding of the English language is so inferior that I did not or there's words in there that just don't compute as what they should be, yeah, then I can't see where the vowed sexual threat was.
Yeah, sorry.
Hello?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, yeah. Or like suggesting. Hold on. So, really, my phone is bugging. Hold on, let me dry the screen. One sec.
There we go.
Mo the crow. Mo the crow. Muhammad Hijab, bro. I don't trust no one. I trust no one. I just trust myself and the Most High.
So yeah, you're backing out, bro.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Like for me, because I think he's using innuendo to make a point against a woman. Look at the language that he's talking about. Now, let me ask you a question. If he said the same thing to a dude, everyone would be screaming homo, and that's the point.
What, if you when you go to open your mouth, you're intellectually defiled by the truth. Is that what he says? There's something like that, isn't it? Something like that, isn't it? Where's the thing? Where is it?
Yeah. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, my signal. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second.
Yeah. So when these anti-Muslim attention whore Islamophobes get on their knees in intellectual submission before they are whipped by freedom of speech by the Twitter Muslims, and they reluctantly open their mouth in protestation to find they have been defiled by truth. I can't lie, because I do feel like it's a bit of a reach. Well, I'm sure Rob. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, mate. You get me? Rob's down in the Serengeti, man, doing his thing. Hey. Yeah, man. But yeah, I know. Rob only does religion, innit, man? So
That's just gonna make him go crazy, bro.
we don't do race and politics and everything.
Yeah, so Bells, I'm here. I'm here.
Yes, my
I'm
G.
here.
Alright. Yes.
Yeah,
Explain to us
fucking.
what
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
missing, man.
Okay, let me ask this question then. Yeah. You see when, like, for me, maybe a veiled threat of sexual violence is indeed a reach, right? However, I did say at its worst,
Okay,
this is what I believe could be interpreted, right? However, and I said at its least, it's inappropriate, reckless, and irresponsible language to use towards a woman, right? But and at its worst, the threat of sexual violence. Now, if you just look somewhere in between, right, because I do believe he's veiled the true meaning of what he's trying to convey with the freedom of speech bit and the truth bit. If you just take out the words that I mentioned before, right, it's a mad thing. And then if he said those same words to a man, everyone would be screaming pink vest, homo, rare, 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 rare. So I'm thinking he's clearly using sexual innuendos because he's referring to a woman. Hold on, 1 sec. I can't
What's the
breathe
sexual
with this mask,
innuendo?
man. Huh?
That the whores, Islamophobe whores.
No,
Being
that's not an
defiled
innuendo.
by the
No,
truth.
that's not the innuendo. The innuendo
Being
is
defiled by the truth, getting on your knees.
getting on your knees, opening your
protestation.
mouth, frustration, open your mouth, defile. There it is. There it is. In a nutshell. And I want someone to tell me that those are not innuendos. And if he was using those words in relation to a man, everyone would either be screaming homo or fanboys will put their fingers in their ears. That's it. And say, no. What am I talking to a man for about being defiled and opening his mouth and getting on his knees? What? What?
But the issue is though, Ultra Man, you have to move a lot of words for it to get to just them.
That's the whole point of a veiled threat, Veli. That is exactly the point I'm trying to make.
Most of the
Don't have to move most of the sentence. You move the words intellectual, truth, and freedom of speech. That's not the whole sentence, bro.
All right, let me read. All right, hold on a sec here. Let me read it without say the words that you said. Without the words freedom of speech, intellectual, and truth. Yeah. So when these anti-Muslim attention whore Islamophobes need to get on their knees in intellectual submission before they are whipped by the Twitter Muslims, and they are reluctant to open their mouths in protestation to find they have been defiled.
I thought you
Do you
were
feel
reading.
like Walter? Did you hear the sentence that I just read out there?
Oh, you
Yeah,
were.
I think they're basically going because hijab in the past has used sexual innuendos, so now they're trying to say, okay, this is his way of talking, so they're figuring out that he's probably meaning something. But I think if this was his first first time he wrote something like this, it could be seen as a little bit like the horror is probably the most you could get out there. But maybe defiled maybe means something more. Defiled could go, but I don't see it as the end of the world for me personally. But knowing hijab and past Twitter messages and the way he used a lot of you know, if you take that way of him reasoning and how he likes to use those type of innuendos, when you go to read this, it's very plausible that that's what he's trying to say, to really piss off apostate prophet, because that's what he's trying to do now here. That's what his game is. His game is really to try to piss apostate prophet off, so that
Wait,
apostate prophet
is that
loses.
pun intended? Is that pun intended, Walter?
Well, that's his name, apostate prophet.
Is that
pissed
pun
off.
intended? Huh?
No,
Because
no, I
that's
don't
what a
even.
golden shower is. That's what a golden shower is. A golden shower is when a man
Yeah.
whips his own penis out and like proceeds to urinate on a victim. I'll call it a victim
Okay.
because if someone's urinating on you, you're a victim. Hashtag surviving R. Kelly.
Yo, yo.
Oh,
I don't know, man. You guys see everything. I don't see this. I'm
Yeah.
too old. I
yeah,
don't
that's what I was saying, man. If
Yo,
I did see it though,
all right,
if I did see it, I would say I saw it. I saw it like that. So, but right, Mo the Crow, what do you
Yeah,
think?
no, but this is the
No,
thing,
hold
Benny.
on.
This is why.
No, if someone was taking a piss on, if I was a girl, I move away. Feel me? Like there's double standards to this.
You go back and get Mo the Crow. Yeah. Ultra, go. Ultra, go.
What?
Because,
What did you say?
bro, alright, the golden showers part was a side bit. Yeah, obviously we was talking about the tweet that was read out in it. So I thought you had an opinion on what the tweet was, whether you thought it was a veiled sexual threat or even a veiled threat, or even if it was bad or not bad or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That I thought you were going to give your opinion on that. Have you got an opinion on that?
Ultra just bounced out. He must maybe something wrong with his
Yeah,
line.
he's at work, innit, man?
Bro,
So,
I was talking about R. Kelly, but you have to talk about having a hijab? Wait, what?
yeah.
Why would you even say
Yo.
that? Yo, why would you say that to someone?
Art Kelly.
Why would you what? Yeah, see what happens, man. That's why you got Mo. You need to listen to the whole set. Yeah. Sometimes it's that you're catching, or if you don't understand some of the parts what man's saying, I was meant to repeat it.
Oh, you got to take a break when you're smoking, you know.
That or some different thing. You know what I mean?
Is Raj around? What's going on?
Oh my God, this brother is fucking buzzing, man. Yo. Yeah, man. So, boy, I don't know, man. The people in the chat, man, let me know, man. All the sort of neutrals. Yeah, otherwise that's neutrals on it, man. Let me know, man. What? Is Ultra right? Is Ultra reaching? Get me, Bird Gang. Oh, the crows in the Bird Gang, you know, mad shit.
Zubeda is around. Maybe maybe read it out and see if how she would take it if someone was answering a tweet to her like that.
Who? To who? That's
No,
what I've tried to do.
Zubair is in the
I've
chat.
read
I
out
see
the.
her name.
Alright,
Oh, she was there when you read it. Okay.
never read it. I tell the truth. Obviously, man shouldn't be. Um, I don't know, man. Maybe man shouldn't be trying to man's wife online or whatever. Yeah. But in my opinion, yeah, I didn't really see it as like a veiled sexual assault or whatever. You know what I mean? So, but let me put the link in the chat. Yeah.
But we could say it's an insult. We
Oh
can't say
shit!
that, right?
21. You can say it's a what?
An insult. It's
It's
insulting the
an
person.
insult. Yeah.
It's
Yeah, but
absolutely an
it
insult.
was
Now, how far the
generalized though. It
insult
wasn't just.
goes,
It
is
wasn't.
question.
It wasn't just like. It was even
Well, it's
that. It
an
wasn't
insult to
even like
all of
personal.
us. So,
It was
yeah.
generalized, didn't it? Like it was said when all these
Wow, you could take it personal if you're not a
Islamophobe,
Muslim.
something whores, like get on their knees. It was there and them, they sort of thing. So
But it becomes personal if you're not. If you're not, let's say, you could take it personal if you're not a person who is in that faith. So, I mean, when he starts talking about all of us, meaning people who are not obviously, the
Yo,
same faith,
yo,
then
guys,
you're obviously
hop
insulting
on.
everybody.
Yo, anyone just jump on. Let's talk about some things. I've seen a couple people that can hop on here. You know, let's get it.
yeah, come true, man. Fucking,
What do you want to
man.
talk about, Mo?
But for me,
What's
personally,
what's the price of a good gram of grass these days?
look, I'm here just to learn, bro. I mean, there's like these forces in both sides, in all religions, are trying to destroy shit and just trying to like put someone down. And I'm not with that. I'm against that. So if you're calling yourself religious, and you're going around putting people down, I'm not gonna follow you, bro. You're on your own. You know what I mean?
Mad thing.
So that means you don't follow Mo around, right? Is that what you're saying?
More?
Mo Hijab, you don't follow him then.
Nah, bro. I already told you. I trust no one. I don't fuck with no one. I don't trust no one. So that means I don't follow having hijab and all of them. I trust myself. I trust some people, but
Well,
most people.
you follow, let's say, the Quran?
No. First of all, I'm not even
No?
religious. I've never read the
Okay, so you're
Quran.
not a religious person. Okay.
You never read the
So
Quran.
you're just a regular
You know
Joe.
what I
You're
mean?
just a
You
guy
want to be
who's
careful
living his
saying
life.
that shit around there, B.
So I know
That'd
some
be
people
ugly.
who actually read the Quran and actually try to tell people. I don't even want to talk about politics and shit. Nah, not me.
That's what these boards are all about, man. It's about talking, debating. Hopefully it doesn't get into a bad attacking each other, but it's what it's all about. These panels, it's the best way to get things out there is by speech, not by beating each other up. People have concerns. People have issues they want to talk about. And it's a great forum. These places to
Yo,
talk about these things. So you're not, in the middle of the street. Like, look at Speaker's Corner when people are together. They end up beating each other up.
mm. Yo, people, there, man, jump on, man. Join the conversation, man. Yeah, me. I see man like Ezra in the chat. I see Zabida in the chat. Jump on, man. You get me? Like,
You can't go against nobody. This is a dangerous conversation. Mohammed Hijab and these guys. They're part of the England crew, man. You can't talk about this.
Yo,
Yeah.
my favorite person on here,
Tell us who it is.
El Rondor.
Oh,
Oh, Rondo.
Yeah, man.
I thought it was East the Black Tele. Yeah, you fucking flip sides, boy.
I think he's got some. I think he's got some bad weed there.
Trust me, man.
Yo, El Rondor. Shout out to El Rondor. Am I saying his name right?
Arundel.
He's being
It's pronounced
sarcastic.
Arundel.
I hope he comes on, bro. That guy is entertaining.
It's the Rondo, you know. Mad thing. Yo. Oh, so you know, Q, look at this. When he was talking about Lister that in the chat, and that was cracking up. Look, Lister is a fucking cock, man. Look how he's doing, man. He's talking with these black people like you and them are friends, man. Oh, shit.
Lister?
Shout out man like Lister. Yo, hey, fucking hell. He's been hunting Ralph for time, fam. But Ralph's finessed the thing so much, yeah. We don't know if he's got him or not. Vanessa Professor. Trust me. Or Professor Vanessa.
Yo,
Looks like your subject of the day is not pulling much weight today, Billy. Nobody wants to talk about it.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, this is an ultra subject for the day still. Ultra question of the day still, man. Right, so,
Ultra.
okay.
Yeah, okay. That I would have figured.
You know? So like I was saying, man, I didn't really think it was I didn't really think nothing of it. Of whatever in it, like whether my man fucking at the Quran, yeah, or my man, or my man's tweets, my man's wife. Things like that. I didn't care about none of them.
Well, for me personally, I think Apostate Prophet should have just left it alone and stopped giving this guy more fame because he has a lot of viewers, Apostate Prophet, and he doesn't need this. He doesn't need this for nothing. You know.
Hey, man, like listeners in the chat, you know. Hey, bruv, jam pod, mate. Jeez.
yo, who's
Go
your
on, sorry,
favorite,
carry on, bro.
who's your favorite rapper?
He's my favorite rapper.
Yeah. American.
My favorite American rapper.
Yeah. I like
I don't know, man.
Baby.
Depends at different times, different people, man. But I ain't listened to rap for fucking ages. Man. I've been listening to YouTube.
Vanilla Ice.
I don't even listen to music no more. Yeah,
I
my
like
favorite
Lil
rapper is
Baby.
Vanilla Ice, you know. Oh shit.
Lil Baby. Vanilla Ice.
Who's the baby? Is that your favorite rapper? What, the baby? Yeah.
Yeah, Lil Baby. I like it, bro. Trust the person. Did you say?
He look like a black Stewie.
Did you say Vanilla Ice?
Yeah. Anecdotal evidence. Favorite rapper is Shakira. Man come with Papoose. Man said Nas. Man said Veli looks like Dr. Dre. No, I don't look like Dre, man. Man said Jada Kiss. Jada kiss you now, you die later. Hey. Nas. Yeah, Nas has got a few shots there. No one's got no Jigga Jay-Z, the Hover, yeah? Yeah, man's got Uncle Murder. Oh, shit. Yeah, you popped it off now, boy. Yeah, big up man like Lister in the building.
Yo.
Psychopaths beware, yeah?
Yes, buddy. They better beware.
Yeah, man's got Arab, yeah.
What's this Mohammed Hijab thing?
Well, me and Ultra was having a little bit of a debate this morning. That's why I took the show a little while to start off about a tweet that was made by Mohammed Hijab to apostate prophet's wife that has led to David Wood eating or chewing a page of the Quran and spitting it out. Yeah. I
Right.
didn't think that the tweet was that bad. Yeah. It's in the private chat now. Yeah. Let me read it out for you. Hold on. When these anti-Muslim attention whore Islamophobes need to get on their knees in intellectual submission before they are whipped by freedom of speech by the Twitter Muslims and their hold on a second. Let's drive there. And they reluctantly open their mouth in protestation to find they have been defiled by the truth.
So he's saying they'll be whipped by free speech.
By the freedom of speech, yeah. Did you take that as did you see anything in there that could have been like a veiled threat, a veiled is there any like sexual innuendos in there? Was there anything that could have been in there that could have been taken the wrong way?
I think it's clumsy, but it would be like here's a good way of putting it. It'd be real anal to pull up on the sexual innuendo within that. Like, I just used the word anal then. It doesn't mean that I want to like have anal sex with Mohammed Hijab. He's just been clumsy with his wording.
Yeah. Well, again, yeah, I thought maybe my understanding of English ain't that good. I mean, I was just been able to see something that I couldn't.
I can see why people would make the argument, and I can see how people can take it that way. But I don't know. There's a lot more. I mean, I'm sure he's probably said worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Listen, they're still in the chat. Yeah, giving everyone's giving their favorite rapper still. Like Q-Tip, Twister, Lazy Bone. Lazy Bone got lazy though. Crazy Bone.
So someone
said pick up the EDL. Man, a fake Ezra, a fake EDL over there. You know. Oh my days. Ezra, why they on to you like this, man? Why that? But yeah,
so someone said I was the best rapper earlier.
Yeah. Lister was the best rapper earlier. Come on, Lister.
I got a few raps in me.
Go on then, give us some bars.
Hold on. Let me just try and remember the fucking first line.
Don't get stage fright, man.
I've got stage fright. Give me. Oh, here we go. Cutie the bomb. Hold on. Oh, mate, I need the beat behind me.
What beat?
If you can just start singing.
You need like a slow beat.
No, I just need someone to do the backing to Gold Digger. She take my money.
I fucking sing that high, man. You had to beat my voice. All right. Here we go. She take my money. And what is it?
And then when
I know my weed.
Hold on, let me. Like, I can do it with a beat, but I can't fucking. I have that thing where I did a open mic night once, and I was practicing Mardy Bum by Arctic Monkeys, like all the way picking up my girlfriend from work, and then all the way in the car, and then all the way back to the pub. So I sang it about 5 or 6 times, literally 10 minutes before I got into the pub, and then I was like on the list to be playing next. And then I played the like first few bars of the tune on the guitar, and then it comes to the first line, and it's just completely gone from my head. I'm like, fuck, what is it? And then I start again. I play the first 4 lines on the bars on the guitar again. I'm like, let's go. Fuck. And it's so easy. The first line, now then Mardy
Bro,
Bum.
listen.
I couldn't remember it. And then
Listen,
someone
give
shouted
your
it out.
bars, B. We're waiting. You got me singing all fucking high pitch and shit, bro. And you still ain't got these bars out. What's going on out there, man?
Hold on. I'll give you a better one.
Yeah, man.
Okay. How about this? Hi, kids. Do you like violence? Want to see me stick 9-inch nails to each one of my eyelids? Want to copy me and do exactly like I did? Try sit and get fucked up worse than my life is? My brain's dead weight. I'm trying to get my head straight, but I can't figure out what Spice Girl I want to impregnate. And Dr. Dre said, Slim Shitty, you're a basshead. So why's your face red? Man, you wasted. There you go.
Hey, listen, that's karaoke, cuz. That's Eminem's bars.
Yeah, I know they're Eminem's bars.
Got to pull out and you got your pen and pad.
No, I don't have any of my own bars.
You said bars. Someone in the chat said bars. That's bars, son.
Not wrong with a bit of karaoke.
What's good? LNL.
Huh?
Your name could be Eminem.
Eminem. Did you know if you played that song, My Name is Backwards, it sounds like he's saying, hey there, Slim, it's Eminem. It's Eminem. It's Eminem. And the forward way is, hi, my name is Slim Shady. Google My Name is Backwards, and there's a little clip on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's fucking incredible.
Oh, that just made me think Slim Shady's a fucking pagan, man.
I mean, it could be.
Like, what is it? Slim Shady's a
fucking
pagan.
Freemason.
You know what I told, yo, Billy, you know what I told Jupiter?
Oh, fucking hell. Are we gonna have a fucking day on G Block here where someone don't fucking talk about Jupiter? Every fucking day, someone's got to bring up Jupiter or Hector. Yeah, I mean, like, if you don't chat about them, they don't jump on in it. Like, you don't just want to chat about them all the time. Every fucking day, fam. I swear down, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
not even
certain
joking.
certain people don't need the attention, I don't think.
Yeah, it's like some people crave the attention, yeah, but some people fucking love giving other people attention as well, man.
Yeah.
Man. Fucking hell.
It's all the people that don't deserve the attention that get it.
Hmm.
You should be promoting people doing good things instead of like,
Fuck sake, you get me? Someone's gonna jump on there and talk shit about Jupiter. Then Jupiter's gonna jump on about fucking 2 o'clock.
I'm eating.
Fucking turn it into the Karen show. No one's gonna jump on a fucking challenge them about nothing, and everyone's gonna start acting. Oh Billy, look at this, Billy, spilling their fucking tears like little bitches in the comment, bro. I'm like, bruv, shut up, man. Don't at me. You get me? Jump on. Nothing. Man. I can't lie though, the American rapper question in the comment section still rolling right now. You know what I mean?
Fabulous.
Well done on that one, Mo.
Fabulous. No, listen, yeah. I really like I like DMX. He's hardcore, you feel me? I like people like that. Someone crazy, you know? Someone's crazy but sane at the same time. I'm not talking about religious people.
DMX first come out, boy. That first album was a classic, man. I was like, oh shit. That was played on every road in the UK.
Obi Trice.
to know about Obi Tribe. I know about Obi Tribe, my guy. DMX
Well,
was
Belly,
popping.
we need more people on here, Belly.
Hmm?
We need more people on here, and we need to have a debate. Okay.
Wait. Who's your favorite rapper? Who's your favorite rapper?
Of all time,
Yeah.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. I like a lot of people. Feel me? I like Tupac. Tupac's cool, you know, because he has a sincere side to him. I like Pop Smoke because he's cool.
Listen, yeah. I'm saying when someone says someone's their favorite rapper, yeah, you have to at least know one of their bars. Someone can't be your favorite rapper and you don't know one of their bars. That means that you're chatting shit, man. You're just trying to impress people. You say someone's your favorite rapper, but you don't know one of their bars or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that. So, alright. You know what, yeah? You saying that? Okay. Go on to Belly, go on to Hijab's Twitter and just look at the post. Direct to that. Hold on a sec.
No,
AP and Samir.
we need some right wingers, we need some Christians, we need some Muslims on here at the same time. At the same time.
Yeah, LB, I'm not had a look at all the tweets, man. I only saw what was on the David Wood video, innit? That's why I only really commented on that, innit? So that's why from what I saw there, it didn't really look that bad. Oh, is that P? Yeah, my bad. Fucking hell. Who's that? Abdullah, yeah. All right, let's see what this done saying. Yo,
Yes, Fab. What are you saying? You okay?
walk on. Walk on, my G. What you saying, man? Long time.
Yeah, I know. It's been a long time. How's everything?
Yeah, I'm good still, man. I'm good, man. Hope you're well, man. You good, yeah?
Yeah, I'm good. I actually wanted to ask you a favor that's completely away from this topic.
Okay, bro. Fine.
I need some sort of plumbing experience in it. Will you be able to provide that for man?
Well, doing what?
Just gaining experience in it. I got the qualification, but it's been a long time. I was in a trade and I need some sort of experience if I can go in as a competent person in it.
You have to send him your CV.
I like that. You're talking for him, yeah?
But, yeah, I've chatted to you fair about that.
Come again?
If I can help you, I will try to help you. So, but,
I can't hear you, family.
I said I have to chat to you fair about that still.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
And how would you be able to let me know? I just need experience. I don't even have to pay, man. You see, I just need to get hands-on experience.
Well, depends on what you need to do in it. Yeah, really and truly. Yeah, if to get for me, yeah, when I was learning plumbing, yeah, I got my best experience on my plumbing stuff working on building sites, doing the plumber's mate job.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so when I first passed out, I was like plumber's mate. You know what I mean? And then when you up to speed as fast as they're able to work at the same sort of speed as other plumbers or whatever, I mean, like you can go to another company and just go on just as a plumber, innit?
Yeah.
Like, if you do an apprenticeship with someone, when you first pass out or whatever, like you'll be qualified as a
I've been
plumber
on
or
construction site, had a bit of experience, I'm not gonna lie, but the only problem on construction site is I think I'm allergic to something in it. So it's like health wise not good for me on construction site, innit?
whatever. Okay. So would you know how to like you know how to change taps?
Yeah, I can change
Like, you know how to
taps
change tap
easily.
washers.
Yeah, I can change tap washers easily.
They're like
I think I can put it that way.
that. Even advertising and things like that, man. Because
Come again?
like you're saying, you can do that. Probably change about 20 taps a day or something, man.
Yeah, nah,
With
it's the way I told you, man. I just need to gain more experience in it. So, in other words, if you need a hand, the way I said, it's not about the money, it's about the experience. It's here. If you need a hand to come out on job and gain more experience, I'd be more than happy.
I say nothing, bro, man. Again, man, let me chat to you on Google Hangouts or off air about it, innit, man? Then obviously, we'll chat to you
Yeah. Why not? On your own time. That's why I said, sorry for coming and changing the subject, but on your own time, holla at me, innit? Yeah?
Yeah, say nothing, man. Just like, put a message, send me a private message on one of the Google Hangouts group so
Okay.
I can accept their thing up, and then I'll try and contact you on Google Hangouts and chat to you properly.
Okay, I'm gonna do that ASAP, family. And with that, peace to all and take care, family, yeah?
Say nothing, bro.
Peace out.
No, cuz.
Later.
Yeah, honestly, I don't feel like there was anything wrong with it. Well, not like there was nothing wrong, but I don't feel like it was as bad as a threat. But maybe there's the other ones that's on Twitter.
Mohammed
Show something
Hijab
worse,
thing.
isn't it? Yeah, Mohammed Hijab thing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, yeah. While you're on the panel, yeah, I might flip up the question of the day, yeah, because none of these faggots ain't jumping on give one side or the other, or to even give an opinion, yeah. Hold on a sec. Because my question of the day would be suited to
Did you call me, Phil?
Bro,
Everybody's quiet.
I feel good, man. I just ate. Oh, man.
yo. Yo, can you hear me now? Yeah?
Yeah.
Hear me now. It's going to
Yeah,
be probably the first time we've done this, yeah? We're going to change the question of the day in the fucking show.
Exciting.
Yeah? I'm gonna ask you, yeah? But I'll ask you what the question of the day is, yeah? The new question of the day, yeah? So let's start.
Yes.
Are most white people racist? And can a white person be a sellout?
Are most white people racist, and can white people
Can a white person be a sellout?
I would say most white people are probably not racist. Can they be a sellout to their own race? Yeah.
What does a white sellout? What do you have to do to be a white sellout?
So I would class.
How does a white person become a sellout?
Well, I wouldn't really base it on race, because I don't think I'd say like you could sell out your nation, but I don't think you can sell out your race.
Look at that, mate. We got fucking customers straight away, mate.
Yeah, I've contradicted myself a little bit, but yeah, I think like yeah, like you can't sell out your race in the same way you cannot sell out like your hair color or your eye color. It's just like, to me, it's just skin color at the end of the day. But or like genes or whatever. But like if you are supposed to like work for your nation or improve your nation or like protect your home or whatever, then yeah, you can sell out your nation. And I think the people that are selling out our nation at the moment are those in power, those who have got links to massive corporations and selling our country to Chinese influence and Russian influence. They're the ones selling out our country.
All right. Hey, listen, yeah. I need to plug my fucking headphones in at the back of the line.
Gone real quiet again.
Jump back on, yeah. Can you hear me?
All right. You're gonna
I'm
jump
gonna
off and
out
on?
jump back in.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Big up Banks in the chat.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Lister? What's up,
Thank you.
everyone else? Walter. So, is this about hijab or is this about selling out?
Well, I mean, at
Whatever.
the beginning, it was the question of the day is about what happened yesterday on the David Wood channel, where David Wood took a page of the surah and ate it up and then spit it out. So for some reason, Ultra thought it was a
Seriously?
good question. Yeah.
So David Wood on like his live stream or something, he actually ripped the page out of the Quran, ate it,
Yeah, because
and was spat it out.
because they were discussing a situation because apostate prophet was on and this other gentleman, I don't know his name, and somehow there was words spoken to apostate prophet's wife that was in offense, like apostate prophet made it offensive, and so for some reason David Wood got upset about that, and he decided to do that. Meaning
Yeah,
that
I mean,
what
I
he's
know.
trying to say, what he's trying to say, David Wood, is if you want to go there, he could go there too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know that hijab has been trying to get all these sort of Muslims to go ahead and harass and try to basically harass apostate prophet's wife. Not even apostate
Oh, really?
prophet, his wife. Yeah, it's on Twitter. It's all over Twitter. They're having this feud on Twitter right now, where not David Wood, apostate prophet and hijab had this back and forth, and now hijab has posted that they because he posted a picture of apostate prophet and his wife saying that if you guys insult our prophet, then we can insult your loved ones. So we can insult, is it okay for us to insult your wife? So then he posted a picture of apostate prophet and his wife, and then this is kind of continued, and now hijab is basically posted a tweet saying, "Let's all the brothers go and get this guy," or some sort of like rally cry to war kind of a thing. Let me see if I can find it. It was fairly recent. I call upon all the Muslim Twitter soldiers to work within the full within the full scope of the law to create maximum damage to the cause of Apos, which is apostate prophet, and his public figure with a bitch. I don't know what the hell that is. They are demoralized and on the ropes. Do not let the weak-minded Muslims deter you. Finish them. I reject as unsatisfying and illusory the claims that Muslim community may be targeted through the guise of freedom, but not afforded the same right to mock and disparage the agents of this great drama. We will continue till you choke on the thunderous words of Allah.
Yeah, and then Paul, Ultra, if you go in the back chat, on the private chat, you'll see another one that Ultra posted just below that. And this is the one where they're saying that it was offense to his wife. It was more directed at his wife. It was like sexual innuendos and all that stuff. So if you want to read it, tell me what you think of that one. Like if you go in the
Yeah.
private chat,
I mean,
you'll
Muhammad
see the
Hijab
one
is basically now attacking apostate prophet's wife. He's not even attacking him anymore. He's pretty much going after his wife, and he's encouraging Muslims to do that.
there you
Um,
So that probably
and also,
would set off.
of course, there was that veiled threat by Ali Dawa as well about killing all apostates, and it would be righteous, and we will look forward to that. Of course, he caveated it with when we have a Muslim caliphate, that is, the Amir will put all the apostates to death for causing mischief in the land. But of course, these are all veiled threats. It's obvious what he's saying. But yeah, these guys have become really gone fucking low life on this shit now. And unfortunately, I think
they're starting to go radical, man. It's like this is like a step away from,
Oh no, they've always been radical. They've always been. I think this is a
but now they're calling on. Now they're calling on death to that they're agreeing with this and they agree with that. That means that if they were in one of these Muslim countries, they have no quorums about putting a gun to somebody's head and shooting them.
Yes,
If an imam ordered
I've been saying this. I've been saying this for years. Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawa and all these so-called supposed moderate Muslims are nothing of the sort. Nothing of the sort. They will put the sword to your neck at the second they get power. The second they have the opportunity.
Hold on. Like to be like, let's be fair, because there's also a lot of people in the UK that are white and are that many people would class as British that believe in capital punishment as well. So, I mean, it's a bit disingenuous to say that this is an exceptional belief that they have, completely foreign to anyone already living here.
Yeah, but the fact is that
you're globalizing. It's not capital punishment is like if you end up like you murdered somebody. If I make fun of your mother, should I get killed for it?
No, he's not given a death threat for
apostate.
Hold on. You just mixed up two things. You just mixed up what Muhammad Hijab said and like what Banksy was talking about with Ali Dawa, saying that people who cause mischief in the land will be put to death. And that is what people.
No, he said. He said if you apostate. He said if you apostate, if you go away from Islam, you should be The
clip that I saw, the clip that I saw, he also said that if you're causing mischief, he quoted the Quranic verse where it's then
mischief. That's a small word.
Yeah, then it's up to interpretation of what you mean by mischief. But like I say, there will be people who want to put traitors into prison or to kill them in the UK. Like, that's just a common belief between societies or between certain people, certain sections of different societies. So if you're going to call it out for Dawa having for his religious beliefs,
in the Western world, you already have a court system.
But also call out those people who would like to change our Western laws, who are white, into more extreme and more extreme punishments.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I have no problem. But you got to realize
I have nothing to do with this.
No, the thing is, listen, you got to realize this is such a case of false equivalency. Sorry, it's morning. The fact is that in our society, in most Western societies, especially in European societies, number one, we've banned capital punishment. Number two, those people are the far marginalized people in the society.
Yeah.
And so they have zero power, and no one's pandering to those far right or far, sort of hardliner people who want capital punishment. People
agree.
in this country are pandering to Islam.
No,
People,
no, 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 no,
the
no, 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 no,
government
no.
of this country is constantly pandering to Islamic ideas and Islamic thought because
So,
they want to make sure that that we're not discriminating. There are entire
so
cities in this country that are dominated by Muslims. So there is a very, very different
but
scenario.
they still have to.
Muslims
They still have
and
to abide. They still have to abide by our laws. They don't get to go around killing apostates, do they? And they don't really generally do that in highly Muslim populated countries. It's still very rare in like Muslim countries. So to
for
think
apostasy.
to think that it's any more likely to happen here than it is for the far right to kind of change the laws into a more extreme punishment regime, it's just mad. It's just madness.
Look, the way I see it is that there's very different scenarios taking place. As far as any far right sort of white person or any English native person who wants to bring back capital punishment and has those incredibly conservative or incredibly harsh ideas, they are the chances of them actually gaining any level of power or influence.
Donald Trump
incredibly
wanted to hang black people, 15-year-olds, for raping a woman in a park when they were pressured into a confession. Then 20 or 30 or so many years later, they were released from prison after conclusive DNA evidence was available. And still, Trump said that he was right in saying that they should have been put to death when they were in prison. So there we have a man in power. There we have a man in power asking or demanding that people be put to death, innocent people.
Sorry,
so
listen, do you live in the United States?
But
Have you
Westerners also think the same as
Listen,
these Islamic.
Listen, have you moved to the United States?
No.
Why are you talking about the United States?
Because you mentioned Westerners.
No, I'm talking about Western Europe. I was talking about Western Europe and in particular United Kingdom, which we have abolished the death penalty, the capital punishment anyway.
No, it's not. You can still be hanged for treason.
Listen, the point is very simple. Would you mind changing your laws to Sharia? Yes or no?
No, I do not want Sharia law.
Okay, so that's what Ali wants. That's point final. This is what we're discussing.
And it's also what a lot of the far right want, but people don't.
The far right want Sharia.
Yeah,
they want far right want Sharia.
They want their own version of it. They don't want to call it Sharia. But
they want a Christian
Sharia. Far, but now you are okay. So far right, but no problem. But no far right. Okay, so far right are idiots also. What's the problem here?
Supposedly Sharia law wants, but they don't fucking.
But listen,
have that in their head.
Okay, the far right. Listen. The far right want, let's say, their form of craziness.
Dude, do you have to keep talking over me, or will you like me to finish what I'm saying and then you?
But I know what you're going to say.
I didn't hear anything.
We're not talking about. We're talking about two extremes. That's not what we want, right?
No, yeah, we don't want the two extremes. But
okay, so what's the problem?
But people can have their views, and it. So, I want people to be treated the same. So. And that goes for people who have moved here, people whose parents have moved here and they've been born here, and people who have been born here and their parents were born here. I want all those people to be treated the same. So if a person who is born here and parents were born here is allowed to have the view that they think that corporal punishment should be a thing, then other people should be allowed to have that view. If democratically that view got in and there was a democratic will,
that'll be Villa's next subject tomorrow.
Then that is democracy, and that view should be put in place. Unfortunately, that view is so kind of small and like unpopular that both on the far right and religious beliefs that it's never going to get in. So these people can have those beliefs because it's fucking irrelevant to the fact of life that we live in Britain, where corporal punishment has been banned and it's not coming back. But to ignore the fact that white people also have this view and see it as some like foreign extreme thing that like doesn't belong in this land, it's like, hey, take a look at ourselves as well when you are calling out people with that view.
I think you're conflating, and this is you're comparing apples with Apple Macs. I honestly don't think these are equivalent scenarios that you're that you're
Come on,
comparing.
Frank, you've heard loads of far right people say that they should be fucking killed for that.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to tell you is that the difference in the power levels and the difference in the way the government of this country is treating these two parties, you can't possibly say that the far right are being handled with kid gloves the way Islam and Muslims are. It's an incredibly different scenario. The far right are literally shunned and spat at and completely marginalized by the government of this country. It's the government I'm trying to point out.
What
the government treats Muslims very differently.
Yo, you know why, right? You know why they're like spat at, shunned? Because most of them are pathetic. I'm not talking about you, bro. Big C. I'm just saying, like, in general.
No, I agree with you. They should be. It's perfectly fine to shun fucking Nazis. I've spent the last few weeks battling with these people.
Banksy, what is it that the government is doing that's handling Muslims differently to
Well, look at the way the media handles when it comes to the subject of Islam, when it comes to subjects of grooming gangs and things like that. They are constantly complicit with these things. It takes you have to have Tommy Robinson bring 40,000 people into London in order for them to even take note of some of these things. They don't really take note. The Nazis don't get to have mosques. They don't get to get buildings built to worship fucking Hitler.
No,
Muslims
you just been.
But wait, hold on. Banksy, that's not fair though, bro. Come, I was asking you honestly in it, like, for what is it differently that the far right is being treated to the Muslims in it? Like, I honestly want to know it. Like,
what do you mean? What's the difference? Look at the way.
Because wait, hold on. Because if you can't say about having buildings, yeah. Because if the far right wasn't religious and they had a religious like following or whatever, then obviously, and it was a legal religion, they would have religious buildings that they have as well. And the far right people can have headquarters. There was the BNP headquarters in South East London, bro, in Welling.
Yeah, and where is the BNP now?
I don't know.
Exactly. They've been disbanded. They've been marginalized. They are the fringes. They get pushed to the fringes of our society.
No, it's become mainstream. So let me give you an example of Tommy Robinson's like cameramen, fucking Busker and Active Patriot, going down to Dover and filming boats coming to shore. Now look what the mainstream media are doing. They're getting in their boats and shadowing the refugee boats to shore, and they're just copying what Tommy Robinson lot are doing, because they're realizing that we have a far right government. Boris Johnson actually refused to rule out the reintroduction of the death penalty in his opening speech back in 2019, his parliamentary speech. So we have this extreme ideology infiltrating our government, and they're copying the far right, which are making the far right a little bit more irrelevant.
Basically, Lister's saying that we can complain about
meaning they have to move further right to become more relevant to their base.
We already live in a world where a new enemy has been chosen. In the past, it was the Cold War, it was the Soviet Union, the communists. We now live in a world where the new enemies are the Muslims. This is what led to the invasion of Iraq, Afghanistan, what is leading to the harassment of Iran, and what is still leading to the bombing of Syria. So this idea that somehow Muslims are not on the agenda for the elite is somehow funny. It's been decided that Islam is the new international enemy since the Soviet Union does not exist. So this idea that Muslims are somehow not being persecuted or attacked the same way as the far right is not true.
Are you taking? You're literally equating the attack or the invasion of Iraq of Saddam Hussein as an attack on Muslims. You see, this is the
Well, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why it is. We were told that the reason that Saddam Hussein and Iraq would be attacked would be because of what? Weapons of mass destruction. And we were also told that there was a link between Saddam Hussein and who? Al-Qaeda.
No, we all know that was false, but this isn't
Yeah,
a
but that we went to war on.
No, but we know the connection between him and Al Qaeda. We know the whole attack on Iraq was a farce, but that wasn't an attack on Muslims. That was an attack on a Middle Eastern country that was trying to change its dealings of oil from dollars to euros.
Wait. What you've done, Banksy, is you've given us your reason. I'm telling you the official reason.
No,
the government
the official reason wasn't an attack on Muslims.
I haven't finished yet. The official reason tied in religion through Al Qaeda, just like the official reason.
Because Al Qaeda isn't a religious group.
Stated what is the religion that Al Qaeda are supposed to be following?
It doesn't matter. They're a terrorist organization. No, this is where you're lying. You're trying to give a false premise that they went there because they wanted to attack Muslims.
It's just like the invasion of Afghanistan was tied in with the Taliban. What religion are the Taliban following?
No, it wasn't tied in with the Taliban. The invasion of Afghanistan was tied in to go and get Osama bin Laden, and the Taliban refused to extradite him and hand him over to the Americans. That's why they went in.
So the Americans were not waging war against the Taliban.
If they were Chinese Buddhists.
But the Americans are not waging war against the Taliban. Yes or no?
Taliban
were not fighting against the Taliban. Yes, they were.
If the Taliban were Buddhists and they refused to hand over Osama bin Laden, America would have done the same.
But the Taliban were not Buddhists. Let's stick with the facts. The Taliban are what? They're Muslims. They are not Buddhists. They are not Hindus.
It doesn't make any difference.
The reason for invading Iraq was tied with weapons of mass destruction and Al Qaeda. That was what we were told officially.
That's Iraq. We're now talking about two different things.
I'm giving you examples, historical examples of what happened in the world. The new enemy is no longer the Soviet Union. It is Islam. And I then gave you historical examples of invasions. I gave you two historical examples. Iraq and Afghanistan.
They're literally false examples.
In your head, they are. I am sticking to what the authorities said.
No, the authorities said nothing about it.
The authorities linked Iraq with weapons of mass destruction and Al-Qaeda. And when it came to Afghanistan, they linked the invasion with the Taliban, who follow which religion? Islam.
No, that's your connection now. That is your connection that you're
making. The Taliban are not Muslims. They're Buddhists, are they?
You're making it because they're Muslim, and that is the false narrative you're spinning. They didn't go into Afghanistan because they were Muslim. They went into Afghanistan because the Taliban would refuse to hand over Osama bin Laden. They went into Iraq because the false excuse was weapons of mass destruction, but the real reason was because Saddam Hussein was dealing his oil with Europe.
Now you're being a liar. You know full well it wasn't just weapons of mass destruction. They made the link with Al-Qaeda. You know full well that in Afghanistan,
Al-Qaeda, again, are a terrorist organization
against the Taliban's regime and the Taliban's interpretation of Islam.
So I'd just like to add, if these guys were Christian or Jewish, I imagine we would have been much less likely to respond to the issue.
No.
I think because they were Muslim, it was easier for us to make the decision to be like, let's go to war.
This is the problem, Lister. This is the problem. You guys have selective memory of history. When Clinton went into the Balkans, it wasn't to save the Christians. They went to save the Muslims in the Balkans. Milosevic was the Christian that was the dictator that was killing Muslims. They saved Muslims in that scenario. So this is why you guys are full of shit when you try to spin.
No, we're not full of shit. We've given you historical data, and you've chosen to ignore the historical information.
why did America go into the Balkans in the 90s?
Banksy, you're talking about what Clinton did and their beliefs compared to what Bush did. So forgive me for not holding.
This is America we're talking about. Their foreign policy stays the same.
Yeah, but America isn't one thing that has the same belief throughout time.
Yes, and also Obama drone striked more than any other president in the history of America. He threw more bombs over Muslim nations than any other president, and he was a Democratic president, and he was a black president. He was a president who actually has a Muslim father, and he still did the same thing. So this is bullshit when you guys try to spin this, that Bush did this. Obama followed exactly what Bush did, and in fact, in some cases, did worse.
Saddam was one of our allies when he first started. So
back in the 80s, and then he wasn't anymore. And the reason they actually went in there was because of the petrodollar, not because of a Muslim.
But to claim that like that's a false it's an illogical argument to say that Saddam attacked Muslims, therefore that because the UK and the West got involved trying to get Saddam, we can't have been therefore attacking Muslims.
No, but that's exactly it. They weren't there because they were Muslim. They didn't attack Iraq because they were Muslim. They attacked Iraq because of Saddam Hussein, and he's not even the weapons of mass destruction shit about the petrodollar. This is not about them being Muslim. It's about the petrodollar.
Banksy, you're missing my point. All I'm saying is that that might not have been their main reason that they were Muslim, so let's attack them. But what I'm saying is that because they were Muslim, it was easier to make that decision, to whip up the belief from the population that, hey, because we have a massive bias against Muslims in the West, that it would be easier to persuade the population that we should attack Muslims in this situation, where it would have been more difficult to attack them if they were Christian or Jewish.
Well, let's put it this way. If Buddhists had done 9/11, it would have been very easy to justify attacking
Buddhists did not do 9/11.
Exactly.
You're giving a hypothetical that is not based on reality. We are talking about historical reality. We were informed that for Iraq, weapons of mass destruction, and there was a link with Al-Qaeda. We were then told with Afghanistan, the government there, which was Taliban, was implementing a form of Islamic extremism. The new enemy for the world is no longer the Soviet Union. It is now Islam.
Look, I'm sorry, Winston. You are completely wrong about why they went into Afghanistan.
So it had nothing to do with the Taliban's extreme government?
No, it had nothing to do with the Taliban. If the Taliban had handed over Osama bin Laden, the Taliban would still be running Afghanistan right now.
So then why haven't they let the Taliban take over in Afghanistan now? Because Saddam Hussein, it's because Osama bin Laden's dead now, isn't it?
Because it's too late now. It's
too late now. Is that it? That's the
they've already
okay.
The Taliban are now marginalized and being pushed out.
Actually, they haven't been marginalized and they haven't been pushed out. Outside of Kabul, the Taliban have increased their power. So that's wrong.
Well, either way, the Western sort of allies are going to continually make sure that they will never gain power in Afghanistan.
And why is that? Why will they stop the Taliban from gaining power, Banksy?
Because they're an extremist, fucking insane Islamists who blow up Nubian Buddhas.
Thank you for finally admitting it. You used the words extremist. What?
Yeah, they
Islamists.
are.
So you tied it in with what? Islam.
Now, but if they handed Osama bin Laden over the first time, America would have nothing to do with them. They would have carried on running Afghanistan. America doesn't give a shit about Afghanistan. The fact is that at that time, after 9/11, that's what their objective was, to get Osama bin Laden. And if
they do care about
Taliban
Afghanistan,
handed
Afghanistan
him over,
has resources.
they would have been fine. No.
Afghanistan has
As I said,
resources.
now after all this time and money that they've invested in changing Afghanistan's regime, of course they're going to stay there and get whatever it is they want out of that country. They're going to have to get effectively return on their investment.
Well, actually, officially, they pulled out of Afghanistan, military troops. So they pulled out. So that's another wrong statement.
That's all bullshit. That's all bullshit. America has never left a country that they've invaded. You know, they still have bases in Germany. They still have bases in Japan. America never leaves. They're just pretending. They're just playing the political game of as if they don't have any influence. Of course, they have influence.
If I then agree with you and I say, okay, according to Banksy, the Americans never leave, so they've never left Afghanistan. Why are they still in Afghanistan, Banksy? According to you, since you say
they want to get return on their investment. You know how much millions they poured into that war.
So they want to get return on their investment. What investment is that?
The fact that they poured billions into a war to get rid of the Taliban.
What investment are they trying to get? What are they plundering to get their investment?
Well, I mean, Afghanistan, as you said, is an untapped resource. We know that they have natural gas. Okay. We know that they have potentially a lot of oil, which hasn't even been excavated.
So you were wrong earlier, 2 minutes ago, when you said Afghanistan had nothing.
No. They went in there for Osama bin Laden, but now that they've poured all that money into taking the country, they're not going to leave until they get a return on their investment. I don't deny that. What I'm saying to you is that if the Taliban had handed over Osama bin Laden when America asked for him, the Taliban would still be running Afghanistan.
So according to you, according to the history of Banksy, the only reason that they invaded Afghanistan was because the Taliban didn't hand over Osama bin Laden.
That is the official reason.
Right. Okay. Let me give you some quotes. So we've got Donald Trump in power now. Back in 2010, he said, someone asked him, does this in fact suggest that we are officially at war with Muslims? To which Donald Trump responds, well, somebody knocked down the World Trade Center. Somebody's blowing us up. Somebody's blowing up buildings, and somebody's doing lots of bad stuff. So he doesn't say, no, we are not at war with Muslims. He says, well, someone's doing it. As if to say, we are at war with Muslims. So there's one quote. Then we have him doubling down on the Muslim problem when he said, the Quran teaches some very negative vibe. When you look at people blowing up in the street in some countries in the Middle East, when you look at 250 people who die in a supermarket while shopping, there's lots of hatred there someplace.
You know that this is a very false
surveillance of Muslims.
Okay. Let me give you a counter to what you just said. First of all, Donald Trump's rhetoric and his actions are two very different things. No. He may say these things, but when he had a chance to go to all-out war with Iran, when Iran launched rockets against American bases in Iraq. And they did, and they actually hit nearby some of America's bases. And in fact, some soldiers were injured. He never went to war. He avoided that. He could have easily gone to war with Iran over that, and he didn't do it. And instead, what they did was they took out Iran's general. So when it comes to this all-out supposed war on Muslims, he doesn't seem to be warring with Muslims. He is actually the one, unlike Obama, who had the most amount of drone strikes than any other president. Unlike Bush, who went to 2 wars in Muslim countries, Trump is the one who hasn't actually gone to war yet. And by the way, it was Obama that destroyed Libya.
Back in 2015, Trump defended warrantless searches of American Muslims.
Are you equating that with destroying Libya?
I'm equating it with him targeting Muslims, innocent Muslims, for some people blowing up a building 20 years ago.
Look, the fact is that yes, I personally, if you want me to be absolutely honest, I think that there should be even more restrictions on Muslims in the West. I personally don't even think Muslims should be officially.
You didn't just say that, Banksy, man. Come on, Banksy, man.
He's just revealed his real nature.
I've never hidden this. This is a public thing. I said it on this channel many months ago. I don't want
the point, Banksy. The point is, Banksy, that's fine. I'm not arguing against what you said. The point is, it's that you're highlighting your hypocrisy when it comes to criticizing the far right and criticizing Islam. You spend more time choosing one over the other. That was the whole point, and you prove that. That's it.
Dude, I've spent weeks fighting with the Colette PA types. I've made
Banksky's afraid of
videos.
Iraq
What the
too.
fuck have you guys have done publicly against the far right? Every so often I hear you, Walter, jump on a fucking live stream and run your mouth. You've done fuck all.
Are you
Like,
really going to say that to someone like Lister? Are you going to say
No,
that?
but it's true,
No,
Banksy.
no,
You're afraid. Banksy, you're afraid that England becomes Iraq too. No, yes or no?
Sorry?
That one day you're afraid that one day England becomes what happened to Iraq, like where
Iran.
Iraq was a free society. Iran, sorry, excuse me. Iran, where it was a free society and everything was free and everything was going great, and all of a sudden,
Oh,
Islam
absolutely,
took over.
absolutely.
And
I have
boom.
no
And that's what your fear is.
no doubt that is a potential possibility in Europe.
But
That is
at the
actually
And
moment,
that's your fear.
but at the,
And
but at
that's
the
your
moment,
fear, right?
Absolutely, I have no problem.
That's your fear. That's what you base all your philosophy on.
No,
Of your example of
absolutely.
Iran.
When it comes to approaching Islam, I absolutely have no problem admitting that what happened in Iran could absolutely happen in Europe, and giving the
There you go. So
demographic
that's
changes,
basically it.
giving the migration rates.
okay, so Banksy, let's go on to this demographics
So
because
Lister and everybody should make Banksy feel like this will never happen in England, so like that he'll feel comfortable instead of
So-
always just
Yeah,
attacking.
but you
it.
proved
Don't
that
worry,
point.
Banksy.
You
Don't
proved
worry,
the point as
Banksy.
well. When you
Islam
asked him
will
the
never
question,
take
yeah,
over England.
yeah,
You won't have to be
that's
wearing hijabs on the streets. You won't be
Thank
killing
You say
apostates.
you say that, Walter, but you go to Savile Town and you tell me if it's not. Go to Birmingham
Okay.
and tell me that this is not
Banksy,
happening.
Well,
Go
that's
to Leicester
I
and
don't know.
tell
I'm
me.
not in England.
Banksy, in 2066, how many Muslims are projected to be in the country by the far right's statistics?
Well, according to Pew data, this isn't far right state. This is Pew
Okay.
research.
Yeah.
They are estimated to be about 20 to 21% of the country.
Really?
Yes,
Show me the link.
I'll give you I'll post you the link in a minute. Hold on. But as far as Pew data is concerned, yes, they're projected to be around 21% of the population in the United Kingdom. I think it might actually be worse in Sweden and other places.
I'm surprised
I
atheists
can
don't
put
have
a
a
link in the
problem
back
with
chat.
religion taking over.
This is by 2050, actually.
Can you
Hey,
put it in the
Banksy. Hey, Banksy, don't worry. If we're going to have a Muslim prime minister, I'll be the first to vote in Sharia law just for you.
There you go. These are the people I have to fucking contend with in this country. They will cut off their nose to spite their own face.
We know
There's the
Shifter
link.
hates
No,
women,
only
so
to
he likes
spite
to
you,
control
Banksy.
Hold on,
Only
no,
to
no, no,
spite
no,
you,
no, no,
bro.
no, no, hold on. So yeah, okay. Europe's projected to be 11.2. Where's the UK one?
Haven't you? If you look at the link I'm sending you, in 2050,
Yeah, I'm actually on that. Yeah.
it is projected. Where is it? Actually, no. I'm sorry. 17.2% for the United Kingdom. It's about 30% in Sweden.
Okay. So 17.2%. Is that enough to turn this place into a Sharia state?
Remember when you said to me about the 3.5 million?
Yeah, the 3.5%. But that's to that's not to.
Listen, what did you say to me about the 3.5 million?
You're not going to be able to implement Sharia law with 3.5 million. What we already have now is a democracy, a belief in democracy. It's already here between the majority of us, because at least 50% of us take part in that democracy. So we already have that kind of like.
What you don't realize, Lister, is that 17.2% of them are going to be just Muslim.
Yeah, but we already have
the other demographic of the other people who like Winston will support that.
Hold on, Banksy. How many Muslims? How many Muslims do we have in Parliament at the moment, and how many of them voted in favour of like things like gay marriage.
It's a completely false narrative.
How
Right
is it a
now,
false
of course, the
narrative?
Muslims are going to keep their head down. This is literally in their religion. When
No,
you're in
because
the land of the Kafirs, don't do anything until you're in the majority.
no,
That's what
no, 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 no.
Highlighted your racism,
Because,
Banksy.
hold on, Banksy, what
Right.
you're doing, no, hold on,
Highlighted your
You're in the
racism,
minority.
Banksy.
Banksy, what
You
you're
can't
doing
tell
is
the difference
conflating.
between
So,
two black guys. It wasn't me who made that comment. It was Schiffer. So you just highlighted your racism. You can't tell the difference.
Yeah, come on, it
between
was
two
me.
black
Listen, bro, I'm not even a
Oh, sorry, I
Muslim,
wasn't-
but I'm voting for Sharia law. That's what I'm doing.
Sorry,
Just
I
for
wasn't
you,
even
Banksy,
listening
man. So they got even
Okay,
more
there you
support
go.
now.
There you go. We've got Schiffer who's going to vote for Sharia law, and we'll have a whole
Yeah, but
bunch of
Shifa
numbers like this.
likes to control women, so it's okay. You know, we know where Shifa's coming from.
Yeah, and
So,
don't worry, all the women will be voting for Sharia law too.
Because
There you
Shifa wants
go.
them
There you
covered
go.
up
Now
and
they're all
behind
for
him.
Sharia. The fact
Shifa
is,
wants his
listen,
women
we can
covered up
see
and
that
behind
as
him.
soon as
Hold on, let me just
Muslims
respond to
gain a
what you
certain
said.
level of majority, certain
No, Banksy. What you're assuming is that, let's say we had 50%
No, I want
Muslims
my
in this
women just
country.
like ninjas. Gang, 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 gang.
Banksy believes that
I
all
would
Muslims.
I would believe that. I would believe that.
I know.
Yeah, makes sense.
Banksy
Yeah,
believes.
but behind you.
But Banksy sees Muslims as this monolithic block that all think the same and that all agree with each other on how society should work. They don't. There's lots of Muslims who are just Muslim by heritage. They don't really believe in Islam, but they do, like we did 100 years ago. We were kind of scared to tell our parents that we're atheists, and it was a kind of taboo thing to do. So lots of people were atheists until they had the courage, because there was enough of them around to be like, hey, we don't believe in God anymore. Fuck that shit. And that the same thing will happen with Islam and Muslims in this country in a couple of generations' time. Kids will grow up in this country and will be educated in the Western way, and they will reject at first silently their Islamic religion. And then once there's enough Muslims to all come out together, they will come out together. There'll be a bit of pushback from their elders, but like there was with us and Christianity. Oh, they're going into sin. They're
Yeah,
going
but listener, even with Christianity, you atheists were going against Christianity, and therefore a lot of these laws were put in place so that Christian couldn't take over your country, and obviously secularism.
Yeah, but
came
what's
in.
wrong with Sharia law?
Just a minute, a second. So now that Muslims are now pushing Islam, the same thing should be applied to Islam, where we're debating saying, no, it ain't going to happen here. Don't worry, because this is a secular society, and you're not going to have control of this, and you're not going to be doing this in your schools, because obviously back in the day, Christianity was in schools, it was everywhere. And obviously, the Islam they kind of wanted in their certain schools. They wanted to be taught. They want, and at one point, the government's gonna say, "No, I'm sorry, guys, but that can't happen here because this is a secular society, right?"
Yeah.
Listen,
as I was saying, this idea that Britain is this secular country and the Christians don't have any power. Within the House of Lords, you have over 26 seats which are permanently occupied by bishops and archbishops. It's called the Lord's
What are you saying? You say the churches are full?
Can I finish and I'll tell you? What I'm saying is that these 26 members of the Church of England in the House of Lords are involved in political decisions that affect people in this country.
Exactly. Thank you, witness. Thank you, my brother.
Okay, now
My man don't
witness.
know what they're
Quick question. Are the churches full in England?
Other churches, I don't know. I haven't been to the church in a long time.
No, they're all empty. They're all falling. They're all falling apart.
No, they're not empty. They're full. They're full. Stop lying.
Schiffer, wait. I'll tell him.
Do you see people acting like Christians?
I'm going to respond to your question. In regards to your question, I only stopped going to church about 2 years ago. The churches I went to, which were African churches and Caribbean churches, were packed, full. So no, churches are still full in this country. Maybe the white people are not going to their Anglican churches. Maybe they're not going to their Anglican churches. But the African churches and the Caribbean churches I went to were always packed and always full.
The black population in
Bro,
Britain
the
is
white
only
people
This,
in
this,
church,
no,
songs of praise
this is,
comes on
look,
every
I'm
single
telling you,
week on
Christianity
TV.
is dying off most
Hold
of
on.
the world. You
Black
got listen,
population.
divorce is rampant, abortion is rampant.
But I noticed,
Everybody's
Walter,
having fun time. So don't even go there.
I noticed
It's a
how
free
you,
society, and
Walter,
that's it.
I noticed how you, Walter, and Banksy completely ignored the fact that I mentioned about the bishops in the House of Lords being involved
What
in
does that got to do with anything? What Christian values? Listen, witness, witness. Tell me one Christian. Witness, tell me one Christian value. Tell me one Christian value that England has.
I'm going to say, I'm going to finish.
This is
The both of
nonsense.
you and Banksy were making this kind of idea that the Christians were somehow weak and powerless in the United Kingdom. I simply pointed out to you that within Britain's democratic parliamentary system, they have a thing called the House of Lords. Within the House of Lords, there are 26 seats referred to as the Lord Spiritual, which are permanently taken by bishops and the archbishop. And they are involved in making political decisions that will affect the citizens in this country. So to come up here and say they have no power.
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
When I look at England, I see. I don't see nothing different.
Walter, he's spinning a false narrative as if.
No, I'm not, and I can give you another piece of evidence. There is something. I'll tell you why. There is something in the United Kingdom which is referred to as royal assent. Royal assent basically means that no law can be passed in the United Kingdom without the Queen's approval. So in order for that law to reach the Queen, it has to go through the House of Lords, and then it goes through the House of Commons. So the 26, excuse me, I haven't finished yet. So the 26 bishops and archbishop in the House of Lords get to make changes to make sure that that bill gets to them. It is referred to as the ping pong process.
Yeah, this
royal
is the narrative. Okay, Winston,
can I ask a question about England? A quick question about England. Quick question about England. Do you guys work on Sunday? It's England. In England, do we work on Sundays?
There's no restrictions on opening on Sundays.
Okay.
But one thing I will say, this is a false narrative, as if these bishops have
so
this
much for
overwhelming
bishops
power that they actually don't. What they have is the House of Commons that introduces laws in this country.
Lies. That is
There are no
complete
bishops in the
lie.
House of Commons.
You lied. You are a liar. There is a process called royal assent. The process goes through the House of Lords and then the House of Commons. So what you just said is a lie, Banksy.
Winston, I waited.
Is abortion allowed in England?
Yes, of course.
So much for bishops.
Yeah, I know. The fact is, these bishops, they sit in the House of Lords. The laws in this country are introduced in the House of Commons. The Lords do not have the ability or the right.
That is a lie. You are a liar. The royal assent process. The royal assent process includes the House of Lords.
Can I just butt in here a second?
Walter, Winston, I'm asking you, can the Lords introduce legislation into this country?
Without
legislation.
Without their participation, legislation cannot be introduced.
No, they participate, but they do not introduce it. They do not write it. They have to simply participate in the steps in which, whether they approve it or not. And even if they don't approve it, the House of Lords has far more seats than those 26 bishops. Their voices are marginal compared to the rest of the
House. So hold on, can I just come in here? If their voices are marginal, Banksy, how do you expect Muslims to come over here and get more of a voice than this marginal Christian voice that we already have?
The fact is that the Muslims have more influence in the House of Commons than they do in the House of Lords.
How?
And the politicians of this country pander to Muslims all the time. The society as a whole is constantly walking on eggshells, pandering to Muslims.
Give me an example.
Banksy, you just sound like a Muslim hater, bro.
Being vague is a
party, practically the Islamic Party at this point. The amount of
you're being vague. You've not given any specific. This is just hyperbole. Give me a specific.
Give you a specific. When it comes to, I've got literally a council member having a speech in a mosque talking about if he gets elected, he will do X, Y, and Z for the Muslim community.
Do you think he's gone to a church and said
Video
that he'll
of a council
do
member
things for the Christian
talking about
community?
how he would
Do you think he's gone to
grooming cases
schools
show-
and said he'll do things for schools? Do you think he's gone to hospitals and said that he's going to
No,
do
no.
things for
You're not
hospitals?
supposed to go to a
Politics,
religious
Fancy.
organization.
People
and
go out to places to try and get votes from people.
No, Lister, it is
Do you think
literally
that we should
illegal.
just ignore
It
all
is
Muslims
literally
and just
illegal
not try and get any of their votes?
for the mosque or a church to promote a particular political party.
What's
They're
wrong
not
with
allowed
that?
to do that in mosques.
What,
Or
so
in
you're not allowed to promote
context.
your political party in a mosque anymore?
No, you're not.
Conservatives can't do it.
Religious
Labour can't do
organizations
it.
are not supposed to be political.
we have
have political affiliations.
we have think tanks and things that not think tanks, but we have groups that are known as the Tory Friends of Islam and Labour Friends of Jews. Like that's just a thing.
Yeah, but they're not allowed to go into a mosque. You're not
What do you
allowed
mean
to,
you're not allowed to go into a
mullah.
mosque. What, you're not allowed to go into a church and do a speech if you're a
No,
politician?
you're not allowed to have a mullah or a priest telling the congregation how they should vote. That is not. That's the religious organizations are not supposed to get involved with political influencing. That's the whole point of separation of church and state.
It's illegal for a priest or a mullah
Yes.
to say,
Yes,
I'm gonna
to say
vote
you
for
should
this
vote
guy.
for this person or that person.
Is that real? Is that true?
Yes.
Can
you're
you
supposed-
provide us with
you're not
evidence?
supposed to get involved in political influencing
Could you
because
provide
of
us with
their
evidence,
religious adherence and also the fact that they are considered charities. So they're not supposed to have political affiliations. It's it could be considered what's it called, conflict of interest.
But what you're saying was a politician went into
a mosque and told them that he would do X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, but that's not the priest doing it.
Yes, but the fact
So
is,
you're
they
talking
are
about two different things
facilitating
here.
it.
No,
but you just saying to me, you just
I'm
said,
glad you saw what he did right there. I'm glad you saw what he did. He chat so much crap.
Banky, like you're telling me that politicians are not allowed to try and get votes off Muslims.
No, they're not allowed to go into a fucking mosque or a church
Yes,
or a
they are, you idiot. Yes, they are. You're projecting, you fool.
Okay, fine, but you go ahead and you tell me, because you just said to me, give you an example of how politicians are pandering to Islam, and I gave you an example of how our
that's not
politicians
pandering
are
to
pandering
Islam.
to Islam.
That's pandering to the electorate.
No,
to all of
they're
the
pandering
electorate.
to Muslim
No,
voting
it's not. It's pandering to the electorate.
Look, the problem is, Lister, you want to ignore the fact that
No, you want to ignore. Thanks.
Look, hold on. You're
Fancy, I
trying
want-
to
I want a
pretend
specific-
that the
Fancy, I want a
political
specific
system in this country
example.
doesn't work on voting
No,
blocks.
Banksy,
And
I want-
Muslim
I want
voting
to- I
block
want
is
a
becoming
specific
bigger and
example
bigger in
of
this country.
Muslims getting special treatment. Because that's
They
what you will give me a specific example, not a politician doing a speech in a mosque.
No, the politician was promising to do special things for the Muslim community.
Like what? Like
if
what?
he gets elected, he was
Like
actually
what?
talking about the parking lot and various different actual
Oh,
infrastructure
oh.
and
Parking
the
lot.
finances that he's going to actually allocate to the Muslim community.
Oh wow, the special.
They are
treatment.
literally
if he-
pouring
so if he
to
said
the
that he was
Muslim
gonna give a
communities
parking-
for their
so-
votes. It's
so
called
if he said-
buying votes.
So if he said he was going to give a parking lot to Christians, he'd be pandering to Christians.
Yes. If you're the thing is,
Find me the link of this politician telling me.
yeah, I'll find you the
telling
video. The
them that
video was
he's gonna build
viral.
them a car
The
park.
video went viral a couple of years ago. But
Go
the
on.
fact is that we have the Muslim bloc, the voting bloc, is growing every year more and more. That is why the Labour Party
So why-
panders
why-
to Muslims.
why-
That is why
why do we have
anti-Semitism
Muslims on the
is so
Tory
rife in the
fence?
Muslim. Hold on, listen. Let me
Why
just
do we have
finish one-
Tory
Let me just
Muslims?
finish one fucking sentence.
No, because you keep butting in with me, so I'm going to keep doing it with you. Why do we have Tory Muslims if they're one block and it's the Labour Muslim Party? Why do we have Muslims in the Tory Party and in our government at the moment?
Are you going to let me finish?
I would like you to answer that question as well.
Okay. The fact is that the Muslim voting bloc is growing every year.
It's not a block if they vote.
There you go. You don't even fucking let me finish one fucking
It's not
sentence.
a block. You're stereotyping your answer.
Yes,
which
it's a
is
block.
the
It's a
problem I
homogenous
have with
fucking
you.
voting block.
You stereotype all the time, and you just
You can
can't,
go ahead and
can't give an
pretend it's
answer
not.
without stereotyping, which is my problem with you. And my problem with people is that they stereotype.
Shall I? Can I finish the statement?
Without
Just
stereotyping.
before you
I will.
finish,
If you
you
let
are
me
actually
finish, that's
wrong.
because you don't want to hear the thing that I'm saying, and it's true. It is
It's
what is
not
happening.
true because it's
The
not a
fact
block.
is, the fact is, Lister, there are voting blocks in all societies. You've got the pensioners, you've got the student bloc, you've got the work the sort of blue collar workers, you got the white collar workers. These are all voting blocks. The society is divided in a democratic state
Yeah.
in voting blocks.
Yeah.
Politicians don't give a shit about your individuals. They look at blocks and how how people vote in these particular blocks.
Yeah, but the
And
fact
the Muslim voting bloc is an ever-growing voting bloc and is becoming more and more powerful and influential in Britain.
So the
And
Muslim
politicians
voting
are now pandering to that voting bloc.
So the Muslim voting bloc put the likes of Boris Johnson and the Tories in power. I see. And anyway, by the way, you were wrong about the invasion of Afghanistan. It wasn't just about Osama bin Laden. It was to get rid of Al Qaeda as well.
Well, again, if the Taliban had handed over Osama bin Laden, who's the head of Al Qaeda, America wouldn't have invaded Afghanistan.
Yeah, but the reason you said was purely for Osama bin Laden. I'm just pointing it out.
Well,
it was for
no,
Osama bin
I
Laden
said-
and to remove
Al Qaeda. But the fact
So
is,
you were
Osama bin
wrong.
Laden is the head of Al Qaeda, and if Taliban had handed him over, America would have worked with the Taliban to get rid of the rest of Al Qaeda.
I'd
would
like
have invaded.
I'd like to give you some more Trump quotes. So he's also said there's a sickness. So when he was asked if all Muslims should be banned from the United States, he responds, there's a sickness. They're sick people. There's a sickness going on. There's a group of people that is very sick, and we have to figure out the answer. And the Muslims can help us figure out the answer.
And I'm simply pointing out, like I did from the start, in the old days, the enemy was the Soviet Union and communism. The new enemy is Islam and Muslims. There's a bigger picture here. There's a bigger picture here, which a lot of people don't see. People like the Reanimator, who's doing things like bigging up, who actually bigs up, he believes that Boko Haram and Al-Shabaab are ruling in the UK. He's too stupid to see the bigger picture, that the elites are choosing a new enemy for all of us to focus on.
Are you seriously quoting the Reanimator, a guy who takes cartoons and takes voices from chats and just puts it to cartoon?
I'm quoting. It's called.
Characters?
In case you're not
Is he
aware
a
of it, you should
political
be.
mover and shaker now.
I'll answer your question. You should be aware, since you've lived in this country, of the thing called sarcasm. So what I did was to ridicule him, just like I ridiculed you in you getting it wrong about why America invaded Afghanistan.
Yeah, I'm still right, and you're still wrong about why America invaded Afghanistan.
No, you see, this is the
Because your
cognitive
narrative is
dissonance.
they did it because
This
they
is
were
the
Muslim,
cognitive- this
and
is
you're
the
still wrong
cognitive
about that.
dissonance. This is the cognitive dissonance that you have in your head. There is a bigger picture going on in this world. Okay, the new enemy is no longer the Soviet Union. You need to take your head out of your backside and realize what is going on internationally.
Winston, you do realize that if America had the mission to eradicate Islam from the world, I would be right along with them. The reason I'm correcting you is because
Could you repeat that? Could you repeat that again?
Categorically
Brother,
wrong.
come on. Did you hear what this guy just said?
Yeah,
Like,
did you
bro,
hear what he
got
said?
You got an agenda, innit? You got an agenda.
Yeah,
so there's no point.
I've never hidden my fucking agenda.
He wants
I don't
genocide. He wants
like
to
Islam,
genocide
and I would
Muslims.
rather the world had no Islam in it. That is my idea. If I had a magic wand, I would eradicate the religion of Islam and its ideology from the planet. I would wipe everyone's
genocide.
brain who ever even thought about
That's
Islam.
the point. That's the thing you don't understand, Banksy. Every
America
time you
is not
talk,
invading
every
Afghanistan
time
because
you
they're
talk, Banksy, you keep on proving my point, and you prove other people's points here.
Witness.
Can I finish, please, Banksy? The point is, yes, we have problems with Islamic extremism. Yes, we have problems with far-right extremism. But the point was to prove your your hypocrisy.
Yeah.
You are biased
No.
against one particular thing, and you just admitted it. So that's it.
Witness,
That's the end.
Fancy, hold
I
on. Fancy,
admit I'm biased
imagine.
against Islam, but America didn't invade Afghanistan
Hold on,
because
let's
they were
not go
Muslim.
back. Hold on,
That is
let's
still
not just,
false.
let's not. Can we get over that? So, Banksy, at the moment we have China doing a genocide, but doing what you believe in, getting rid of all Muslims from their country. They're doing that in various ways, mostly by culturally appropriating them to their Chinese culture and making them trying to like make them forget their own culture. In the UK, we have not the same things, but we have similar things that were happening in Nazi Germany 20 years or 10 to 15 years before the war started. The same in America with the ICE and the camps for their border refugees. They are very much described as in the same way as camps were described in Nazi Germany. There is a worldwide like negative view of Muslims, just like in Nazi Germany and the time and that time of the world. There was a worldwide kind of negative view of Jewish people, or worldwide. So that included the UK, included Churchill, included America. But it just turned out that when we didn't necessarily go to war to save the Jewish people from the Holocaust. We went to war to stop the Nazi supremacy and wanting to create a whole German like world. We wanted to stop the German Empire. We still kind of hated Jews ourselves, and so if we bring it back to today, we've got this anti-Muslim kind of sentiment all around the world. And eventually, China are in this expansionist kind of movement, and they're also like massively building up their military and controlling trade routes all around the world. We're going to get into a point where we're going to go to war over economic issues, that just like or over territory, but we're going to be fed lies again that we're going to save the Muslims like we have done in the Middle East, or we're going there to spread democracy and to free the people. We're going to be told lies like these when really all these wars are going to be caused by the corporates who are going to back both sides, and they're going to make a shitload of money out of it.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying, Banksy. Just look at the bigger picture here. As he mentioned, with the financiers who are going to be supporting both sides, there's a new boogeyman. It's no longer the Soviets. It's now Islam.
Your witness. Yep. Banksy's an agent, clearly, because listen to what this guy said. I don't know if this guy's reading children's textbooks. He said that the Muslims own buildings. The far right don't own no buildings. But hold on, I can remember being chased from outside the BNP headquarters. Hold on, like we already established, yeah? Like, half of this place that's racist, they don't reveal their hand in it. Yeah, you can go into any number of areas and I can show you BNP buildings. Yeah, they got a whole political party. Plus, when you said about religion, and he's saying that there's no Christians, that there's no Christian influence in Britain. Hold on, we still got Christian schools. Yeah, Catholic school. Yeah, we still got separated school. We still got school uniform, and all of these things was things that were put in place by the religion. Yeah. Now, secondly to that, we still have like schools and stuff that are in churches that they were built in the church.
They don't teach
so the church
religion
is still
anymore in
standing.
schools.
It's just part of the school now.
They don't
Bro,
teach
they teach religion in schools.
no
Yes,
more.
we have religious education.
No, they don't.
Yes.
They don't teach Catholicism.
Yes, they do.
Yes. Really? In England, they still have Catholics? I don't think so. I know
They
they
do.
got away from here in Canada.
They have Muslim schools as well.
It depends what school you go to.
Talking about the public schools.
They have Catholic
Public
schools.
schools.
Yeah.
And they have
You even got
Islamic
Muslim
schools.
schools. And you got Jewish schools.
My primary school, I had to.
Listen,
And they have Islamic
the
schools.
public
Yeah,
school,
that's right.
guys. Okay, let me just ask this question in English. In public schools in England, are they teaching a specific faith?
Well, it all depends. If you're a Catholic school, yeah.
Don't give me the private schools. I want to know in public. If I had a kid, I came, I'm an immigrant, I go to England, I send my kids to public schools. What are they getting taught us? They're getting taught Christianity?
Walter,
25 years ago, when I went to school,
hold on.
I've got direct experience because I went to school in this country.
Yeah, but the thing is that
in
the
primary
definitional
school,
mistake
primary
here.
school,
Walter, when he says public schools, he means state schools.
Yeah,
we don't
state
call
school. Yeah.
public schools.
I went to a state school in which I had to go to assembly each morning and say the Lord's Prayer, and every Friday we went and had a sermon in church.
Yes, and that was
Tell
with
him
me
again.
too 25 years ago. But today, my kids don't get that no more. It's all out, cleaned out.
Yeah, but you're in America, bro.
Done that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I'm in
the
Canada.
problem, Walter. You're talking to us
UK is
about
different.
Canada. The United Kingdom is different. You're telling us about Canada, Walter. We're talking about the UK.
Yeah, I mean,
So
as far as I know,
you still get a wow. So you guys are still taught Catholicism and Protestant.
not that I know of. It all depends on your school.
Wow.
There could be schools.
But there are state schools that do that. Like
Yeah.
a lot of my friends had to do the same thing, say the Lord's Prayer every day.
No, but the thing is, hold on.
No, that's true.
Well, no, it's
That's
true.
good,
Some of
yeah,
them are.
it's true.
There's still what they call what do they call them? Grammar schools, which are still more religious than
Mine wasn't a grammar
than
school.
other types. But the thing is, what Walter needs to know is that in Britain, even Catholic schools, even Muslims and Jewish schools can be and are funded by the government. These are not when you say state, when you say public schools, you think that all the other religious schools are private. They're not.
No,
There is a lot of them who are religious
funding.
schools that are funded by the government.
They'll get the same funding as any other school.
Yeah, but the thing is, in America, no religious schools gets funding from the government. They have to be private.
Yeah, but we're talking about the UK, though.
Exactly. But I think Walter doesn't understand is that these religious schools that we're talking about, they still get
funded.
government funding. They're not exempt from government
over here. It's
funding.
been taken all away.
Yeah.
Over here, it's public schools, and we get it's just like they have like a morals class, or maybe they'll have a history class on religions, and they'll talk about all different religions. But
Yeah,
you're not going to have
comparative
one
religious
pushing their
studies.
faith no more.
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean,
Banksy, you avoided that one well, bro. So please explain. You said the Muslims have got more power in this country, yeah? They got buildings, all these things. Hold on. The BNP is a whole political party. What are you talking about? The Muslims have a political party. Talk to me.
Shifa, you and I know that the government of this country does not pander to the BNP or to any right-wing organization, and they don't get
It don't
tax
matter. They
exempt.
got a whole party. There ain't a Muslim party.
Listen, Shifa, this is the problem. You don't, unfortunately, I don't know whether it's ignorance or you just don't know. The fact is that mosques get tax exemption because they're a religious organization.
Okay,
BNP doesn't get tax exemption from the government. They don't get special rights. The religious mosques do.
But so the churches, Banksy,
They don't need special rights. They got too much money.
Right, I just went to the website of my old school, and on the line is, "We are all wonderfully made by God and loved by Him, just as we are." It says that right under the name of the school.
Well, I mean,
I
obviously,
think culture wants to get in.
relatively religious, school. But so what? I mean, this country, as I said,
So
religious
what?
schools get funded from the government anyway.
So what? But we definitely don't want fucking mosques here, do
No,
we?
No, at the end of the
Bro,
day,
you're
when
gonna
it
say
comes
so what
down
to
to it,
everything.
this is a Christian country. I don't expect
it's-
for it. If I go to
Oh, wait a
China,
minute. What did you just say, Banksy? Did you
It
just...
wasn't a Christian country. You're a hypocrite, bro.
this was a Christian country. This was
secular country.
Christianity has been in this country for 1,000 years.
You're all over the place.
So I expect this country to have
Listen.
Christian influence.
20
in
minutes
Islamic
ago,
life.
20 minutes ago, Banksy didn't say that. And when I was giving examples of how Christianity is still powerful in this country, and I mentioned what was going on in the House of Lords, he went out of his way to argue against that. Now he's saying this is a Christian country, and so now you've changed your mind.
I said this country has been a Christian country for 1,000 years.
Nah,
To
you're
have more
trolling. You're
schools-
trolling. Nah,
to
I
have more-
heard you. You're
hold on.
trolling.
To have more schools that are Christian or teach Christian values is not a shocking thing to me. But
It's
the
not,
House
yeah.
of Lords doesn't have, those bishops in the House of Lords don't have the kind of power that you're trying to make out that they have. There's a difference in these conversations.
Just like,
If
hold
they-
on, just
if you
like
don't understand
the
the
Christians
difference,
in the
that's
schools
your fault,
don't-
not mine.
have the kind of power to be influencing our kids with religion. They don't have that kind of power, do they, Banksy? But they're teaching it to the kids, but they don't have that kind of power. Banksy, you're a loose cannon, bro. I'm not feeding the trolls anymore. You guys have fun.
Banksy,
Of course, this is a Christian nation, so there will be more schools that have Christian values. Then they would have Buddhist values.
Right, we have freedom of religion in this country. So if you are allowed to set up a Christian school and get government funding for that, then you should be allowed to set up a Jewish school and get government funding for that. You should be allowed to set up a Buddhist school and get government for that.
I disagree with that.
If it's okay for one, then it's okay for the other.
I disagree.
Banksy. No, let me tell you why you can't disagree. Because we also have a culture of football in this country. We don't have a culture of American football, but American football's coming over here, and it's gonna overtake our football culture. And it's gonna be football replacement, the great football replacement conspiracy, and it's gonna be so bad because all our normal British football clubs are going to get destroyed and replaced by American football clubs. Do you know how fucking
you sound like Banksy? You're sounding like Banksy, bro.
I would be worried. If that was happening, I would actually be concerned about football. The fact is, football is a commercial venture. It isn't
a new stadium
that's sponsored by the government.
Football pitch underground in the car park.
The fact is,
Banksy, this is how dumb you sound. You sound that dumb.
Funded by the government.
We're being replaced by American football
by the government, and it's not being panded to.
Humiliating car park. Can you believe it?
Look, football is not being pandered to by the government, and it's not being funded by the British government. Mosques get tax exemptions from the British government. There is a difference. And if you can't see the difference, then you're deluded.
They dodge tax, mate.
The other thing I wanted to say in regards to this fairness crap, this is why I advocate for no longer recognizing Islam as a religion. If we no longer recognize Islam as a religion and we designate it as a political ideology, we no longer have to be fair to Islam versus other religions. So when other religions get exemptions, Islam no longer needs to get that.
You need to stop
because we no longer have to apply.
Now you've just revealed that you don't want to be fair to Muslims or Islam, and you'll do anything you can
to be fair to Muslims or Islam.
To be fair.
Lister, you don't seem to understand. I don't want this country to be fair to Muslims or Islam.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. To highlight your hypocrisy, and you keep admitting to it.
What do you mean hypocrisy? What's the hypocrisy here?
I gotta go. I mean,
where's the hypocrisy, Winston?
The hypocrisy is that you hold Muslims and Islam as this especially dangerous thing when we also have Christian extremists.
No,
like the
I don't hold Christianity as
the IRA, like the IRA, but we didn't have people wanting to wipe out all of Christianity because the IRA existed, which is what you want to do.
No, I don't want to wipe out. No, what you don't realize, Lister, the difference is I don't want to wipe out all of Islam because Al Qaeda exists. I want to wipe out all of Islam because Islam exists. You do see the difference.
Yeah, I gotta go.
I think the best thing is to just keep quiet and let Banksy talk. Banksy just hangs himself with words.
Yeah, it's nothing like
hanging with what?
Hanging with your own
thing is, I'm correcting you on the lies that you spin about what America is doing. If I were to be in charge of this country, this country would be impossible to live as a Muslim.
Take care, Lister.
It would be unbearable as a Muslim to live in Britain.
Bless Lister, man. Bless Lister.
I am far harsher.
Banksy, can I ask you a question? Banksy, why all the hatred, man? Why, man?
Because he knows.
You know why? Because I grew up. I live in a country called the Islamic Republic of Iran. I know what Islam is. Unlike you fuckers who are tourists to Islam, I live there. You guys are tourists.
How old were you when you lived there? How old were you when you lived there? How old were you?
I was young, and I grew up sort of, in my. I can't tell you, otherwise people guess my age. But generally, I lived in under Islam. I've experienced Islam as it is the authority of a country, as it exists as the main political system of the country. I know what Islam is. I know what Islam does.
I'm just gonna say this one last thing. I've said it more than once, but I'll just say it to you. Try and see the bigger picture here. There's a whole other thing going on with the banking corporations, financiers, the military-industrial complex. The enemy of old was the Soviet Union and the communists. The new enemy is Islam. If you still can't see that, then I can't help you.
Winston, if Islam is the new enemy of the West, I am more than happy to get on that bandwagon. I have no problem. The thing is, I'm correcting you on the fact that it isn't actually the enemy of the West. You think it is. You look at world geopolitical maneuvering, and you put down that is because they hate Islam. Most of the time, they don't. If
I
they
never said they
actually
hate
did,
Islam.
I would. If they actually were at war with Islam, I would be more than happy to.
I'll try and make it more easier for you to understand. They need an enemy to exist. The military-industrial complex needs an enemy. War fuels profit. The war was against the Soviets. The Soviets are gone. There is a new enemy which they needed to create. It is Islam. And they have successfully been able to make people like you and others not see the wood for the trees. There's a bigger picture, that's all I'm saying. And you're falling for what the global elitists want you to believe. That's it.
Look, whether the global elitists want to have some sort of enemy of Islam, enemy in the world, and they're picking Islam.
He's basically saying he just hates Islam anyway. He just hates it anyway, regardless of what the West has done.
It doesn't make
he don't
any
care
difference.
about none of that. He's talking about his personal experience with Islam.
If it means reducing the influence of Islam globally, and if it means encouraging more Muslims to apostate from Islam, then I am fully on board.
Hey, Banksy, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you another question, Banksy. You said to me you give me a vague answer to my question. I want to know, what is your real problem with Islam? I don't really get it. Like, I understand you grew up in a Muslim country, you didn't have a good time, all right, but that's not necessarily, like, there's people who are Christians who grew up in Christian countries, they weren't having a good time, but that don't mean they hate Christianity. It's just the people weren't right for them.
That's on them. But I see Islam as an incredibly dangerous ideology that is prolific, that is a political ideology. It isn't just a religion. It doesn't just give you some lofty religious sort of esoteric ideas. No, it's telling its people that it follows to do these things, to lie to your enemy, to kill your enemy, and when you have power, either convert your enemy to become one of you, or you kill your enemy. It is prescribed in Islam for these things. Islam is a war manual. That's what it is. It's a dictatorship that happens to have had religion superimposed on top of it. It's not.
Yeah, but is Christianity not the same thing? Because Banksy, is Christianity not the exact same thing then? Because
no, not at all.
Let me just give you the reasoning why I say that. Yeah, if when we go to war and we're doing all of these things for Queen and country, the actual war and the army itself is being fueled by the religion, by the Queen and the country. Yeah, that's what's pumping the money in. That's what's sending them to the war. Then it's exactly the same thing, bro.
No, it's not. Because if you look at the founder of Christianity versus the founder of Islam, you will see a distinct difference in these two people's attitudes. Jesus is not the same as Muhammad. Jesus did not command the way Muhammad commanded, and Jesus was not a warlord the way Muhammad was.
So why are you not a Christian?
Acknowledge these differences.
So become
because
a Christian.
I don't believe in Christianity. I don't believe in God. I don't believe God exists. But that doesn't mean that the character of Muhammad is the same as the character of Jesus.
So were you saying amen to an atheist talking about Jesus, Walter?
Because he's right about Jesus and Muhammad.
These are not the same characters. These are not. You see, the way I see it is, I don't.
Yeah,
care
they're not the same characters. I'm not disputing that. I just found it amusing that Walter, a Christian, was saying amen when an atheist.
When the man is right, the man is right.
But the thing
notice I don't say amen when he says he's an atheist.
Well, there you go. But what I'm trying to tell you is that it doesn't matter whether Jesus existed or not. It doesn't matter whether Muhammad existed or not. The point is, these two characters have been created in history and they have influenced people. But the way they've influenced people, the way they've moved forward is vastly different. Now, yes, the Christian world, the political Christian world, has used Christians or Christian doctrine to justify some of their wars, some of their slavery, some of their actions in the world. They've absolutely done that, but it's not because of the character of Jesus. They did it outside of what Jesus preached.
Sorry, Banksy. I don't want to disturb what you're saying. Veli, if you were listening, I should have told you a while ago. I think there are a couple of people backstage who are trying to come on. If you're listening, Veli, there are a couple of people backstage. Thanks. Sorry, continue, Banksy.
But what I'm trying to say is the Christian world, what they did was outside of what Jesus told them to do, whilst the Muslim world, what they did was in line with what Muhammad told them to do.
Crusades, then what? And going into.
Well, this is the thing. If you look at the character of Jesus, can you tell me that individual would encourage a crusade?
No.
Whilst you look at the character of Muhammad and you tell me, would that character encourage a caliphate?
Absolutely.
This is what I mean. This is why they're fundamentally different.
Yo, can you hear me now?
Plus four wives, which is not bad, but you know.
Oh.
Yeah, I can hear
me.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yep, we can hear you.
What about that?
Shifa,
can you hear me?
I can hear him.
Yeah, I was saying about the Christians with the Crusades when he was killing off people, calling them heathens, and they was warring against the Muslims, warring against anyone who's not Christian, trying to convert people. Does that not make them the same as the Muslim?
Shifa, I hope you can hear me now, because I think you didn't hear my answer the first time I gave it. If you look at the character of Jesus, is the character of Jesus a person that would encourage a crusade? And if you look at the character of Muhammad, is the character of Muhammad a person that would encourage a caliphate?
I'll be honest with you, yeah. When you say, is Jesus the kind of character that would encourage a crusade, I think it depends on how you're reading the text. Because in my opinion, yeah, I think he probably would. Depending on what kind of what the crusade was about. Maybe not one just.
Shifa, use the chapter and verse on that, please.
Well, maybe not. Maybe this is what I was going to say. I weren't finished. Maybe not a crusade just to kill people because they're not Christian, but he might have a different idea of a crusade. And he might fight for
what the apostles. It's the apostles going out into the world and preaching Christianity. That was his crusade. There was no killing going involved.
And if they had to defend themselves along the way,
there was killing involved, killing of Christians at that time.
But now compare that with what the Prophet Muhammad's companions did after Muhammad died, and also during Muhammad's time when he came from Medina and invaded Mecca and took over Mecca. What did Muhammad do versus what did Jesus do? And if you take these two central figures in these religions, which are the core of these religions, then you can ascertain which one of these religions is truly a warmongering religion and which one isn't. Because to me, that's what matters. The character of Muhammad is pinnacle to Islam, and the character of Jesus is pinnacle to Christianity. We have new people.
So, but my thing with you is a discussion of the geopolitical situation. I think Shifa's debating Jesus and Muhammad with you. Are you still there, Shifa?
Yeah. Remember, if
can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Hello. Oh, all right. I wanted to say that the difference between Christianity and Islam stands into one sentence in the Bible. And it's render, what is it? Oh, yeah. Render
Muhammad
to Caesar what is his, and render God what is his. And from that sentence, you have the basis for the separation between temporal and intemporal politics, meaning what belongs to God belongs to God, what belongs to Caesar, what belongs to the king belongs to the king. And his prerogative are his, right? He can do whatever he wants, but you can't mix the two. So basically, you have a separation, like sovereignty of the king and his decisions, right? When they're made by his own initiative. It's not the same for Islam, where they have a compact system where God is the legislator. God ordains everything that Muslims do. They believe that it was God ordained.
But that's
Right?
not true. The kings believe in what is referred to as the divine right of kings. They have been specifically chosen by God to rule over the people. The divine right of kings, which is the divinity. They're going back to God. God has chosen them to rule. And that's within your kings from Henry VIII to whoever.
Yeah, witness is
They
right.
believe in-
But you know what?
Witness
There's
is right.
there was a protest. See that this is where you have like the Catholics and how they went outside of what's in the scripture, and that's what Martin Luther came and told them, right? It's like you guys are taking powers from God that are not within the scriptures, and that was one of his, and that's where the Protestant war started, right? They started saying, well, we don't have to obey the Pope. We don't have to obey a God ordained person because he didn't ordain nobody. That's not how that's not how it worked out. So
No, but Protestant kings believed in the divine right of kings. The bulk of the English history, their kings believed in the divine right of kings. They weren't
yeah,
all
but
Catholics.
they made their own version, right? But if
Yeah,
you look
but
at the
that
text
becomes a debate on interpretation. The Catholics will
Yeah.
have their version. The Protestants have their version.
Yeah,
Well, who's telling the truth
but
and
the
who's
thing
telling
is,
a lie?
if you have a base within that sentence, you have the basis for secular societies. Within Christianity, it's totally acceptable to have a secular society. That means a society that's devoid of religion. With that sentence, and it's very simple to understand. Render to Caesar what is his, and render to God what is his. Right? There's a separation that's clearly made. And from that's where the jurists started deriving, okay, well, we don't have so basically you have two things that you have to take into account. You have the text and you have geopolitics. And if you look at that time, people use whatever excuse that they have to get power. So the King of France at one point was like, well, the King of France, which was who was supposed to be the closest ally to the Pope, went against the Pope and said, "What? You know," he said exactly that sentence to the Pope, right? Because he wanted more power, he wanted more territories, and so like when you look at Christianity, it developed or Christian states, they developed an approach which would separate religion from politics, from that sentence, and with Islam, it's not you don't have that. Like, you talk to any person that has half of something of knowledge in Islam, he'll tell you that you can't separate politics and religion, right? Now, if you talk to most Christians, they'll tell you, yeah, you can have like a secular government and and uh, and a secular government, and a religious elite that don't mingle, right? The separation between church and state is within the words of Jesus.
When did it actually happen historically, the separation of churches and state?
It started happening within the 14th century.
So can you explain to me when William of Orange went to war against the Catholics?
Yeah.
Was that political or religious?
William of Orange. I'm not familiar with that. Which war was that?
I'm talking about William of Orange, William III.
Yeah.
From Holland, Stadtholderijn, Holland.
Yeah. So that's probably exactly that, right? The a king that is saying, well, you don't have a king telling the Pope, you don't have to meddle in my affairs. You don't have the right to meddle in my affairs. And here are the exegesis to prove it. Jesus did say that you should separate church and state. And that's a big difference. And now to come back to to Islam, and you were talking about like the world elite, and like the Islamic elite is totally part of the world elite. And that's why I want to say to Muslims, it's like you guys keep complaining about the West, but you never complain about your elites that are allies to the West. Like, is it
Who are you talking to? There's no Muslim on the panel who
no,
said
but
that.
like people who defend Muslims. It's like, well, sometimes you have to tell them, well, you know, like look at their power structure and how they're
Yeah, but bro,
they're
no one
they're-
here is defending Muslims, innit? No one's been defending Muslims, you know. We're just saying to Banksy to be fair, innit? Because what he's doing is just being prejudiced to Muslims. And what he's doing is just spreading hatred, innit?
yeah.
And just saying things that are just wild suggestions.
I agree with that. I agree that he's going too wild. And actually, he doesn't separate Islam and Muslims. That's wrong. That's wrong. You have to separate the ideology from the people.
No, I absolutely separate Islam from Muslims. I despise Islam. I pity the Muslims.
Yeah, but you kept saying about like, yeah, you want to like.
Well,
you were
eradicate
talking about,
Islam. I said I want to eradicate Islam. When did I say Muslims?
You were talking about like 5 minutes ago. You were talking about like
Islam.
Muslims.
It was
When did I say Muslims?
Hold on. Hold on, Banksy. Which people practice Islam?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm talking about
you say the
ideology.
dumbest stuff, bro. Come on.
Come on. Let's not be children here. It's about eradicating a philosophy, not people. Come on, seriously.
Yeah. No, it's not
But
about
you don't get it, do you? The people
I despise
Islam, are they going to stand aside and let
Banksy? I mean, if you look at it, that we eradicate Christianity not by killing people, but by changing the philosophy in schools, and that's why Christianity is disappearing today.
No, that's in your
get rid of people.
Nothing to do with Muslims. Muslims can change their mind. Muslims can become apostates. Muslims are not the problem. Islam. It's because I despise Nazism. I don't hate German.
That's not what was said. If you despise
Nazis,
that
is exactly what you're saying. When you compare Muslims with
so
Islam.
you finally understand. If you want to get rid of Nazism, then the Nazis who follow it are going to fight against you. If you want to get rid of, can I finish, please? I'm using your own example.
I want to kill Germans.
There is no need to shout. I'm trying to use your own example, Banksy. You mentioned Nazism. You said if you wanted to get rid of Nazism, it doesn't mean you hate Germans. Yes, that's true. But the Nazis who follow Nazism are not going to be too happy with you, and they're going to see you as the enemy, Banksy.
Yeah,
just like if you want to get rid of Islam, just like if you want to get rid of Islam, Banksy, the Muslims who love Islam are going to view you as an enemy, Banksy.
There will be some who will, and there'll be a lot who won't, and eventually, over the course of time, just like Walter said about Christianity,
where you getting this info from?
Reduce the influence of Islam upon Muslims, so that Muslims no longer.
Eyewitness. Let me say one thing to this boy before I go, because I'm going in my house, and I'm not bringing this in my house, isn't it? But Banksy, I just want to say one thing. You said that you were trying to compare Jesus to Muhammad, yeah? And I just want to make this clear. These are two people from two different periods of time, and they have two complete different functions. Now, when you're dealing with Muslims, Muslims don't deny that Jesus existed, you know? Do you know like that? They're not saying that they don't, you know, adhere to Jesus's teachings, you know, or Isa or Yeshua or whatever name you want to go prescribe to it. So when you come with that comparison, it's like this, it's really retarded, because like I said, these people have got two different functions. And if you was to talk to Muhammad would have probably referred to Jesus and would have probably aspired to be more like Jesus. So Jesus would have been a role model for Muhammad.
Listen,
Jesus
Sheffer,
would have
this is
been
the problem.
a role model for Muhammad. No shadow of doubt. Otherwise, Jesus
trying
won't
to
be in the
tell
book.
you, Schiffer, I'm trying to tell you about two different leaders of two movements. It's like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, two different leaders who have similar goals, but generally they have very different methods to get to where they want to go. And
yeah, but so does Jesus and Moses, bro. Jesus and Moses are
but Jesus and Moses,
you can't compare them. They're from different times.
Yes, but the difference
different
is
situations, bro.
The difference is the Jews are not 1 billion people strong. there are far less of them. So they, even if they have violent attitudes and violent commandments, they really don't have the ability
Bro,
to act.
Jews don't follow Jesus, bro.
No,
Where are
I'm
you
talking about
coming with this
Moses.
herod like this?
I'm talking about
Like, come on,
Moses and
bro.
Abraham. The Jews follow
Bro,
Moses and Abraham.
listen. The Jews might follow Moses and Abraham, yeah, but what we're getting into is, yeah, you're trying to say that the Christians aren't as bad as the Muslims, and you try to use Jesus as a comparison. And I've just explained to you that the Muslims follow Jesus too. So you're chatting crap.
No, they don't.
And then on top of it, yes, they do. Yes, they do. Don't
No,
chat.
they don't.
Bro, you're not
This
a
is
Muslim.
bullshit.
You're not a Muslim. You're not a Muslim. My cousin's
What
a
do you mean I'm
Muslim.
not a
He
Muslim?
has
I
just
was
told me
born in a Muslim
specifically.
country.
He has told me
I am
specifically.
Muslim
He has told
in
me
my. I have Islam
specifically.
running through my veins.
He has told me, listen, him on top of that, I've had Carnito explicitly say to me as well that, yeah, Jesus is part of the thing. So you can't come now and speak for the Muslim.
They don't follow
for themselves.
Jesus'
Stop
teaching.
being a hater.
They follow Muhammad's guidance. Muhammad is
Whatever,
the
man.
central figure for Islam. It's not Jesus. Jesus is a sideline.
He might be the central
They
figure.
don't follow Muhammad.
He might be the
They don't
central
follow
figure in
Jesus.
your opinion.
The
Listen,
Sahaba.
my brother, listen. In your opinion, in your opinion, you're saying that Muhammad is the central figure, yeah? I've spoken with a Muslim imam, like the imam, one of the top, like the guys, the high up guys, yeah? And I asked him, is Muhammad more important than Jesus? Do you know what his answer was, bro? No. So don't come online and start talking crap. Bring an imam, bring someone who's about Islam, that is on their deen. Yeah, and let them tell you. Stop projecting and speaking for people. That's wrong.
Yeah, but to be fair, Schiffer, I've never heard any Muslim come on here and start quoting anything that Jesus said.
They don't need to. Listen, they don't need to. Jesus is before their time. This is the whole point. You lot, listen, what you lot are doing is, yeah, you're saying things because you don't understand something, innit? So if you want to understand, ask the people, ask the right people the questions, innit? Jesus is from a different time to listen. Jesus, let me finish, bro, let me finish. Jesus is from a different time to Muhammad, yeah? You got different prophets for different periods of time. When Moses came, Moses didn't come to do the same thing Jesus came to do. So why would Muhammad be coming to do the same thing Jesus is coming to do? That don't make no sense. Now, at different times, listen, at different times, different prophets had different issues to deal with that were going on in the world. So Muhammad is for the people of his time. But listen, wait a second. Let's wait a second. Whatever Muhammad is teaching does not discredit what Jesus has already taught. So when you come with this diluted way of thinking, it's upset because it's just hate you're spreading.
Muhammad did discredit what Jesus taught,
let me just
Muhammad
say
also doesn't talk
How
about
did he
Jesus the way it's
discredit?
supposed to be.
Walter, you tell me how he discredited.
Let me ask Schiffer this. Just one
Because
question.
Muhammad goes completely against the philosophy of Christ. What are you talking
Hold on,
about?
Schiffer.
Did what?
Schiffer, if Jesus is as important to Muslims as Muhammad is, when was the last time Muslims killed someone because someone drew a cartoon of Jesus?
Listen, what I'm going to explain to you is this now, yeah? Realistically, Christianity
When was the last time they
brother,
killed someone because someone drew a cartoon of Jesus?
It's a mute point. It's two different philosophies.
Is it mute?
Is it
really a mute point?
Fuse it
you know what?
together.
Let me explain something to you, yeah? What you're trying to do, yeah? You're trying to use your projections to make it seem like Muslims hate Jesus, but it's not going to work. Just because they don't kill people because they drew a picture of Jesus does not mean they don't respect Jesus. That's got nothing to do with it. If you're going to talk about someone's extreme action,
that is not what I said,
my
Schiffer.
brother.
You're now changing the thing. I said if Jesus is as central to Islam as Muhammad is, and he's as important to Muslims as Muhammad is, how is it that they don't react in the same way when Jesus cartoons are drawn as Muhammad?
Because they're putting more respect on Jesus's name, because they're saying, listen, you can't kill people in Jesus's name.
Oh, is that what it is?
Hell for them
Is
type
that
of
what
things.
it is?
You go to hell for them type of things. I don't know, bro. I don't really know. I'll be honest. I'm going to be honest. I don't really know why Muslims don't kill people in the name of Jesus, but that's my reasoning, and that's my my thoughts on it and my take on it. That's what I believe the reason could be. And it's down to the Muslims to say what their reasoning is for that, not for Banksy to come and project and make up reasons.
It's not that I make up reasons, it's because I know their reasons. And you
What is their reason? Why don't they kill people when people draw? Wait, hold on. Why don't they kill people when they draw pictures of Jesus?
Islam, and they only give a shit about Muhammad. They only care about Muhammad's
So
images.
you're saying
They only care about
that
Muhammad's
Muslims
images being
not care about
defamed.
Jesus at all.
They
The
don't
Jesus
care
not
about
part of
Jesus
the thing at all.
Look, if they cared about Jesus as much as they cared about Muhammad, literally every person who made the film Life of Brian would be slaughtered. That artist who took a crucifix and put it in a jar of piss would have had their houses burned down. The fact is,
Do you know
Muslims
what?
don't
Do
care
you know what?
about
Jesus. They don't call Jesus Jesus
care
though, do
about
they?
Muhammad.
But my brother, they don't call it. They don't call it. Hold on, let me wait 1 second, Jupa. 1 second. They first and foremost, Muslims don't call Jesus Jesus. They got another name that they use. Yeah. Secondly, yeah, realistically, if you use that name, then you might see some reaction. So what you're doing is you're projecting. You say the most diluted sentences. I don't understand.
I
Bro,
can
I don't know if you're
write
reading
Isa,
children's textbooks.
I can write Isa on a fucking piece of paper.
All right,
On
listen,
a
I'm not going there with you.
Tear it up, burn it in front of Muslims, and they wouldn't fucking flinch.
All right, we'll see. We'll see. Try it, innit? Try. If you go Banksy, if you're so confident, Banksy, listen. If you're so confident, try it, innit? You're the brave heart. Come on, brave.
I will come up on my next. I gotta go fucking buy a Bible.
I don't advise it, but if you do, let's
I
know
will
that
print
Schiffer
out
warned
a
you,
page
innit?
of the
You were
Bible.
warned.
I will print out the page of the Bible. I will write Isa on it, and I will fucking tear it and burn it on my webcam on my next.
No. This is what you said. Now, Banksy, now you're moving the goalposts. You said drawing pictures. You draw pictures. You make up your own cartoon,
I
and
will
you
take
call
a
it.
picture of Jesus,
Listen.
and
You
I will
listen.
write Isa on it, and I will send it to the light.
Banksy, listen. Banksy, listen, Banksy. First and foremost, yeah, let me just break this down to you. Yeah, you was talking about drawing pictures. So you draw a picture, you put it, you make some cartoon up and call it Isa, and try and ridicule Isa, who's one of their prophets. Yeah,
we do it
and
all
then
the fucking time.
and then hold it, and then we'll see. You show us one. Show us one, then, Banksy, because people do it all the time, do they? This is how we know you chat.
Okay. I will post you pictures of fucking Jesus being mocked. What the fuck are you talking about?
Jesus or Isa, bro? Jesus or Isa, bro? Which one? Because I said Isa. I didn't say Jesus. I said Isa.
That have been drawn, and I will fucking write Isa across it.
Yeah, but listen, it's not about you writing on a picture and calling it Isa. It's about you drawing a picture of the real Isa. Forget about Jesus. Jesus ain't the real. Listen, Jesus said, listen, there ain't no white Jesus. Yeah, let's get out of here with that stuff. That's probably why they're not interested when they start talking about Jesus. White Jesus don't exist.
You know, you're just being idiotic at this point, right?
I'm not white Jesus.
Idiotic.
I'm coming up now because you're just going to start winding people up. I'm going to let Jupa have her say. Sorry, Jupa.
No, someone in the audience is saying, can someone on the panel ask Shifa? But Muslims don't believe that Jesus died on the cross, so how can they respect him if they don't believe his story?
Exactly. They don't even.
Well, when you say this now, yeah, it's not just Muslims. Listen, wait.
Did you listen to what Schiffer said though? There is Isa and there is Jesus.
Well, then in that case,
the Jesus of the Christians is not Isa.
In that case, the Christians have nothing to do with Islam. So what the fuck are Muslims have their own? They've created another character called Isa. It's nothing to do with Christianity. Then it's just something they've created.
Now you're trolling. I'm going. I'm going to end up shouting. I'm going. I'll chat to you lot in a bit. Bless up, everyone. Have a good evening.
Please take care. Nazi Dread in the house.
No wonder Christians
what's happening?
that Muslims don't actually believe in Jesus, because they don't. They've created their own caricature called
Of course
Isa.
they believe in Jesus. It's a part of their. It's part of their story. It's part of their.
Because they believe in Isa. They don't believe in Jesus.
That's the name for Jesus.
No, because they've created a whole other character.
No. If you speak in Arabic, yeah. If you go to Arabic, like if you go to like an Arab country, right, and say like, if you speak their language, Isa is Jesus, isn't it?
No, Nazi. What he's trying to get at, I'll tell it to you. The Jesus that the Christians have and Isa in the Islam is different. Isa does not die on a cross. Isa does not experience the resurrection. Isa's story is in something they call the Injil, whereas the Christians, they talk about Jesus through Matthew and John and Luke, and they have Jesus dying and resurrecting again. So Isa's life and Jesus's life are different.
They're literally different people, different characters. So they're not worship. They're not actually follow Christianity. They've created another character which they subscribe to being Christian, and then they kind of follow that. They don't follow the Christian narrative of Jesus. It's a different character entirely.
Yeah, but that's fine when you say that, but you make it loaded when you use words like they created. I don't know if they created. I mean, you'd have to provide evidence that they deliberately created.
If they're not following if they're not following the narrative of the Bible, who then made that up for them? Who introduced this concept of a Jesus that never died on a cross and was never resurrected?
The point is that there were different narratives, and one group of people chose one narrative, and another group of people chose another narrative. But saying that they deliberately created this guy, I'm just saying, if you want to say that, then just provide the evidence. That's all I'm saying.
Is there a potential opportunity, or is there a scenario in which these two things could both simultaneously exist? If Jesus actually existed and died on the cross and all that stuff in the Bible, is there actually a scenario in which another Jesus existed and did completely different things?
Oh, when it comes to interpretation, they might say so. You'd have to ask the
person. They manufactured, they created another narrative. One of these has to be true. Either the Jesus of the Bible who died on the cross and was resurrected is true, or the Muslims' version is true. But only
I know. All I'm saying is, if I talk to a Christian, they'll tell me their version is true, and I'll listen to them when they tell me their version is true. If I talk to a Muslim, they'll tell me that their version of Isa is true, and then I'll listen to them. But for me to deduce who is lying and who's telling the truth, I'd have to be some knowledgeable historical scholar to even go down that path. So I don't know.
That at the very least, one of them is a creation. One of them is a manufactured one, and one of them is the truth.
They're both manufactured. Who said like Christianity? Listen, but let me just say. Let me just break down something from what I understand. Yeah, Christianity only existed because Jesus existed. That's the only reason. Because his name was Christ. You guys are followers of Christ, Christianity, the Jesus Christ way. That's what you're following.
Sure, the Christos. I mean, well, I don't follow. I'm an atheist, but the Christians do. Sure.
Yeah. So what I'm basically trying to say is that there again, someone's wrote about Jesus Christ. It says, oh, you know what we're going to do? We're going to call it the Book of Christ.
No. It's not just that, though. Christians don't just follow Christianity. They don't follow Christianity because of Christ.
Oh yeah, sorry. They were Jews before that. They were Jews before that, weren't they?
Yeah, no, but it's not just that. They follow the Jesus narrative because of the things that he did in his life, and one of the central aspect of the things that happened to his life was that he died and was supposedly resurrected. This is a central aspect of Christianity.
So why don't they take out all the Moses, Abraham bit, because that's got nothing to do with them, and just stick with Jesus Christ?
Well, because they do. This is what the Christians always say. There's the Old Testament.
It starts off with Adam and Eve.
No,
Abraham.
That's the Old Testament.
The Bible is talking about Jews before Christians.
That's it. The Christians, if you talk to them, I don't even know why I'm defending the Christian narrative. There should be Christians that should be doing that. But from my understanding is the Christians acknowledge the existence of the Old Testament and the Old Covenant that the Jews had with God. And then Jesus came and established a new covenant with humanity, and not just exclusive to Jews anymore. It was a wider-ranging covenant with all mankind.
What you just said, that the Christians, there was no Christians until Jesus Christ, after the death of Jesus Christ.
Yes. Then Jesus brought what they call the new covenant, and that is the New Testament. So they acknowledge the Old Testament, but they no longer feel that applies to them. The New Testament.
So that's what. So you know it's all nonsense. I mean, so basically, what he's saying is God got it wrong, and this is how it's meant to be now.
No. Well, I mean, you have to talk to Christians, obviously.
But it's actually a bit more complicated, because there are things in the Old Testament that the Christians still follow. So they still respect highly the 10 Commandments, which is in the Old Testament.
There you go.
Yeah. But they acknowledge that they have a new covenant with God, and the new covenant is through Jesus and the New Testament. So they don't necessarily have to follow all of the old covenants or all of the Old Testaments.
But then Jews don't recognize Jesus Christ.
Well, no,
Actually,
Jews.
the ones that
That's what they're not
the ones
Christian.
convert, the ones that convert to and accept Christ as the Messiah are the ones that accept Christ. You got to remember that the first apostles were Jews people, and the first converts were Jews who became called Christians because they had to tell them apart, because a lot of Jews were converting to Christianity.
There you go.
Just a little footnote there.
Yeah, but I mean, of course, the original Christians were Jews who converted, and some Jews clearly didn't convert, didn't believe that Jesus was the Messiah. That's why we still have Jews.
There we go.
Otherwise, they'll all be Christian.
Yeah, I mean, there was that again at the beginning of the movement. There was a war between the factions, and because so many Christians converting, so many Jews converting to Christianity, that at one point the Jews of that time, well, they were all Jews at that point, had to make had to create this new. They had to try to find the Messiah to rival Christ. And so they picked a guy, and then they went against Rome, and they were crushed. Because one of the most important things is try to break this covenant of Christ that was moving forward, was to try and make him look like he wasn't that powerful. But the movement just kept on going, and to a point where it practically went over the world.
Wait a minute. I don't mean to divert, but Banksy, you know about what David Wood did, right?
Well, yeah, I've heard about it. Apparently, he ate a piece of the paper, piece of Quran or something.
He ripped Surah Al-Fatiha out of the Quran. He put it in his mouth, chewed it, began to taunt Muhammad Hijab. Then he spat it out. And I thought
Surah Al-Fatiha is the first surah of the shortest. Yeah.
And I thought, what's happened? So their debate has now descended into this where it's a tit for tat thing.
I don't know if you've seen Hatun. She drilled holes in the Quran. She's literally got a whole Quran with like 5 holes drilled into it.
What happened? What suddenly led to people suddenly being extreme in the debates?
I'm going to tell you what it is. It's war. That's what it is. It's war, mate. They're taking it as war.
I think it started with the little image of the Quran with Swiss cheese holes in it, which the guy tried to rip out of Hatun's hand. It started with that, and then Hatun has now escalated by drilling holes in an actual Quran and showing that. And of course, David Wood is doing what he's doing, but also Muhammad Hijab is attacking and also insulting, or at least trying to get Muslims to attack apostate prophet and his wife.
Yeah, I heard you read a Twitter message earlier. I heard you read that Twitter message out. Yeah,
it's like a big Twitter feud at the moment that's going on with those guys.
These men are going on like football hooligans, mate.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's
all it is.
If David Wood,
it's not going to end well.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know what? Now listen. And when it's not about their football clubs, when it's about world football, they come together with their countries. You get me? Like they put away all that. They put away all that Christianity and Muslim stuff, and they all come together. When it's England playing, it's all come on. Let's all get together and forget about. Do you know what I mean? And then when it's to do with their football clubs, they all get back into their football clubs and start fucking getting on silly, waving their flags, burning each other's stuff, saying I wouldn't shit on you with this.
The thing is, I don't mind people who do shit posting and who do like outrageous, controversial things. I would put myself in that category. I'm not gonna ever promote myself as some kind of scholar who wants to have scholarly debates, because I just want to piss off Muslims as much as possible and also shock people into potentially looking at alternatives to Islam. So like I said to Takia Watch, I'm more of a sledgehammer, whilst Takia Watch is more of a scalpel. When he does videos, he cuts to the bone. I don't. I'm just a brute force. So someone like me,
you know what it is for me, Banksy? I like to test their faith.
Yeah,
that's what I like to do.
Yeah,
I like to test people's faiths. That's what I like to do.
Yeah.
If you're holding a holy cup, like Walter, there with the holy cup as his symbol. You know, you've got to live up to what them
Holy
books
Grail.
say. Otherwise, you're not a Christian, or you're not. If you're not living up to what them books say,
Yeah.
then next, you know what I mean? Come with the next guy in front of me. Let me challenge him.
The funny thing
Like,
is, Natty, the Holy Grail is a fictional comic book that was written for
exactly,
children. It's not actually even a real thing. It was written
exactly.
as a short pamphlet for children, and it became over time a myth that became sort of people started believing it's a real thing. It was never meant to. It was like a comic book written like thousands, I don't know, hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, I think. And it just grew out of that. It's amazing how
Yeah, but I'm not using the Holy Grail for. The Holy Grail is being used more for a representation of Christianity, not
yeah,
for the myth that was created.
but the myth around it, and the Crusades and the people going to try to find the Holy Cup of Jesus, all of that was just written as like a comic book, effectively for children, and it just grew, and it became its own thing. But
there's a lot of serious stuff in comics. There's a lot of serious stuff in comic. Yeah, yes. There's some comic producers. When you look at the comics, you think, oh, it's it's just all children's stuff. But if you go into some of the writers, the people that create the comics, you'll find out that they put a lot of coded stuff in there, and it's based on a lot of very powerful
real
stuff.
life stuff.
That makes sense. When I was a kid, the school I was in, we read Animal Farm by George Orwell, and we watched the cartoon as well. And a lot of people who don't know any better would think it's just a cartoon, but it was actually a critique of what was going on in the Soviet Union. And you've got the book, I've forgotten the name of the author, Gulliver's Travels. That was also political satire, but most people didn't realize that. Yeah. So yeah, I do understand what you're saying when you say that. But in regards to this thing, sorry, what were you saying? No, I was just going to say, in regards to David Wood chewing up and spitting out Surah Al-Fatiha, I mean, all it takes is then for a Muslim to just rip out a page from the Bible, chew it up and spit it out. So he just goes back and forth. It becomes childish. It's not going to achieve anything.
That's right.
The thing is, this is something I wanted to just quickly say is the reason I'm concerned about someone like David Wood and other people doing these things, even Hatoun and DCCI, is we tend to consider them as serious debaters and people who are at least a little bit scholarly about what they do. And when they do these tactics, someone like me who's a shit poster, who just is a shit talker, is fine. But when they do it, then now the conversation is now being lowered. And so I'm worried about that because they're lowering the tone.
Yeah. So therefore, whatever they're preaching and practicing has been chucked out the window.
Pretty much, yeah. It ruined. It's their credibility is now.
It's ruined. They're ruined.
Yeah. It's not. It's they're going to be taken far less seriously.
I mean, imagine him now. Imagine him now going to be like the Pope. Imagine he was going to be like the Pope. Yeah, he was going to take the position of the Pope. Let's be serious, man. After all he's said and done, and he's meant to behave like a holy man, he's finished.
Well, this is what I mean. This is why I'm concerned about them doing it. If I do it, that's fine. Nobody's taking me as some kind of a fucking scholar of religion. If David Wood does it, or if Hatoun for DCCI, they do things like this, it is lowering their position as a serious.
I've got to head off now. Natty, take care.
Take care,
Banksy,
take care.
To be continued. We always have these fighting, sparring talks. So
yes,
I'm sure there'll be another topic that comes up where we'll be butting heads again. So till that time,
I love talking to you, witness. You know that.
Take care. I look forward to the next battle. Take care. Peace.
I take care. Yeah, it's a shame though. It's a shame these guys are now reducing this. The thing is, the worst part is, I think David Wood and Hatoun and various people like that are playing into the hands of Mohammed Hijab. They're allowing Mohammed Hijab to influence their behavior by reacting to the way the Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawah are reacting. They shouldn't allow that to happen. They shouldn't go into their, if you like, zone of debate and behavior. They should be high. They should elevate themselves above that, but they're not. They're actually bringing them. They're allowing Ali Dawah and Mohammed Hijab to bring them down to their level. George Carlin once said, "Never debate with an idiot. they'll bring you down to their level, and then they'll beat you with experience.
But can I present another side of that? Sometimes, depending on your cultural values, what may appear to us on the outside as being reckless behavior might be interpreted inside their faith or their religion or their community as an act of what's that word? Righteous indignation. That's it. You know, it's like the spirit came upon them and they just had to do something out of the ordinary. See, it could be seen in that way, and it could actually help them, or they could be seen as a warrior doing something, you know,
Seen as nutters, mate.
muscular.
They're nutters. I see three.
Like
I see
muscular
three.
Christianity.
I see three. Yeah, they're just nutters talking about something that they've never even seen a god. They've never even seen their prophet. They're just nutters. They're just reading out of a book and taking it to heart. It's nuts.
Well, that's what they call faith, I believe.
But are nutters strong? And can nutters be powerful? And can a group of nutters raise an army?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they can. A mad army. Yeah, a mad army, man.
Human
Right.
history is littered with nutters raising armies.
Yeah, I've seen it, man. I've seen it. Trust me.
Right. So sometimes when people say, "Oh, these people are nutters," oh, let's dismiss them, or this person is a nutter, they're irrelevant. They're marginalized.
But what I'm trying to say is that within the organization, what I've noticed within these organizations, there will be someone who will rear up his head with something else. Like, I don't understand, like Catholics, like Christians and like same God, but one's more for Mary, one's more for Jesus. It's like, how did that head get reared up out of that, and then someone's got their own agenda now to say, and even Jehovah's Witnesses as well. You know, same God, same Jesus, but we're Jehovah's Witnesses. It's mental.
And another brand,
Mental.
isn't it? It's like
brand.
trainers. It's just another brand. You know, are you buying Nike or Adidas or Puma? You know,
Well, it's a debate in itself. It's a debate in the Christian culture, so it doesn't move out. I mean, that's all.
I want to know which is the
one
Louis
believes
Vuitton
that.
of the Christian faith.
Yeah.
No. Obviously, I think the Catholic Church is the older of the, or is it the no? The
So they're the
Orthodox
Chanel.
Yeah.
The rest are
But
the rest are Nike, Adidas, and Puma.
Adidas.
I believe it's just, you know, a way of trying to, you know, somebody trying to get popular, because like you said, the story, the message is always the same. Who, if you believe is the son, the brother, the uncle, the this, the that, at the end of the day, the philosophy is always the same. So why would there be infighting?
Yeah, but Walter, is it really? I mean, look at the Mormons and their Joseph Smith and their every Mormon gets a planet when they die. Is that really the same message as Jesus is? It just
Well,
doesn't
that's what I'm
seem-
saying. Well, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you have the basic philosophy of the New Testament, and then somebody went outside of that to create something new, to give, I don't know, why more reward doesn't make sense. They obviously want to be something bigger than Christ or a prophet. Some guy called Joseph Smith wanted to, or the guy who created Jehovah's Witnesses, or the guy who created the Protestant. They all wanted to their cake, you know. But at the
And
end
then
of the
there's the
day, if you go
Seventh-day
down to the
Adventist.
nitty-gritty, if you go down to the basic four Gospels and the writings, the message is pretty clear, and it's not an easy message to love one another. You know what I'm saying?
So if you go against that and say, okay, I want to be an atheist, let's forget all this, and then you have to think about, well, what are the principles of atheism? What is it? Is it based on reason or logic, or you know, what are the
Mr. IC3, I think that's where the biggest mistake comes when people say the word atheism. There is no
Right.
such thing as atheism. They're atheists who are just a group of the disconnected people who just simply believe that they're, or at least hold to the fact to the idea that there is no God or gods. The
Banksy.
atheism,
What
the
is an
ism
atheist?
part.
What is an atheist, though, Banksy? What is an
An
atheist?
atheist is just
Because
someone who doesn't believe in God, who doesn't believe
okay,
God
it's not
exists.
it's not a religion. It's not a
It's not a
religion.
group. It's not a religion. It's
Right.
not a. It's
But
not a.
that's what they want us. But have you noticed, though, Banksy?
Yeah, but
Because they're in.
Banksy, it was once that, but the way that a lot of atheists have been moving, not like everyday atheists. We're talking about scholarly atheists, like guys like Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens and all that. They're starting a movement where they're going against religion and saying, go away from that, you become atheists, because that's the reality.
No,
That there is
no,
no God.
atheists are more to humanity. I believe religions are going more against, away from humanity. We're more humanity. You
Well,
guys
the
are more
thing is,
away from
Wow,
humanity.
I
that's a
wouldn't say
serious
I would
statement.
say atheists shouldn't be anything, to tell you the truth, because
exactly.
even if you say
Yeah.
you're humanity, what does that mean?
Well,
You're
this is
more
what
humanity.
this is what
So
I'm trying
what?
to explain is that being an atheist is not a worldview. It's just a statement of I don't believe, or I don't, a rejection, if you will, of someone who says believe in this. Having a worldview comes from other places. Just being an atheist isn't enough. Your
An atheist just wants
worldview,
to get
yeah, your
atheist just wants to
worldview
get
can
to
come
death
from.
in one piece with fun and a happy time.
Well, no, I mean, not really, because there are atheists that are communists, there are atheists that are Nazis, there are atheists that are Buddhists, there are atheists that are human secularists. Your worldview comes from that other thing. So
Yeah,
if
but
you're a
that
Oh, okay.
worldview is to
Right.
make their life better. That
sorry,
worldview is
So,
to make their
so
life better.
yeah,
what kind
but
of atheist are you then? Are you a communist atheist or a
well,
Nazi atheist? What kind of atheist are you?
exactly. I tend to be closely matched with human secularism. I agree with a lot of human secularism values. So I tend to say I'm an atheist with a worldview of human secularism. That's where my worldview comes from, or at least it's
Oh, okay.
closely tied to human secularism.
So,
So
what human
that's where I'm.
secularism?
Sorry, what's human secularism?
Yeah.
Well, human secularism actually has its own website and a definition. I'll bring it up for you guys.
Oh,
It's
I'll look it up.
Yeah, guys, I'm
yeah,
off the
it's
panel,
it's
but
it's
I'll be listening. See you guys.
A human secularism. All right. So this seems to be started by this person. So, what do you know? Tell us a bit about why you chose human secularism.
well, yeah, it's human secularism. Hold on. Let me just see if I can get the. There you go. Secularism, humanist, UK. This is a similar thing, although there is other ones as well. It's what is it? Our one of our key aims in the UK should be to to be a secular state guaranteeing human rights with no privilege or discrimination on grounds of religion or belief. This is not only because it is the fairest approach, but also because it reflects the diversity of Britain today. So, I mean, it's got a lot of different. I mean, there are different people who define it slightly differently, but generally, as a whole, you care about fairness, equality. You try to live along with your, fellow human beings, and you respect each other's boundaries. I think
Did you
those.
say? Did you say UK when you in
Well,
that
this
bit you read out?
particular one is a UK one. Yes, it says Humanist UK. This is from the Humanist UK website. But I mean, there are others which have a slight different definitions, but generally they follow similar. They're in the same vein as. And now the funny thing is, you see, this is my uh, contradiction or a paradox. Although I fundamentally agree with human secularism, I have my own paradox and hypocrisy, if you will, where I discriminate towards, for example, the religion of Islam quite severely. I am not necessarily that fair when it comes to Islam. But then I'm not that fair when it comes to Nazis either. Nazi ideology. I despise Nazi ideology, and I'm not particularly happy to live alongside Nazis.
Right. So
Um,
but I think by saying you're a human secularist, it's obvious that you would despise all these other kind of isms because you have your ism.
Well,
your ism might have a slight,
yeah, but
you might attack Muslims a bit more than the others, but basically you reject all the other kind of isms because
yeah,
you're a
but the thing
human
is,
secularism.
my
Secularist.
ism fundamentally says you should live along and get along with human beings and try to be kind and and as gracious as possible to other human beings. So my ism, the human secularism, is its doctrine is about getting along with other people. And if you can't get along, or if you can't sit alongside Nazis, then I'm technically going against my own ism.
Oh right, okay,
Because
okay.
I'm not
Interested.
willing to get along with Nazis.
Right,
or,
right.
or,
Oh,
or,
I'll
or
catch
you know,
your point now. Right, okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
Islamic.
because it always sounds nice, isn't it? People say, "Oh, look, we just believe in being nice to everybody."
But you can't, and that's the problem. You have to, I believe you can't be tolerant of intolerant beliefs. So if someone else's belief is intolerant of my beliefs and my way of, or me being left alone to live my life, then I can't be tolerant of that, because they eventually are going to want to infringe upon my life, and they're going to tell me what to do because they're not tolerant. They don't follow my rules. I have to be, my ism says I have to be tolerant of them, but their ism doesn't say they have to be tolerant of me.
Right, okay. So you have to go to war then.
Well, that's what I mean. That's where conflict occurs, because I can't, they won't let me live my life because their ideology says you're not allowed to live your life the way you want. You have to live the way we tell you. So this is the problem about intolerant tolerance, or tolerating intolerance. How
So
much
back to square one then.
Yeah, this is what I mean. This is why it's a very difficult ism to follow. It's you have to break your own, you have to break your own rules, or become a hypocrite to your own beliefs, because other people won't simply let you be. And this there's a conflict. And I think the Buddhists also have the same sort of philosophy as well, and they find the same conflicts, the same contention in the world, because as much as they want to live and let live,
Yeah.
the external world doesn't follow those rules. And so
What do you think of this then? The Wikipedia definition, where it says secular humanism is a philosophy of or life stance that embraces human reason, secular ethics, and philosophical naturalism, while specifically rejecting religious dogma, supernaturalism, and superstition as the basis of morality and decision making. So does that describe your position accurately?
Yes, yeah, this is what I mean. These things I can follow relatively well without conflict with others, because I just don't have to. I have to use these reason and logic and empiricism and evidence based decision making. These sort of things, yeah. I'm not in conflict with anyone because of those things, because those are the things I can follow internally. It's a subjective action by me. I don't have to rely on other people to follow those same things.
Right. So so I suppose is the problem then of the world, as you see it from your perspective, the isms then? Because once you declare yourself and as having a belief system or a worldview, then that becomes, is that more important than trying to avoid war and violence on the planet? What do you think?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that, because I think I missed a section of this. I'm so sorry. What was the central question?
Yeah, so the central question is, once you have a position, then is it one more important that position is maintained, or two, more important, that one works to stop conflict among humans, let's say.
Yeah, this is what I mean. This is why I never say I'm a full-on like human secularist. I say my ideas align closely with human
closely.
secularism. Yeah, it's like, because I know I break my own rules, or I break the tenets, if you will, of human secularism quite often when it comes to having to deal, because I find myself, or at least I would like to be an empiricist or a realist about the world in which I find myself in. I don't pretend that the world is something that it isn't. And when I deal with the reality of the world, it makes it hard to hold on to those idealist tenets of human secularism. Human secularism does have a lot of idealist aspect to it, which are not necessarily functional, or not necessarily going to, like all human beings getting along. That is an idealist position. It's not a real position. It's the reality is human beings don't get along. We conflict over the slightest things. Not even mothers and sons and mothers and daughters get along. They fight, and they're the closest people, to each other. Husbands and wives divorce and fight all the time. So let alone people, these are people who love each other. They're at odds with each other, let alone strangers. Strangers, you don't even care about the other guy. So of course we will find conflict all the time. And to pretend that we're going to live in a world where human beings are not going to be in conflict with each other, I think it's a dream. It's this utopian concept, which is good. I'm not saying we shouldn't aim for utopia. We should always strive for that utopian ideal, but we also, I think, have to have one foot in the realms of reality, that how much of this is possible. And that's the problem. The part that's reality, the real world, conflicts with my ideas all the time. And to avoid conflict, I mean, this is the thing. Like, the example. Let's say there's an example of, here's a child who's about to be killed by this person, this man, this woman, whatever. Do I allow them to kill the child because I don't want to fight, or do I fight them to stop them from killing the child? Is conflict wrong in that situation, or is conflict the moral thing to do? So what is the moral thing to do, and what is the peaceful thing to do, are not necessarily the same thing. Being peaceful isn't always the moral thing.
Right. So because some cultures or some people might believe that child sacrifice every now and then is good for their community.
There you go. So should we not fight them or go to war with these people because we want to keep the peace, and it's they think it's a good thing?
But they would have peace from their perspective, because they say, look, we only sacrifice a child once a year, and you see how wonderful our town is. We've got rivers flowing, we've got wonderful buildings. Where have you come from?
There you go.
Where's your town? You understand? So where's your city? Where's your buildings? What's your civilization? Does it match ours? And we only sacrifice children once a year. So
exactly.
That's how the conversation is going to begin, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, this is it. This is exactly it. I mean, this is the conversation people have all the time about morality and ethics and stuff. Is, if we were to, like you said, just kill one child a year, but our society has no crime, no war, no bad things, rape, murder, none of these things happen in our society, but we just have to kill one kid every year. Is that actually a moral thing to do?
Yes, from their perspective, but it might not be from your perspective and from where you may have come from.
Yeah, but I mean, this is what I mean. It's if you think about it, imagine by killing one child a year, you save hundreds of deaths every year. And not only deaths, rape, theft.
Of course,
all of those.
that's what their diplomat will be saying if they come out to do business with your people. They say, "Oh, we haven't heard of you before. We haven't, we've heard about you, but we've come over here, and I think we could do some business." And then, when as diplomats speaking to each other, you talk about each other's culture. So, oh, yeah, we do this and so on, and we drink this, and we have these kind of foods and so on. It's all very pleasant. And then, yes, I think we could do some business.
But this
we could do some business.
This is what I mean. This is like these are the moral conundrums. I guess some of us have to sort of. This is where if you're a human secularist type of person, and you have to start to actually engage with where is morality. Is morality only subjective, or is there an objective? Because Christians and religious people generally say their God is the objective source of their morality. So that's where their morality comes from. It's always correct. It doesn't matter if it seems like you're being a barbarian right now. God knows best. So down the road, God will eventually make everything right because he knows what's going on. Whilst me as a secular humanist, I don't believe in these gods. So I have to gauge the moral landscape as a subjective individual. And is my subjective perspective always correct as far as what is ethical and what is moral? I can't say it is.
And so what do you think of this then? You could have 3 countries or 3 cities, and they all seem to be prospering, and they have their codes of ethics, all different, all separate, and their way of life and their morality all kind of sorted out. They know who their priests are and so on. And you arrive there, and you're impressed with their appearance and the appearances of the way they're living. Would you then start questioning to their face anything about how they're living? Do you think it's from your moral standpoint?
Well, this is what I mean. I may not outwardly say it, but yeah, I mean, if I see some things that I think it's messed up, but this is what I mean. I can give you a real life situation. You go to Dubai, go to Saudi Arabia. Believe it or not, they are very safe places to be. You can walk in the middle of you can walk the street at 2 a.m. and nobody will bother.
No, I've been Saudi Arabia. They invited me for 2 weeks over there. Yeah.
So I mean, you must have noticed it's a very safe place. It's not dangerous.
Definitely. I saw children. Late at night, I saw. There were families out. Even late in the night. Yeah, that's right. It was very warm. Yeah, and somehow the feeling I got there is that I noticed quite a few years ago, but it was very strange. It's very strange because walking around, there's like no women anywhere, and I was working for
I mean,
it's like they have 4 hours in the afternoon where you just do nothing, and you just go back, and it's like, I suppose without the family, I suppose it was very family centered there.
Yeah,
but
I mean, the thing is, I was in Dubai on New Year's Eve, and I was out until 4 a.m. And there were designated areas which were the better spots where you could see the fireworks much better for family. So if you had a wife and kids and stuff, they would let you go into these particular areas, and single adults had to go other places.
Correct,
so
that's right. Yeah,
single adults were, but there was no drinking allowed in the streets, so nobody was drunk in the streets.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I was out till 4 a.m. It must be 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning when we got home. And I bought a laptop, an Apple Mac from one of the shopping centers at 3 in the morning on New Year's Eve in Dubai. It was at 3 in the morning. It was open. And I just went in and I just bought the laptop because I was like, I might as well buy it now because I was going to buy one because they're much cheaper. It's tax-free in Dubai. So I was going to buy one anyway. So I bought a laptop. I was walking around with an Apple Mac laptop at 3 a.m. on a bus in Dubai. And I never for 1 second felt unsafe. I didn't feel for 1 second that someone's going to rob me or steal or do anything from me. And I was walking around with this like £1,000 laptop.
Continue.
Yeah, all I'm trying to say is there is security, but there's oppression as well. There's this haze of oppression that you feel in that society.
Okay. Yes.
There is authority above.
Yes.
You know, you feel the authority. You can sense the
you can
weight.
feel it. That's right.
Authority.
You can sense it. That's right. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say is that you live in a secure. It's a safe society. That's the positive. But you also are under an authoritarian regime. You can feel the authoritarianism bearing upon you. So you're not free.
The atmosphere is thick of it. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
This is the weird thing. I felt safe, but I certainly didn't feel free. Even in Dubai, I didn't feel relaxed.
Yes. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. That was the same experience. Wow, but
so that's what you're giving up. This is what I'm saying about the
feelings,
morality. Well, the sense of like people who have authoritarian regimes or people who have certain customs which will benefit them. So, like the example of the child being killed once a year, you can live in that perfect, town where there's no crime, no theft, no rape, no murder, but every year you know that a child is going to have to die. And that will bear upon your mind, bear on your conscience, if you will. Every year, you know that one child that you could have seen all year, running around the town is now going to be sacrificed and killed for that safety, for that security that you enjoy all year round.
And I was thinking about this as well when looking at the history of Speaker's Corner, and that. Can you just imagine when people weren't coming out as large crowds for football? They were setting up stadiums for somebody getting hung. And I suppose that's the roots of all the lynching as well, which is the same kind of energy of a kind of sacrifice, isn't it? Because because the community has decided the moral values and what is required to keep peace and stability within that community, and then the judges then decide who's the naughty one and to what degree they should be punished, and then also if the person should be treated as a part of their community or as an outsider who has done a crime within that community. So the judgment will be different, wouldn't it?
Exactly. But I mean,
and then that on top of that becomes the kind of what's that word? Is it cathartic or something where it's kind of a release? So imagine
cathartic,
so by seeing the baddie taken down or hung or whatever, somehow everybody else feels a little bit more righteous but at the end of the day.
I think this is
serious.
Why, I guess this must be the reason why people had this supposed, like, when they do capital punishment and they can have the family of the person who was, the person who was murdered or raped or whatever, they can go in and see the person who killed their family member get put to death. That's supposed to be like a closure. I guess that's what they do. That's why they do it. But I'm not entirely sure whether that would give anyone real closure. But I suppose, back in the old days, and in fact to this very day, they still do it because they feel that is it. That's the person you killed, you murdered someone. Now the government is going to murder you back.
Yes, that's right. So this thing about closure is quite interesting. You know, when somebody feels they've been wronged, this energy of revenge is very serious, isn't it? Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very primal
Settle
instinct.
the debts.
Yeah, it's eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You know, that all stuff. I don't know whether it ever really, because we've seen it throughout history, and in fact we see it in gangs in America, the gangs in Chicago and so on, where they kill one member of your gang, you then go and kill them member of their gang in revenge, and then it just cycles over. We actually see it in Palestine as well, believe it or not, where there's this, they kill one of us, we kill one of them, and so on and so forth. So this situation of killing an eye for an eye, to me, if it's gone unchecked, if there is a unchecked element to it where no one can stop the other guy from killing the other guy, it just spirals out of control. You'll just be killing one another forever because
family feuds. That's what mafia is, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
It's all the same thing. Whether it's Jewish mafia, black mafia, Italian mafia, it's the same kind of thing.
Exactly, where it just because when the state does it, like when someone's put to death through capital punishment, then the government is taking charge of this, and they're saying, okay, this person killed one of your members of your family. We are now going to take charge. This is a third party. The government is the third party, and we will put them to death because we're not going to have you go and kill them, and then they're going to come and take revenge, and all that stuff.
It gets messy.
Exactly.
That's right. They're trying to clean up the situation.
Yeah, that's why this was established. But if there is no government, if there is no proper rule of law, and people are just taking revenge, then it'll go on forever. It will never stop. There are people who've been killing each other for decades and decades, gangs and stuff, because of some incident that happened, I don't know, 30 years ago. I bet you some of the Palestinian children who are now wanting to kill Jews, they don't even know why they want to kill the Jews anymore. They don't even know what the hell happened back 70 years ago. They just know that now this is their enemy,
and it's in their genes.
Yeah, basically they've been raised with that guy over there is your mortal enemy, and you just have to kill him. There is actually a story. Now a lot of people say this experiment didn't actually happen, but it's a very, very interesting experiment if it did. The experiment is they put a bunch of monkeys in a room, in a cage, and they put a ladder in the middle of the room and a banana on top of the ladder.
Okay.
And they put the monkeys in the cage, and obviously the first monkey goes up the ladder and tries to get the banana. Now, every time a monkey goes up the ladder to get the banana, the scientists spray cold water on all the other monkeys. So every time a monkey goes up the ladder, the rest of the monkeys get sprayed with cold water. Eventually, the monkeys figure out anyone that goes up this ladder, they're going to get sprayed with cold water. So any monkey that tries to go up the ladder, they beat them up. They grab them, beat them up, and push them down, and they don't let them go up the ladder. So eventually, none of the monkeys go up the ladder.
Okay.
Then what they do is they introduce a new monkey. And obviously, that monkey sees the banana, tries to go up the ladder to get the banana. The other monkeys grab him and beat the shit out of him to make sure he doesn't go up the ladder.
Okay.
And as the new monkey is introduced, an old monkey is taken out. And then they introduce another new monkey, and he tries to go up the ladder. The other monkeys grab him, beat him up, make sure he doesn't go up the ladder. Then they take out an old monkey, put in a new monkey. And they keep doing this until all the monkeys in the cage are new monkeys who have never been sprayed by cold water. But still, if any monkey tries to climb up that ladder, they will grab him and they will beat him up. Because they've been told that is what happens if someone goes up that ladder. But they've never been sprayed with cold water.
So I suppose the people that perform these experiments, when they do these experiments, there must be planning on how to use it, and the ultimate use is going to be on humans. So
just bear with me 1 second, Mr. IC3. I'll be with you in 2 seconds.
Okay. Yes, so I suspect that they're planning doing these experiments. They'll eventually, or have done, on humans, and a long time, or lots of these experiments, and which are carefully recorded, that are done on humans. They would then have models to apply in scenarios, maybe like an imaginary virus, and then by using those methods and established models, they can quite easily manage effectively people. So that's why I suspect anybody spending time and money experimenting with groups of monkeys, the end goal will be management of human beings in such a fashion, and perhaps they might call that secular humanism, or some kind of ism, sometime in the future. I'm just going to turn something off on the fire, Banksy. Secular humanism. Secular humanism posits that human beings are capable of being ethical and moral without religion or belief in a deity. It does not, however, assume that humans are either inherently good or evil, nor does it present humans as being superior to nature. Rather, the humanist life stance emphasizes the unique responsibility facing humanity and the ethical consequences of human decisions. Fundamental to the concept of secular humanism is a strongly held viewpoint that ideology, be it religious or political, must be thoroughly examined by each individual and not simply accepted or rejected on faith. Along with this, an essential part of secular humanism is a continually adapting search for truth, primarily through science and philosophy. Many secular humanists derive their moral codes from a philosophy of utilitarianism, ethical naturalism, or evolutionary ethics, and some advocate a science of morality. So are these the kafirs? The kafirs. Kaffr. Kafir. Ethnicity and religion. Kafir. How do you pronounce that properly? Let's see. Kafir. Okay. What is a kafir? Oh, it's feminine. Kafir. Feminine is kafara. Feminine plural, kafarat. Is an Arabic term meaning infidel, rejecter, denier, disbeliever, unbeliever, non-believer. The term refers to a person who rejects or believes in God as per Islam or the tenets of Islam, denying the dominion and authority of God, and is thus often translated as infidel. The term is used in different ways in the Quran, with the most fundamental sense being ingratitude toward God. Historically, while Islamic scholars agreed that a polytheist is a kafir. They sometimes disagreed on the prior property of applying the term to Muslims who committed a grave sin and to the people of the book. People of the book, Jews, Christians, and Sabians. The Quran distinguishes between mushrikun, I don't know what that is, and people of the book, reserving the former term for idol worshippers, although some classical commentators consider Christian doctrine to be a form of shirk. Shirk is idolatry and polytheism. In modern times, kafir is sometimes used as a derogatory term, particularly by members of Islamist movements. Unbelief is called kufr. Kafir is sometimes used interchangeably with mushrik, those who commit polytheism. Another type of religious wrongdoer mentioned frequently in the Quran and other Islamic books. Act of declaring another self-professed Muslim a kafir is known as takfir, a practice that has been condemned but also employed in theological and political polemics over the centuries. A person who denies the existence of a creator is called a dahriya. Where did the South Africans get it? Kafir, Afrikaans and Arabic. Kafir is a racial slur used to refer to black Africans in a form of kafri. It evolved during the pre-colonial period as an equivalent of Negro. In Southern Africa, the term was later used to refer to the Bantu peoples. This designation came to be considered a pejorative by the mid-20th century. In South Africa, it initially loosely referred to black South Africans. It was adopted as a derogatory term after 1948, when the apartheid system was established under Crimen Injura. The epithet kafir has been actionable in the justice system of South Africa since 1976. In 2000, the South African Parliament also enacted the Promotion of Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, which has among its primary objectives the prevention of hate speech. Terms such as kafir, when describing the term, the euphemism, the K word is now often used instead of kafir. Oh, the K word. Not the R word, the K word. Kafir is also used to refer to another group, the Sri Lankan Kafirs, who are partially descended from 16th century Portuguese traders and the slaves that they brought from their colonies in Africa to work as laborers and soldiers on the land. Unlike in South Africa, the Sri Lankan Kafirs do not consider the term offensive. Interesting. They do not consider the term offensive. Okay. I don't know. It looks to me like there's some kind of a relationship between people classified as black and unbelief. Now, what is it that is the basis, or what is it that you have to believe in order not to be a kafir? If you're black, it appears to me that you're automatically perceived as a non-believer. So blackness and non-belief go together in what I've just read. So I kind of think. I'm sure there'll be people who disagree. So what is the belief? What is the belief that all black people seem evidently to have a problem with? What is that belief? And it's been around for a very long time. If black is associated with unbelief, then what is it that those who are not black believe? Hmm. Look at this word. God. 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 Etymology. Origin. Dutch and German. The origin of the word, according to etymology, is Dutch and German. Now, Gott, German, from short form of the various Germanic compound personal names, with the first element good, God, good, or Gott, good, South German and Swiss German, Middle High German, Gott, Gott Father. So how long has this been going on? Etymology, German. Let's see the contrast if we say Allah. Allah. Can't find nothing. God of Islam. Allah is the Arabic word referring to God in Abrahamic religions. In the English language, the word generally refers to the God of Islam. The word is thought to be derived from contraction from al-ilah, which means the God, and is related to or ilah, the Hebrew Aramaic words for God. I don't know. I just suspect that there's some relationship. I don't know what the roots is. Curse of Ham. Curse of Ham. The curse of Ham, actually placed upon Ham's son Canaan, occurs in the book of Genesis, imposed by the patriarch Noah. It occurs in the context of Noah's drunkenness and is provoked by a shameful act perpetrated by Noah's son Ham, who saw the nakedness of his father. The exact nature of Ham's transgression and the reason Noah cursed Canaan when Ham had sinned have been debated for over 2,000 years. Debated for 2,000 years. The story's original purpose may have been to justify the subjection of the Canaanite people to the Israelites. But in later centuries, the narrative was interpreted by some Christians, Muslims, and Jews as an explanation for black skin, as well as a justification for slavery. Similarly, the Latter-day Saint movement used the curse of Ham to prevent the ordination of black men to its priesthood. Nevertheless, most Christians, Muslims, Jews, and Mormons now disagree with such interpretations. Most, apparently, Christians, Muslims, Jews, and Mormons. I question that with such interpretation, because in the biblical text, Ham himself is not cursed, and race or skin color is never mentioned. Biblical narrative. The concept of the curse of Ham finds its origins in Genesis 9. Verse 20, and Noah began to be a husbandman, and he planted a vineyard. Verse 21, and he drank of the wine and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. Verse 22, and Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his two brethren without. Verse 23, and Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it upon both their shoulders and went backward and covered the nakedness of their father, and their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. Verse 24, and Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his younger son had done unto him. Verse 25, and he said, cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. Verse 26, and he said, blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Shem, Sem, I don't know, Semite, and Canaan shall be his servant, servant of the Shemites. Verse 27, and God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. The objective of the story may have been to justify the subject and status of the Canaanites, the descendants of Ham, to the Israelites, or the subjection. I think that's the spelling. It says the objective of the story may have been to justify this subjugation status or subject status of the Canaanites, the descendants of Ham, to the Israelites, the descendants of Shem. The narrative, of course, is replete with difficulties. It is uncertain what the precise nature of Ham's offense is. Verse 22 has been subject to debate, has been a subject of debate. And Ham, verse 22, and Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and the two told his two brethren without. So verse 22 has been a subject of debate as to whether it should be taken literally or as a euphemism for some act of gross immorality. In verse 25, Noah named Shem and Japheth as the brethren of Ham. The Table of Nations presents Canaan and Mizraim, or Egypt, among the sons of Ham. In the Psalms, Egypt is equated with Ham. The treatment of Japheth in verses 26 and 27 raises questions. Why is Yahweh named as the God of Shem, but not of Japheth? What does it mean that God will enlarge Japheth? And why would Japheth dwell in the tents of Shem? Further difficulties include Ham's being referred to as the youngest son, when all the other lists make him Noah's second son. Biblical scholar Nahum Sana says that the biggest challenge of the narrative is why Canaan was cursed rather than Ham, and that the concealed details of the shameful incident bear the same reticence as Reuben's sexual transgression.
Yo, regulators!
How you doing?
What's going on, man?
I'm back. Bad luck for the stream, man. Everybody disappears when I come on.
Man, let's get to the regulation, man. But don't worry, man. You get me? We got manner. You know what I mean? But so, what's the curse of Ham mean? Why do you think the curse of Ham is important?
Yes. Okay. The reason I'm looking into this curse of Ham because it flowed from the subject where you said Hijab versus David Wood, the feud, and the Quran itself being the issue in which they're fighting over. And so I was thinking about the Abrahamic faith as a whole, Judaism as we understand it, Christianity, through to Islam, and then I think somebody mentioned kafir, so I started to look up the word kafir as it relates to Islam, and so that's how I got to kafir. I was looking at it, I said, let me look at this word.
No, but why do you think the curse? What? No, I mean, like, why do you personally think that the curse of Ham is important to know?
I'm going to explain. Okay. Yeah, because I've never heard anybody talking like this. But so when I looked up the word kafir, let me see if you can see a pattern, or it could just be me being. Right. Yeah. So this is how I got to the word kafir from the discussion that I was listening to all of you having, and then I looked at the word. And then it has three meanings as far as this dictionary is concerned. So one, same word. I've been trying to find out the history of the word or where it came from. But that same word is used, one, it's an offensive term, South African, as an insulting term for Black Africans. Yeah. So kafir, that word is associated with Black African. Okay. Then we look at 2. It says an insulting term used by some Muslims for non-Muslims. Okay. So therefore, and exploring that, it goes into unbelief. Yeah. So I was thinking, I was trying to be an investigator here. So unbelief, and see if there's any patterns here. So that word, to me, just looking at those 2 meanings, is Black African and unbelief. Yeah. So then I went to number 3, and it said a member of the Hindu Kush. That word, Kush. Yeah. Member of the people of the Hindu Kush mountains of northeastern Afghanistan, who did not convert to Islam until the 19th century. Right. So that word Kush comes in there. We see, think about Kush TV. I'm sure that I suspect that word, they chose that word.
They got Kushes from the African kingdom of Kush.
Right. So I'm trying to put all these. This word kafir. If I put all these words together, we have Black, we have African, we have unbelief. Yep. Black, African, and unbelief. So I'm saying, right, okay, kafir. It's got something to do with Black, African, and unbelief.
Yeah.
Right. So let's explore that, see where that takes us. So let's go. So I started looking up in Islam, Wikipedia. It talks about kafir as an Arabic term meaning infidel, rejecter, denier, disbeliever, unbeliever, or non-believer. So if we put all these together, it seems like these Black Africans have a problem with a belief in something. Now, what could that something be?
But does kafir mean in Black and Arabic, or is that only in that Afrikaans thing?
Only in Afrikaans, where it specifically says Black. Yeah, Black African. But sometimes
it's more of a coincidence that the word is actual. That kafir word is the same in Arabic then, because they don't mean the same thing in the 2 different languages.
Apparently, so it could be a coincidence, but I suspect that it is not. So I'm just pursuing this because I suspect it is not. Yeah, I'm.
You got to remember, that a lot of
a lot of the people that follow Islam, some of them believe that the early Arabs were black people anyway as well. So
Some, you see, this word "some," very, this is where it's a grey area because they keep using the word "some." But I think it's number 3 that really took me. It says historical. Number 3. It says a member of a people of the Hindu Kush mountains of northern Afghanistan who did not convert to Islam until the 19th century. So yes, it's belief. Yes, it's obviously belief. But see, that word Kush comes up there in association.
but it says the Hindu Kush, man. You don't say that.
Okay, Hindu Kush.
The Kush.
Right. Right. Okay. So I'd like to explore this Hindu Kush.
That's what you said, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what it said.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it says they're a people of the Hindu Kush. So this Hindu Kush, let's look up this Hindu Kush. Hindu.
That's going to be between India and Afghanistan, isn't it?
Yeah, let's see.
I'm not sure though. That's a guess, isn't it? Because of the name.
Yeah, so let's have a look. Hindu Kush seems to pass through Afghanistan. Looking at the map here, it says the Hindu Kush, commonly understood to mean Hindu killers or killer of the Hindus. What? Wait a minute. Hindu Kush, commonly understood to mean Hindu killers or killer of the Hindus in Persian. I didn't know that.
Okay. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that, man. This is a bit weird. Let me read that again. The Hindu Kush, commonly understood to mean Hindu killers or killer of the Hindus in Persian. See, look, see, this is really interesting what's going on here because, you got Persia, that whole area, and it always seems so much trouble around that area of Afghanistan. And it's directly related to this kafir thing. So let's dig a bit more.
I reckon it's the Persian that causes all the trouble, man.
We're going to see.
Persian. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Many suspicions. I'm just digging, man. I haven't got
they cause all the trouble. All the trouble all over the world started in Persian, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, Hindu Kush. I mean, that whole thing is Persian. And it says, is a 800-kilometer long mountain range that stretches from Afghanistan, from its center to northern Pakistan and into Tajikistan. And so Hindu Kush, commonly understood to mean Hindu killers and killers of the Hindus in Persian, is an 800-kilometer long or 500 miles long mountain range. So Hindu Kush is actually a mountain range. The mountain range is called Hindu Kush, killers of the Hindus.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The mountain range, the Hindu Kush mountain range.
Yeah,
it's more the part that you was getting when you was talking about the Hindu Kush before, rather than the killers of the Hindus.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but all this stuff is starting to be, the dust. We're just kicking up stuff here. See what comes out. So it's a 500-mile mountain range, and it stretches from Afghanistan, from its center to northern Pakistan, and into Tajikistan. Right. So Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Tajikistan. Right. That's the name of the mountain, Hindu Kush. Right. So, what can we glean from that? Is there any evidence there? Why that mountain range? Obviously, something must have happened around there. They wouldn't just choose to call the mountain range Hindu Kush or killers of the Hindus. something must have been going on over there, I suspect, for that place to be named Killer of the Hindus or Hindu Killers.
Yeah, but the place wasn't named Hindu Killers.
Did I get it wrong?
Yeah, the place place was named
Hindu
but it
Kush.
was like a different meaning for the Hindu Kush as well. So like some words have got like 3-4 meanings, and depending on what way you use it, it could mean a different thing. When you were talking about the area, it was talking about the area, innit? If you're talking about a people called the Hindu Kush, maybe that would have been the Hindu Kush thing.
Right. Okay. So let's see what we can find out about the people. Yeah, because we ended up here because we were looking at. Let's do a rewind.
Yeah, to start off with I wanted to find out why the curse of Ham is important to you.
Yes, yeah. So I'm just saying, I'm just throwing that out there, and now I'm doing a research to see if there's any basis, because that word kafir, it links Black African unbelief and Hindu Kush. So yeah.
Yeah, but how does kafir link with the curse of Ham?
Well, that's what I'm exploring. I said I suspect it does, and so
because
if
what
I
it was,
find...
what it was, MIC3, was that, remember we were saying the two meanings of kafir, the Afrikaans meaning of kafir and the Arabic meaning of kafir, two different meanings, but they've not got the same meaning in it.
That's apparently so. Apparently.
Yes. So now you're trying to find out if there is a meaning for a race meaning for kafir as well.
Well, there is a race meaning, but just looking at it, the word kafir, there's three separate. That word has three separate meanings according to this dictionary. Yeah. It's an offensive South African term for Black African. 2, it's an offense or an insulting term for some Muslims by some Muslims and non-Muslims. For non-Muslims. And 3, historical. It's a member of a people of the Hindu Kush Mountains. People. Yeah, I'm gonna go into the people now. In northern Afghanistan.
I just looked up why the mountains were called that.
Okay.
And it said, according to one interpretation, the name Hindu Kush means kill the Hindu or Hindu killer, as a reminder of the days when slaves from the Indian subcontinent died in harsh weather, typical of the Afghan mountains, while being taken to Central Asia.
Wow, that's interesting. Where's it? Where's that? Is it on Wikipedia? Did you look it up on Wikipedia, or where did you see it? I'd like to look at that.
Googled it. Just in why are the Hindu Kush Mountains called such? And it
okay, why are the Hindu
Kush Mountains called such?
So it's more to do with the Indian slaves then.
Called Hindu Kush. Oh, this is dear. This thing here. Right. I think this is what Jupiter's reading. According to the one interpretation, the name Hindu Kush means kills the Hindu or Hindu killer, and is a reminder of the days when slaves from the Indian subcontinent died in harsh weather, typical of the Afghan mountains, while being taken to Central Asia. Oh dear, look, see, look, so we've got the word. So we've got Black, we've got African, we've got unbelief, And then we got the clue of the Hindu Kush. So we're starting to look into Hindu Kush, and other words are coming up now, like slaves. Yep. So that word slaves is in there now. Black, African, slaves, unbelief.
Nah. It didn't say Black African slaves, though.
No.
Hey,
I just put the words. No,
Yeah,
hold it.
yeah,
I put
but
the words there. I'm not saying together. I'm just putting the words. Black comes up. I think is significant. African comes up. The word slaves comes up, and the word unbelief comes up. So I'm just leaving it there.
Yeah,
They're
but
just 4 words. I'm not putting them together.
Yeah, but
Sorry?
wait, if you gotta be fair, yeah. If you're gonna be fair with it, yeah, you
Yeah.
gotta take away the Afrikaans meaning because we still haven't found until we find a correlation with it meaning Black African people.
Okay, good. We're gonna go down. We're
Look
gonna
at this.
investigate the Afrikaans in a minute.
Look at this. You go to the etymology of it. Yeah.
Your mic's a bit fuzzy, though. Your mic's a bit fuzzy.
When my mic's funny.
Yeah, it's come back now.
Yeah, it's better now.
Right. So
Okay.
yeah, go on.
When you go to the etymology, right?
Yeah.
It's, a Persian English dictionary indicates that the suffix "kos" is the present stem of the verb to kill. According to Francis Joseph Steingart, the word and suffix "kush" means a male, imp of Kushtan incomprehension, a killer who kills, slays, murders, or oppresses.
Wow. That's the K in Kush, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Another theory suggests it means killed of Indians rather than killer of Hindus.
Killed by Hindus rather than killers of Hindus.
Let me
Okay,
add
just let me turn
something
up the
there,
fire.
yeah.
One second.
Let me add something there, yeah. In the interest of fairness again, yeah. The African Kush is spelled with a C, not with a K. That Asian Kush is with a K.
Okay. The world is the book encyclopedia. Oh my God, is that from me or what? The Word Book Encyclopedia states that the word Kush means death and was probably given to the mountains because of the dangerous passes. Hello?
Hello? Yeah. Sorry, man. I got to keep it up because obviously I got loads of background noise, yeah. But
Can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, so I'm saying so far in our investigation, the word black, the word African, the word slaves, the word unbelief, and the word for death and kill. Okay. Kush as in death and kill. So I want to read this bit here. Hindu Kush says etymology in the time of Alexander the Great, the Hindu Kush range was referred to as the Caucasus Indicus, or the Caucasus of the Indus River, as opposed to the Great Caucasus range between the Caspian and the Black Mountains. The mountain range was called Paropamisade by Hellenic Greeks in the late first millennium. The earliest known usage of the name Hindu Kush occurs on a map published about 1000 CE, years CE. The name was sometimes applied to entire range range separating the basins of the Kabul and Helmand rivers, and that the Amu Darya, or more specifically to that part of the range lying northwest of Kabul. A Persian English dictionary indicates that the suffix kos, I think that's what you was reading, is the present stem of the verb to kill, kostan. According to Francis Joseph Steingart, I think, yeah, the word and the suffix kush means a male of kushtan, in comparison, a killer who kills, slays, murders, and oppresses. According to one interpretation, the name Hindu Kush means kills the Hindu or Hindu killer, and is a reminder of the days when the slaves from the Indian subcontinent died in harsh weather, typical of the Afghan mountains, while being taken to Central Asia. Taken to, which way is that? If they've been taken to Central Asia, are they heading east or? I don't know what's going on here. They died while they were being taken to Central Asia. Which direction is that then?
Yeah, well, I don't know what Central Asia is still.
So coming from Africa.
So,
another theory suggests it means killed of Indians rather than killer of Hindus. The World Book Encyclopedia states that the word Kush means death and was probably given to the Bantams because of their dangerous passes. Yeah, so we can associate this. I'm just trying to dig into the word kafir. So slaves and death come into that now. Are associated, closely associated with that word. In his travels, Memoirs about India, the 14th century Moroccan traveler Muhammad ibn Butata mentioned crossing into India via the mountain passes of the Hindu Kush. In his Rihala, he mentions these mountains and the history of the range in slave trading. Alexander von Humboldt stated that it can be learned from his work that the name only referred to a single mountain pass upon which many Indian slaves died in cold weather. Indian slaves, that's what he thinks, died in cold weather. So there's lots slave trading through the path, through the way of Hindu Kush. So I imagine that path is like from North Africa right the way around to the east. So we've got the word black, we've got the word African, we've got the word slaves, we've got the word unbelief, we've got the word
I actually agree.
Yeah.
I actually agree.
Yeah.
You keep adding black and African in, yeah, but we still haven't found the link for that, man.
Okay, so we're gonna go there now.
Yeah, you have to find the link for it first. We have to get the link for it.
All right.
You know what, yeah? There's so much with religion, yeah? There's so much mistakes and whatever in it, yeah? Man don't have to make up lies or nothing to, you know what I'm saying? Like,
that's right.
To get any of the things, like, so anywhere where it's going down like a dead end or whatever.
Yeah.
Just cut the dead end off in it. Like,
exactly.
Anywhere that's like a truthful link or whatever, then
exactly
we could make the truthful links in it.
Right.
So yeah, so let's try to find out this link between the Arabic word kafir and Like,
And the South African.
and even the South African word, the racist meaning of Kappa or whatever,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
even just meaning black people or whatever.
Exactly,
Yeah, because
exactly.
as far as I know, I thought it was like anything anything to do with slaves was like Abid, or Abdul, Abdullah. Do you know what I'm saying? Like slave of Allah.
In Nigeria, Veli, they use the word kafir to say black, a slave or black interrogative
Yeah,
term.
but that's come from the Afrikaans though. We're
Yeah,
trying
yeah.
to find a link between the Arabic. If
Yeah.
we can find a link between the Arabic, yeah, then you can sort of IC3 can have it in his list of words that are linking together in it. But if we can't find a link between that, then we sort of have to discount it, innit?
Yes. Okay. So kafir as a racial term. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. Right. So kafir as a racial term. Kafir is a racial slur used to refer to black Africans in the form of kafri. It evolved during the pre-colonial period as an equivalent of Negro. In Southern Africa, the term was later used to refer to Bantu peoples. This designation came to be considered a pejorative by the mid-20th century. It doesn't say why it's black Africans in particular. And it's pre-colonial as an equivalent of Negro. I wonder how far back that goes then. And then later on, it seems to refer to, in Southern Africa, the term was later used to refer to the Bantu peoples. Yeah, later. So this word, so why did the South Africans in pre-colonial times choose the word kafir to refer to black Africans? That's the question. And it says here Afrikaans and Arabic. So according to Wikipedia, we can look into this a bit further. It links Afrikaans and Arabic. The word kafir is definitely is linked. It's linked. Yes. It says Afrikaans and Arabic.
Bring it out. Bring it out.
Sorry? All right.
I said, bring it out. Bring it out.
So the Afrikaans word for kafir and the Arabic term for kafir, they are linked. It's the same word. So I'd like some evidence from some other people if they think that's wrong, but that's what the Wikipedia is saying anyway.
How does it link it?
Wait, it says here kafir, then brackets, it says Afrikaans / Arabic, quote, KAFFER, end quote, kafir, yeah, same word, tsunami, what's that, tsunami, what's that, Caribbean Hindustani is, wow, Caribbean, I never heard of that word. Tsunami is a Caribbean Hindustani. Is an Indo-Aryan language spoken by Indo-Caribbeans and the Indo-Caribbean diaspora. It is mainly based on the Bujuri or Awadhi dialects. These were spoken by indentured laborers who came as immigrants to the Caribbean from the Indian subcontinents.
Yeah.
Let me click this. I never heard of this word before.
Mate,
Sanami.
that buffer class. Hold on a sec. Is that like that buffer class that we've been talking about lately?
What's that?
The buffer class. Remember they was talking about the buffer class the other day when we was having a discussion how Indians sell out or whatever.
Oh right, yes, yeah, yes. So this is very serious because now we've got the word Indian now. So let me put the word Indian. Right. So we got the word black, we got the word African, we got the word slaves, we got the word unbelief, we got the word deaf, we got the word Indian.
Yeah, but in that Wikipedia article, it still wasn't clear how they link the Afrikaans and the Arabic together.
Yeah, so I'm going to try and find out now. Here, this word. This is the next bit. So the link must be somewhere the clue might be in this Sanami Hindustani. There might be a link there. So I'm going to read what that says.
Okay.
It says Sanami Hindustani, meaning Surinamese Hindustani.
Yeah. You know,
oh, right.
Suriname. You know the Suriname.
Yeah, I heard of Suriname. Where is Suriname?
In the Caribbean. It was
Is
a
it?
Dutch. It was a Dutch colony.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. Most of the black Dutch people, their ancestors, a lot of them come from Suriname.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, right. So yeah. So Sanami Hindustani, meaning Surinamese Hindustani, is the most widely spoken language in Suriname after Dutch, Saranan, Tongo, the two lingua francas, and English. The two lingua francas and English. It is a distinct dialect of the Barghouti language, a language spoken by North Indian states, Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, and heavy lexical influence from other languages spoken in Suriname. It is mainly spoken by and within Suriname's Indo-Surinamian community, and therefore is not considered to be a third lingua franca. So all of this is under, because we started to follow the trail of Caribbean Hindustani. Yeah, Caribbean Hindustani. Hindu is quite clear, right? Because we're trying to find out why the South Africans chose that word to refer to black Africans.
The Surinamese people are half black, half Indian, according to someone in the chat.
Really? Ah.
A lot are, yeah.
Right, half black. See, that's why I don't know, but I suspect that is why the IC3 and IC4 codes is black and then Asian. Because I'm sure the people who put those codes together, they must know all of this and not more. Yeah, IC3 and IC4. So there's some connection there between dark skin or black, being considered black, Africans, slaves, unbelief, India, and death. So what we're trying to find out, why did the South Africans choose to use the word kafir in reference to black Africans?
And even then, what has the word South African word kappa and the Arabic word kappa? How do they link together? Because even just what you're saying there, still not like a fully a link to the Arabic, is it? That's
No.
The Surinamese story.
Exactly. So we can get a kind of sense that it's something to do with dark skin, but we can't find it. I can't find any evidence so far why. There must be a reason why they chose that. Why the South Africans chose it specifically to refer to black and blackness. I don't know where else to look now. Let's see if I can find another lead.
I'm still going with, it's like, you know, like you could have a word in English and then a word in someone else's language, and it could be the exact same word, but they just mean two different things, and it's just a coincidence that they're the same word.
Right, that's right. It could be a coincidence, and that might be nice to think in that way, but I suspect there's a lot more to this. Why it doesn't seem to make sense.
Yeah, but that's why if it should be easier to find the connection between it.
Yeah, because it's a statement. So let's look at this. Let's go out with Wikipedia and try and see if anybody else talks about this. Why is the word kafir, which is common in Afrikaans and Arabic, specifically to dark-skinned people?
Why don't you type in, did the Afrikaans word kafir come from the Arabic word kafir?
Okay, did the Afrikaans word for kafir
even did it come from Arabic?
From Arabic. Yeah, that's it. That's a good way to, yeah. So let's try a number of dictionaries, see if we can find another lead. Merriam-Webster dictionary since 1828. Kafir. The American pronunciation there. Definition.
Okay.
Definition of kafir: archaic, a member of a group of Southern African Bantu-speaking peoples. 2, often not capitalized, chiefly South Africa, offensive. Used as an insulting and contemptuous term for a black African. Usage discussion of kafir. In South Africa, the use of the term kafir to refer to a black African is a profoundly offensive and inflammatory expression of contemptuous racism that is sufficient grounds for legal action. The term is associated especially with the era of apartheid, when it was commonly used as an offensive racial slur, and is offensive, and its offensiveness has only increased over time. Oh, I didn't know that. Its
What are you talking
offensiveness.
about? People being
The word
called
kafir.
kafirs.
Huh?
What, in South
What did
Africa?
you say?
Yeah, because hold on, yeah. Because alright, so what we were checking, yeah, was is the Afrikaans word kafir anyway linked to the Arabic? Where did the Afrikaans get the word kafir from? Did they get it from the Arabic?
Yeah, there's
Well,
more. There's more.
Well, I
Hold
can
it.
tell you that
There's more.
there's a bit
Let's
of
read
history
it.
that I read, yeah, that in South Africa there was, I think, a slave, or not a slave, a prisoner of war that was brought over from India.
Oh, cut out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it me or
Indian,
it can't when you got to India.
Yeah, he basically. Yeah, so the guy basically came over to South Africa. He was a prisoner of war by the British, and he basically, advanced Islam in South Africa, and he got with the locals, and they fought against the British. So maybe that's where the word comes.
Well, I'll read this rest of this dictionary. It says, it now ranks as perhaps the most offensive term in South African English. Oh, I didn't know that. It's become more offensive as time. Wonder why it's growing. Is it growing at the same rate as Islam? Who knows? First known use of kafir, 1778. That's the first known use of kafir was in 1778, in the meaning defined at sense one. What was sense
So
one?
in South Africa, you're talking about, right?
And to people. Yeah, that's right. Because we're trying to see the link in the word. One second. Let me explain.
No, but I just want to know who's saying it. Is it a white person or a black person? Who are they saying it to?
No, we're just looking at the meaning of the word. Yeah, because we're guessing. We don't know. We don't know.
IC3.
Yeah.
Look in the chat. Yeah, a couple of people are giving answers like LB and Vortex Light. Yeah. So when you've done your reading and when Big Arts is giving reply as well, give theirs a readout as well. Yeah. So
okay.
Everyone can get updated as well, and it might help you out as well.
Yeah. Okay. So just to let you know what's going on. Apparently, the word kafir, as used to Black African by the racist South Africa, is the same word as the word used by some Muslims or used by Islam, the people that follow the faith of Islam.
So are you saying
so
it
the
means
question
the same
is
thing?
No, slow down. We want to know if that is the same word. Is there a link? We don't know.
What does it mean, bro? What does the word mean?
Right. Well, I'll go back again.
In Afrikaans, it's racist against black people.
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to say. But what does it mean?
Wait, let me finish, yeah? In Afrikaans, it's racist against black people, but in Arabic, it's not racist, though. It's like, it's against anyone.
Yeah, no, 100%. But I'm just asking, what does it mean in Afrikaans?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you now. The word kafir, yes? Well, that's an English pronunciation. You're right. It says, one. It's an offensive South African, one, and an insulting term for a Black African, right? That's dictionary. You can look it up in this one dictionary, which is just a Google. I've just put Google dictionary. So one dictionary says this. So one, it's an insulting term for a Black African. Two, that same word also means offensive and insulting term used by some Muslims for non-Muslims.
Yeah, but that doesn't apply. So I don't know.
No. I'm not saying what applies.
Yeah, but I'm just saying IC3. That's disingenuous right there, because the actual language, yeah, is Afrikaans that we're talking about, right? So the African people, I don't know what they speak, the half Dutch and whatever they do in English and broken down, yeah. So that language, the first explanation that you gave is the meaning of that word in that language. You don't need to read out the second one.
No. What it was, is that man was trying to see if there is any link between it, innit? There might not be no link here, and even if it shows that there's no link here, that will help out as well, anyway. Because like again,
that's right.
That means men can stop trying to say, that Arabs is calling man kafir is being racist or whatever. When
exactly.
Remember that used to happen in Speaker's Corner first of all when the man first started going down. Yeah,
exactly.
Man thought the kafir thing was racist, yeah, because man only heard it in the South African way.
Yes,
man didn't heard it in the Muslim.
Allah saying that, fam, because
hold on, bro.
If that was true,
let me finish.
There we go.
Let me finish what I was saying. Yeah, listen. Yeah, and people was having arguments. Yeah,
I'll be back
until people started to get the knowledge and say, differently. It went into kafir means when the farmers are covering the seeds and all that sort of shit. Man got all that sort of knowledge from it. So it was like, man couldn't find a link between the word kafir and being black. Yeah. So when IC3 was saying today about the kafir and the black thing, yeah, I was saying you need to find a link between it, yeah, because as far as I've seen, first of all, there hasn't been a link between the Arabic and the Afrikaans. But if you do find a link, then we can say there's a link there. If you can't find a link, there ain't no link. You get me? Like it's not a thing of man's trying to reach for it, yeah. Because like I said, there's better other things that's got flipping that's easy to point at in religion that man don't even have to make up stuff, make up lies. Yeah, you can just point out the stuff that's just blatantly inconsistent. You know what I'm saying? Like, so forget about making up lies. Make sure the link's strong in it. Yeah, so that's basically what we're doing now. Is going through it to make sure that if there is a link, it's a strong link in it, and it's not just a if there ain't a link, man can say, right, there ain't no link.
I hear you, bro. I hear you, but I'm just saying that if we're gonna speak about a language, right, such as Afrikaans, I think the first explanation that he gave from that dictionary, that would be more appropriate, and we've definitely seen that that's coming from a white race to the indigenous black race of Africa, and it's a slanderous, racist term, right? Now, this is what I'm trying to say. So obviously, there's no connection within the two meanings.
No. You made a statement. You said there is no connection.
I haven't finished making the statement, brother. You can reply to both of my points after, no problem. I see.
Yeah. Go.
So the second thing is that when we look at the Arabic meaning of kafir, right, it's a non-believer, a disbeliever, someone that doesn't believe in Islam, right? So that just differentiates someone not being a Muslim. So it's got nothing to do with your color, none of that kind of stuff, like hierarchy in society, whether you got money, if you're ugly, none of that. It's just to do with, if you believe in Islam or not. So that's what I come to anyway.
Right. Okay. Right. So I'm saying, I've heard what you said, and this backs up one reading here. This one particular dictionary, the word kafir, it says there are three meanings, there's three separate meanings. Whether they're separate or not, I'm not sure. But it mentions three meanings. I suspect.
So before you continue, ICP, may I just
reading
continue quickly and say that if you find a meaning within that, talking about South Africa or referring to Africa, you would know that that's not Arabic, right?
I don't know. That's what I'm investigating.
Okay, that's why I'm informing you that wouldn't be Arabic.
No. I'm not. I don't want to. Oh, no. With all respect, I'm just looking at what we can discover. We're just exploring. I'm not looking to hear anybody come in and define. I'm just looking at the raw stuff as if I don't know nothing. So the word kafir, I see that there's three meanings. One, as you described, offensive South African term, an insulting term for a black African. That's number one. Number two, offensive, an insulting term used by some Muslims for non-Muslims. Number three, historical, a member of a people of the Hindu Kush Mountains of northeastern Afghanistan who did not convert to Islam until the 19th century. So this dictionary only has three.
I agree
meanings.
With the last two. Would be the last two would definitely be tending towards Islam. I don't know
good.
The first
Right,
one. The
good,
first one's
good.
the European civilization you got to deal with.
Right, good. So the words. So this word kafir, I'm trying to explore this word kafir. So we have the word black is associated with the word kafir.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh, no. We're just looking at the words that we've discovered.
You can't take words from different languages just because they're pronounced the same, and say, oh, this is associated with that language. No, it's not.
Yeah, we don't know.
What do you mean we don't know?
You could be
I'm
right.
telling you it's not. What do you mean
I'm
we
not
don't
listening
know?
to what you're telling me. I'm exploring this.
You, bro.
I'm saying I
just because you can look up something on a book here, and that don't mean that someone didn't write that.
Yes, you're correct.
That book,
Yes, you are correct. But I suspect something, and I'm investigating. I may come to a dead end, and there's nothing more to be said about it. I'll have nothing more to say.
ICP, can I just ask you a quick question? Is it so? As far as I'm getting from you, is that you don't take any kind of knowledge from people? You just take it from books. That's what you're telling me.
No.
Hey, but big odds and Mr. IC3.
Yeah.
I did tell you, man, to read out LB and.
Brother, I beg you, read it.
Okay, I'm gonna read that. I'm gonna read it. Okay.
Again, yeah.
Where is it? Where LB?
Again, yeah. But so then, yeah. From
Let me read
it. Way up before, yeah. Scroll up a little bit before, yeah. Because they had some comments about
about
about the
LB.
word Kappa, yeah.
Yo, one
And
second.
even like,
LB,
Oh, hold it.
when
No,
were the
wait.
Arabs in South
Let me
Africa,
read.
bro?
Let me do some
No, but
reading. I'm gonna read
when
LB's
were the
version.
so-called Arabs in South Africa, LB? When did the Arabs ever have a
Oh my
colony in
God.
South Africa?
Can I
I'd love
read
to know.
LB's? Can
I'd
I
love
read
to know.
LB's thing? Hold
Man,
it,
the
please.
guy's talking like Arabs were their freakers.
let him read it out, Bars, and then you can G-check it.
Yeah,
Let him read it
okay.
out, yeah, then you can G-check it after, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So
You'll get a chance to reply.
LB says, Vele, Jupiter, the word in South Africa comes from East Africa with the slave trade of those who are of the Khan's faith. Whoa, that's interesting. Let me write that down. So the word kafir comes in South Africa. The word kafir in South Africa comes from East Africa. Oh, I can see that. I'd suspect that seems makes sense.
Who's making that
With the
background
slave-
noise? Really, you got to mute up, G. Their background noise.
Yeah, comes from East Africa and with the slave trade. Okay, with
what slave trade?
Slave. We'll investigate. We're going to investigate slave trade.
Hope we do. So how long are you going? Can you just mute up
those?
Can you do me a favor, IC3? Just mute up and take the notes because I'm going to reply to you in a minute. Because you're just taking long, bro. All right, yeah, let me deal with the brother. So LB, first of all, this East African Zanzibar Madagascar slave trade, so cool thing that you're talking about, yeah? Right. Who were the proprietors? Who were the main components of this enterprise? Were they Arabs or were they African indigenous peoples? First question.
You know what? I'll tell the truth here. It was the Arab slave trade that was running.
Bro, you don't
Zanzibar.
understand my question, really, for you to give the answer. You didn't get what I said, bro. Listen to me, bro.
Yeah, you said who were the main
Arabs never
proprietors.
had the capability to run the whole continent of Africa. Yeah, never did they have it. Yes.
But
What they did
had a big
is
stake in
when they
Zanzibar.
went around the continent, my brother, people became Muslim, right?
And
So now you've got black African Muslims that are going around doing this with Arabs. Yes, understandable. But what I'm trying to tell you, really, you can't just say, "Oh, it's the Arab man."
Let me tell you. Yeah. Slavery was legal in Zanzibar, innit? Yeah, in the place, yeah. So they used to let.
By the way, yeah, just to let everyone know in the comments, I am not. But Veli, sorry, I'm not Arab, bro. So I got nothing to do with slavery.
I know. But
I'm just
let me explain it to you.
telling what's true, innit?
Yeah, let me explain it to you though, yeah, because obviously, man might get in his feelings about what the thing was here about. Like, I remember I played a documentary on here, yeah, with the guy speaking about how the Sultan of Zanzibar signed a treaty to stop to ban slavery in Zanzibar still, yeah. But anyway, yeah. So there was.
So you know, at the time when you say the Sultan of Zanzibar, Veli, was he implementing Sharia?
No, but he used to.
So
let
that's
Arabs
my
come
answer
and buy
there,
slaves.
right there. So when you said no, Veli, that means that it's got nothing to do with religion. That guy was doing his own shit, right?
Bro, listen. It did have something to do with religion, where they was
How
buying.
can he if he's not implementing Sharia?
Listen. Bro, listen. Yeah.
That's funny. You're done, bro. You're done right there.
All right, let me explain to you if you think it's done, yeah, and then you should be able to done it even more than, yeah, because remember when I was playing the DVD or the documentary, sorry, of the Sultan of Zanzibar and how they started to abolish slavery and whatever, yeah. The slave traders, yeah, used to say that Africa was made for them to buy slaves. You know what I'm saying? Like, he said that it was.
But who are the slave traders that you're speaking about? Can you show me a quote from the person? I'd love to know who you're speaking
I can't read you out an exact quote, yeah.
But you know what I'm saying, Billy, like, next time, if you can get it from me next time.
Listen, I'll be able to, yeah. When I pull up though, I'll be able to read you out the quote from the guy in it, yeah? Or whatever. Yeah, and man was saying that obviously because they made the brothers in Zanzibar made it legal. It was legal to trade slaves there, innit? Yeah, so they've got a part to play as well, innit? You know what I mean? Like, it's not, it's, like I wasn't just saying that it's just the Arabs' fault, bro. If you're selling slaves and the people are coming there, you got a part to play in that as well, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
Okay. So now
until we can see
let
where
me come
you're.
back. May I answer?
Yeah,
that
wait.
first
Let me
of all,
finish
right?
though, yeah, because you keep cutting me up and not letting me get to the end of the sentence.
You've been speaking for a couple minutes now, really, avocado, bro.
Nah, bro, I haven't, man. And every time I've said something, you come in with a reply before I've even finished the sentence. So I don't know how you've even been able to reply to
But you know
anything I've
what I
said.
noticed already? Every time when you know when I speak, yeah, like people cut me as well. So
No, I'll let you. I'll let you finish, man. I was going on mute, man, to try and let you get your say in it on purpose, in it, because then when I'm on mute, yeah, if I disagree with anything, I can still say it. Do you know what I mean? That. So like I was saying, when I was reading that, when we was watching the documentary, the Sultan of Zanzibar and whatever, yeah, there was some of the Arab slave traders were saying, obviously, it's part of their religion, in it, that owning and trading slaves. So why would they ever stop that? Why would they give it up or whatever? And it weren't until, and I can't even remember what happened yet, it come to a standstill with something where they was trying to pressure they was trying to pressure the people of Zanzibar to stop trading slaves. And sorry, man, my phone's ringing. And they had a meeting with some flipping English don who was a doctor that was working in Zanzibar at the time, and he signed a treaty to stop selling slaves. Do you know what I'm saying? But before that, the Sultan was agreeing with what the Arabs said, that it's made for it's made for slaves, isn't it? Slaves are supposed to be bought and sold here. That's what we do. You get me? So, and obviously the Arab side of it, they said, right, it's part of our thing, innit? That. So, what do you mean stop? God's telling us to do it. So why would we ever stop? Yeah, man. That's what I wanted to say. So.
I don't even know which point do you want me to address now? I'm saying, like, really, that was so long, and like, which one do you want? Like, you made a few points, bro. Like, which one do you want me to address? Like, pick one.
Choose one. Choose one.
Anyone you would do.
Okay, just the fact that you mentioned the documentary. I'll choose my first point when you mentioned the documentary. Yeah, that will make you pull up the documentary, show me who the guy was, the one that made the documentary. Who are these people? And second of all, when you start mentioning, oh, my religion tells me this, like, pull up some verses, bro. I don't care what this crackhead, dickhead, racist prick, yeah, is doing and saying that he wants to, like, tell you can sell slaves. He needs to pull up some verses from the Quran itself, yeah, and show me where he's allowed to do that.
Okay.
You know what? Yeah, it's only listen. So what's weird though, yeah, is that the main scholars and everything, yeah, all say slavery is a part of Islam. It's only the man them on the roads that will say that slavery is not a part of Islam.
Who said that? 1 second, Billy. Yeah, let me give you.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna give you a question, right?
I ain't even lying, bro.
I need a yes or no. I need a yes or no question. Yes or no answer from you, straight up, Billy. Me and you, yeah. Okay, bro. You see, apart from this so-called Arab and this so-called in Africa, this slave trade that you're talking about, you're trying to link to Islam, yeah? That you're trying to link to Islam, right, Billy? Apart from that, bro, look around the world that Islam is, yeah? As in the Indian subcontinent, Central Asia, even in China, Japan, it's in Russia, it's all over the Balkans. Show me where that slave trade also happened, bro.
What do you mean, what slave trade?
Bro, the same fucking thing in it. What you're trying to tell me happens in Islam. I'm telling you, the majority of the religion is not even Arab.
You think there was no other slaves in the world?
Hold on, the majority of the people that are Muslim in the world, are they Arab or not? They're not, are they?
What, you think there weren't no other slaves?
What? Who was slaved in the other places? Show me.
Wait,
no, I'm talking about Muslims. No, remember my question is specific to Muslims. So show me around the world, apart from these things that you're talking about, because these people that you're mentioning, right, is the reason why the deen came there, because these things were prevalent, right? People used to have daughters and kill them. This is the kind of people the religion came to. to fix them up.
Sheikh
So
Farzan said
that's what you're
it's
telling
okay.
me. I don't get it, bro.
Okay, can I, gentlemen? Can I make? Oh, I think Jupiter wants to say something. Go.
God,
I was just reading out a comment from Vortex Light who said Sheikh Farzan says slavery today is okay.
Okay, there you
So
go.
who is Sheikh Farzan and where is he
no.
from, Jupiter? Tell us that too.
I'll look it up.
Shamsi Sheikh.
No, you have
Shamsi
to, innit?
Sheikh
You
from
can't
Saudi
just, you
Arabia.
can't just.
Hey, wait, hold on.
This
He's
is
Shamsi Sheikh from Saudi
disingenuous, though,
Arabia.
yeah, but this is disingenuous, right? Because that guy is not my sheikh. Now she just come
Alright,
and
what's
said,
your
"Oh,
Sheikh's
this
name?
Sheikh
Tell us
Faizan
what
has
your
come
Sheikh's
and
name is. Yeah,
who is
tell us
he?
what your
Where's he
Sheikh's
from,
name is so we
Jupiter?
can
How old is he? What's his credentials?
Yo, big odds. Tell us what your Sheikh is, yeah, or a Sheikh that you follow or whatever, and we can see if he's
I'll be honest to you,
similar
my
to yours.
brothers. Yeah, I'll be honest to you. Yeah, right now in this world, I don't think there's anyone that I can follow and say, you know what, this person is wholeheartedly pure and looking for the just. No, bro, I don't follow no one like that. What I
No
do,
true
Veli,
Islam.
bro, Veli,
Are you
what I
saying there's
do,
no?
bro,
Yeah.
I see. Please let me finish. So what I do, Veli, is I look through various sheikhs and scholars and whatnot, right, and the responses and answers and the facts and the backing that they come with, and then the mind that God gave me myself, I make my own judgment and to what kind of path I'm following. Do you understand?
Okay, so that person's replied you and said, Jupiter, tell him it's the highest scholar of Saudi Arabia and the scholar of Shamsi.
So isn't that a bit stupid, Jupiter? No disrespect to you, yeah? No disrespect to you, Jupiter. Like what I'm trying to say is that the point I made was the fact that outside of the Arab and African world, right? If you look at the majority of the Muslim population, which happens to be what I just quoted, the people that are non-Arab and African. Well, actually, Africans do make up a majority of the population, yeah. But they weren't the ones actually doing the slave trade. So you can even include them. They weren't doing the slave trade, right? So now, none of them are doing this slavery, right? It's just a people that were doing it throughout their history before Islam came to them. And now you're showing me rogue elements that might believe the same still or whatever. But what about the verses that tell you the virtues of freeing slaves and all these kind of benefits that you get from freeing slaves? But can you show me one where it tells you that you must take slaves?
All I know is that Muhammad traded one black slave for two black slaves. So he believed he was a slave trader.
Can I say something? Can I say,
of course you can, bro.
Yeah. How we got to where we are now is that I was looking at Veli's question of the day, and then it led me into looking into the word kafir. So I thought let's see if we can investigate if there's a link between kafir, that word,
yes,
as it's used in Islam, and that word kafir.
You gave three meanings, right? Remember that third meaning that you gave, the third explanation. Remember, IC3, about the Hindu, I think the Hindu Kush, right? So I was going to answer that to you too. The reason why I believe in that as well, and that meaning is from Islam, because those people would have probably believed in, multiple deities, right? As in, they have different forms of deities or avatars or however you like to call it. I don't want to disrespect the religion of Hindus, right? So what I'm saying is, for Muslims, they would have been kafir too because they believe other than monotheism, right?
Okay.
So that's why the kafir could be used against them, but that's still not racist. Do you get me? So the only term out of those three explanations that would be racist, my brother, would be the first one, the one that used by a white people towards the black people.
Yes. Okay. I understand your position. Your position is clear, and it matches with what this first dictionary says. But what I'm digging into is that I suspect, I'm not saying it's a fact, I suspect, and this is the reason I was reading some of these things, that the word kafir means the same in Islam as well as in South Africa. I just suspect. I'm not saying it does. So I'm looking to see if there is a link.
No, there's definitely a link because they both have the same pronunciation and they sound the same, isn't it?
Yes, but are they the same word? This is
This is what I'm
is
trying
the
to. This is what
racist
I'm trying to
word
get at you,
linked?
bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get
Hey,
at.
do you know what? Yeah, the most viable one answer I've seen so far, yeah, is that it came from when the sort of they was doing the slavery trade in East Africa, but the meaning of it's changed when the Afrikaners have used it. You know what I mean? So
Exactly.
instead of being disbeliever, the Afrikaners are using it because they was obviously it went as far as they're concerned, they're only seeing just black slaves in it. They're not seeing all the other slaves
Yeah,
that
whereas
Arabs got,
East
because they got
Africa saying
Indian
it's a
slaves,
non-Muslim
they got
Muslim thing.
white slaves, they got
Yeah,
even
yeah.
certain Chinese slaves over there. You get me? Because
Yeah,
that Arab slave trade was going over to China and shit as well.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
that's right.
So they
Through
was,
I
yeah,
rate,
through
I
the
rate you,
Hindu
Belly, for one
mountains.
thing, right? Belly, I rate you for at least saying the Arab slave trade. I'll big up for that. You get me? Come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, because
Yeah.
we can't hide from that. You see, as Muslims, yeah, we can't go around saying, "Oh, there wasn't an Arab slave trade." Yes, there was. It was prominent, but the problem is, it wasn't an Islamic slave trade. None of the
your mic, man.
Arabs
Your mic.
around saying that you're allowed to go and
Yeah, your mic's low, bro.
and do this and I mean,
You need to explain that bit again, babe, because your mic went low.
what I'm saying, brother, yeah. Look, the four rightly guided caliphs, yeah. They were not going around saying, "Look, you can go and grab a black man, and it's cool to just slave him up." No, the slavery aspect. We have to realize that this Arab slavery was going on prior to Islam, and Asifri. Are you hearing me, guys? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'm
this
listening.
slavery, Arab slavery, has been going on for centuries before Islam ever came there, right? I was also saying to you that people used to bury their newborn daughters because they didn't want daughters, right? So these people got the messenger sent to them because they were like backward, fam, straight up.
Okay. I've got
Yeah, but that's not even
another
what we
lead.
were discussing. We were looking at the root of the word to
No,
find
but
out.
yeah, no, that's fine. But I'm just explaining to them that when Islam came, that was to reform the society and tell them that this what you're doing is wrong.
Yes, I understand your position. Now I'd like to test your position, see if what you're saying is right. See if this investigation confirms everything you said. But I'm suspecting that word kafir, I'm investigating, is something to do. It means black and African as well when it's associated with Islam. If those words are,
that's bullshit.
I know you disagree. I know you disagree.
Yeah,
I
but
know
how
your
you
position.
get into that? How you get into
Well,
that
I'm not
conclusion?
getting anywhere.
Explain.
I'm looking. So, will you allow the investigation to take place to
do it
see
in your head. Do it in your head, man.
No,
do it in your head and come back with your answer, bro. Because I can't be letting you work on the math board and wiping stuff off and that, and then doing it live.
What stuff? Look, what up here? The thing off. We've heard your position.
You know what? Yeah, tell the truth. Yeah, when you're yeah, obviously you have to sort of make the link though, innit? Because that's the same. Obviously, ours is gonna go a bit harder, innit? Yeah, because he's a Muslim, innit? Yeah, but like when you was trying to make the link, yeah, every time you did say African and Kafir, yeah, I was like, yeah, but you still have to make the link between the Arabic using it.
Exactly,
for black
Belly.
people.
You know what he's doing?
And,
He took the explanation from the dictionary of the Afrikaans, saying it from a white man to a black man, and he's trying to do the link, but there's no link.
Well, if there's no link, why are you scared of him looking?
No, because he's doing his thinking out loud. Do it in your head. Come back when you got an answer. Let us talk.
Yeah, but people have been enjoying it, looking for the
It's just stupid. Now, I find it stupid because there's no link.
You know what? Yeah, tell the truth. Yeah, we've been trying to do a fair investigation.
Why are you doing your working out?
There ain't been
Come on.
there ain't been a bias.
I'm trying to say. If I'm trying to work out a math
because
problem, I'm going to do my working out on the paper and come back when I got the answer, right?
Hey, because listen, in the investigation, it's been a fair thing though. Anytime a link's not, every time we've gone down a path, which again, like we've gone down this slavery and Islam path, yeah, it's still.
No, but what do you want to ask me, bro? Like, be honest, you have to ask me a
We're
just
still
question.
coming up with the thing and saying it's still not made a confirmed link between a black person, like an African, and Kafir in Islam, like a non-believer. It's still not made that link yet.
Bro, if you ask me about,
If we can make the link, yeah, we'll try and make it in it. But if you
But
can't
Veli,
make,
if you're
if you
asking
can't
about
make the
slavery,
link,
it's a different question. He's asking me, right? You know what he's doing and why I'm getting angry, yeah? Veli, it's like you, like saying, bro, in English,
bro, listen, you keep moving about with your mic, man. You need to hold the, hold the speaker near your grill so we can hear you.
yo, Veli, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Listen, what I'm saying is that that's like me saying in English, door means you, whatever black person. And in my language, in Pakistani, Urdu, door means actual door, right? Or something else. Now he's telling me there's a link, but show me one. Don't just think out loud and say, yeah, because one explanation in the dictionary means it's for a black person. Show me the other two. Don't describe a black person, bro. They just
Kappa is
describe
a racial
someone.
slur. Kappa is a racial slur used to refer to black Africans.
What do you mean that?
Yeah, we really got that. Yeah, we really got to that.
I'm not
looking
in
at
the
Wikipedia, bro.
Don't troll, man.
I'm looking at Wikipedia, bro.
Yeah, but from Afrikaans, it's not an Arab word. That's the Afrikaan language. You know the language of the Dutch settlers in South
It is the
Africa.
form of Capri which evolved during the pre-colonial period, equivalent of Negro in South Africa.
It's from the white people, bro. It's got nothing to do with Muslims. What you want?
Yeah, but why do they use that word? Why
I
do they
don't
use that word?
fucking know, bro.
Well,
Why
we're
do
gonna
they use,
find
like, half
out.
of the
That's what
world's
we're doing.
language, bro?
We're going to find out. We're just investigating,
Why was
and we're
it
going to
used
find
on
out.
the then? Why was it used on
Why
the
is
band?
it so important? Why they use it?
Because it's just interesting. Some
We've got
people are
nothing more
interested.
interesting to do around the world apart from looking at art, man. Big up, yeah.
This is I can't think more we're interested in this.
I swear to God, you man are just looking for straws. Like, what? You don't believe in God as well, or something like you got?
Well, let's find out.
This is what it looks like, bro.
Let's
looks
see
like
what's
you want to
there.
find a link. You know what it looks like? You want to make something
Oh,
happen between
shit.
Muslims
Hey,
on a
listen,
racial term. That's all it looks like, bro.
Because listen, chill out for a bit, man. Let him do the investigation. We was doing a fair investigation, yeah. But if you start fucking wilding out, yeah, then my man's gonna fucking start piping up as well, yeah. So you gotta chill out for a bit, bro.
I want to dispel something. I want to dispel something. So he says that the African trade had been happening before Islam. Adam was the first Muslim according to the Quran. Also, Ibrahim, he said, what is best in speech than saying I am among the Muslims? So if Muslims existed, that means since the beginning of time, that does not mean that Muhammad brought Islam. It means that Islam was before Muhammad. So why are you lying?
Yeah, it doesn't make. Yeah, that makes sense.
You're black.
Why are you trying to say that? Why are you trying to say that slave?
The word kafir, yeah, in the African language and Arabic language, yeah. And now the second.
We're not talking
sub-point,
language.
Shut your mouth, blood. Second sub point was, yeah, that whether slavery in the Arab civilization was prevalent prior to Islam.
But Islam was here since the creation of Adam. So what are you talking about? The Quran says that Adam was the first Muslim.
Okay, the Islam that we know today, right?
Nope, that's not. Nope. That's not how it works, my son.
Let me
it's
finish
not how
speaking,
it works.
Yeah, you're not a Muslim. You don't even believe in God. So let me tell you what us Muslims believe in, right? So we believe that yes, Adam was a Muslim, such as because he submitted to the one Creator. So all the prophets we believe were sent from the same Creator. We don't believe they were sent from multiple creators, right? Therefore, in that opinion, in that regard, they're Muslim. But there is a differentiation because the present day Muslims that we're talking about are the ones who the Quran Sharif was revealed to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we are descendants and followers of him. Do you understand that?
No, but here's the difference, though. Here's the difference, though. You made a claim. You made a claim. We can do that in just a moment, but you made a claim, and you're upset that I refuted it. That you said that Islam was brought by Muhammad, and I proved to you that the Quran says that Adam was the first Muslim. Abraham said, "What is best in speech?"
As in they submitted to one Creator, but they weren't Muslim. As in the Quran was revealed to them, was it?
No. Here's the point. Firstly, Abraham. You see, you don't want me to talk. Abraham. They all brought this. The Quran even says that all of the prophets before Muhammad brought the same message. It says that.
So the same message is the same rules and laws from every prophet before Muhammad. So what you're trying to do, what you're trying to do, what you're trying to do, no, let me finish, dude. What you're trying to do, what you're, dude, what you're trying to do is say that Muhammad changed everything.
Corrupted, and people started to do wrong
So
things.
what you're
And the
trying to
message was
do,
sent again to reaffirm the message.
no, what you're trying to do is say,
This is
well,
not a religious conversation
before-
anyway. We was trying to talk about kafir. You've come on.
Kafir is a
trying to tell me,
religious
oh, Adam,
conversation, dude. That's
you've
what, because
come
the
on.
word
First of
itself.
all, do you believe in Adam?
Look, the
Don't
point
tell me,
here.
look, answer the question. Do you believe in Adam?
No, I don't believe in it.
Then
But
shut
that
up.
doesn't
then. What
mean
are you talking
anything.
about Adam for then?
Because what you said is not right. The Quran itself says that all of the previous prophets and messengers had the same message, which means they all preached the same Quran. Okay, they preach the same laws and the same rulings, but somehow Muslims have said now whenever something talks about how bad Islam is for certain areas or whatever, all of a sudden it's, well, when Muhammad came, he brought Islam. No, he didn't. All the people before did. So what you need to do is explain how, for some reason,
Okay, do you know how
nobody,
I'm going to answer that
how,
question? Let
how
me tell you how I'm gonna answer
nobody,
that question.
you
No, I'm
can't,
about to
I
answer
didn't
the
even
question.
finish the question, dude. What are you talking about?
Why are you taking so long? Are you a little bitch or something? Hurry up. Man.
Why can't you let me finish the question before you start saying, let me answer the question? So
Because
what
I've
you
heard
need
it
to,
already. What else are you going to ask me?
no,
How many questions are you
so
asking me?
you need to explain how throughout history, these prophets have came and none of these rulings or laws have ever made it through until Muhammad, and how now Muslims are saying that Muhammad changed everything and how he brought Islam.
Is it questions within questions or?
You know, sometimes questions actually lead into other questions that are relative. You
That's a bit
understand that?
stupid. You're
You
gonna
know
tell me I'm
how,
gonna ask
you
you a
know how
question,
it's
then
like
you're gonna ask
math,
me like
right?
10 questions
Sometimes
until
in
you get to the
math you
question.
have multiple
How
equations
about
inside of
ask
one
me a simple
equation.
question? Ask me a simple question, mate.
Okay, I'll ask you
Go ahead.
this. I'll ask you this. Who were the Jews? If Abraham was a
See, you
Jew,
done it
but they
again.
call
You
him
done it
no.
again. Who
I'm
are the Jews?
I'm
That's
explaining
one
the question.
question. And then
So
if Abraham, what are you doing?
if Abraham,
Can you fathom
if
a simple
Abraham
question in
brought
the
the
English language
message,
or not?
if Abraham brought the message to people and they followed him and his message, that makes them Muslims. So how did the Jews come into existence?
That's
Yo,
the question
big
you're
odds.
asking me.
Big odds. Forget this guy, man. Deal with the
Aki, 1
subject
second. Let me answer
matter,
that
yeah?
for him. It's simple. It's
Deal with
simple.
the subject
What,
matter.
Aki,
Don't
1
ask.
second though.
Let's
It's
deal,
simple.
let's deal with
Why so
the
religious?
thing.
It's
What I
simple.
want to
Hear,
know
hear
is
this, right?
define black.
Hear
No.
my answer, right?
Go in
Hear my answer,
Wikipedia
right?
and define black,
The
yeah?
people.
And then question yourself if you're black. Simple as. So let's deal with black. IC3, I want to ask you a question. Yeah? Can you define
Aki,
black or
Abdullah,
go in
yeah?
Wikipedia
Abdullah, you know
and
what they're doing?
define black?
They're telling me that an Arabic word is the same meaning as a, you know, the South African language. Is the like, what are you on, bro? Don't compare the two. It's a different language.
Okay. I'm saying I'd like to do an investigation. Maybe all of you you're not interested, but because it was quiet and I was on my own, I just started looking up the word kafir. And then as I was looking up the word kafir and reading it out to everybody, what the definitions are, I suspected that the word kafir, there must be some relationship. I'm not saying there is. There might be a relationship between the kafir, that word as used to refer to Black African in South Africa, and the same word kafir. Well, I won't say same word. I suspect it is the same word as kafir as used in Islam to refer to non-believers.
Correct. Now, IC3, may I stop you there?
With
Brother
all due
Abdullah
respect,
actually speaks.
IC3, you're
Yeah, Brother
waffling. I
Abdullah,
ask
can
you
you
a
let
specific
IC3 know
question
that
and
you
said,
actually speak
1
Arabic,
second, big
right?
ass, please, and then it's
So you
all
can
yours.
actually
Please,
say
my
that you
brother,
can
just 1
speak
second.
Arabic, right, Aki?
IC3, can you define what black means? Because we're dealing with presence here, and you like using black. Can you go and define what black means here in Wikipedia or whatever, and then come explain to us what black means, please? Because you know what? The same people you take your knowledge for are still deceiving you and using deception, and you're carrying out those deception by implying you're black. So can you define what black means, please?
Okay, good. Well, sorry, go on, Jupiter. Go on.
I said, if you're going to look up black, you need to know that in Old English it meant something totally different until the French changed the
Agreed.
meaning.
But that's the whole reason why he's asking that, Jupiter. That's why he's
but I
asking
want to
that.
dig into this word
But that's why he's
kafir.
asking you that, because he wants to know what the actual root word is.
Yeah,
Big
this
ass.
word
In
kafir.
all fairness, I think you should go and do it because you know why? Then you know why I find
Actually,
it
I
very
can't do it because I'm
problematic
on my
for us to
phone,
use
man.
the
I can't
term
do it.
black.
Sorry. Yeah. But I think the word here, I'm more interested. We'll deal with black, but I would like to deal with this word kafir. Kafir, the roots of that word, the etymology of that word. And is there a relationship between the word as used in South Africa as a racial term and the word used in Islam
But I asked you,
for a
can you also
non-believer?
can you at least tell us when you say that statement? Can you at least say that racial slur and the racial term is made by African people which are white, yeah,
Yeah, we said
European
that already.
settlers to the
Yeah.
land, and it's made toward the indigenous black folk of the land. Can you make that too? Like, because when you say the
Yes.
statement, nobody understands what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to investigate the word kafir because I suspect there's a link between the way it's used in South Africa and the way it's used by the Arabs. I suspect. And I was just seeing if there is any evidence of a link, because there appears to be a link when we look at Wikipedia. I don't know why they've done it this way. Yeah, hold it. I'll read it. I'll tell you where.
Do you want to read out the three explanations again?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I will do. But I'll just read this bit first, and then we'll read the three explanations. So, kafir as a racial term. Kafir, it's got Afrikaans and Arabic. So those two words are together. Yeah, Afrikaans / Arabic, kafir. Right? So that caused me to suspect that there would be some relationship between the word kafir as used in Afrikaans as well as how it's used in Arabic. I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying that the fact that they put those two words together, Afrikaans and Arabic, made me want to investigate why they put Afrikaans and Arabic together when it comes to the word kafir.
Do you know if two words sound exactly the same and they're spelled the same, and you was to do a search on them? Do you not think that they will come up at the same time and you would know the differentiation / like the way they're done there?
I'm going to read the definition now. I'm going to read the definition again. We did this earlier, but you just come on, so I'll read it again. The three words. I was looking through a number of different dictionaries as well.
I didn't know you was like this, IC3 man. It's the first time I see you doing this madness. Like, what's wrong with
By
you?
the IC3, if you want to know the proper meaning of kafir, yeah, I think Brother Respect already break it down way before he was a Muslim. Yeah, is one who covers the truth. Simple as. So a habitual liar can be a kafir, one who covers the truth. So that's a root meaning of
No,
kafir.
but that's
If
the
you want to know
Arabic.
the
That's
root
the
meaning.
Arabic, right? He's saying that the Afrikaan racist term is linked to Arabic. That's what he's saying.
Might be. I'm just investigating.
Well, show us any link. Have you got one link?
Yeah, well, let's go bit by bit. Right. So somebody asked, can I read out the three according to the first dictionary that I went to? It says kafir. Right. So I'm not pronouncing it right. Right. So kafir, number one, an offensive South African. Number one, offensive South African. That means an insulting term for a black African.
I feel that you're not reading the full statement there. You know, in that first bit when you say,
I'll put the link. I'll put the link.
You know when you say something about South African, I feel there's an extra bit, but you don't.
No, I'm gonna put. Everybody else can read it. I'm gonna
no,
put
but
the
can
link
you
in
just read it out loud?
Yeah, I'm going to read it out, but I'm going to put the link so that other people can see
But
it.
I beg you, know when it says South Africa something term, why do you stop there every time?
Look, because somebody's talking. I stop when somebody else is talking.
I want you to carry on reading the full paragraph, bro.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to. Right, here we go. I'm going to read. I'm not going to say any. I'm just going to read what's here. One, offensive South African. An insulting term for a black African. 2, offensive. An insulting term used by some Muslims for non-Muslims. 3, historical. A member of a people of the Hindu Kush mountains of northeastern Afghanistan who did not convert to Islam until the 19th century. Origin: Arabic, kafara, which means not believe. Arabic, kafir, infidel. 16th century, kafir. In the 16th century, in kafir sense too, from Arabic kafir, infidel, from kafara, not believe. So that word, it started being used in the West in the around about 1800, 1778 specifically. Yeah, that's it. So you can see that link for yourself. So
What link?
I've put the link in the chat.
So
chat.
I thought you were saying there's a link between the words. Okay.
Yeah, no. The everything I just read, I've posted the link in the chat so somebody else can read and verify what I just said. So that's just one dictionary. So we started to look earlier on before you all arrived. We started to look at different dictionaries to see if we could find a link between words kafir as it's used in South Africa and the word kafir as it's used in the Arabic. So the question was, did the South Africans start referring to black Africans as kafir because they got it from the Arabic, how it was being used by the Arabs and Muslims? That's the question. So that's what started the investigation.
That's a valid question.
Yeah. So that was the first dictionary. So I found something here, Oxford Dictionary. Oxford Dictionary. It says, put the link in the chat if you want. It reads as kafir. On looking at the OED's, Oxford English Dictionary's revised entry for kafir, originally a noun, but later also developing adjectival uses. Perhaps the most striking aspect of the picture that emerges is the diversity that so characterizes the word's current and historical usage. A feature of the different Englishes used in several geographically quite disparate parts of the world, it ranges from being a racial insult considered so offensive in South Africa that its usage is now legally actionable there, to being a perfectly neutral name for an ethnic group in South
Belly,
Asia.
Belly, Schiffer. Sorry, ICB. Schiffer's in the back chat. He's trying to get on.
Add to these its origins as a pejorative term used by Muslims to refer to non-Muslims, and it starts to become apparent that there is a rich and complex story to be told here. Oh, there you go. See, this is exactly what I was thinking. I mean, I couldn't put it better myself than the Oxford Dictionary. That I just read there. Let me put the link in.
Read that last bit again, because
yeah, that's right. That's the exact point of the whole point of this discussion. Let me put this link.
No, but hear what I'm saying. I wasn't denying. See, remember, I even said that first thing when I came here. I said that there could have been a correlation where them man might have heard Muslims saying that to non-Muslims and started using it in a derogatory way. But what I'm saying is that's not Muslims doing that. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay, so the last sentence, it says kafir. I think okay. Add to these its origins as a pejorative term used by Muslims to refer to non-Muslims, and it starts to become apparent that there is a rich and complex story to be told here. And that's the word kafir. Labeling non-Muslims. At the heart of the origin of kafir is religious disagreement. At the heart of the origin of kafir
Is religious
religious
disagreement.
disagreement.
Yeah. So
The
can we agree
earliest,
upon that first of all?
yeah, I suspect there is definitely, because it's definitely. Yeah.
So it's
So
not.
wait,
So at least me
it's
and you
not what I
agree
was
that
talking
the
about
heart
earlier,
of
though.
the word kafir, the disagreement is religious disagreement, right, and not racial disagreement.
Whoa. Well, let's see, because that's quite an interesting statement you made there. But I'd like to challenge it. But let's read a bit more here. So, at the heart of kafir is religious disagreement. The earliest evidence of its usage in English attests that it was used as a noun by Muslims as a pejorative term for a person who does not follow Islam. A
Is
use
that the
that is
same as the word heathen in reference to someone who doesn't follow
Thank you,
Christianity?
Shifa.
yeah, maybe I don't know. So yeah,
Yeah, it's
used.
exactly the same. A heathen is a non-believer, right?
Okay, so as it says here, a use that is both considered offensive and intended to offend. In the earliest, let me read that again.
Can I
I'll
at
start
least
again.
say the word properly before you carry on? It's kafir.
Kafir. Okay, good. Okay.
Perfectly. You know that second time, perfectly pronounced.
Okay, kafir. Okay. So, at the heart of the origin of kafir is religious disagreement. The earliest evidence of its usage in English attests that it is used as a noun by Muslims as a pejorative term for a person who does not follow Islam. A use that is both considered offensive and intended to offend. In the earliest individual instance, we have found a written English from 1577. The author Richard Wills explains kafir as meaning misbeliever. That's from 1577. And many other instances give similar glosses, such as infidel or idolater, with religious disagreement being at the core of this use. It has not remained restricted to a single geographical area, instead being used in many different parts of the world with Muslim communities. During the 450 or so years that the word has been used in this way, it has spread across numerous different regions, including those which are now the countries Egypt, India, and Afghanistan, to which I'll return later.
Yeah, I heard that word in that film, The Dictator. He was calling everyone infidels.
Yeah. Yo, IC3, are you done, brother?
Yeah, I'll read more, but we can stop there.
I was gonna say if I can reply to a bit of what you said.
Yeah.
So far, my brother, we can clearly see that in Islamic terms, right? These are mostly that definition that you read, like Arabic, right? So in those terms, there's no racial definition at all within the word, is there? At all. Even from white people that have, like, in the European world that have translated it in 15 or whatever you said, right?
I disagree, but continue.
No, so okay, what? I want you to answer. How do you disagree and prove to me that you have the right to disagree?
Okay. Now, just looking at that article again. See, it says there.
Which article, brother? Which article?
Sorry, the Oxford
About
Dictionary.
the Afrikaans or the Muslims?
The word kafir.
No. That's not what I asked you, my brother.
You said.
I think you heard me wrong, right? Because I'm
asking
you
repeat it.
Yes, a particular question I see for you.
Go on,
so
then.
In the question, I'm asking you, so far what you read out within the Muslim Arabic meaning of the word, the descriptions of the word, the translations and the transcripts that you read so far, have all led to the reasoning that it's a religious difference. Now, I want you to show me where, in any way, in those things, that one explanation of the word kafir, of the white Amsterdam European settlers within South Africa using it towards the black man as a racial slur has anything to do with the way we use it.
Yes. I suspect that it does.
No, but no, I see free. I think you have the right to hold that opinion. Correct. But I would love for you to back up your opinion with some facts. And if you cannot, brother, and all you're going to do is keep on reading jargon about what you've just done for the past 5 minutes, bro, about, oh, Arabs have said this about non-Muslims and Muslims have said this about the Hindus and da-da-da-da. But show me where a Muslim has gone to South Africa and told a black man, you kafir as because he's black, not because he's not a Muslim. Show me that. That's what I want to see.
That might exist, so I'll
no,
discover
show
it
me
if it
that,
does.
bro. Don't tell me about might exist, bro. This is what I'm saying. Anything can exist in a hypothetical, bro. Show me proof that you've got backing. So don't just come online, which is on a live platform, right? People watching, and for the last hour, bro, we've been talking about, oh, the Arabs mean this. No, there's no way in Arabic language that word is racial term. I want you to prove to me that in the Arabic language that is a racial term. I don't care what white people are using it for in South Africa. That's their own fucking prerogative.
Good. Very good. I'd like to do the same as well for myself. So if I prove it to you, I'd like to also prove it for myself, if there is such a connection. But the only connection I can see so far, which I'm questioning, is why in Wikipedia, where the word kafir, or as a racial term, they mention Arabic. They mention, so the word kafir, I don't know why Wikipedia said it, but it appears to me from what I'm looking at here in Wikipedia.
First of all, deal with it, bro.
I just want to say one thing, yeah. It's like I said to James Jones the other day. You see this Wikipedia business, yeah, this online thing. It's not real, innit? Like,
who the
anyone
fuck
can
wrote that post, bro? That's what I'm trying to say. Anyone can write a Wikipedia.
Anyone can make, and then you know the worst thing is, yeah, I'm going to give you a good example of how stupid.
Bro, I can go and change your Wikipedia post and update it.
Do you understand? Now, I hit the joke. Now, my brother, let me just say this one thing here, because I just want to show you just how dumb some people are on this panel. And some people won't see through the dumbness. So I'm going to pull back the veil for some people, because I'm not going to do this all the time. This is a one-time occasion. All right. So James Jones was on there the other day, like grilling me, telling me, how can I be indigenous American when the indigenous Americans, the white people, did their DNA, and they're saying, no, they're Siberians. Yeah. Now, what James Jones don't know is, between me and probably most of the South Americans and people who have indigenous heritage from that region, we already looked into the science that they did. And the problem he's going to have is, when you're saying that, for instance, Mexicans then, yeah, and whatever, Colombians or whatever now, yeah, he's saying that these people's DNA is closer linked to Siberian, yeah? But what he's not
I
telling...
think Shahid's in the back chat, bro.
But listen, what he's not telling people is that if you go onto these Google websites and Wikipedia, what you're also going to find out is that their DNA is 77% European. Now, I challenge anyone to go online, find a picture of a Siberian, yeah, and then imagine that person being mixed with white people like 3 or 4 or 5 times over and having 77% European DNA, and you told me that that person would look like any Mexican that you've seen or any Colombian that you've seen, and then get back to James Jones and let him know, like, what you're doing with your Google, you're not learning anything, you're just chatting rubbish. And it's not, you see, you IC3, I give you ratings because you're not just believing it, you're critiquing it. And that's better than just a man taking it and saying it's verbatim. Yeah, it's definitely word for word, it went for that like this. Do you feel what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I got you. So,
no, you know what it is, yeah. I like IC3 the way he's doing the thing, but the only thing I don't like, which is I find disingenuous, yeah, Shifa, and tell me if you agree upon this, is that he's giving me descriptions of a meaning of the word in a language which is Afrikaans, and it means one thing, and then he's clearly read two examples in the same dictionary of it being used in Arabic, tense, and also in history, he's read articles and stuff from European scholars and historians or whatever that have said that the Arabs use this to people that have religious difference towards them, as in they don't believe the same religion as them, but yet he's still trying to link the white Dutch settlers in
The
South
racism
Africa.
with the original
Yeah,
word,
so
which
that's what
just
I'm trying to
meant
tell him. I'm
you
telling
weren't
him,
about
show
religion,
me
innit?
once where the Arabs in
No,
the
but
Arabic
you see,
language
my
have
brother,
used that
you
towards
see
a
what you're
black
saying,
person
yeah?
in a racist way.
Go on. You see what you're saying, yeah? I'll be honest. You see, had he not said his last sentence, yeah, I would agree with you. But he made it clear under no uncertain circumstances that he wants to learn this. He's not saying he knows it.
No, but
He's saying
Shifa, I've been telling him the same thing what I've been saying. You know what I just said to you, G, yeah? I've been here for about an hour now, and I've been saying the same thing, and I'm telling him, bro, show me one link. And he can't, but he keeps saying,
Do you
I
know
think
what?
there is, but you can't find the link though.
You see what you're saying there, yeah? The link could be, you see me coming on here now, I could say, the link could be that the word was borrowed. The link could be this, it could be that. But what we need is the actual
But I was telling you,
information.
Shifa, that could be true, no problem. But
Yeah.
he's also adamant that there is a link, as in the Arabs mean the same way. Like I'm saying, the Arabs mean
Yeah.
their own language. These people have
But
changed the word. That's what I'm trying to tell
remember,
him.
my brother, yeah, he's only adamant in his own opinion. He's not projecting it on other people and saying that it's true. He's saying it's just what he thinks. He thinks there might be.
I'm doing that too, bro. I'm doing that too. What I'm trying to say is that when you look at facts, right, I'm going by what he's been actually reading out, Shifa, off Wikipedia, right, and everything is backing up what I'm saying.
Bro, I'll give you my take, yeah. I'll be honest, in my honest opinion, yeah, when we're dealing with the word you were talking about, which is the Arabic word, I don't think it has any racial tones to it. No more than the word heretic has racial tones to it. No more than the word, what was it?
Infidel, heathen.
It's not a racial, that's not a racial thing. That's to do with a religion. A religion is not a race. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So it can't really have a racial tone. But I think what my brother's getting at is, for instance, at the time when the term came in, we don't know how it was implemented. We don't know if a lot of the people that it was being used on had black faces or whatever. But then we don't know if the people using it had black faces neither. We don't really know. We can't go back to when Islam started,
So can
And
I
this is
ask
the
you a
thing,
question, bro? Yeah. Hypothetically speaking, if the word the Afrikaners are using in their language now was picked up, we're going to speculate and say it was picked up by the Arab traders, right, that were coming along the coast, and they were calling the non-Muslim black people of South Africa kafir, and they were also calling the Afrikaans kafir. This is what I'm trying to say. But for them to spin it around and make it a racial term, that's their own fucking doing, isn't it?
No, but that's what white people do. If you think about it, yeah, the word Negro, yeah, or Negra, yeah, is a Spanish word. It's a real word. It just
And
means
it
black.
actually means the color black. Yeah, I know.
Do you understand? But when the white people got hold of it in other parts of America and Europe or whatever, they started saying nigger and just like adulterating the word. So I can kind of get where you're both coming from, and I don't personally think it was used as a racial term. I just think that my brother, he's saying that's his opinion. He's gonna do some more research before he affirms, innit? And that's all it is. Like me, I'm pretty sure.
The reason why I felt so strongly about it is because this channel gets a lot of quite a bit of audience, bro. Like a couple thousand people gonna watch this, and they're all gonna think like, "Rah, the Muslims are the ones that let the Africans start." Nah, bro.
They're not. No,
That's what
bro.
I'm
They're
trying to
not
come here
gonna
again.
do that. Bro, this is why I jumped in as well, yeah, to show people that anyone can go on Google and find any type of information they want to find. And you can just keep sifting through information till you find one that suits you and then act like it means something. That's what James Jones does. But what my brother's doing, he's not acting like it's verbatim, like that the word was a racial term. He's just saying he wants to do more research into it, which I think is fair. But I think in your defense as well, I think people have got to make that clear as well. So then you feel not hard done by like a man's not trying to say it is a racial term and I'm just going to go away and prove it. We're not sure, are we? You can't be sure. And that's what we really need to get
We got
across.
Shakara in the comment section. Shakara, bro.
Yeah, but
Like,
saying,
I want to ask him the question. Let's see what he writes in it. So Shakara, do you believe that the word kafir in Arabic is a racial term? And do you think that because the Afrikaners use kafir towards the South African indigenous folk, and even though they're not from the country and they try to form like a superior thing and show that, you know, they're better than them, which is a racial thing, has that any links with Islam? Or like, is it because we're saying that word? That's what like IC3 is suspecting.
well, I don't think it's a racial thing.
Yo, by the way, James Jones is here, innit? So round one, fight.
Do you know what? James Jones is a waste man. He's not ready for me, innit? Because when you see what I just said, yeah? You see what I just said? I guarantee you a certain percentage of people have gone and they've gone on Google. They said Siberian. They've looked at what a Siberian looks like. Then they've looked at a Mexican. They've looked at a Colombian. They've looked at a Panamanian. They've looked at a Cuban. And they said, hold on, nah. That can't make sense. If them people are 77% white, how do they look like that? They would look white if they're half Siberian. If they're
Yo, James, my brother said you're a little Egypt, but what you gonna say?
Can we focus on the words?
I wanted to address what IC research. Yeah, in the Wikipedia page, I read it, and it says even there though it says the word is non-racial and applied to non-Muslims.
Thank you, James.
Etymological root. And
yes.
Then, yeah. So I don't.
But if it's used by an Afrikaan,
go on. I see.
There's more.
There's more.
Okay. Yeah. So reading. I'm continuing from the Oxford English Dictionary. I read the first paragraph, but I stopped so we could talk a bit.
Oxford. Is that where we're going?
Yeah. Yeah. So now we're going to go into the races because we've got it talks about Islam, Muslims.
You know what I really find funny, yeah? We're going to Oxford to translate a language into English that can never be like really translated fully. Like, wagwan.
You see, before you lot continue, yeah, I just want to say one thing, yeah. I hope everyone has Googled what a Siberian looks like and noticed that this James Jones guy, like, he's very good at deflection. And what he likes to do, one day he'll be all like big Mr. Big Balls running his mouth. The next day he's a quiet church
man. Look Chinese or anything like that, bro.
Well, I don't know. On a genuinely, Schiffer, yeah, on the biggest level, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about anything.
Bro, you said, this is what you said, James Jones. You said that I can't be an indigenous South American, yeah, or American full stop, yeah, because realistically, the American, I've done their DNA, yeah, and their DNA is closely linked to Siberians, yeah. I told you I already knew about that research, innit? I didn't pull you up on the day because you were just running them up. I'm pulling you up now.
Who said that? You said what you just said.
You said that. You said live on air, yeah, that the Siberians are the original South Americans. That's who they the original South
You are
Americans.
insane. You are insane. Prove that.
What did you say then?
Prove I mentioned the word Siberia. I'll give you a
You said Asian. You said Asian, didn't you? You said Asians, didn't you?
Prove I said Siberian. Just go find it.
Did you say Asians? Did you say Asian?
Shut up. Go find it and come back and prove
Listen,
it.
bro, bro, this is what you do. This is what you do. This childish behavior. You didn't need to say the word Siberian. Listen. I'm trying to talk to you, bro. Trying to talk to you. Yeah, behaving.
Don't
You said Asians, innit?
Incorrectly, James.
Bro, you said Asians, innit? The people you're talking about that are supposedly Asians that settled in America, that crossed that ice bridge between Russia and America, they're called Siberians, bro. If you didn't do the research properly, I'm just adding to it. Yeah, so you said they were Asians. Now you explain to me, yeah, if you mix an Asian with white people, like, and then mix again with white people, and then mix again with white people till it's 77% white. Anyone in the room, can you tell me, will you get a Mexican?
Yo, Schiffer, yeah, just because.
Okay, 1 second, Schiffer. You asked us in the room, yeah.
1 second, but
I'm asking the room. I'm not even asking
Let me
James
tell you
Jones
why,
because he's
yeah.
just ignorant.
The first Asian that you might have started with might have been a Sri
1
Lankan.
second, odds, man. I'll beg you, odds. 1 second, man. You're saying
What if
ding
that
ding.
first Asian was Sri Lankan, Schiffer?
Then you're speaking.
No. When we're talking about Asians, yeah, we're talking about Siberians. Siberians are these people that James Jones is talking about. He don't even realize it, but I'm telling him because he said the Asians. The history that he's talking about, the DNA that was done understand by the American scientists why most of the South Americans, they don't believe it. They know it's a lie. Because how was they Chinese and then mixed with white and then came out Mexican? Talk to me.
Well, what do you mean Chinese though, man?
Siberian. They look Chinese. Look at a Siberian.
Sorry,
What do they look
James.
like?
Go on, bro.
Listen, guys, can we please deal with subject matter? The way I said, I wanted to
You're
ask
saying deal with subjects
IC3,
that
just
matter, but don't
IC3,
matter to you,
just
innit? You see what it is?
IC3 wanted to
No
deal
one
with
disrespected
Kafir
your
and all of
heritage.
that.
Listen, nobody disrespected your heritage. So you're saying deal with subjects that matter. I'm saying if you're saying we don't matter, you don't matter, bro. Not being funny. Same way my Muslim brother, yeah, he's got people on there disrespecting
Nah,
his religion.
Shifa, he's one of your brothers, man. He's a black brother, bro. Come on, man.
Nah, he might be, but listen. He might listen. He might be my brother in the sense that we're all men here. But let me show you something here. What these men like to do is, they like to discredit people's history, innit? And then they want to disrespect people's ancestors. So I'm
I
asking
hear
the
you.
room.
No, I respect everyone's history. You know what? Big up that
Thank
history.
you.
Let's talk about it. Come on, James. Where's your
Thank
answer?
you.
Are you
So I'm
stuttering?
asking you a
James, are
question,
you
my brother, yeah?
stuttering?
I'm asking you,
James,
my
why are you
listen.
stuttering, bro?
This is my question to everyone in the room, yeah, and then you can move on to whatever you want. I want everyone to Google, what a Siberian looks like, because these are the Asians that
The man look
supposedly
like a
settled
husky,
in.
blood.
They look like what?
No, I'm taking the piss. Siberian husky. I was just taking a piss, bro.
All right, so you Google, just everyone Google what a Siberian looks like, yeah? And then understand what James Jones was talking about when he was saying that the original South Americans came to America from Asia or were linked to the Asians.
Okay,
These are
can
the
I
people that he
give
was
my
talking
opinion on
about.
that, Shifa?
Please.
My brother. No, all right, please, yeah. Okay, do you believe that before the continents had a
Is
land
this
bridge?
how you let a subject get changed
Oh,
or not?
James, you were stuttering, bro. I was waiting for you. Go
Is
on,
this
James.
how you let a subject get changed or not? Let the man bring the literature and then everyone can analyze it. Now let IC3 speak because he was speaking and you interrupted him.
Nah, me and IC3 had a conversation for time. I
I
think me and IC3 don't mind backing down
I
and
asked,
letting you and Shifa go at it,
it
bro.
doesn't matter. You can do what you want. If you want backing down, mute your mic. I asked IC3 a question, then all this guy starts
You
speaking.
know why he's doing that,
Bro,
innit,
why are
bro?
you
Because
getting
he knows
shook
he
for,
looks
James,
like the
man?
biggest
I'm so
dickhead on
scared
the
of Shifa
platform
for
right now.
Can you let the man
He
answer
looks
the
like the biggest
scared of the
dickhead on the
natives, innit? You're
platform.
scared of
He's
the
the only
natives,
man on the
innit?
platform, yeah. He's the only man in the world that I know of, yeah, that thinks you can get a Mexican out of mixing a Siberian with white people.
IC3 was asking the question. This is
Bro,
not
you
your
ain't getting no pit bull by mixing a Siberian husky with a
are
fucking
you
Rottweiler, are you? Bro? Come on.
donut as well?
That's how you get Mexicans, isn't it? Dickhead.
Fucking hell. IC3 now. The floor is yours. Carry on reading, please.
All right. Okay. So, I'm trying to explore this word kafir and to see. I suspect, I'm not saying there is. I suspect that there's a link between how the word is used racially and how the word was used by the Muslims or by Islam. So, and the question was asked, why would I think there's a link between the word kafir? Thank you for the help and how to pronounce it properly. Kafir. We see a link, a suspect link. We don't know if it's real, where they associate kafir as Afrikaans and they put Arabic next to it. There's Afrikaans, which is known to be used kafir as a racist term. Then it's got / Arabic. So from when I saw that, I suspected there might be a link between the racists use the word kafir and the idea of disbelief in the Arabic. So I was asking the question, why did the South Africans start using that word in referring to black Africans? So that was a question.
Can
I just say quickly
So IC3 like to act based on what you suspect rather than evidence, yeah? Because that's what I'm guessing.
But hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. IC3, you know it says Suriname, which I imagine is from Suriname.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it says the word is Kafri, like Kafri. So maybe the dot is Kafri, isn't it?
Possibly. Yeah, because I was looking at some other dictionaries as well, and they say that the word is pronounced differently. Kafri, with a C-A-F. Yeah, so Kafri as well. But yet there appears to be a link. So I'm just exploring that and find there might be no link. There might be no link that we can just drop the subject. But I'm suspecting that something's going on here. So reading from the Oxford Dictionary for kafir, it talks about the Muslims. I don't know if you want to read that paragraph again, but but basically the last sentence it says it says that this word is it says here, and to these its origins, that's of the word kafir, as a pejorative term used by Muslims to refer to non-Muslims, and it starts to become apparent that there is a rich and complex story to be told here. There's a rich and complex story to be told in the meaning of that word kafir, the history and the meaning. So the first paragraph talks about it as a labeling for non-Muslims, and then the next one out goes into race. So I was about to read this. It says neutral designation to racist slur. So I was about to read that paragraph. Neutral designation to racist slur. So it says, from this starting point, it is perhaps a little surprising that just over a decade later, we find evidence of kafir being used both as a noun and as an adjective in reference to the Nguni peoples of southeastern Africa, without any detectable offensive impact or derogatory intent. For Thomas Hickok in 1588, translating into English Cesare Frederick's account in his native Italian of his travels across the world, the use of the kafir, it's spelled differently here, C-A-F-E-R, so obviously they think it's the same word, even though it has different spellings, they perceive it. The Oxford Dictionary says it seems to be the same word, to refer to the Nguni peoples and the description of Nguni traders as kafir merchants.
So does that mean black merchants or?
I don't know. I'm just reading what it says here.
Yeah, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll find out. Nguni traders as
Are we really
kafir
going to do this, bro?
merchants.
After
In
Jim
both
just told you
instances,
the word name is spelled the same.
Yeah, but it's spelled differently here as well. The Oxford Dictionary has a number of spellings for the same word. It's saying the same word.
You know, in Afrikaans, you know the Afrikaans word, kafri or whatever you're saying. How is it spelled?
Here, it's got here Kaffir.
Okay.
And then that same word is also spelled Caffer.
And that would be the Afrikaans. Which one is the Afrikaans one? The second one?
Guys, 1 second. I found where the Wikipedia entry comes from. It comes from an article on the provenance of the term kafir. And the part from the Wikipedia is there. I'm not sure if this part's in the Wikipedia, but it kind of does make sense how sort of everybody in this instance is right, yeah? Because it says with a Muslim presence, so derived from the general meaning of kafir is non-Muslim. Those who are seen to deny the truth of Islam, with a Muslim presence dating from 1658, when the Dutch brought Muslims to the Cape as slaves and servants. It is reasonable to assume.
So the Muslims slaves the white man.
Listen. Islam in South Africa delivered the word. Sorry, it is reasonable to assume that Islam in South Africa delivered the word to the colonial lexicon. So, for example, if you hear somebody using a word, yeah, you can make the word your own word, like I don't know, various.
But I said this too earlier.
Slang words. Yeah, so it's like if I hear someone call a slave a kafir, then I call it a slave a kafir. But guess
100%. But James, I was letting IC3 know that the Muslims were telling the white man and everyone that was not Muslim that same thing.
But no. So this is what I would say is more likely. a slave, you bought a slave that's a Muslim, right?
So are you telling me them Dutchmen were Muslim?
No, listen, Tom. Oh,
You just said the Dutch settlers, the Muslims bought Dutch slaves.
bought a
So
slave
them
that's
slaves must have been getting called kafir
you
all
bought
their
a
life, man.
slave. You bought a slave from a Muslim. Sorry, I've been saying it wrong the whole time. You bought slaves from a Muslim. That Muslim refers to the slaves as a kafir. They're calling them kafirs because they're not disbelievers. Let's say this.
So these slaves, who are they?
Do you let people finish their sentence?
No,
This
because
is-
you're making claims
So
already.
listen to what I'm saying.
We're presuming from your sentence that these
Are
slaves
you
are black.
just a brown shiffer? Are you just a brown shiffer, or do you just like?
Because I'm just asking, are these slaves black?
I'm just saying, assume. Just
Let him finish his
Why do you
claims,
have to
innit?
assume, bro? When
Makes
IC3
sense.
does not assume,
For
IC3
the
does not
sake-
take our
listen,
Arabic
Are
language
you listening?
knowledge for truth. So why do I have
You
to
know what you
assume?
should do? You know what you should do? You should lock yourself in a room and answer all the questions of the world, or let people finish what they're saying so you can understand it.
But James, you weren't here for most of the conversation,
But I'm
right?
trying to explain something to you that I've just read, and you're saying you don't get it, and I'm trying to make it.
But
Make
who
sense.
is this by? Whatever you're reading is by a white man, right?
But listen, but can you listen to what I'm
Is
saying?
it not?
And then to the end?
Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't know. It doesn't say. And if it said the name, I
It
would.
probably is from a white man.
All right, cool. Well, yeah. Then you're definitely acting that shit. So quickly, yeah. If I went and bought slaves from a Muslim, and the Muslim referred to these slaves as a kafir, and these slaves happened to be black, and I took them back, and the Muslim referred to them, the slaves, pejoratively or negatively as kafir.
And he
then-
called you a kafir too, though.
Bruv, are you ever gonna let me finish? Yeah?
No, because I have to add in the
your
truth.
dad. Is he your dad? How do you know what he said? Just relax, bro.
I know for a fact if you're a
Oh,
kafir
God,
and you're
man.
buying slaves off that guy that you're saying is a Muslim, he would have called you a kafir too, bro.
Yeah, do you think Saud, when he's negotiating with the British, was calling them fucking kafirs? I doubt it. I doubt he was calling
Probably
them.
does. They probably laugh about it over a bottle of bubbly because they're not Muslim, are they?
Yeah, he was
Do
saying yes.
you think Saud is a bad man or something like that? He's a caliph or
He
something?
was. Yeah, he was.
You're getting like he represents Islam. You're a
Without
Jew.
him, you wouldn't have your religion. Pakistan didn't exist back then.
What do you mean? But Muslims were there, innit? Mughal Empire was there, innit? Yeah.
Okay. Listen, yeah.
So go
Alright,
check
cool.
your history, my youth, yeah.
All right, cool. Listen to what I'm saying, yeah. So it
Yeah,
makes
but
sense,
don't throw shots in it. What country are you from?
bruv. What IC3 say makes sense. That's it.
You're from UK. You born here.
It could be, yeah. It could be derivative. It could be a derivative, but it doesn't necessarily have to share the same meaning. So in Arabic, it doesn't mean kafir, but because people heard it being used as a negative towards a group of people, they ascribed that meaning to black people. Simple. Makes sense. It's not some grand conspiracy.
Yeah, show me. But what I'm trying to say, yeah, and I'm trying to make a differentiation between James, which you keep trying to gloss over, is I'm telling IC3 that there is in no way apparent that when those whatever slave traders, so-called, whatever you keep that love saying Muslim, they're Arab or whatever. Now, when them man call these non-Muslim slaves kafir, they weren't saying it because of their color. It was because of their religious beliefs.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I agree. That, like, literally, if you let me, I agree. I'm saying, but if the guy who bought the slaves heard them being called that and thought it was an insult, but because the insult he believes is that they're black, and then continue to
Agreed.
use
No, I agree upon that, James. But you know what IC3 keeps saying? He keeps saying perhaps. That's why I'm getting pissed off.
But there's no proof to the contrary of that. So would you agree, IC3? There's no sort of proof that so every definition for the Muslim interpretation is non-believer, infidel. There's absolutely no evidence that the Muslim definition or the Islamic definition is racial. You can agree with that, IC3, correct?
I'm not sure.
This is why I keep
How
shouting.
can you not be sure?
Wallahi.
Wait.
The evidence is being shown to him, and he keeps saying, "I'm not sure. I don't know."
How can you not be sure? Just explain how can you not be sure?
Yes, because understand racism as a form of religion. It's a faith. It's religious, and just like Islam is a faith. So when a person
Shifa's in the back chat.
Yeah, so in any discussion of racism, we're dealing with an ideology, a faith. It's a belief system. That's my position.
No, but if Islam, listen, I'm not going to disagree with you. that it's discriminatory, and that could be a long sort, or that could be based on sort of racial distinctions between human beings. Within it can have words that are not necessarily have a racial inflection. We can agree with that. Like it could,
It's
like
possible.
Arabic
Yes,
word
I
door.
agree. Yeah,
The word for door isn't racist, is it?
that's right. So
The
yes,
point
I
I'm
can
trying
agree.
to
It's
get
possible.
at, IC3, yeah. The point I'm trying to
So then
hold
how
on
can
to
what? Yeah.
that all
Go on.
the definitions that you brought from Arabic and Muslim, references and explanations and translations, right? They've all referred to religious differences. Can we agree upon that?
Yes. Yeah.
And I also agree upon what James mentioned and you mentioned, and I mentioned also when I came in on the conversation, and I said that maybe those wankers heard this word and they used it in their own meaning and changed it and adapted it to suit their own needs, right? I agree upon that, but I'm just like trying to make a differentiation that the Muslims don't mean any racial thing when we say it.
Yeah, but
possibly
that's a broad
You
statement.
see, he triggers me again.
No, you can't say that. You can't say the Muslims. You can't say the Muslims are. You mean the actual definition of it is not racial?
Yes, the Arabic definition of the word.
Yeah, and I would have to agree, as in to say, as in basically IC3, your argument is something similar to if the whole institution of Islam is built to oppress and subjugate black people, then that word can very well be used to denigrate black people. However,
correct.
How is it defined?
Yes.
Right? Like, and if it's not defined as an insult to someone of racial inferiority, then unfortunately, Odd's argument, if he framed it sort of more accurately,
Yeah, I haven't said my words correctly. James,
yeah,
you're doing a better job.
But that what Odd's argument would stand true, because it would say that regardless of how it's being employed or deployed, I apologize, the reality is the actual word itself by the letter, as in to say, if there was a racist Muslim using it, another Muslim could correct him with the definition. He could say,
Thank
"You're
you.
dumb, you can't use it like that."
That's
You see what I'm
possible.
saying?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
But I agree with you, ICP, that there could be ignorant Muslims and they would use that maybe in a racist term, or there could be Africans that got that from Muslims and use it in a racist term. I'm not disagreeing with that fact. I was just saying that don't correlate the racistness between the word the linguistically. That's what I mean.
Yeah, then that's what I'm saying. You're both, to be honest, you're both correct in like both of your interpretation. It's like what's that Sabor guy always talks about, the difference between there's like, I can't remember how, I think it's homoplasy, where it's like you can have genetics in two
Yo, Veli, Schiffer's still in the back chat, bro. He's waiting.
two different creatures can share similar gene without sharing the same common ancestry, but they can have an exactly similar gene. It's just evolved separately. So that kafir word just has its own meaning. They could be the exact same word, but it's got its complete own meaning, and that could be possible. And
yes,
Islam, in your opinion, can still be racist, but just the word itself.
This is what I wanted to get
That's
to.
right.
James,
correct.
Yeah? So IC3, in your opinion, my brother, yeah. I don't know if you remember me, but I've met you in the park numerous occasions. I come up to you, chat to you.
Yeah.
Do you think Islam is racist, brother?
I suspect that it is.
Right. And
it forms a foundation.
I've got a secondary question. Yeah. You've answered me. So my secondary question, brother, is: do you have any family members that are Muslim?
I won't talk about my family or any personal information.
I respect your answer, brother. So do you have close friends that are Muslim?
I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about the subject.
Fine. Mm-hmm. Okay. When I've approached you, my brother, in the park, yes? You remember me, right? Big lanky Pakistani, yeah? So when I've come up to you, my brother, have you ever noticed any kind of racism towards you from me?
Are you talking about me?
Are you talking about me?
I'm asking you that. Have you ever experienced any form of racism from me towards you, brother? Every time I've come up to you in the park.
Right. So
Never.
Hold it. What I said, I'm not discussing what my personal.
You said your family. You said your friends, but even
I'm not talking about me. I'm not interested. I'm interested in this word.
I'm gonna mute up and I'll let the rest of the people talk.
I'm digging into this word kafir because I suspect that it's related
I suspect a lot of biasness coming from you, bro.
Of course, yeah. So I'm investigating. I don't know. I don't know. I'm investigating. Go on.
Yo, IC3, can
Yeah.
I just say one thing here? Like, I'll be honest with you, I'm the complete opposite end of the spectrum to you. I don't think that is possible for Islam to be racist. And I'll tell you why. Because when you look at the amount of black people in Islam, you're going to have to reassess what
Half
you're
of
saying.
Africa is Muslim.
Do you understand? When you look at, for instance, I used to think that Christianity was racist, yeah? But when I saw the amount of black people that are in Christianity and had a black person who is a Christian explain it to me, I saw it differently. So I think maybe this is just, obviously, this is a personal opinion. Like, we're trying to help you to change your opinion. We're not saying that you're just going to change your opinion because we said so, but maybe that's something to look into, because, come on, bro. Like, why would they speak so many?
But it can be used as a racist slur from somebody.
I hear you, but even if that one word,
I actually, because the reason why I'm saying that is because I actually received it when I was a
But
young
Mr.
child.
Riggs, nobody was saying that it cannot be used in a racial tone. We were saying that the linguistic terms of the word is not racial.
No. I'm just saying to you, as an individual experience, I received it when I was a young child in my friend's house, whose dad is a Moroccan, and he called me by that name.
And he called you a kafir, yeah? Bro,
Yeah.
I agree. And listen, James Jones mentioned this earlier about people using the word. I can't remember what word he said. And the word I'm going to use in comparison will be in my language. Yeah, he was talking about Spanish and Portuguese, and Negro means black. And it can be used in a racial way. Whereas in my language, bro, if I refer to you as a Kala, that just means a black man. But if I said like in a way like Kala, like that, with that kind of resentment, that could be also used in a racial term too.
As I said, individual, most words can be used depending on the individual person.
Not even
just-
Who's that
not even-
speaking?
not
Mr.
even-
Riggs.
not even-
You're
not
Mr.
even-
Riggs.
Most word can be misused, depends on
One second,
saying.
guys. Let me just,
even
I just
the
want to do with what you
individual,
said. Mr. Riggs, think about what you just said, yeah, my brother. Yeah, Mr. Riggs, are you a Muslim?
Yes, I was a Muslim before I cut out.
You was a Muslim before you cut out, and another Muslim was calling you a kafir.
Yeah.
Okay, and that was while you was a Muslim.
When I was young, I used to go to the mosque in Edgware Road.
Okay, so that happened at the mosque.
No, when I went from the mosque to my friend's house.
Okay, someone called you a kafir.
Yeah. The person's
Okay,
dad.
so you see how you see it. Hear what I'm going to say to you, though, my brother. Yeah, you see the way that you've taken it as a racial thing. Yeah, would it not be just as disrespectful knowing that a man's a Muslim calling him a kafir? It might not have been just because you was black. Maybe that's just the way you took it. That's what I'm saying.
No, the person said to get out of his house. He doesn't
Or,
know.
or maybe he was a liar, because somebody who habitually lies again can be called a kafir, one who covers the truth. The whole meaning of kafir means one who covers the truth. I.e., if a truth became apparent to you and you choose to disbelieve in the truth, now you are a kafir, one who covers the truth.
I got a feeling that Shakara wants to say that kafir is racist.
I'll be honest, from what you man have said, I disagree that the word can be used racially because it's not a racial term.
So in the context of this conversation, yeah, it's necessary to note that when it comes to words like heathen and pagan, they're not inherently racial either, but in a particular context, they become racialized terminology. So heathen and pagan means somebody who doesn't believe in the book, or abide by the laws of Abraham or whatever, right? You know what I'm saying?
Or an infidel, or
right? Yeah, similar, yeah. But when you put it in the context of European colonialism, heathen takes on a different terminology, tone, in the sense that
don't mind me cutting you right there, bro.
One second, please.
This is the point I was homing in on.
No. Sorry, let me finish, please. No. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please.
The tone doesn't denote the word. That's what I'm going to say.
Let me finish, please. Thank you very much. Yeah. So in a colonial context, yeah, the term takes upon a colonial usage, colonial understanding to describe the culture of a people, and in that context, it's very easy for it to become to be employed or deployed racially or in racialized terminology.
Yeah, but Shaka, you could do that with any word.
When you're talking about the term kafir and its usage in regards to enslavement in Africa, and how not only Arabs but Africans who were converted to Islam began to use the term in relation to Africans who were not converted to Islam, and it's not the only term, derogatory terminology that was used, then we understand
May you present another?
then we understand that there's a there's a context here. So like, you know, like there's a term in linguistics, I believe they call it semantic shift, yeah, whereby it's a word.
I was just going to say that.
A word, yeah. And oftentimes a word in its use
can derive another meaning upon the subculture.
Right? Yeah, right, exactly. And oftentimes a word in a language has greater meaning in practical usage for its connotations more than its denotations.
So shaka, is Indian a racist word?
I think Shaka just agreed with what we said, Shifa.
No, I'm saying,
that's what I'm asking him. Shaka, is Indian a racist word?
What I'm saying, I don't understand the question, to be honest with you. I don't
know. No, Indian can be.
Is because remember, Indian actually means savage, innit? So when they were calling people Indians, they were calling them savages. So is that a racist word?
Regard that to be. Then I would. Then if the context of that terminology was one group of people referring to another group of people based upon the idea of racial or cultural superiority, then I would suggest that yes, that could be racist.
Yes, Shaka.
Well, then, on those merits, kafir can't be racist.
Indian, right? That would be racist, isn't it?
Say again?
That's right.
I'm saying a European man saying to an Indian man, "You're just an Indian," that would be racist. Yes.
So yeah, it depends. That's what I'm saying. If that is the history of that word and it was given to the region by Europeans, I would consider that to be racist.
But then by that logic, Shaka, wouldn't every single word
no
to have a racial connotation?
No,
every single word, yes, every word has some racial connotation.
I've already given the example.
Would have a racial connotation if a nation decided to use it in a way that's derogatory to another nation.
Heathen is not a inherently racialized terminology.
It was though at a time because
it was that's the part I'm trying to make. So you said it was at a time. So you're saying it was at a time, and that time it coincides with how it was used during colonization and slavery. And I am saying that a similar history exists regarding the word kafir when it's used.
We agree upon that. I agree with you.
When it's used in the context of colonization and slavery, it takes on a particular tone and usage.
Especially
not
when
even
it's
just
coming from
among
African
Arabs,
people.
but Africans who become Muslim or Arabized to whatever degree, begin to use it against their own brothers and sisters in a particular kind of way. And then one second, please. Bearing in mind, the context in which it gets adopted into European lexicon, to become a loan word in the Dutch language in South Africa. Yes, what happens is, because of the fact that all of these Europeans are trading with these Arabs, not just in bodies but other goods as well. They're sharing words of each other, a language of each other, and because the Portuguese, so not all of the
Portuguese, it was the Dutch. It was the Dutch
slavery, so not all of the Europeans were prolific in East and South Africa.
The only place where this word is prevalent within the European
Dutch word. One second, please. The Dutch word. Let me finish now. The Dutch were, and also the Portuguese, and the Portuguese during slavery and the Dutch, like, went all along the coast. So they went from the west, central, south, and east. So it appears, that its adoption and into the European lexicon comes from the interaction between Arabic traders and European traders in West, Southern, and East Africa.
Cool. May I respond? All right, I'll take your silence as a yes. Okay, Shaka. So I agree with you, bro, so far, right? But what I'm trying to make a point of is the fact that when we talk about these Muslim traders, because you can't just say they were all Arabs, because there were East African Muslims, there were North African Muslims at the time, right? So now they were also traders. They were also people that knew, the continent. They knew how to navigate. They knew certain ports that are important and all of these kind of things, right? And I'd like to make another point that it's not only African slaves that the Arab slave trade was dealing with. The Arabs were slaving up all of the European man they could find. Yeah, but they weren't differentiating between color. I hope you know that. Yeah, they were slaving up Arab man. They were slaving up white man. They were slaving up black man. They were slaving up everybody, bro. Yeah, them man was fucked up before Islam came. Yeah, even after Islam came, a lot of them never really took to the word, and they were still slaving up people. So we agree upon that. We don't have a problem with that. Yeah, but I'm just telling you now that there's a difference between when a religious person, Shaka, tells you you're a kafir, and then a man that is totally different race to you, totally different place to you, he's in your fucking continent, he's in your land, and he's telling you he's gonna subjugate you and use that word in a derogatory way. That's up to him, bro, to use it in a way, whatever. But that's got nothing to do with the root word and the root meaning of the word in its actual context, right?
But I'm not arguing that the root word, the root of the
no,
word.
that's what IC3 was doing. I was getting you to agree with me.
I didn't get that from IC3 either. The only statement that I heard IC3 make was that he suspects that there's a link between the word in Arabic, its original usage, and how
we agree, bro. They heard it. They heard it. Yes.
And there definitely is. I mean, just linguistically, there definitely is a link. Then everywhere will tell you that this is a loan word from the Arabic into this language. The question is, what is the context in which it becomes a loan word? And I'm saying that the context is colonization and slavery. That is the context in which this word becomes a loan word among these European linguistic developments to refer to black people.
I agree, Aki. I agree, bro. But what you see,
Actually,
what I was trying to
Shaka,
say, there was another difference that I was really trying to home in onto IC3, right, Shaka, which was that if you look at the predominant Muslim world, Shaka, and I need you to look globally here for me, yeah. If you look at the numbers, Shaka, and the numbers of Muslims around the world, when we quote this 1.5 to 1.6 billion figure, right, it doesn't come from Arab, does it, Shaka? What is the population of the whole Arab world?
What does it come from Arab?
What I was going to say, the predominant, like the population of Muslims around the world, the globe, right, is 1 point something billion, isn't it?
Most of them are not Arabs. Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so this is what I was trying to home in onto IC3. And I was trying to tell him that if you look at the Indian subcontinent, yes, the Chinese Muslims, the ones that are being slaved and detention camped right now, nobody's talking about that kind of stuff. But what I'm saying is that's happening to them. You look at the Palestinians, you look at the people, the Muslims in the Balkans, right? Eastern Europe. You look at the Muslims in Central Asia. You look at the Muslims everywhere around the world, right? Apart from the Arabs, right? Show me where they have gone around the world and tried to enslave people and done all of this kind of stuff. And then if you can't do that to me, bro,
that's a different subject, though. I thought we were talking about how
this was my second point. I was trying to get. I was trying to make him know, innit?
Well, yeah, I mean, and I'm sure that there are in different circumstances various. I mean, I know that the Sikhs have a big issue with.
But the Sikhs have got nothing to say, bro. Come on, man.
The Muslim encroachment in their lands, but
what
that's
Muslim encroachment in their lands?
But I'm not gonna. But I'm not gonna. Sorry, 1 second. I'm not gonna deny though. I wouldn't be.
Yeah, Big Az, you've been talking for time, my brother. I just want to ask a quick question, and then after that, it's all yours because you're going in circle, my brother, and you're holding me down on the questions I want to ask.
Go on, Abdullah, do your thing, bro.
I'm gonna say one sentence and I'll be finished. Okay. Yeah? In answer to the question, I wouldn't deny that Muslims have been subjected to suffering and atrocities by different peoples either. I wouldn't.
Yaqub.
But that's not the question I was asking.
Okay, Shakara and IC3, I wanna ask you a question. Do you define yourself as black man or black people?
Do I define myself?
I'm darker than Shaka, by the way.
And blackness is just a feature of Africanness. So yeah, so I'm not really married to the term black. I think that black is a color, and in various different languages, the color of our skin has been described as black. So if we're using English and we say black, I'm not really overly offended by it. In that sense.
But would you class yourself as black?
That's what I asked. Yeah.
Yeah, within certain.
Given the definition,
not when you're speaking to a white man, Shaka. Not when you're
given
speaking to a white man.
Given the definition in Wikipedia, and IC3 likes using Wikipedia. Yeah. Given the definition in Wikipedia, do you describe yourself as a black man?
No, so it's very simple. There are colors, and then there are ideas associated with colors. Yeah,
and tribes.
So the color black is not something that I have a problem with. The connotations associated with black, I reject.
Such as?
Can you give us example what the connotations are, please, or enlighten us, please?
Any dictionary will tell you wicked, that pagan, heathen, unclean, dirty.
Who said that about black people? Who's saying that?
Who is saying that? Various groups of people have said that
The
throughout.
slave masters.
Well,
when you do that,
I'm saying various groups of people have said that throughout the century. Yeah, but not exclusively. Europeans have done it. Arabs have done it. What's it called?
Okay. But show me when the Pakistani man has come and done it to you.
The Pakistani man it didn't exist before the latter half of the
1947
of the yeah, you know what I'm saying. So that's
one second, Shaka.
But hold on,
for the sake of Allah,
hold on, but as I was just saying, in that part of the world,
how dare you say that, fam?
In that part of the world,
how dare you say that, Shaka?
How did I say what?
What? I never existed there before my country was called Pakistan.
No, you said Pakistani, and I'm saying to you,
because a person that derives from the area which encompasses the nation of Pakistan right now.
Maybe I'm ignorant. I don't know.
You are, bro. You are.
Maybe so. I don't know that Pakistani.
I could tell you, I got a 9,000-year history right there.
But does it mean? But you said Pakistani.
Yeah, me, Pakistani, from that place, not India, not where India is right now. In the world, on the map, where Pakistan is, the boundaries, I can show you a 9,000-year history there.
Okay, but sorry, I'm confused. Did I make the claim that Pakistanis have been guilty of this?
No, the claim you made is that the word kafir, right, can be used in that connotation. And then I gave you an example of the population of the Muslims around the globe is bigger than the Arabs, right? And I said that even if every single Arab, let me finish.
But I'm not. But
let me finish. Let me finish, please. Even if every single Arab goes around using the word kafir in that context, a racial context, there's multiple Muslims that outnumber them around the globe that don't do that.
What does that have to do with how the term was introduced into the Dutch language in South Africa? What does that have to do with that?
Well, nothing to that, right?
Exactly. So that's the conversation that we were having.
Right,
I'm
the point
confused.
I'm trying to home in is because that's irrelevant to the fact that the word prevalently around the globe is not used in that context, Shakara. That's what I'm trying to home in.
I'm saying to you that the conversation that was being had was how did this terminology get into this language? And is there a link between its usage in Arabic, not just among Arabs, but Arabic, yes, and how it was became used in Southern Africa?
We have just hypothesized and we haven't shown.
Big as my brother, he loves to argue.
I mean, really.
There, Shaka, yeah? We haven't really shown the context. We haven't shown no proof really.
What you really have to do
from one culture
guys,
to the other.
Guys, can I ask a question? Can I ask one question? Yeah. Seeing as there was some kind of an agreement over the difference of initial opinions, Shaka, yeah, is there any new information to add, or is it
not that I'm aware of? As I've said, I think I'm not even sure.
I just think Shaka don't like Muslims.
I'm not even sure if IC3 finished going through what he was trying to go through.
He needs to go and do his homework and come back to the table.
But his what he was reading it from. In fact, to be honest with you, I've discussed this at the park with Uncle Dan Juma, the good brother Issa, rest in peace. And they seem to understand that this word was introduced into the Dutch language in Southern Africa through the interaction with the Arabs and Arabized Africans, and how it was being used pejoratively in that
Arabized Africans.
But they modify.
You're so racist, but you don't admit to it, bro.
But they one second. Sorry, Bob. Yeah, but you agree. You agree. Yeah, you agree with what IC3 and Odds agreed upon prior to you coming on, or did you hear?
Yeah, he does.
No, I heard. Yeah, I'm saying basically. Yeah,
not really, no one's really arguing then about anything, are they? Everyone can agree.
But
that
I am asking for at least one actual proof, James, of that crossing over. Can you show me an occasion where that word crossed over? Right? Because right now, what we're doing is we're all using our intellect and hypotheses, and we're thinking, presuming this happened. Can anyone show any context of that happening?
So everybody knows the way that I am, which is you just go to the text and you
Oh,
see
who
what
the hell are you, bro? Come on, man.
you show what is being taught.
He's come about Islam now. Are you here
No,
for
no,
Islam?
I'm talking about the word kafir. That's the reason
No, but
I have
let,
it.
bro,
I
hey,
have
let
it.
him
I'm
speak.
sorry.
Hey, let him
I have it. I have it in my Sahih Bukhari and Muslim right
So
here.
you are talking about Islam then?
No, I'm showing you the word.
Because
I'm
there's no
showing you
Sahih
the word.
Bukhari. No,
Can you?
Shaka. That's
Can you,
disingenuous, bro. Go to
dude?
the fucking
No,
dictionary.
Shaka,
Don't go
is
to
it,
Sahih
bro?
Bukhari, bro.
this is what
This isn't
Islam is
Shaka,
teaching.
But you
This is
can't
what
do that, fam. There's only one explanation, which is the dictionary of the
Hey,
Arabic
why
language.
so religious? Hey, why so religious? I beg you 1 second. Hey, Odds, don't do this to every single person that's got an
Yeah,
opinion.
because how is
It's not
man
about
gonna
your
quote
opinion.
hadith for a
It's not
dictionary?
about your opinion. It's about everyone get a chance to speak.
No, but bro, is the hadith the dictionary?
Let him speak. It doesn't matter what he's saying. If you
Look,
don't like what he's saying,
He's sitting. Oh, fuck
all
off.
all you're doing is people are speculating on how this word became allegedly a racist term. So what I'm doing is showing what Islam in the sources teach the word means. As in right here, kafir means disbeliever. Okay. So then right here, also kafir, disbeliever. And it shows right here, KFR, the root,
Means
because
black man, yeah.
I believe IC3 was saying what is the root of the word. So right here, I'll highlight it. It says KFR, the root of the Arabic verb disbelieve. So this is now, if it became a racial term later on, well, you'd have to find where that happened and whom made that happen, because it's not what Islam is teaching. You get what I'm saying? So now, which means right here, at least when
Sorry, I have to apologize.
so right here, these are some of the earliest writings of Arabic, because Arabic didn't really have any writing system officially until after the Quran. That's the reason you don't see any Arabic text before the Quran, except for a couple of them, and they were actually on stones and stuff that we have found throughout history, just relatively new. But so what I'm saying here is, if you're going to try to say that kafir means a racial term, then you have to find who turned it into a racial term, as opposed to Islam obviously doesn't do that. That's what I was trying to get
you.
at.
Very good.
Thank you, my fellow human.
Yeah, but I don't think,
atheist
guys.
individuals.
I think everyone's over intellect. Like everyone's got sort of a I'll be honest, political agendas, yeah, behind, or motivations behind sort of their understanding of how it came to be used in South Africa. But the reality is, we can all accept that the definitions are not necessarily the same, even though the word is. It's not a complicated proposition.
And just for one more clarification, because this is where it goes into the definitions of actual words. You have kufar here, which is a different word, but is basically the disbelief in any articles of faith. So then after that, you go to kafir. Where is it? I had it just a few moments ago. I'm sorry. Kafir again. So I'll highlight it. The one who disbelieves in Allah, his messenger, all the angels, all the holy books, and days of resurrection, and Al-Qadar. Now, all I'm trying to say is we don't know where it actually came from to become quote unquote a racial slur. You know what I'm saying? So all we can do is look at what the Arabic originally was, and then try to figure out when and how and who did it.
Yeah.
You know? Okay.
No, but a good assumption is what Shaka made and IC3 made and a lot of the brothers made, is that when the traders were coming across and they were trading, such as bodies, properties, gold, minerals, all this kind of stuff, they were using this term to refer to non-believers. We can think, correctively that that's where the link happened. You get me?
Yes. I get that, but then that wouldn't be from the Arabic people.
Exactly.
You know,
And this
Arabic
is my argument. Why so religious? That's my argument. That's why I've been getting so frustrated, because
Well, I mean, I haven't been able to
IC3 keeps trying to make an argument and saying it is.
Wait,
But
what? I don't understand. What did you just say?
From what I have heard, it was based off of the argument, because I've been taking care of my son. It took forever to put him to sleep. But from what I have heard, people are claiming that kafir, all right, and now for some reason, obviously, it's a different language that has come in and made it racist if we are saying it kafir and it's really kafir. For one, you have to think of that. You have
No,
to.
you don't, bro. Listen, what was that original point you made that odds agreed with? You said it's not used by Arabic people. In what sense?
It's
in a
the
racial tone.
Arabic. The original Arabic has nothing to do with kafir being race related. It's about disbelief.
Thank you. It's religious difference.
Yeah. But hold on. So
what I'm saying is,
clear. But
saying people. Real quick, 10 seconds.
No, but listen. So you're actually responding correctly,
James, man. Give him 10 seconds, man.
Yeah, but what I said to you was that we all agree that it could be used by Arabs referring to slaves who happened to be black, just incidentally.
Well, they could also.
Yes, I agree. Yeah. Listen.
They can refer to it as white people too. They can.
Yes. Yeah, but listen.
And the people that are using it in a racial tone right now.
You agree with that? Do you agree with that?
Dutch settlers.
Do you agree with that though, or are you gonna because I know you have a complicated
agree or disagree with what? That it can
what odds accepted was that if it had been used by Arabs toward black people, towards slaves, and those slaves happened more times than not, which is most likely could be statistically proven more times than not.
I told you we had white, bro, Muslims.
I know, but what did I just say? What did I just say?
They had white slaves, they had Arab slaves, they had all types of slaves, bro.
Right, but more times than not, it happened to be black people, and whether or not it was confused, or they just like the name.
Prove what you just claimed. You're talking out your ass, bro.
Yeah, but it's very simple, you know. It's very simple.
More than like show it, bro. Show us the numbers, innit? I beg you, bro.
It's very simple. If Dutch, Portuguese, and English, Dutch, Portuguese, English, and Arab so-called traders. I'm not interested in whether you're pissed off. I just want to be as long as man is respected.
Anyway,
as long as man is respected.
You just want
I'm not going to respect you.
Take over Africa.
It's very simple. All right.
You're pissed off the heart.
Yeah, I know. Love. Yes.
What's wrong with you?
Voodoo to the world. Voodoo to the world. What's it called?
What's wrong with you?
I know. It's very simple. If we're talking about the relationship between Dutch, Portuguese, Arab, and English traders, yeah, and they're dealing with enslaved bodies, it stands to reason that in terms of those trade relationships, that those slaves, so-called, would not be English, Dutch, Portuguese, or anything like that. Right. So yes, the Arabs did enslave what's it called? Non-black people. Yeah, that's a fact. No one's denying that. But in terms of their interactions, but in terms of their interactions in Africa, we would be referring to black people. Yes, and so the question is,
they were Muslims.
It's very simple. The question is, how did this terminology? It's very simple. How did this terminology? How did this terminology?
Jacka, why are you not getting your history right?
How did this terminology become a racial slur in Southern Africa?
Actually, y'all are looking at the wrong word. I'm sorry. You're looking at the wrong.
Shaka,
I don't understand why you don't give me so much credence. Yeah, and you talk about for 3 hours.
I'll show you.
Can I say one thing, Shaka, really quickly? Hey, Shaka, notice how a man will join up with Muslims when it's against Africa. That's how bad it is with this guy.
I know it's,
but I'm not going against Africa, bro. I'm going against Hold on, James.
But it's not the first time still.
And I'll show that y'all are looking at the wrong word.
Yo, why is your religious? Calm down, bro.
A man will come to defend Islam. Hey,
yo, James, can I ask you a question?
Islam against
yo, James, do you think that I hate Africa? James and Shaka, do you think I hate Africa?
No, I'm not talking about you. No, I'm not talking about you.
No, but I'm just saying, bro. I don't care why he's come on, yeah, and he's got his own agenda. I don't give a fuck about what he's doing, yeah. But I'm just saying, bro, yeah, there is no correlation religiously, bro, yeah, from Islam to show you that's a racist word.
Yeah, I agree with you. When did I say
language? So why
the word for servant is a racist word?
If IC3 has any examples of that happening, like a certain slave trader from the Zanj or whatever you were talking about earlier, Zanzibar, and them man passed it on to the Afrikaans, show us that by all means. Until then, let's stop speculating, bro.
the word for slavery is actually, for servant is a racist word in a way. So here you have abdin, right? Look at these two words, and then slave right here. So now this has been talked about before, and about how black people inside of Arabic lands were called as a race abdan or abdin, because they were black and they were naturally servants. This is true. Look it up.
What are you talking about?
The wrong word.
Are you pulling up hadiths?
No, I'm showing you the word slave right here in the Quran itself, right?
What is the word slave in Arabic?
Abdan or abdi. It just depends
Abdul.
on, because
Isn't it Abdul?
Because it's a triliteral language, it can be changed a little bit, right? So you go here and you go to slave.
What do you mean it can be changed? Do you mean that it has to be changed because of English?
No, I'm saying it's a triliteral.
Oh yes, it does, because English cannot actually translate certain languages. Semitic languages, English can never translate them.
No, firstly, that's ridiculous, bro. Because
What
you're
do you
trying
mean that's
to.
ridiculous?
Let me guess. Arabic can translate.
You don't have enough letters in the alphabet for you
Let
to
me guess.
translate them,
Arabic
man.
can translate. That doesn't.
How
Letters
many letters in
don't
the
equate
alphabet
to
do you have?
words necessarily, bro.
No, how
That
many
doesn't make
letters in
sense.
the alphabet do
That
you have? I'm
that's
asking.
illogical. But
What do you mean it's illogical? You can't even pronounce certain words.
that doesn't matter. Pronunciation.
What do you
and
mean it
spelling
doesn't
does
matter?
not mean that
Why
you
do you
can't
think
make
it's
a
so
word.
hard when people
So
come over to
here's
the
the
UK
question. Here's the
and they
question.
say
Why
my
does
name
English
is so
have
and
more
Why
so,
so
words
and
than
religious?
you
You
give
should
them
Arabic?
a
never,
name
you
called
should never
Dave?
talk about
Why
logic.
does that happen?
Why does
You
English
should never
have
talk
more
about
words
logic.
than Arabic, bro? If you're talking about the alphabet, why does English have more words than Arabic?
You're the legitimate. You're the most
No,
illogical.
it doesn't. Who told you English
Yes,
has
it
more words
does.
than Arabic?
Yes, it
Prove
does.
it. Prove it.
Of course it does, man. Don't be stupid. English, arguably, and I say arguably because it's about the classification or definition of what makes an individual word, what makes a word different. There's all like homonyms and all different mad little devices, but it arguably has the most words in the world. And one thing definitely
What,
true
more than
is
Semitic languages,
it has the
James?
fastest. Hold on. One thing that is like you can demonstrably true is that it has the fastest growing. As in entries to its dictionaries, it has the fastest growing sort of word count, but arguably it has the
Yeah, it
largest.
takes from all cultures, isn't it?
Yeah, but then his statement would be true then. If I'm saying English can describe everything, and one of the ways is because if there's something that we can't describe in French, we literally just fucking add that word.
Yeah, but
to
can
the
you
word.
pronounce
An
everything? You
example.
can't. What I'm trying to say, yeah,
I used to work for a
they can't pronounce
Palestinian
certain
man.
words.
I used to work for a
Certain letters of the
Palestinian man.
alphabet, yeah, in Arabic, they can't pronounce it, bro.
That doesn't matter. I used to work with an Arabic man, and he would be speaking on the phone with somebody speaking Arabic, and then he go and use an English word and go right back to Arabic.
Yeah,
because
that's not unique to Arabic. That's every language. English,
but
English.
I don't do that in English.
No,
Most
that's what
English speakers don't do that. They don't have to use a different language to convey a word or a
So,
concept.
James, English
because
has
it's not in their
500,000 words. Calm down. English has 500,000 words. Arabic has 12 million.
No,
That's not true, bro. How many words in English did you say there were?
And that's
Mr.
not
Alio,
accurate. That's not
84.
accurate.
Mr.
That
Alio,
500,000
84,
words
wrote
isn't
that in the
accurate.
comments and he said, Google it.
No, there's not. Listen. Wait. Stop. It's not. That's what I said. It's a complicated process in assessing who has the most words, right? Because arguably, it's now what counts as a word or what counts as a distinction among words. I think it's a homonym.
Arabic has a 12 million word
No, it doesn't.
vocabulary.
No, it
English has a
doesn't.
500,000 word.
No,
Google
it doesn't.
That's what
If
the
you
guy's
fucking,
saying.
if you
Google it
study,
and
hold
prove
on,
him wrong.
listen to this.
Just
If you
Google it and
study
prove
high
him wrong,
level
man. I
nuclear,
beg you.
hold on. If you study high level nuclear physics, yeah, or particle physics, are the names of fucking different particles and different processes, are they going to be in fucking Arabic? Of course they're not. You're going to need to learn English.
You said
you need to learn English to be able to engage.
I'm sorry, but the first thing that pops up is just saying that there's 1 million total words, more than 1 million. And then this person just reads it as 170,000 words in current use and 20,000 to 30,000 used by individuals. So you're obviously wrong. This person says Google it. They just destroyed their own argument, bro.
Yeah, it's a stupid argument in total. But Arabic certainly doesn't have more words. It has more like inflection or more the words themselves.
Do you
As in
think
to say,
Arabic
like,
doesn't
one
have
word
more
can
words
have
in
more
English,
meanings.
James?
Hold on. One word can have more meanings. I agree with that.
Yeah. So then that would have more
unfortunately,
words, right?
Yeah, in more primitive. No, that wouldn't
In
mean that.
context, innit? Them words
That wouldn't mean
mean
that.
different
How
stuff,
would it
bro.
mean that? Think about it. How would it mean that? It would mean it
In
has
a
less words.
sentence.
By
If the
definition.
sentence listen, the way you develop your sentence and your paragraph, that's how the word will translate.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you is, if English has a word for every one of those meanings, then it has more
It
words.
doesn't, because the guy just said to you it has 500,000 words.
Oh, should we take it? Should we take him at
No,
his
I
word?
said
No,
Julian,
I'm
what are you
asking
talking
you, James.
about?
Does anyone
Has
else
he
have a
studied it?
laptop?
Has he
I'm on my
studied it?
phone,
Has he
James.
studied it?
James,
Has
I'm
he
on my
studied
phone,
it?
bro. James, bro, I'm on my
Has he
phone.
studied it? Has he
I can't search
Yeah,
on my
let's not
phone.
take
I'm
his word
asking
for
you
it.
to do it, innit?
Let's not. No, but I've known this. I've had this discussion.
If
Babel.com.
anyone else can do it, and just
I've
IC3
had.
there,
Are
can you
you
just check
deaf?
up for
Are you
me?
deaf or something? I've had
How
this
many words
discussion.
does Arabic have, IC3?
I've had this discussion before, and it is very complicated to say one language has far more words. A more simple way. So
The
there's
guy
an
is saying
argument.
the Arabic dictionary has
Bro, do
13
you let
volumes.
anybody finish their sentence? You have a weird way of discussing with people. That's why the tone always raises, because you're talking, they're talking louder, then you're talking louder, and then you're just shouting at each other. It's very
Yeah, but
complicated.
if you don't get triggered, you just understand it.
It's not triggered. I'm just like, I don't know. It sounds like we're talking in a pub.
I never cussed you, James. I just interrupted
I didn't
you.
say I didn't say we cussed each other. I'm saying it's very difficult to discuss like this, because then it's like I'm never gonna get to my point, and I'm gonna have to keep repeating it, and you're never gonna get your point out because I'm always just trying to finish what I'm saying. But why so religious anyway? Yeah.
So
I agree with your point, but I don't agree that you've ever put forth a logical proposition because of what happened the other day. But carry on.
Yeah, of course you don't, because you didn't either. But so
No, I literally put for literally it's
oh,
recorded.
yeah, okay, congratulations.
I literally gave the most logical intel.
Thank you for trying to make the stream about you, bro. And
I gave you an option of a logical entailment and an example of something that didn't logically follow.
You're great, bro. You're number one, homie. Everybody held James, bro, and his racial division. You use race of the gaps, bro. If you cannot find something if you can't find something, you just use racism. That's your religion.
When you're done, can I finish?
Race is your religion, bro. You started it.
Yo, why so religious? Why so religious? Listen,
race,
you came on, you
sidelined
the conversation, you stepped in. Let James finish, man.
How did I sideline the conversation? I'm the one
you weren't involved. You were
actual Arabic
disagreeing with me, and then you came back and tried to agree with me because you want to get at James.
Yeah, can I just finish what I'm saying? Right, sorry, just let me just. So I gave you an option of a clear logical entailment and then something that didn't logically follow, that didn't necessarily follow.
You mumbled on about how allegedly I had a cousin who committed a crime, who looked like me, and the police had to plant evidence on them. You came up with this whole hypothesis that was crazy.
Can I finish? Can I just finish what I'm saying? And then you can all right, okay, thank you. And the only reason I needed to do that is because you have the level of comprehension of a fucking 5-year-old. Yeah, that's the only reason we needed that example, literally that analogy. All right, cool. I gave you a clear logic. Shut up, man. Shut up.
It's fucking
shut up.
This guy just believes everything is race-based, dude. He has no answers for his own questions other than race.
Why are you such a little fucking fret? Like, just relax. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Dude, how long are you gonna talk, bro?
If you keep interrupting me a very long time. Do you know about the turtle and Achilles and stuff? Yeah,
infinitely. For 30 seconds and shut the fuck up for once.
Yeah, completely. If you keep interrupting me, thank you. Yeah. So I gave you a clear example of something that logically followed from something else, a logical entailment. And I gave you another example that didn't necessarily follow, and said which one is more logical. And you picked the one that didn't necessarily follow. Therefore, I have a right to say that you do not use logic.
James.
That's all I'm saying.
So the logic goes: if there is two demographics of people who are getting arrested, if there are more on, let's say, demographic A that are getting arrested than demographic B, it is logical to say that in demographic A there are going to be more mistakes than in demographic B. That is logical because there's more arrest, there's more court trials, there's more time inside of incarceration. So these are more factors that add up to more possibilities of mistakes, bro.
No, you're not.
That is logical.
No, it's not. It's not.
How is it so? More chances of a mistake.
Let's ask someone else.
So you're saying more chances of a mistake is illogical for it to happen more times.
Yeah, you're more. So listen why you're irrational. Hey, Shaka, are you there? Shaka, are you there? I need someone that don't know about odds. Odds has got his odds. You got
a simple logical question. If A and B have, let's say,
no,
arrest,
no, okay.
So if A, no, stop, no, you don't want me to put forth this logical argument. I can do it in 30 seconds, dude. 30 seconds. So if A has 10 arrests and B has 11 arrests, it is more logical to say that there will be more mistakes in B as a possibility because there's 11 possibilities of a mistake as opposed to 10. That is more logical, bro.
It doesn't logically follow. No, I don't think you
Holy fuck, dude!
I don't think you understand what entailment means. It means it must be that way. That it necessarily is that way. So when I say logically follows, I don't mean it in your colloquial understanding of logic, like reasonable to me. I mean,
but this is why I'm getting pissed off here. White supremacy is working.
So if I arrest
more people, cut the conversation, bro.
But hold on. If I arrest more people,
James started this conversation. You fucking
it was me. I'll take it
out, dude.
But if I arrest more people, it doesn't necessarily mean I'm gonna get more wrong arrests. Not at all. It could be okay. Thank you, Shaka. Here you are. All right, so this is what happened yesterday. Yeah, this is an argument we had. I brought a bit of information that he completely dismissed, and I gave him two propositions to prove why the information was very. You must consider it when analyzing statistics. And this was the proposition where I believe he showed his hand. Yeah, I said to him, "Cool. What logically follows more?" And a logical entailment is something that necessarily must be true. If something entails something else, it must logically follow. It has to be that case. Like if you trip and fall over, you must hit the ground or some shit like that, right? Like it has to be true for whatever. Well, you don't actually must hit the ground, but you know what I mean. If this is true, if the first thing is true, the second must logically follow on from that. It must be true. You know, if it's raining, you get wet or some shit like that. Cool. So I asked him, I said, and it's concerning exoneration rates in America, and black people are statistically far more likely to be wrongfully convicted, wrongfully arrested, wrongfully detained in every category of crime, some more than others. Like drug dealing, I think is like 5 times more, murder is like 3 times more, rape is like 4 times more. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, cool. So I said to him, I said, when we refer to crime statistics or an overrepresentation in crime statistics, I said, what makes more sense to you, yeah, in your opinion, that black people, or forget black people, sorry, this is what makes it emotional. A group of people is wrongfully arrested, wrongfully convicted of crimes more than other people, and as a result, it appears that they commit more crime than other people, or those people commit more crime than other people, therefore they're wrongfully arrested and convicted more than other people. Which one is more of a logical proposition?
Yeah, the former. That doesn't make any sense.
Can you repeat them again? I didn't hear them, bro.
But the reality is though, like in relation to a conversation like that, yeah, like you have to, like the intention is to protect the American establishment, and so one like illogicality has always been.
We're not in America, bro.
I give a pretty simple example, but I want to say this is the way it is for me. If A has 10 people, and B has 11 people, and they're all getting put under arrest and going through a whole system, which has going to the courts and then being put into jail or incarceration, it logically follows that the one with more people has more chances of having more problems and mistakes. That is,
chance. You see the word chance. You see chance.
Yes,
chance chance isn't an entailment. Chance isn't an entailment.
That's the thing.
Let me ask you a question.
You have a theory of race of the gaps where if you can't find an answer, you say racism, bro.
Let me ask you a question. If there's 10 people, yeah, and out of those 10 people, 2 people committed crime, so 20% of those people are criminals, for example, but I arrest from that group people indiscriminately, whether or not they've had a crime, is there more or less chance that it's going to be over 20%?
So you're saying if you arrest 10 people, 20 of them, everybody is innocent.
No, 10 people, listen, 10 people, 2 of them are criminals.
Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. Firstly,
10 people, 2 of them are criminals. So the true number of criminals, the true number, actually true. It's a true statement. Of 10 people, 2 are definitely criminals. They are. 8 are not. 8
are not criminals until they're proven guilty inside of court of law. They're not. They are not guilty, are they?
My God, you are a spastic. Okay, cool.
Is that true though? Isn't that supposed to be the system that we are based off of? That you are innocent until proven
hypothetical. This is a hypothetical scenario You crazy little American. There is 10 people. Of them 10, 2 of them are criminals in this scenario. Maybe God knows, whatever, however you want to describe it. It's true that 2 are criminals.
So
8,
they're previous criminals.
8 are, oh my God. No, for whatever, however you, whatever, yeah, fine, yeah, the previous criminal. 2 of them are criminals. 2 of them have committed a crime for which they are now, they are soon to be arrested, right? And those 2 are arrested, and another, a random amount of the 8 others are arrested, whether or not they have committed a crime. So the police are arresting the real criminals and indiscriminately arresting the others. Is it less or more likely that more than 20% of that group are going to be considered as criminals? What's more or less likely?
It's more likely. It's more likely.
You fucking retard! Like that's what an entail.
No, because they have to go through the whole process, right? They can prove their innocence.
You're making the point that he's trying to make. He's saying,
can they prove their innocence, James Jones?
No. Why so religious? He's saying
in a court
that
of law,
people
can they
are
prove
being
their
totally ignorant of the law, and they're actually targeting these individuals.
No, the point here is they are innocent until proven guilty. You can't just say out of 10 people, 2 people committed crimes and therefore they're guilty without going to court and being actually labeled guilty, bro, as a criminal. You can't do that, dude. Now, look at this hypothesis that even James had to use yesterday to try to make his point, saying, oh, well, let's say that your cousin looks like you and then they arrest you and then they plant evidence on you. This hypothesis gets crazier and crazier. The fact is, James even had to change he has to change the reality of laws, which is if you get arrested. I'm getting off here, but I'm saying this. Saying this. He even has to change it to say that people who are being arrested are automatically guilty the moment they are arrested, as opposed to there being an investigation,
I'm not gonna lie,
investigation and then a court system. So that's how manipulative he has to be with
You've
it.
lost all right. I'm gonna be real. You've lost all right. You've lost all. He's lost all right to speak to me.
Yeah, I beg you, chat to me, man. I don't get this guy, bro.
Yeah, he is a moron. He's actually a moron. I've been wasting my time.
So James, I agree with you. The system is set up in a way that it would arrest invading ruling elite criminals, and it will focus and target its main numbers, trying to get the numbers on the African community. I agree with that.
Yeah, no. You know what the horrible thing, is this absolutely got nothing to do with all the emotional fucking political bullshit that he loves to attach to it. It's just simple as what is more of a logical proposition. If somebody is collecting apples, right, and the remit is only collect red apples, right, for example, and there's 15 red apples and they've got a basket that can carry 100 apples. There's 15 red apples and there's 50 green apples, but they're told to only collect red apples. Well, then there's a maximum of 15 apples they can bring back home, right? But if they collect
a big injustice.
If they collect red and green apples, then it's more likely that they can collect more apples when they come back home. That's just logical. Hold on, sorry, I'm getting a call. 1 second. Yeah, I'm getting a call. 1 second, sorry.
So Shaka, I want to get back to it with you, bro. So, do you still think that it's a religious thing and it's racist, or do you think it's just a racial thing that the Afrikaans use? That I can agree with you that they adapted the word to their own needs and that. You say everyone's gone quiet, yeah? I can't hear you, lot.
Hello?
You done your research, IC3, yeah? What have you found?
Got back on. What's happening here? Did you say proof or something?
No, I was saying, have you done your research? Like, what have you found?
Oh, I stopped doing the research and just listened to the conversations that were. It looks like a lot of people have been over this subject about the word kafir from before, but so far it appears that the original use is to do with a believer or a non-believer. but I still suspect, looking at the other information, there might be. I don't know if you can use the word racial, because it appears that the roots of what we now know to be racial terms go back a long way before that word was even being used. And even before the word black was being used. So I suspect that there was a word for Africans that we now use the word black. We're now using that word black, but I believe there must have been a word sometime way back in ancient times that was the root of what we now know today as racism. So that was the reason for this investigation. So I stopped because I was listening to what people were saying. And then looking back at this, let's see, curse of Ham. So I just suspected there might be a link between the racial use of the term kafir and the idea of the curse of Ham. And why I connect it to the curse of Ham? Because it says the debate of what the curse was, which actually came upon Canaan, has been discussed for about 2,000 years by Christians, Muslims, and Jews, and that black skin is associated as a justification for slavery. But I'm just suspicious that that idea must be a lot older. And the clue to it being older is in this debate about the curse of Ham. So let me put this out there. Let's see. For example, to bring a modern day example, it's like the word British. British. So there's a big debate about what is Britishness. And I to a degree, I feel that the concept of defining what Britishness is similar to trying to define what kafir is. So it was just like trying to the big debate's going on right now is whether Britishness has any relationship to whiteness. So, as we were discussing earlier, people debate or fight even over the meaning of words. And then the two camps, there's two camps fighting over a word. Those who believe Britishness to be whiteness, they'll use it in that context and fight to defend its meaning in that context. And those that are trying to say, well, Britishness is not about whiteness, they'll be fighting on the other side to say that Britishness includes everybody. So it's the same debate, really, but I suppose it'd be a lot easier to look into Britishness than it would be to look into this word kafir, because the word is a bit too difficult to research. It's a bit too old, but the impact of that word is still with us, and I'm not sure if let me read that Oxford Dictionary again. Right. In later centuries, we can observe the development from this use of several other originally inoffensive uses related to the Nguni peoples. Use of this type that is fairly usual for a neutral way of referring to a people to develop, for example, just as the use of the word Mexican in reference to the indigenous languages of Mexico develops out of its use as a term for a native or inhabitant of Mexico. We have found instances from 1820 onwards of kafir being used in reference to the languages of the Nguni peoples. Another development of this type is the use of Kafreria and British Kafreria to refer to a part of southeastern Africa inhabited by the Xono people, to whom the later use of kafir in relation to the Nguni peoples often refer specifically. Not simply a geographical area. In the 19th century, this was also a political entity with its own laws, and it is now part of South Africa's Eastern Cape province, though of course referring to it as Kafrira or British Kafrira today is quite unthinkable. It is difficult to know precisely how and why kafir shifted from being used neutrally in reference to the Nguni peoples, their language, their lands, and so on, to become a highly offensive and racially sensitive word. But it seems that an important part of the picture is it's coming to be used more often, more generally, in reference to any Black African rather than specifically to a member of one of the Nguni peoples. The earliest individual instance we have found of this use is from 1607, in which William Keeling, a sea captain of the East India Company, uses kafirs more loosely or perhaps simply inaccurately in reference to Saladanians, or Saladania, being the name of the area around the Cape of Good Hope at the time of his writing. No derogatory intent is detectable behind Keeling's use of the word in this way, and as a whole, the usage of kafir with this more generalized meaning does not appear to have been motivated originally by any intention to offend.
Yeah, but it bloody offends now, and they should stop using the word.
Yeah, they say it's a law. There's a law against it in South Africa. Yeah. So to try and bring the conversation up into modern times, it's a bit like the debate over the Britishness. I think that might be interesting. What is the official definition of Britishness? Or such thing as Britishness? The big debate about that. Oh, there is a word. Britishness. Britishness is the state or quality of being British. The state or quality of being British. Big debates taking place around that. Britishness is the state of quality or quality of being British, or of embodying British characteristics. It comprises the claimed qualities that bind and distinguish the British people and form the basis of their unity and identity. And the expressions of British culture, such as habits, behaviors, or symbols that have a common, familiar, or iconic quality readily identifiable with the United Kingdom. Dialogue about the legitimacy and authenticity of Britishness is intrinsically tied with power, relations, and politics. In terms of nationhood and belonging expressly or recognizing one's Britishness provokes a range of responses and attitudes, such as advocacy, indifference, or rejection. Although the term Britishness sprang into political and academic prominence only in the late 20th century, its origins with the formation of the Kingdom of Great Britain in 1707, with the formation of the Kingdom of Britain in 1707, it was used with reference to Britons collectively as early as 1682. And the history of Linda Colley asserts that it was after the Acts of Union, 1707, that the ethnic groups of Great Britain began to assume a layered identity. Interesting. A layered identity, to think of themselves as simultaneously British, but also Scottish, English, and or Welsh. In this formative period, Britishness was closely bound up with Protestantism. The Oxford English Dictionary online dates the first known use of the term Britishness to refer to the state of being British to a June 1857 issue of Putnam's Monthly magazine. The British people. The British people, or Britons, are the citizens of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. the British overseas territories, and the Crown dependencies. British nationality law governs modern British citizenship and nationality, which can be acquired, for instance, by descent from British nationals. Descent from British nationals. When used in a historical context, British or Britons can refer to the Celtic Britons, the indigenous inhabitants of Great Britain and Brittany, whose surviving members are the modern Welsh people, Cornish people, and Bretons. It also refers to citizenship of the former British Empire who settled in the country prior to 1973 and hold neither UK citizenship or nationality. So why is it associated with whiteness in the Office of National Statistics? Why?
I don't know, but I'll tell you one thing. This is why people like me and Wendy say that we don't see ourselves as the same as mainland Europe.
Yes, yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that stands. I don't think anybody would argue with that. But what are your views? Oh, there it goes back again on immigration. We always return back to this subject.
I've explained it several times. I'm against mass
Yeah.
immigration. I think mass immigration has ruined our country, mainly because of the infrastructure, as well as the fact that the cultures are different and too many cultures coming up against the culture of the mainland is just not conducive for a happy living. I don't ascribe to this thing that black people can't be British, though. I believe they can. You take on the culture, you take on the nationality, and especially if you're born here, you're British. That's it. End of.
Yeah, interesting. Culture of the United Kingdom. Let's see if they generally agree with what you're saying. British culture is influenced by the combined nation's history, its historical Christian religious life, its interaction with the cultures of Europe, the traditions of England, Wales, and Scotland, and the impact of the British Empire. Although British culture is a distinct entity, the individual cultures of England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland are diverse and have varying degrees of overlapping distinctiveness. Distinctiveness. See, that's all about how this distinction is made.
Well, that would come with the language, the folklore, the ancient traditions, the myths.
Right. So let's see if
rulers. All of that doesn't matter. It all entwines into Britishness.
Yes. But it's very difficult to find where it's actually stated like that. You know what you're saying is it, you know, what is it? Is it the official view? You know, this seems to be no clarity, because there's no clarity on Britishness apparently.
Well, there's ways that you can become a British national. You can be. I think it's in Latin. I don't know the terminology. There's somebody that comes on my screen called Odell that does come on here occasionally. He knows all the actual translations in Latin in law and everything. But there are statuses. You can either be born on the land. You can have inheritance by the blood.
Oh, yeah, blood or land, yeah.
Or you can adopt a nationality. They're the three ways of becoming British. It's simple. It's not hard.
Right. So if that's the three ways, you're born on the land, or your inheritance, or bloodline, lineage, or just accepting British, signing up to British culture, nationality. So then those three things, there's no limit to say, the concept of the debate about immigration is a bit it's a bit difficult to tie down and to clarify, because basically
it's not, because if you haven't actually legally adopted the nation, then you are illegal. You're not a migrant. You're a legal immigrant.
Right. So if a person came from anywhere in the world, and as long as they got here and they signed the appropriate papers and they received the citizenship, then they should be classed as British. Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Good.
Yeah, they're British citizen.
Right. So then the question is Britishness, or the concept of Britishness, impacted by the rate at which people arrive and become legal citizens?
Well, definitely. When we had mass immigration just coming in, it changed the demographics, and it also tried to change the culture.
Yes, but then there's a debate. The debate is then I heard people saying, well, British culture is all about the people, and the people that come here and they bring their various various contributions to the culture, and so they're just as British, and therefore British culture is nothing stable. And
true and not true. The British culture has a stable core, but it amalgamates into it at the outside edge other beliefs and stuff. So British culture takes the best from other cultures. It takes away what it doesn't believe is conducive with our culture. So it ascribes anything that's conducive and is progressive, and it is deemed to be workable or likable.
Right. And does it do that successfully?
It did until we had
everything you
mass
said.
immigration. Yeah, it did until we had mass immigration.
Wow, so that's quite a serious statement. So
in 2010, they ran a poll, okay, asking British people would it bother them if their children married outside of their race. Only 7% of people were bothered. I would imagine it to be higher now, and that's because of the immigration of 2015.
You reckon it's higher now?
Yeah.
Right, but we don't know yet if it's true that it's higher now. For certain, there's no official figures.
With all the identity politics, it would be, yeah.
Yeah, but officially now, we take the British government to be a representative of the British state and British culture and British values. So that's the authority on what Britishness is, would be the British government. So are we saying that the government has not spoken as yet to clarify Britishness? You know, there's not been an update since the last survey that the British government took, and found out that they were very happy. People were very happy with having people from various cultures being British. And you're saying that you suspect things have changed, and how will you know to be sure that things have changed? What will it take?
I don't know. They'd have to do another poll, wouldn't they? The way that I look at it, most British people are not racist. They're not racist. So, but
right, that's next year then.
But I think, regardless of whether they're racist or not, because of identity politics, people would have concerns with interracial marriage and everything else because of the concerns.
People got concerns with the FFF as well, anti-Semitic and all that.
Anti-Semitic? What are you talking about?
FFF.
Yeah, what about them?
Supposedly they're anti-Semitic.
Right, and I don't understand why that's relevant.
Yeah, because I was trying to explore British and Britishness, and seeing if we can find any official get an official update. But then again, it's a census next year, isn't it? 2021.
Yeah, so whether they do it or not is another thing, though, isn't it?
Oh, let's find out. Census 21. Census 20. Because that'll bring everything to a head.
Well, yeah, because some people are projecting that the
March.
They're projecting that the demographics have fell below 75%. I don't believe that myself, of white people in this country, and for the white people in this country, it's worrying for them.
Yeah. So next census is next year in March, Sunday, the 21st of March, 2021, is Census Day. Wow. So everything's building up towards that. Because, yeah. So even while doing the census and then waiting for the census results, there's going to be a lot of action next year. So I think it's going to peak. Yeah.
And people are probably going to make of it what they want and make big issues out of it if the identity politics is still at the forefront like it is at the moment. Yeah. Although I personally believe that it's had its moment. It's on its dying legs now.
What's that? The census?
No, identity politics. I think it's very heavy within the black community now, not so much the white community.
Interesting. So far we know the census is going ahead. I've gone to the census website, census.gov.uk. It says we're working hard on census 2021. Census Day will be Sunday, 21st of March, 2021. So it's happening. So we got that clarified.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Find out why we need you to take part in the census.
Most people take part in it anyway, don't they? I can't imagine why you wouldn't.
Mm-hmm. I think there's a wait a minute. You must complete. This would be interesting. You must complete the census by law.
Mm-hmm.
You must complete the census by law. If it is an offence to supply false information or to not complete the census, and you could be fined up to £1,000. Up to £1,000. Some questions are clearly labeled as voluntary. Voluntary. It is not an offense if you do not answer these. Oh, so it's an offense? Whoa, so I don't know if people know how serious the census is. You could be fined up to £1,000. But you don't have to answer the questions that are labeled voluntary. So, well.
Yeah. The thing is, for a government like ours, it's important that people do fill it in, so that they know where the expenditures are to go for. That's what it's meant to be for. But obviously, other people take other things out of it.
Yeah, because obviously, because the whole democratic system is built on, isn't it? Because if you don't actually know the facts of who's actually in Britain and who's British, then it impacts the voting process, and it impacts everything, doesn't it? If you don't know, if identity is not clarified, everything else goes wrong. That's why I suspect they put £1,000 warning. Make sure you're filling your census, because it must be important. Yeah, and they use the word offense. Yeah. It says it's not often you see these words come up. When there you go, it's to do with identity politics, but so the word there is offense, and there's even finance there. There's even £1,000 fine. So we want to know who you are, so that if COVID-19 is still going, oh geez, plus this, I suppose. Well, everybody would be indoors. Not everybody, but there'll be less excuse not to comply with the law and fill in your census. Yeah. I suppose I wonder what questions will be labeled voluntary. It's a long time since the last one.
Oh, you're funny.
Yeah.
It's every 10 years. But yeah, if that immigration has impacted us in a very dangerous way, as per our culture, you will sort of see some interesting political movements next year, I would imagine.
That's right. I mean, how long does it take for them to give the census results from the time? So from March, I wonder how it takes them to process the census results.
I think it's months, if I remember correctly.
Really?
I might be wrong.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I've got a feeling it's about that. Yeah. So next autumn, next year, it's going to kick off. I suspect it's going to kick off next year because once people got the hard data, they can say, "You see, we told you, we told you." That'll be interesting. Yeah, and then so that is the official time when Britishness is decided or is encapsulated. We can say, well, this is Britain. Now, where do we want to go? Where do we want to take Britain? Yeah, so I think you're right, because after people see the census results, then they'll start making a decision to see if they want to see any changes take place in Britain as a whole in terms of culture and everything else. That So people are just warming up, I think, now. Starting to talk about the issues. But as soon as those results are out, that's it. Yeah. Okay. I haven't got much more to say really on that because we have to wait till next year. Yeah.
I've got to go and
Yeah.
blow dry my hair. Oh dear.
What people say in the chat.
Right, I'll be back in about 20 minutes. I've got to go and quickly do something.
Okay.
I don't know if you're all right on your own here, or if you want find another word that could be ambiguous or controversial. If you can pick
Start digging at that one. Yeah.
Yeah, you had a good day today, didn't you? You picked the word kafir and they all went mental.
Unbelievable. It's very...
You was only looking at the connections. You weren't even saying there was really a connection there.
Yeah. Okay. Let's look for some other words.
Why don't you look up the word culture?
Okay, good. That's a good word. Because people could keep using that word. Go to the Oxford. Let's do it properly. Oxford English Dictionary. Culture. Oxford English Dictionary. Oxford reference. Let's see. No. Oxford English Dictionary. Home.
Yo.
How you doing?
What's going on, man?
Let's looking for some new words to investigate.
Okay.
I think it's quite interesting how words can impact people's ability to communicate. It impacts their bit. So some people don't even like a word being looked into. It seems to cause a lot of tension.
Happens sometimes, bro.
Huh?
I said it happens like that sometimes, man. No? Yeah, man. Soon, yeah, you'll have a crowd of people surrounding your table. Asking, yo, I heard you say this on television.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. You see, it's very strange because you find that when people they gather around the table because of the way it's all been promoted as a more civilized place, you got to behave yourself. It's a bit like a court, you know. You got to behave yourself in court. So everybody wants to appear to be confident in their position.
Yeah.
And not you know, I don't need to say anything. I could just sit here. You know my position, and I'm safe. And then you get a stranger come out of nowhere and says, it sees all these people sitting quietly. It says, I'm gonna teach them. I'm gonna make them know. And then they come in and they start barking at the people, and then all of a sudden that circle could just change. Whoa. It can change. Shut it down quick.
Really? That's what you said, yeah? Oh, shit. Yeah, man. Then you going to be like, hold a minute, wait a minute, slow it down.
Exactly.
Yeah, they don't want to slow it down, boy.
Because of fear, I think. I think if your position is strong and you're confident in your position, what's the rush?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. It's just like let them. They might lose up all their ammunition.
Yeah.
And have no ammunition for a counter attack.
Mm. Yeah.
Right. So this. Yeah. So I thought you got another word. I was looking up culture.
Culture.
Yeah.
I don't
was
know,
going to look up the word culture.
I wanted to ask you, about more to do with the question of the day, You see, like, so do you follow, like, do you believe in, like, a god or anything sort of like that, a higher power or anything like that? Do you believe that that's...
Yeah. The model I follow as in national, I describe it as national racialism, is that there are universal laws, but as the earth has different terrains, different people in different places, it's actually going back to the very subject, culture. I believe that culture, there's universal laws, but one's deity or God or spiritual being is how a group of people or a community or a nation perceive the universe from their perspective. So I believe that the clarification or definition of identity of a people also brings about a clarification of their God or their spirit in the same way. So I'm not sure which kind of comes first. So I'm still exploring. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but it's not. I just forget about religion, man. I'm just gonna deal with it. Actually, today, man.
There's no escape. Everything is religion. Even if people say that we don't believe in God.
Yeah. You see, like I mean, like the traditional sense of, well, it's the latest traditional sense of a religion. Like there's God or Jesus or there's Muhammad and all this sort of. There's special people that've been chosen. Like there's the Jews of Israel. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a special group that's been chosen by a so-called higher power being that's given them a special sort of message that no one else has been able to decode. Well, that's bullshit, man.
Yeah,
that's
but
bullshit,
I just
no,
I understand
I'll
what
tell
you're
you
saying.
why it's bollocks, is because any of these people with this special thing box, they don't ever make no fucking advancement to like technology, or they're never the first to do it, this, that, or the other. Do you know what I mean? It's that.
Yeah,
and then
I
it's all,
understand what you're saying.
yeah, so it's always got to fit the religion rather than the religion fit the thing in it.
Right, but here's the thing I was thinking about. You see, to create and to build things, right? Can it be done without a faith in a divinity? I'm not sure.
Yeah, because
like how?
So the people that have come through with like technological advances,
yeah,
they didn't do it. They didn't do it because they believed in a divine power. Like, there's not a technological advancement that's come through just because someone believed in a divine power or nothing like that. So it's been through hard work, try and test, trial and error sort of thing.
Yeah, okay, I understand, but here's an angle. See, to be organized, you got to get people to work together. Yeah, and to get a lot of people to work together, you can build big things, yes, and complicated things. The more people you have working together. So the challenge then is, how do you get lots of people working together in unison on something, whether it's their health
Like,
or whether it's their
you mean
technology?
like, I listen to this, yeah. So when the architect lays out the plans for how the building's going to be built, yeah, he's laid out all the plans for where the position of all the different beams are going to be, all the lights, the fire exit, the toilets, the bathrooms, everything, the fire hydrants, you know, like
yes,
everything and anything, yeah, is laid out in there, yeah.
Yeah.
But obviously, it's all planned to building regulations, and then after that, yeah, it's each team make sure that they work to the plan. So there's a plan that's set out,
yes,
and then each individual team is set a task. So the bricklayers do all the bricklaying.
Yes.
The electricians do all the electrics.
Yeah.
The aircon people do all the aircon. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
It's
plasterers
complicated.
do all the plastering. The painters do all the painting. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but all that doesn't wait. All of that was done without like a belief in a higher power. It was just having plans that was drawn up to regulations and spec to whatever spec, and then the people making sure that they followed the plan as close to the spec as possible.
Okay. And the same thing goes for shipbuilding and so on. Yeah. Okay. But here's the thing. You see, all of that you're saying was done without faith in a higher being.
Mm-hmm.
But even before that plan is made, it's conceived in the mind, then it's spoken, and then there has to be investors in the project. And the investors are like the people of faith. They believe in the project. They believe you can build that ship, or they believe you can build that building. Yeah. And if they believe and have confidence, they'll invest. And then the building work can then begin to roll. Correct?
Yeah, but it's not like blind faith, yeah, like believing in a higher power. Yeah. This is basically, again, on trial and error, because the investors would have, unless it's their first project, yeah, would have carried out a project before. So they would have seen that. So that's why they've got faith on how it goes, because if they've built a block of flats, a school, a hospital, or something already, to the spec that they were supposed to build it to, they've sold the property to the people that they were supposed to sell it to or whatever, and they've made a profit on their thing. Like, again, there's no higher power faith in there. It's all just down to making sure you build the thing, you build a service that's needed, and then the people will purchase the service that's actually obviously needed.
Okay, good. I accept that point. But what if it's a project that has never been done before? That's the realm in which the venture capitalists were working. The venture capital.
But even all that, it might be a project that no one's done before. Yeah, there's all plans, drawings, and you know what I'm saying, make up models before the actual real building work gets done in the first place. So there might be about 5 different models that have gone through before the finalized model of this is how all the all the specs has been met, and all the you got like building laws, construction laws, bylaws. All the bylaws have been met, and so and so. All do you know what I mean? That so it's a building that can be made in England or whatever country you're making in it. So
yeah, but there are projects where there are no laws because they haven't been established yet. It's a new concept. It's a new idea.
What projects could you have where there's no laws?
For example, you're trying to build a new kind of ship. You have the basic laws of physics and so on, or it could be say, for example, a railroad.
Yeah, but there's still laws.
Yeah.
It's not like
the laws of physics. Yeah, but those laws are. What I'm trying to bring it back to the spiritual side is that the first laws, I'm saying, you might agree, disagree. I'm saying the first laws is the community has to be intact first. Yeah, they have to believe in themselves. So there's laws about how they treat each other, and then from those laws, as the fundamental laws, those people, because they're living happily together, not fighting each other so badly, they have time for their minds to be creative, and they can think of new things that may never have been seen before. So yes, I agree with you. There's the laws, but the first law is just basically order. You know, the laws of who you are and keeping order within the community, which then produces people that may have ideas and make inventions that have not been seen. They're just ideas that have not been seen yet. But in order to make this a ship or a boat or something that has never been done before, then they're going to need the confidence and the faith of the people to invest in this idea.
Yeah, but that can all be possible without a higher power, without having to go to a higher power or believe in a higher power.
Well, I'm challenging that. I'm saying.
Yeah, but wait, let me build it up. Yeah, because again, you're saying even if it's a project that you can say, I don't know, something new that's not been done before. There's I don't know, a new sort of drill thing that's going to go to the Earth, the core of the Earth or something, with a telescope on it as well or something like that. Yeah, then there's still going to be a million plans and sort of test runs and whatever before the actual first thing given the go ahead to go. Do you know what I mean? So although like in hindsight, once the first project's made, it may not be perfect, yeah, but it will be to the highest spec of its time, innit? So then once that first project's made, yeah, and they know what works properly on it and what don't work, then that's where the improvements come.
Right, I understand that. You're solid there, but what I'm trying to say is that there must be something that has kept the people together in order for them to produce a person who can have ideas and speak about those ideas, and that those people, you know, they're already together. They must have faith in something to keep them together in order to produce a person that can create an idea that they can invest in. And I'm saying you can't. Well, you might challenge me. You can't just build a community out of nowhere, out of nothing. There's got to be a reason for those people to want to work together, or live together. There has to be some faith in something.
Even in what you said, yeah, how does that equal to needing a higher power?
Right. But here it is. Because if you have, how can I illustrate this? Say if you have 1,000 people, individuals that came from all different parts of the world, and they arrived in a certain place, why should those 1,000 people not start fighting each other? You know, something. You know, what's the purpose?
But there's no it's not a higher power or nothing, though.
Oh no! We're going to push this. We're going to see. I'm saying for those people to actually live together requires them to believe in something greater than any of those individuals. Because if you just try and pick up, you know, who are they going to listen to? Without if they all look upward and say we can do this, and rather than looking at each other, I'm suggesting that actually forms the basis of them wanting to do something together. They need a faith or something to believe in, that they perceive as being better than themselves, which is in the invisible realm.
Yeah, well, why did they need to have something to believe in that's better than themselves in the invisible realm for them to build houses for everyone to live in?
Because I explain. Yeah, the answer is I'm saying because if they don't believe in that essence in an invisible realm, it's like you see, if you believe in something that it cannot be seen but is always there, you can then make long-term plans, and you can have reasons to work together. Because you can't just come with logic. Because if you just come with paper and say, "Look, the thousands of us here, you should all listen to me," you know, like Banksy was saying earlier on about the secular humanist, and you'll all be there arguing about each other's ideology, and you can't get anything done.
No, but why would they argue about each other's ideology if there's plans to the building and everyone's got a task that they need to do, and each person actually knows what they're supposed to be doing? That if you worked in a building site before, I can tell you that 90% of people on that building site don't believe in God.
Yes, correct. I believe that. Yes, but they believe in their bank.
Yeah. See, so what has that got to do with God, though? That's material good that you can if you do your job as you're supposed to be doing it, you can get paid. If you do overtime, you'll get a bit extra money. If you're working on price, working on price work, there's different sort of contracts or whatever you can
True.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, you're solid. Your point is solid. Yeah, your point is solid, but it's difficult for me to explain.
Yeah, because if you're working on price, I agree. If you're working on price work, so say I'm working on price work, and I get paid a certain amount per meter to do whatever, running cables, laying pipe, or fixing bathrooms. There's a price on each bathroom that you install, or there's a price on each kitchen or something like that.
Yeah.
And I can install, in the time someone can install 3 kitchens, I can install 5 kitchens. Yeah, then obviously I'm going to eat up all the money on price work, innit? Like, so that's sort of what it is that whatever benefits you can show me here materially now, is that's really what and then even that's got nothing to do with God, bro.
Oh, okay, hold that. Okay, let's push this further. Oh yeah, hold that there. So to follow your illustration, that person, if they don't believe they're going to get paid, they can't work. Have you tried doing work whether you've been promised a certain amount of money, and then all of a sudden certain things you find out and you might not get paid? It impacts your ability to work, doesn't it? and your willingness to work. Exactly. Right.
But even that though, but that point though, you got to link it to God or to a higher being, because that's what
we're going to get there. Yeah. Okay. We'll get there. We'll get there. So let's fight. I'm trying a different angle. Yeah. So everything you're saying is right. An individual can have various levels of skill and produce a certain amount of work within time. I'm not questioning that. Your model is accurate. But I'm dealing with the issue of the belief or the faith that one will get paid for for the work that one is about to do. So that's my first introduction into the concept of faith. We're going to God yet, but I'm just saying that to work, for everybody to work effectively on that building site.
You can't have a building company if you have a company where you don't ever pay your workers, bro. You'll get your head kicked in, bro.
That's right.
You think that man's just gonna be getting bumped for fucking 6, 7, 8 weeks, 9, 10, 11 weeks of worth of money? That's grand, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So, man will bust your head for that, bro. The whole site will bust your head for that. So if you've got, and even the other side of it, yeah, is if you're not paying your workers for the contract that you're doing, yeah, how are you going to get the work done? So it's a two-way street. You have to pay your workers a decent wage for them to actually do the work that you want done, that you've been paid to do.
Yes, but I'm taking it a level further. I'm saying your workers have to believe they're going to get paid. Because without that belief, nothing's going to get done.
Yeah, but it's not like a belief like you have to have what's it called? Unhindering faith. It's literally it's a week in hand when you start on the building site. So 1 week you work here, knowing that the week after that you're going to get paid the last week that you work. Yeah. So
right.
If it comes after 2 weeks, yeah, after 2 weeks you don't get paid, yeah, or if it's every other week, yeah, after the 4 weeks, if you don't get paid, yeah, or no one on the site is being paid or whatever,
yes,
it's trouble. People will be, there's going to be obviously trouble in it now, because they're going to be phoning. First, they're going to go to the next up in line, yeah.
That's
and
right.
He's going to be talking about he ain't been paid, so he's going to go up to the next in line. He ain't been paid, yeah. But all that, means that you can only do that for maximum 4 to 6 weeks.
Right.
You can't do that for a whole bit. A building, unless it's in flipping China, 6 weeks. You're not building no building in 6 weeks, bro. From beginning. You get me?
Yes. Okay. So
watch this. That a big one.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That.
Okay. So watch this. I listened very carefully to what you said. So that in some places, somebody does work and they expect to get paid a week later, based on what you just said. Yeah. They expect to get paid a week later. Yeah. And if you don't get paid a week later, they might start asking questions, and then they'll leave the job to go and ask questions. So that's the beginning of trouble.
No, it'll be on the job, innit? Because
no, I say leave the job. Wait a minute. I mean, they'll leave from doing what they're supposed to be doing for the day, and then walk to the office to ask questions. Yeah. So, and that's wasting time, isn't it? Because just because that money is coming a bit later than that person expected, their mind drifts from the job, from the work that they're doing, because they expect to be paid in 7 days, and if there's any delay, they can't concentrate, they can't focus on the work, and start asking questions. And if those questions keep getting asked, it'll go round and round and round, and the whole thing starts collapsing. Now, I understand that, but do you know that there's other businesses where people are expected to wait a whole month before they get their money for the work that they're doing now?
4 to 6 weeks, isn't it?
There you go. Right.
So but it depends. If it's an office job, yeah, and it's like a month, you get paid monthly. Then obviously you got to work a whole 2 months or something, innit?
Exactly.
You got to work your first month in hand, and then the next month so you get paid. But even that though, that's not building work of constructing an actual building, innit? That's like office work in
administration. Right. Yeah. So the people. So the people who can wait 4 to 6 weeks for their wages need to have more faith in the payer. The person who wants to be paid after 7 days doesn't require as much faith.
You know what? Yeah, you can scam one person, yeah, because it'll be civil, innit? Yeah, but if it's a continuous thing, like there's been companies that's been in the newspaper for the same sort of stuff that you're talking about, like building companies or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so it's like you can't.
Yeah.
You basically can't do it. But even that though, yeah, it's not like a unhindered faith that like of something that you're never gonna see. Someone gets paid. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so when you join the firm, yeah, and you're working with the other dudes that's working there, someone that's working there has been paid, yeah, and then everyone in their own time will ask my guy, yo, do you get paid on time? Man's my man make sure he pays you on. That you think that, bro? Those are the first questions that people are asking in the first week, bro.
That's right.
Unless you work for an agency, innit? Like, and then if you work for an agency, then you sent off all your paperwork and the same sort of thing. Like, right? It's like a contract that's sort of signed, like that you're gonna do this work and you're gonna get paid this wage. So as long as you're fulfilling your side of the contract where you're doing the work to the spec that you said that you can perform the work, they're happy with what you're doing. Yeah, as long as all that side of it is okay, you're actually doing the work. Yeah, then you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no reason why you shouldn't get paid, because if the person doesn't pay, they've got no company. Because how long can you keep robbing the people that work for your company?
Right.
How long can you have a company?
Right. But as you said, one of the first questions people ask when they sign their contract and they get to work, they look at the people that have been working there before.
Site, I'll tell you why they aren't on the building site, because you're self-employed, innit? Yeah. So basically, if you're working on a building site, CSCS card, and you got a skill card, you're a plumber, electrician, you're a plasterer, whatever, you're a labourer, whatever you do, if you've got a skill card, when you first join up, because you're self-employed, the man can tell you can work one day and then you're gone, innit? Yeah. So, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's all it needs is like, once man says to you, you can get bumps like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, you could do a week's work and not actually get paid in the week after. But like, again, that's why people will ask them questions. Yo, can I get?
Yeah. So the fact that you have to ask those questions, I'm saying that this is moving in the realms. I'm just trying to demonstrate.
I'm not saying that you won't ever get bumped. Of course you can get bumped. Of course you can lose wages. Of course you can do price work on word of mouth, and not actually get the money that was said, that was agreed in word of mouth. Do you know what I mean? Like, of course that can happen. But if word of mouth, obviously is the best advertising, isn't it? Yeah. So if you've got the way it used to work on the plumbing firm that I was working for, I done my apprenticeship for, and they was a good firm, made sure that they done everything that they were that everyone was like a top spec plumber or whatever, So like their thing was on point. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you get paid every Friday. Yeah. The saying was, payday's Friday and shit runs downhill.
Yes. But did you hear what you just said? Yeah, but what you said, that you mentioned the word of mouth.
Word of mouth, best advertising, isn't it? So obviously, if there's people that's talking about
Yeah. So if you bump people, then they're gonna and they're people that work for on building site forever, whatever. Somehow you'll know they'll. Do you know what I mean? Like you'll work on building sites and you'll get to know
You'll
different
get
people.
round.
So the word will get round, man, and your company will be fucked.
Right.
So you have to change the company name, and then it'll be once it's actually you, if you keep changing the company name, they'll be talking about actually you as a person. So say your name was fucking Johnny Too Good. They'll be like that fucking Johnny Too Good, mate. He don't fucking he's Johnny Too Shit, mate. Yeah, 'cause he don't ever pay no one wages. You know what I'm saying, like.
Right. So this is very important what you said. Very important. You mentioned word of mouth, and then you're referring to reputation. See? So so we're talking about this realm. This is the realm. See, a reputation, where is it? It's in the air, isn't it? It's built up. It can accumulate over time.
Yeah, but
And where is
it's not
it?
on faith though. Reputation's not on faith though. Reputation's on past work. No, reputation's not on faith, but reputation's on past work. So your reputation, word of mouth going round, like people saying that you're a good company to work for. Man can't say that you're a good company to work for and they've never worked for your company. How do they know that?
Right. But you see, the reputation is not only on the ability to do the work, but the reputation is built on the ability to pay people and to keep promises.
Yeah.
So
stay on time.
So people will want to work for you. They want to work for this company.
They'll work for the company, but you have to be able to provide long-term work, innit? If you're able to move from project to project with, I don't know, say a contract, St. George's, they did a contract in Vauxhall, all them flats in Vauxhall, St. George's, St. George's Wharf. Yeah, that's a company.
Expensive.
Yeah. So if you can get your building firm in with one of their top guys, whoever, and they're moving from that St. George's site to that St. George's site to that St. George's site, that means your firm moves with them as well.
That's
for
right.
your firm to move with them, you have to have a good reputation, and I mean, at least you have to be able to do your job, and then all the rest of it, all the other parts of it is different, isn't it?
Yeah, but it goes both ways. That's the point I'm making. I understand what you're saying from the perspective of the person who's a skilled worker. You have to, the person who has skills that can do their job has to build up a reputation for themselves. But
even
the
for the company as well, though. The same thing I'm saying.
That's the point I'm making it. I'm saying I'm trying to keep us on this, looking at it from both sides.
Yeah.
The reputation is all round. It's the reputation is the charge. It's invisible, but it's the charge that keeps people together. You understand?
Yeah, but it's not. I think that's what we're debating on. Yeah.
Exactly.
On the presence of reputation. Yeah. Because like I'm saying, without past work, you can't have a reputation on anything. Yeah. Like there has to be something. There has to. Even if you've done one good thing, and then word of mouth, is Chinese whispered into you've done 20 good things, there was still there was still some work that you had to done first of all before you get this sort of reputation.
Yes. And also the ability to maintain reputation as well. So I'm trying to move this in now from the skillful, hands-on ability to do things.
How do you think that you maintain a reputation?
That's where we're going to go. I just want to finish off before we go to the next level. I just want to finish off on the practical. We understand that practical, you've got to be able to do the job, and you've got to be confident that you're going to get paid. And if you can get paid for doing the job, everything's okay. And also, you mentioned being able to ask questions of the people that have been there before you. And if they don't look happy, you're not going to be happy, right? So now we're going to move into the realm of reputation, right? So we've got the building site sorted, and now we're going to move into the realm of reputation, how you gain it, and how it can be improved because it's like value, isn't it? It can increase where people are willing to make even more commitments based on the strength of a reputation of one's reputation. So now we moved into the realms of reputation. We're moving away from the tools on the building site. We're now moving into word and mouth. So if we're in the realm of word and mouth and reputation, we're in the invisible realm. Would you agree with that?
Yeah and no, because obviously it's word of mouth. Yeah, the words are out of your mouth are invisible. Yeah, but no, because it's going on past work. Because
but the past is past.
Yeah, but it's still performances that's been carried out. So unless you're continuously paying people on time, they're moving from site to site to site. How can you your word of mouth is still spreading that it's a good company? If you only pay them good one week, but then you rob them for the other 6 weeks, obviously your word of mouth is going to be
exactly. It's going to be finished. So therefore,
yeah, but that's why. But wait. The point that I'm making is that the word of mouth goes on past performance. So there's something that you're measuring it against. You know what I'm saying? Like with faith in a religion, in a God or whatever, yeah, there's no past performance for you to measure it on. No one even knows what God sounds like. What he looks like. Well,
okay.
We'll get there. Anything like that, yeah. There's no one's heard God's voice before. Yeah, there's no past recommendation on God. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that anyone can give. Yeah?
I understand. But you watch. We're going to take this bit by bit. Watch now. So we're on this building site. Everybody's being paid. The people working on the building site, they're good at what they're doing. And the reason they're believed to be good at what they're doing because they have a track record. And therefore, because of the good track record, they got reputation. So there's a good reputation, there's a good atmosphere. So we've moved into the realm of the invisible, but I accept what you're saying, that invisible realm is backed up by touching the real realm, touching hands and tools. Yes? Yeah. But hands and tools without that invisible realm, without the reputation, can't work. And the reputation cannot be sustained without real work. So there's a relationship between the visible and the invisible worlds in this context, correct? On a building site.
Well,
you agree?
Let me see, yeah? Because, like I was saying, yeah, can you maintain a reputation without doing good work? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, obviously, it's the past performance of the job you carried out for the contract before, because obviously there's the big main contract, yeah, so who owns the building site, and then there's the little contract firm that they've been contracted to different parts of work for. So the bricklayers firm, the plasterers firm, the electricians firm. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so if the firm, if you as we'll say as the plumbing firm, yeah, you've done everything to the spec, and probably even above the spec or whatever, yeah, you've done it to how they wanted it done, yeah, to the drawing, yeah, and all that sort of stuff, yeah. Then obviously, like that's worth the same as, or probably even more than word of mouth, innit? Because that's the actual performance. So do you know what I mean? Like they can.
I'm gonna twist it now. Okay, what are we gonna say to this? Let's see what you say to this. Can you work effectively where there's not a good reputation?
But there's not a good reputation. What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm reversing it.
Yeah, but not a good reputation. Does that mean that there's a bad reputation, or just no?
No. Okay, yeah. Okay, can you work effectively with a bad? No, not you, but can you work effectively in a place or on a site where that has a bad reputation? Can you work effectively there?
Well, it'll be harder to work effectively. Yeah. You could work effectively, but it'd be harder to work effectively, obviously, because
Hold it.
listen, if it's got a bad reputation of not paying, yeah. But if the people, this is why it can't work out and it will crash, because if the people working there are saying I've not been paid, yeah, and you've just started, yeah, why are you going to risk getting into 6 weeks arrears with my man who like my man there who's telling you he ain't been paid? Obviously, once you hear that my man ain't been paid, yeah, you're on the blower to the fucking general. like what's happening, mate? My man's talking. I've heard that people are waiting a long time for their wages. Like, is this true or is it not? Is people getting? Obviously, if more than one person saying it, man, then you might as well just look for another job, innit?
Right. So hold it. So let me ask again. Oh, let me put it this way. If I said to you, you will not be able to work effectively at a place that has a bad reputation. You can't work effectively. Because you just said it, you'll be on the blower. What do you mean? What are you doing on the blower? You're not doing your work.
Yeah, because obviously my man's talking about he ain't been paid for 6 weeks, cuz.
Right, so therefore...
why am I doing 6 weeks work not to get paid to start to be telling the new people that come in, yo, I ain't been paid for so-and-so, and depressing man before man's even at their first breakfast break. Fuck all that, man. That's bullshit.
Right, okay. Yeah, but will you accept? Will you accept?
This is what I'm trying to say, though, yeah, is that this is why, yeah, something like that, you might be able to do it to one group or whatever, yeah, but it won't last long because
I understand
you're not going to get. You're not going to get work done.
You're not answering the question. Can you work effectively? Will it impact on your ability to do your work?
I did answer that. I said, of course it will. Of course it will.
Right. Okay.
Work.
Right.
Obviously, if I'm on the phone ringing the boss, complaining and shit, then obviously I'm not fucking looking at the drawings and putting no pipe in the places that it needs to be put.
Right. Thank you. Right. So therefore, will you accept that the invisible reputation is as important as the visible ability to do the work?
Yeah, because it's part of the invisible reputation that you're talking about. It's part of the physical work that's actually put in.
Good. All right, we agree. I just want to get that clear because we're going to move on now.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. I understand what you were saying. Yeah, this invisible reputation that people talking, yeah, and saying that you've done good work here, but it's backed up by the actual work that's been put in. That's the point that I keep trying to make to you.
Good. Right. So we're talking
from
different
that's
points.
That's why I'm saying it's different than an actual religious belief in a like Lord Jesus Christ or in a even in a prophet that you've never seen before.
Oh yeah. All right. We're now going to the next level now. Now going to the next level. Now that we've established, we agreed on that. You're the hands-on, real world man, and I'm the man in the invisible realm. Okay, talking about reputation.
So I'm currency in your interest, yeah.
All right. So we agree that we both need each other. Okay. Yep. We agreed on that. Correct. Right. Right. Now the next level. Now we're going to move into. I think we can move into the God's level now. So, if you got a choice to fly to one country, where they expect you to you could come and do some work there, and you got a choice between two countries, and one country when you look, you can see that the people and the way they live, that they seem wealthy. Okay, they're wealthy. And they look like that they can afford to pay you to do a contract there. And if you look on the other side, there's another country or nation that wants you, but you're not sure you know, you keep hearing that they got riots over there, and there's gunshots going, you know, bullets are flying all over the place and bombs are going, but they want you to come and do some building work there. All right, so you see two places you can go. One it seems to be peace and quiet, and they look wealthy and healthy. Another one, it looks rough, and you're hearing all bombs going off and stuff as well, and they're both going to pay you the same money.
They're
Sorry?
going to pay you the same. Obviously, you're going to go to the comfortable one, isn't it? If they're both going to pay you the same money, you're going to go comfortable, isn't it?
Yeah, I wanted to make it very simple because I'm going to take it up a level now. So, what if that the people in that place that's comfortable say that it's their God, and they have lots of temples and shrines to their God or their deities, and that is what keeps the law and order. They believe that that's what keeps the law and order of that town. Their faith in this invisible deity.
Their faith in the invisible deity. Yeah. Obviously, that's good for their place, isn't it?
There you go. Yes. But
if it's really worked, you know what I'm saying? That. But in reality, yeah, if we look at reality, the places with the most faith in a higher power, yeah, but their places are in some different stuff, like America included. You know what I'm saying? Like, most of America actually believe in God and shit, yeah, and they're fucking is it like the death rate in the prisons, like where they kill their what's called capital punishment thing, is high. You know what I'm saying? That, but everyone's supposed to be living a nice happy life. Same thing, like I think the only place probably that's got high capital punishment or whatever that don't have no mad faith like that is probably China, innit? But the rest of the other places on the list will all have a, you know what I mean? Like,
yes. Okay. So the name of their God might be called democracy. Yeah. They believe in democracy, and wherever they go, they try to push democracy. That's the name of their God.
Wait. Okay. So democracy is a God now, yeah. So we're going with that, yeah.
It's a faith. It's a faith. You got to believe. You got to believe it. If you don't believe in it, you're not going to do it, are you? So,
okay. Well, what's the tenets of democracy being a God in it? Like, how does democracy equal a God?
Because it's an idea. It's something in the invisible realm that impacts the real realm, and it requires the ritual of voting. So it touches the real realm, in fact, that you're expected to do certain things in order to make the spirit or the invisible thing of democracy bless you and bless the nation.
I think it's a bit of a reach, though, man.
Sorry?
Because you know what I think it's a bit of a reach, yeah, because it's humans write out laws of the democratic state that all the humans in the democratic state know that the humans have written out. It's not written out by a higher being that we don't know who it is, but we just have to have faith in this higher being called democracy, that it is there, and follow the laws that it may or may not have sent out.
Inspired people like to write. Democracy inspires people to make laws.
Yeah, but in a democratic system or in a system of democracy, there's laws that can be implemented, instrumented, taken out, added. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's not via a higher being. It's via actually the majority, and then the people who have the power in the whatever parliament or whatever way is set for the people to vote on these new laws to come in.
Right. Okay. I'm saying that the democracy is like a god in that it's out there somewhere. All right, you have to believe in it, and if you believe in democracy, right, your belief in democracy inspires you to make rules to serve the god of democracy. So a bunch of people who believe in democracy will get together, and then they'll start saying, what is the best way to worship democracy? What would be the best procedures? What would be the best voting procedures? What do we want people to do?
Yeah, but you know why I keep saying you're reaching, yeah? Because I've never heard anyone say what is the best way to worship democracy.
Yeah, they wouldn't put it in that way, but I'm just putting the word worship just to move it into that realm, because democracy, what is it? What is it?
Yeah,
where is it?
This is what I'm trying to say. Like, so how does democracy equal actual higher power or faith or something that's inspiring? How does that become? Because it's human beings that thought of democracy, not democracy that thought of human beings.
You see, you're making statements now. Okay, but I'm saying,
I tell you what,
ask the question.
You can find a group here of humans that say democracy created human beings. I don't think you can find them.
Yeah. Okay. But you see, okay, let's push it the other way. Let's push this. I'm saying that democracy, just like a name of a god, right, is just you can't just pick it up, can you? You can't hold it in your hands. It's in the invisible realm, isn't it? It's an idea, correct? Right. So, right. So we've got democracy on one side, and we've got God on another side. So, the people that believe in God, they believe that God would have spoken to them, or spoken to the group, because they have a shared faith, and then they write down what God tells them, or what God, what the Spirit of God has inspired them to write in order to worship God effectively. So you may have to build a temple, or you might have to build, you might have to write some books, and so on. So in the same way, if you look on the other side, democracy, those who believe in democracy, they can all meet together, and they say, in the spirit of democracy, my belief in democracy has inspired me to write the best way for everybody to share in the democratic experience and the democratic way of life. Yeah. So then they start to write things down based on their inspiration and their belief in democracy.
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to say, though. Yeah, the difference between the two, is that it's humans that inspired the democratic system, rather than a god that inspired the religion. So the humans of the democratic system, a secular system or whatever, know that these rules and laws were created by other humans.
Yeah, but the creation. This is the word. The word is creation. You see, the belief in something generates the ability to create or to make things. The belief generates ideas. Belief creates opportunity to make things. Faith.
It's inspired, So someone thought of a system that was better than the system that they was living in, and then slowly but surely started to come into real being. But it still starts off with the human thinking of the system that they want implemented, and then passing on the idea to other humans who, if they start to agree and start to think, you know what, actually, will be a better system. Yeah, it can start to. But that's how we get all these different movements.
Oh,
Like
thank you.
People hear someone else's idea, and then they start to do that. I want to follow this one, that one, or the other one because I like what he's talking about when he speaks about a subject that I care about.
Right.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? That. But even that though, all of them things though, yeah. Everyone that follows other people on YouTube, everyone that follows a politician or whatever, knows that it's human, it's like inspiration. It's not like a divine inspiration.
Hold it there. Hold that point there. Go next level now. Divine inspiration. So some people might say that the whole idea of democracy may have come to them from outer space. We don't know. They don't know where it came from. It came from where did the idea come from?
From the Greeks.
And so they'd say, oh, it came from. I was inspired. It just I don't know where it came from.
Came from the Greeks. Yeah.
Yeah, but even even the Greeks would have said they got it from somewhere.
But you see what Afghan just said there? It came from the Greeks. Again,
right.
That's like what I was saying, man. People know that it just comes from a group of people, and then they just put their own twist on it because they know that it's a man-made thing, innit? It's not come from something that we got to believe or whatever. It's a trial and error thing, innit?
No, but trial and error.
Yeah, this is what happened. This is what's happened with the democracy and the different democratic systems that we've got in place all over the different democratic countries or whatever. Yeah. They're the secular countries like that. Yeah, that they have the voting systems or whatever. Yeah, they vote in different sort of parties that are going to implement different laws and regulations for different times for the what they would class as the benefit of the majority of the people that vote for them things at that time.
Yes, but here's the subtle thing I'm trying to dig at here is that, yes, you're correct. There are systems there's different forms of democracy, so-called democracy in different places, and they operate slightly different. Yeah, so their operations are slightly different because they all have their own interpretation of what the God of democracy, or I'm going to say the manifestation of the God of democracy's will on earth. So it's left to human hands. The democracy is left to human hands, but the idea itself is above human hands, isn't it? It's above what people do. It's in the invisible realm. Democracy is up there, is out there. It's invisible. It's unmeasurable. It's just it's in that realm.
That means you can say that for every and any idea, then.
Of course.
Every idea you can't actually see the idea that you're thinking of. Like you as a person yourself, you can sort of see it. But then, for you to bring your idea into reality, what do you have to do?
Right. So therefore, that's now in your realm. So if somebody says, "Oh, God spoke to me last night," and then they say, "Oh yeah, well, what did he say? He said, blah." It comes out of that person's mouth, or they start to write things down, don't they?
Right.
Yeah. So they're writing it down is in that realm. It's not in the realm from where the idea came from.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but how does that equal?
So you could call that manifestation.
How does that equal? Yeah, that's what I was saying before. But how does that equal to democracy being a creator sort of thing?
Do you believe in democracy? Do you believe in democracy?
You don't have to believe in it. We're living in one now.
Hold it. See that? You said we're living in one now. Hear what you just said? Right. So you believe that. You believe you're living in a democracy now. That's what you just said.
Yeah. Do you not believe that you're living in a democracy right now?
Oh, right. Okay.
No, wait. Answer that question. Do you believe that you're living so you don't believe that you're living in a democracy right now?
Let's say. Now, you see, I'm living in a place that has declared itself to believe in democracy, and through its faith, through the faith, the British state believes through its faith in democracy, the British state has chosen to build a temple to democracy.
Where?
And that was left in the hands of the people of the British state. And so they built a temple to honor their God of democracy.
Wait, pause. Where's this temple of democracy?
House of Parliament. And that's where the priests are.
This got into conspiracy.
Yeah, all right. Go ahead, then. Carry on. Yeah, carry on.
Are you
I'm with you. Carry on.
Oh,
I'm with you.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Carry on.
So, the representative temple of democracy in Britain is the Houses of Parliament. Now, the God of democracy has inspired the priests and the priestesses to gather at that place, and by good behavior and the proper following of the rules and the rituals of democracy as they feel fit in their effort to try and achieve democracy, because democracy is like a god, and it just inspires them to say certain things and to do certain things and to write down certain things and make certain decisions in order to please the God of democracy. And if they please the God of democracy, then it should work out that the nation is prosperous. But if your rituals,
okay, all right. Let me switch you on a point. Yeah. The God of democracy.
Yeah.
Yeah. The God of democracy. Yeah. So the first person that came up with the idea of a democratic system, yeah, are they classed as the God of democracy?
No, because democracy is the spirit. Is what it is that they were inspired by the God of democracy.
Yeah. So who is the God of democracy then?
Well, the God of democracy can only be seen through his or her faithful followers who create rules and laws to help you to worship democracy effectively, and then therefore be prosperous.
All right. What's one of the actions that people carry out that is a worship to democracy?
Register to vote. Register to vote.
Yeah.
That's one of the rituals.
One of the rituals, yeah. You register to vote.
That's right.
And then,
yeah.
Okay. So what if people register to vote but they don't vote?
Oh well, they're kafirs, kafirs.
Kafirs, yeah.
Yes, right.
I know lots of people, yeah, for credit purposes, they register to vote, yeah, and they say they vote for a thing, but they never go down to the polls.
Yeah, they're kafirs. Kafir, is it kafir? Whatever, yeah. Kafirs. Kafirs.
Go for it. My Arabic.
Kafirs of democracy.
Kafirs. The kafir of democracy, yeah. But you see, what way I'm having an issue, yeah, is the God of democracy thing, innit? Yeah, because like I said, first of all, the first person that thought of a democratic system, democracy or whatever, who had the idea of it, is dead ages ago. You get me? So
yeah, but God doesn't die.
Yeah.
So democracy, it can be said, if you ask the high priest of democracy, they'll say democracy is part of the universe. It's a God, and it never dies. Prophets of democracy may come from time to time. And the prophets of democracy have been going from way back in Greece, time of Greece. So the prophets come and go and they die. But each prophet is trying to reveal the word of the God of democracy by trying to represent that God in the best way possible. In order so the nation can prosper and be blessed.
Yeah, it still don't make sense to me, man.
In what way? If you're a kafir, you don't believe in democracy. That's an unbeliever.
The God of democracy, obviously. I can't get my head around that yet.
Well, think about it, parallel it. Parallel it, because how can you got to believe if as you just said, if you're not signing up to vote in the current British system, then you're a kafir. You're an unbeliever in the British system of democracy. You're an unbeliever. Yeah, the British system, as revealed to the British prophets of democracy.
Yeah, but bro, you can still say that you're living. Yeah, boss. You can still say that you're living in a democratic system without even believing that it is a perfect democratic system, or that you know what I'm saying that.
Of course. So you could live in Saudi Arabia.
I'm still. How does where does the God of democracy come from?
Okay, so if you were to go to Saudi Arabia to do a contract, to do some work, if they invited you there, Saudi Arabia, to do some work, and the people there all believe in Islam. I've been there and I saw, they had American troops there. I saw them doing some building work and stuff there, but they're in the realms of those believers. They're just an outsider because they're only just coming to do some work. So there's other people that can come here in Britain, and they don't really believe in Britain. They don't believe in British democracy, but they're just here to do some work and go about their business.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So just because you're in Britain doesn't mean that you could be in a British democracy. Doesn't mean that you have any belief in democracy. But you're still here because that's the God of the place, isn't it?
No, but you keep saying the God of the place here, and I keep like where how does democracy have a God? I keep asking for how does democracy have a God?
No, I'm saying that democracy is the name of the God. That's the name.
Yeah, but how is democracy the God then?
How is it different from God?
Because it's everything.
Yeah, because listen,
it's everything. It's church. It's Christians.
Listen. Humans created democracy. Democracy never created humans.
Oh, is your dad going to pick you up?
That could be an opinion, but you're a kafir. You're an unbeliever.
Humans made a choice, yeah. The humans made a choice, yeah, to live in a democratic system, yeah. Because so far, yeah, although it's not perfect, yeah, it's the best system that we've got to live in at the moment. Do you know what I'm saying? That so the humans have made a choice to get it, like to get to whatever this system is. Do you know what I'm saying? That it's not the system. There was no God that was called democracy that has created the system to the way it is. It's the humans that made the system the way it is. Though.
Yeah, so democracy is an idea, isn't it? It's a belief. You could believe in it. If you believe in it, then you'll create laws and rules and so on to
manifestation.
To manifest it. That's right. You got to believe in democracy.
Manifestation of your idea is what? Is that a God?
Alive.
Yeah, but is a manifestation of an idea, is that a God?
That's everything.
No.
That's all religion. They're all ideas.
That's right.
Yeah, but
and that manifestation is everything of all religions.
Right.
That's what democracy is. That's all religion. That's everything.
I don't know what you're talking about, yeah? Because how is democracy a religion? What part of democracy is a religion? Where's the religious book of democracy? Where's the God of democracy? Where's the pillars of faith of democracy? There? You know what I'm saying?
Everywhere.
House of Parliament. Go to the House of Parliament. There's rules in the temple.
Man, you lot got this conspiracy stuff too much, bro. You need
we
come with actual facts, bro. Let's go with facts for facts, man. Because you're saying democracy is the God, yeah, but humans created the blood clot democracy, man. The democracy never created nothing.
No. It's the faith in the idea that allows humans to make things and make things happen. It's the faith in the idea. Faith then makes people able to do things.
What happens with the idea, though, yeah, with the faith in the idea, is that it's got past. Obviously, the same thing with the stock market, yeah. Past performance doesn't equal future performance, yeah. But they've got a past performance to go on.
What, with the stock market?
No, well, with the democracy.
Yeah. So what's the point you're making?
Yeah, that's what it is. It goes on past performance. It don't go on democracy being all knowing.
Hold it. Okay, I think I got you. Okay, past performance.
Because in a secular, listen. In a secular democratic society, yeah, there's people that believe in religion. There's people that don't believe in religion. There's people that live lifestyles that I might not agree with. Yeah, but I'm still in this circular democratic system or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? That?
Yeah, but this word secular, I'm saying democracy works just like a religion. It's the same thing because it requires faith. You got to believe in it. If you don't believe in democracy, you can't function.
If you don't, though, you have to follow the actual laws of the land. That's all.
Yeah, but those laws. Yeah, but laws are a manifestation. Laws are written by those that have faith in something.
In what?
In whatever they believe to be their God. Then they'll make laws in order to worship their God effectively, and therefore the society that they're part of will be blessed. If you worship your God effectively, then that God will bless your society.
All right, wait. Hold on. So
IC3. What you're saying?
Wait. Was there laws before there was democracy?
What? Say it again.
Was there laws before there was democracy?
No, but if democracy is a God, it was always there. It's just that people may not have. It may not have spoken to them.
Because remember, there was feudal system over here, yeah. All Magna Carta and all them sort of things had to come out, yeah, for where the people was kicking up fuss on the land, yeah, for not being treated right. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's the actual people on the ground that have changed the laws and have worked their way around to a democratic system. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, from living in fucking fucked up systems that don't work for the many.
Yeah, but that is a fight. That is a battle of the gods, because some people would have been saying no. There is a God, but the God only speaks to the king.
And do you know why? Do you know why as well? IC3, yeah. I'll tell you why as well, yeah. Because there's an old law, that comes from a thing called the Bible, that says thou shalt not kill, and there's still a murder law in all of the countries in the world. So
did that the murder law, yeah, thou shalt not kill, came before the Bible.
Yeah, but
And that came
but
before
how
the idea of democracy. So that's at least one rule. Listen, because for you to say, remember, yeah, total, yeah, if you make total judgment, yeah, I only have to find one error in the way to say that it's not all like that, yeah. So that one rule there, thou shalt not kill, yeah, no murder or whatever, yeah. That's been about before religions had it, yeah, and been about before secular systems or whatever, yeah, democracy or democratic systems, whatever was there, yeah, is a law that is still lived by today, yeah. That is not part of that was there before democracy, before the God of democracy.
Yes, but you see, when you start bringing in those kinds of laws, the law "thou shalt not kill" does not apply to everybody. The law, that's what armies are for. You can kill somebody over there, but you're not allowed to kill within your circle, within your community. So "thou shalt not kill" doesn't apply to the world. It applies to a specific group of people.
I don't know. I get
what
you're saying though. I get what you're saying though, IC3, but
the same people that you're saying you're talking about, yeah, when they go to war or whatever, yeah, they still get killed as well. Although they might do killings or whatever, they can still get killed as well. So it's not like, because you're saying, you were saying it like it was just one-sided, like it's a one-sided thing, innit? Like only
it is one-sided. When some people say "thou shalt not kill," they mean that you're not allowed to kill amongst us. We can go and kill them over there, but you can't. We mustn't kill any of us because
but he
we'll
didn't
be
say that.
ineffective.
He didn't say that. If you said to someone "thou shalt not kill," would you be saying it like when you say "thou shalt not kill"? That covers everything. Even killing. Listen, even killing a fly. That's what that cuts it down to.
Depends. It depends.
Yeah, but what it was, yeah.
Not thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not kill your own brother.
Why I come up? Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. You got Zirab as well, yeah. You tried to join earlier, but it says your device is not connected, yeah. So you might want to restart your computer or device or whatever, yeah. But like I was saying about why I brought up that law, yeah, or they're having a law, yeah, it's because you were saying that the laws come that match to the democracy, innit? So, but there's laws that have been in place before the democratic system was in place as well. So before the house, before the Houses of Parliament and all those sort of stuff there. So
yeah, but don't forget the issue. The discussion here is about God. Does
it's about democracy being a God.
Do we need to have? Yeah, no, I'm talking about democracy because the conversation is about do we need God? In your position, you're saying no. People can work things out and we can work together. And if they follow the plan, like on the building site, that's what we were discussing earlier. If they follow the plan, they follow the rules, we can work together. And if they get paid, things work. We don't need God. Just follow the plan. Right?
Yeah.
And I'm saying you can only get people to work together effectively by them having a fundamental faith in something they can't see. And that's a debate we're having. You're saying no, we don't need God, just get on with the job.
It's working now, man.
Follow the rules.
Yeah, it's working out. It's working out. Even this coronavirus thing is working.
So you have faith that you'll be paid for the work that you'll do, yeah. But it's not like a long term. It's not like a lifetime faith, innit? It's a short term faith because if you don't get paid, like if the fulfillment don't come through, yeah, after you've done your week's work, if you've done what you're supposed to be doing, and you've done what it says on the tin, yeah, and you don't get your, you know what I'm saying that?
Yeah, but how about the mortgage? When you bought your house, right? We come off the building site now. You're earning your money. And then you go to go and put it in your bank and you're buying a house for you and your wife and your children. It's 25 years, isn't it? Unless you bought it cash.
Yeah, but
that's a lot of faith. Yeah, so you've got to believe.
But that's not. It's not faith though, because it's not like a yeah, but it's not faith in it, because you're talking about faith that you're going to be able to finish paying your mortgage. Yeah, is like having faith in an unseen God. That's two different things, though. Bro. That's what I'm trying to say.
I know, but I'm disagreeing. And we're looking at different scenarios to see which side is the strongest. I understand what your position, but you say in the same way you can see consistency in my position, I can see consistency in yours, because it sounded at first when you first began speaking, it was very practical. We could see it. We all agreed. Get your hands down, do the job. Everybody can see you doing the job. They can see you done the job well. Everybody can see it. But then we start to move into the world of reputation, remember? And then we start to move into the world of reputation. We start to move into the realms of the invisible. And then I'm trying to move now from reputation. And we agreed that reputation is as important as the ability to do the job in order to get things function. So you need the invisible and the visible working together. Otherwise, you can't work if you don't believe you're going to get paid. And you can't get paid if you can't work, do the job. So we agreed earlier on that obviously that it's invisible and visible, right? So I'm saying the invisible represents the spiritual realm, and the visible represents the realm that you can see. So just like in the House of Parliament, they have the Lord spiritual, don't they? They have the church. They have representatives of the Church of England sat there as well. Yeah. So there's this duality then between this visible and the invisible, and then as we're trying to move now, I'm trying to take the conversation towards this God. I try to use democracy, something that you would admit that you believe that we're living in a democracy. And you believe that for some reasons, so you have a faith in it. And I'm saying that your faith.
Whoa. I don't have a faith in democracy. I'm just saying that we're living in a democratic system now, yeah, where people are able to vote in and out different flipping members of parliament, and then if you do take the routes to being able to change laws and rules and statutes. Laws, rules, and statutes can actually be changed, added, taken away. But you know what I'm saying? Like, because again, there was an old law of the joint enterprise that was implemented. Yeah. Then now they stopped using it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so again, something that they could add in, they could take away, or whatever. Like that can only happen in like a democratic system that's not set in stone. I'm not saying it's perfect or it's the best way to go. Yeah, like I'm just saying that it's the best of the worst. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I agree. I agree with you, but I'm trying to dig into how that actually works. So you believe it's the best, right? And part of your belief is what enables you. Yeah, the best of the worst. Okay, but you still believe that's the best of the worst. Therefore, you will invest in a house and raising your family. That's part of the mortgage. When you take out a 25-year mortgage, it's because you believe that this place worships the God of democracy so well that they will be blessed by the God of democracy, and with a stable country. With no war here, but maybe war abroad. So you may be killing people abroad, but you don't believe that anybody's going to come around and start dropping bombs on your street, because the effectiveness of the God of democracy enables the high priests in the House of Parliament.
Yeah, I don't know about
well,
that.
but
you're saying a lot, though, man. You just brought in loads of extra. Like I didn't say none of that. Like, that's what you said.
If you have a mortgage,
untouchable. Like no place could start a war with England and start dropping bombs in the streets of London. Of course they could.
Yeah, but you believe it's more unlikely. Would you? You wouldn't want to move and go and buy a house somewhere in the Middle East in the war zone area, would you?
I mean, it's not, I never made a choice to move to England. Like I said, I'm going to move to England because it's the safest country in the world. Like, I was born there, so like I didn't actually have a choice.
Right. So yes. So you are blessed. Then the God of democracy has blessed you, and you're fortunate to be born in the holy city.
I don't know about all that, man.
because that's your when you're working hard. We went through the first bit. You work hard to get your wages, get your salary, but when you have your salary, then there's longer term investments that require stronger, longer acts of faith. Like a mortgage might be 25 years, and you got to believe that you're going to be able to pay that mortgage off if you stay in this place, because you believe it's stable enough to raise your children and pay off the bills, and the chances of a war and a bomb being dropped on the house is smaller than other places. And even if a bomb is dropped on or your house is burnt down, the insurance is part of the stability of the very environment you're living in. So that's why people choose to live in a certain place, because they believe in something common that will bless the society. So that I'm saying all of that to try and show you how the idea of democracy works in the same way as the idea of faith in God. It functions in the same way. It's parallel. And you're trying to challenge that. and you're starting to get weaker now. You're starting to give up.
No, man. It's because what you're doing, yeah, you're making loads of extra implications, yeah, on my side that I never included. Like I never included nothing about not being safer than safe, or being untouchable, infallible, or being the perfect system, or being the best place to live. I don't know what the best place to live is. Like I can't really tell you all that yet. But I'm just saying that we're actually living in a democratic system. Might not be a perfect system right now. Yeah. And the other thing I'm saying is that there's no such thing as a God of democracy.
Yeah, I agree with what Veli's saying. I don't believe in gods, but I believe in what you're saying, IC3, how they have been manifest, like how these gods have spread and just become around. Do you know what I mean? Like, but I don't actually believe there's an actual God that these people like talk to and do like all this stupid stuff to. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't believe in nothing like that, but I do believe in what you're saying. I believe that it starts. I believe it starts off with an idea, and when that idea grows, it just grows and it just starts getting wild. You know what I mean? Just one man has an idea of how to lead his people, sort his finances out, rob, thief, and jot it down so that the people understand what he's saying. Same as Moses, yeah. Moses needs to get the people in line, yeah, because he realized, where they came from in Egypt, there was all kind of slaves, all different slaves from not just from Africa, but from different countries. So you have to have rules in it. You have to have rules in it.
Right.
So
the issue with Bible stories, trying to use a Bible story as actual history is because there's no actual proof of the Bible story to the actual real history of Egypt or whatever, or even Israel or even Mesopotamia, to what these religious books are saying. So why must anyone else that can see that waste their time with these books that's like thousands of years old? Yeah,
and they don't look at real prophets. And do you know what?
I'm seeing it's not true. So why do I need to bother keep?
Do you know why, Billy? Because
that's why I'm sort of trying to stop doing the religious stories, because it's like it's just like the same
repeated questions over
Yeah,
and
it
over
goes
again.
round in
Yeah? And then
circles.
some of the religious people were just on the same thing. Like it don't matter what evidence or what you look at. Yeah, all the inconsistencies in the world you could bring up. Yeah, and man will
Yeah,
still believe in the thing in
but
it. That's like, I'm not really even
look
against
at
man
certain man
believing in
like
the thing. It's not
yeah,
for
but
me.
look
innit?
at but look at like certain man like prophets like Malcolm X, prophets like Martin Luther King. Do you know what I mean? Like these are great men that obviously our grandmothers were talking about that we're gonna talk up and stuff like that, and they don't want it to be a real thing, you know. Because you see when you see when a guy is being real, saying, "Listen, I could feed myself, I could clothe myself, I could build a house, I could do all these things. What do I want from you? Nothing." You see when a guy needs nothing from you, that's a guy who's a god because he is sustaining himself. When you need to beg, when you need someone to wipe your ass, when you need to sit on a throne, you have to pretend to be who this man is. So then you have to pretend to make up all these stories about yourself, make up all these wild hoaxes to get people in line. But when you get like like I call them like freedom fighters, or just like even Jesus himself, yeah, could have just been a normal man, yeah, who just stepped up and people just started running with the story. Like they never want to just like look how people worship Gandhi. You know what I mean? Like you can look at Gandhi and you can think he's a god the way people worship him and talk all these stories about him. But the real fact is, man dominates the
Yeah, I
world
don't know
and
about
man
man. I'm
creates
just
it.
saying that obviously the conversation is Chinese whispered into this now, yeah. But I'm just still sticking with the point that there's no such thing as a god of democracy. I've never heard of that before, yeah. And man, we have to bring some proof to that IC3 from so we can work on that one. You get me? I swear.
No, but
Yeah, I
you're caught
got
off there.
ADO back up in the building. Where's Ultra Bomb, man? Yeah, he was in the building the second row still, man. But
All right.
do that ADO shout out.
Yeah, but I think Veli, you got taken off the track. Remember, the question was, can a society function effectively without God or
Yes.
without the God?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
And I'm saying no, and you're saying yes. So it's 2 against 1 so far. You believe
I agree with ICC.
But you know what you need?
Go on.
You know what you need? You need a lead. You need a leader.
No, you don't need one leader, man.
There you go.
Yeah, you need leaders. You need leaders. How,
you
Veli?
need leaders.
Veli, look,
Yeah,
look
you
at us all now. Yeah, none of us here. Check it. Check it.
No.
Check it, Veli. Check it. Check it.
One
Check
leader.
it. Check. This is democracy. Yeah, this is why democracy is so good. Yeah, it's because me and you can disagree on the panel. Me, IC3 can disagree. That's democracy. We can all disagree.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say
but
now.
if you've got one,
if you're saying you need one leader, just one leader, yeah, then do you know what I mean? Like,
no, not one leader. Not one leader. No, not one leader. You need leaders.
If there's leaders, yeah.
Yeah.
Like obviously, yeah, you need people for obviously to be masters of their craft in it in all positions in it. Like, so you can't just have one leader that's the master of everything, right? You need whoever's the best at that to take that to start working in that position. Whoever's the best at the other thing to take that position.
Didn't it? That person, that leader,
working under them.
Yeah.
Working under them to make sure that they can either gain the knowledge.
Yeah, but what if you want to be a leader? What if you want to be a leader? What if you want to be a leader?
If you want to be a leader, yeah, you're gonna have to show your worth, innit, man? What the fuck are you just gonna be a leader for?
What
Just
if
because you
everyone
want
wants
to be a leader?
Be a leader?
You'd have to show their worth.
What if everyone wants to be a leader?
If everyone wants to be a leader, yeah, what values or what thing are you gonna be able to fucking bring forward to be a fucking leader? That's really what it is. Do you know what I'm saying? That it's like if there's nothing you can bring. Wait.
Yeah, and that's why we vote, and that's why we vote, because there's always someone challenging
that's what
someone
I'm
to
trying
do
say.
something better.
So it's obviously the competition of fucking being the best at your job, and even having people challenging for the position of being the best at thing. Well, you know what I'm saying? It's the best system we got at the moment, isn't it?
Challenging a leader. Yeah, so I don't want no one to challenge me if I'm a leader. There should be no need to challenge me. I'm a leader.
Why not?
Should be no challenges.
Yeah, man. You want to live in a dictator thing? Man's trying to flourish out
No,
here.
not in a not
If
in a
someone-
dictator thing.
Listen, yeah. If you was a leader, all right, check it like this then, yeah. If you was the leader, yeah, but there was someone that was a million times better than you at your job, yeah, would you carry on doing your job, yeah, or would you try to reinstate this person to do their job?
Would I try and what? Sorry, say that again.
Would you try and reinstate? All right, so if you was the leader, yeah,
yeah,
but there was someone that was going to be able to do your job a million times better, yeah, would you carry on doing your job, or would you try to instate them to being the leader? Would you give up your position as a leader?
How would I know? How would I know? How would I know that they're better than me at doing the job?
I'm just asking you, man. If you just knew in it that there's whatever test that these people need to carry out, yeah, to show that they've got leadership qualities, yeah, this man's passing the test at a better score than
For
your
humanity, yeah. And we're talking about for humanity, yeah, for the better of people, yeah.
Yeah. For whatever test that needs to
Oh
be
yeah,
passed,
obviously, yeah.
at a higher level than you. Are you going to give up your position as a leader, yeah, or are you going to let this person who's going to help everyone? Obviously, yeah, you being a leader is going to help you and your lot, innit, yeah. But this next person being a leader might help you and everyone else. Yeah. So what is your choice going to be? Are you going to carry on being the leader, or are you going to let this other person take over the position?
I'd share it.
See, that's how you
share
get
the
killed in
knowledge.
your position at the top. I'd share it. Man. Obviously, if the brother's fucking kicking your ass at the fingerbob, man, you need to make him take the position, man. That's what happens with these old fingerbobs, yeah, because the old person that used to be the best at the fingerbob don't wanna give up their position as the top guy to the next person.
Yeah, but if you're the leader, if you've elected a leader, yeah, he's supposed.
Wait, hold on, because you can't talk about you want to share the position of the leader, yeah.
Well, look,
of being,
someone's always going to be better than you, yeah. So therefore, you've just said it, bruv. It will always be a conflict, isn't it?
Yeah. So when the person
really, the correct thing for me to do would be to step down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, step down and give the person that's better than you the position, so they can take over. That's what you need to. That's what really the people there should be doing, isn't it? Like finding the best people. That's what headhunting is, isn't it? Yeah, people headhunt.
Yeah, I know, but that's a mad world though. Like for people to think like that, come on, G. It's like who's gonna be like, oh yeah, I think he's better than me. I'm gonna move.
People headhunt people for certain positions. You might be in your job, yeah, and someone owns the company, yeah, and they see someone, yeah, their competition in the company, yeah, they've got a guy in your position, yeah, who does what you do, yeah, in their company, yeah, much more efficiently, yeah, and they want them in their company, yeah. You think they're not gonna go and headhunt them and then tell you that you got fucking 8 weeks left in your contract? Like, we got a new person for your position.
All right, check this, yeah. Say you're working, yeah. Say you're working, you've got like 2 kids to feed and everything like that now, yeah, and you're working with a friend, yeah, and you're a manager. Now let's say the boss thinks that he can do a better job than you, and your friend's got no children, nothing, likes to party, go out and all that, but the manager thinks he could do a better job than you, and he's asking like if you'd like to let him do it. What would you think? What would you do?
If it's a thing where it's going to benefit all of us, yeah, if it's going to benefit me, yeah, to let the person take over the job, yeah, then fuck, man, you're going to have to give him the job, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? That I don't get why man's trying to hold on to their positions when it's like, if there's someone that's going to be able to do the job better than you, you should let this man do the job, especially if it's like a leader of the fucking of the community or some sort of thing like that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if there's people that's going to be able to take the thing into a better direction to get more leeway, more leverage. Do you know what I'm saying? Like to do better than Mandem's actually doing. Why wouldn't you give them that position?
Because people don't like to give up power. So therefore, that's why it goes back to the beginning of the conversation. In order to be able to think like the way you're thinking, you'd have to have faith in the overall good of the community or the state in which you're a part of, and that you want the best for everyone.
Yeah, but boom, if there's actual a test, yeah, because remember I was saying about the plans or whatever, yeah, to pass a thing will be, yeah. If there's a test, yeah, that people have to pass, yeah, to show that, like a voting thing or something, yeah, to show who's gonna do better or whatever, and the people pass the test better than you, yeah. Obviously, then that's the way, that without a belief in a higher God or whatever, yeah, that's all it is. It's just it's faith in the actual person to carry out the job. And then if the person doesn't carry out the job, like they say they don't want to, yeah, then you have to vote someone else in it. You have to get a new person. Like, but for me, actually,
yeah, but you have to believe. You have to believe in democracy, faith in the system. So
yeah,
there's the individuals, and there's the system.
But there's still no God involved in the belief, though. It's belief in the person to do what it says on the contract. If the person doesn't carry out the things what they say on the contract, yeah, then really in a perfect democracy, yeah, they should be fired straight away. You know
Okay, what is God then in your understanding? Maybe that's where we're clashing. What is your understanding of God? Why are you so confident?
My understanding of the Christian or Islamic version of God is the creator and of everything.
Right. So you don't believe there's a creator of everything, correct?
No.
Right. And everything came into being
One that creates that's not been created. I don't believe there's one that creates that's not being created or anything like that. Like a God that's outside of the universe that we've not even been able to find the end of the universe yet.
Yeah. Okay. So what if would you accept that the universe is God then?
No.
Why?
If I know there's people that do see things like that, yeah. But
No,
for me, that's not.
It can't be.
What?
So you have difficulty of seeing the universe itself as God.
Seeing the universe as God. Yeah, but how does the universe equal being God? Well, like the actual universe. It's not outside of the universe. The actual universe, everything in it is God. Well, like the stars and the moon and
What
all
do
the
you think of
planets
that?
and the solar systems and all that, the skies and the skies
And the energy and the relationship between
and the
them, everything.
The solars and the blah blahs and the rah.
Yeah, the whole lot.
The whole lot.
Yeah.
Well, if I don't know, if you want to think that, then I ain't even got an issue with people believing in a God that they believe gives instructions and whatever, man. Really, in my own personal opinion, I ain't really got an issue with no one's
But it's not necessary.
belief, yeah.
But God's not necessary.
But it's only when it comes down to this speaker's corner thing or online chatting thing, yeah, when people will say to you that because I believe in God, I'm more so and so. Because I believe in God, I'm more this. Because I believe in God, I will do this, that, and the other. And it's like, bro, you're pagan. It's only because you're scared of going to hell. That's the only reason why you're doing all the goody things that you feel like you're doing. And you're still a pagan anyway, yeah, because you do bare bad mind things behind closed doors, and you think that because only God can see, the people outside can't judge me. You know what I'm saying? That, but you're gonna go outside and judge everyone else.
Right. So therefore, so you can accept you don't mind the idea of God, just that God is not necessary. Sticking to the rules, sticking to the plan is sufficient. That's your position, correct?
I don't know, but I think you're simplifying it too much for me, though, man. For me to say, yeah, that's my position, because then it can get fucking broke up with any side angle that I haven't really thought of yet. So, but I'm just saying that. Yeah, I'm just saying that when you're saying democracy is a god, yeah, that I don't agree with that. That's sort of what it was, isn't it?
Yeah, because I use democracy to illustrate that democracy is as necessary to a people or a state or a nation functioning in a healthy way, as is the idea of God, without the belief in an invisible power or entity that inspires ideas, the nation cannot run, can't function without belief in something other than itself. Yeah, and I tried to illustrate it because you gave a good example of the building site and making the building.
That's why I keep going back to that example, though, because
Yeah,
like I'm trying
it's
to
good.
say, yeah, what happens first of all is an architect and a CAD engineer draws out all the different details of the inside of the of where the parts of the building is going to be.
Yeah.
How high things are, how do you know what I'm saying? Like how wide, how deep, how do you know what I'm saying? Like everything that goes into a building is planned out before the building's made. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Like,
but that the planner has to have faith.
The plan in what
needs faith in something other
but what
than
does the planner need faith in?
herself.
What does the planner need faith in?
The planner has to share the faith of the people or the state in which he's appointed to be a planner. Because
No,
if that plan, go on.
You're architect, you design buildings, yeah.
Yeah.
And you're a CAD engineer, you draw different parts into the building, like different electrical services, water services.
Yeah.
Where the waste services is going to be, where the fire services and all that. So where the lift's going to be. Do you know what I'm saying? That the position of the bathroom, the front room, everything. Yeah, you're planning all that. Yeah, in a building, in a estate or whatever. Yeah, it's all like plans that's written out that you're working to. So where's the faith? But wait, where's the faith in you're having faith? All you don't even have to have faith here. You just have to instruct, a building company to carry out the building to the spec that you've got on the theme of. If the building company doesn't carry out the building work to the spec, then it's another building company that will have to do it. Right, so it's not, and again, it's not that faith in unknown. It's faith in the people to carry out the job to the spec that you've given it. If they don't carry it out to that spec, then they don't get paid. They lose the contract. Their name's mud around the rest of the like building, especially if you're
correct.
a big building contractor, like St. George's or McAlpines or what's the other ones? Bovis or
Bovis,
you know what I mean? Like one of them
Barrett,
big Barrett Homes or something like that. Yeah, you fuck up one of their contracts that they've given you, yeah, and they'll put you. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, they won't hire you again, and then whoever's high up on the Barrett circuit that speaks to other people in other companies that they get on with, the word of mouth is going to be that your company's shit, innit, man? So
yes, so that's why
people don't do shit work on purpose.
Yes, so your example is solid. But remember, in the beginning of the conversation, we talked about getting work done on the building site, but then as a conversation, we moved to a higher level where we went into the spiritual or the invisible, and that is the realm of the reputation. Yes, and then we agreed that reputation is as important as having the actual practical demonstration of the skills of being able to do the job. So it's not only what you can see, it's not only people can see you've got your hands and you've got your tools, you also got to have a reputation, which you can't put your reputation in your toolbox. But
your reputation is actually on the work that you do with your toolbox.
Yeah, but where's the reputation?
A company's building reputation is only as good as their last job. So the last job that they completed, if it's not done to good spec or to the drawings that was set out, even if it looks fucked up, but if it was done to the exact drawings, the way that the architects designed it, all the flaws have been planned to or whatever, if they put them in the way that they said that they wanted putting in there, then they've done what they were supposed to do.
Right. So, yes. See, I like your position because it's very real, very practical. It's like day to day, what people can see in front of them. But you know that companies sometimes go bust, and for everybody can see that they can do the work. But there's some financial investments that were wrong somewhere in that zone, the invisible zone, and it could cause the reputation of the company to lose. Its share price can go down, which could cause it to lose value and therefore lose contracts, and therefore not have the ability to pay the workers. And it's all coming from this invisible realm. They can do the job, but if if one director of one company falls out with gets caught up in some love affair within the corporation, and there's trouble, then that director might have to leave, and so on, and then bring in another director, and all of this can cause instability within the company and its projects. Just like instability within a nation and its people.
But it's all faith in man, though. It's not a faith in a higher power. It's all faith in the people to carry out the jobs, in the people at the top, yeah, to fulfill their side of the contract. Like, they're going to pay this amount of money to these contractors on a weekly basis for work that they've completed. And I'm saying, like, unless it's like a 2 to 4 year project, yeah, most jobs are like a year, 6 months, 8 months. Do you know what I'm saying? Like 9 months work or whatever. So it's like, again, it's all on past reputation. Like, so it's all the faith is on the actual work that's actually being carried out before, and then the faith on the builders is all on for them to get paid via their bank accounts every Friday, every other Friday or whatever, whenever they get paid or whatnot. Yeah, by their contractor that they're working for. As long as them two sides are fulfilled, as long as you do what you're supposed to be doing and they do what they're supposed to be doing, that you need minimal faith, and it's all faith in humans, because
all right, but faith is necessary. We need minimal faith, but faith is necessary, absolutely necessary. You agree with that? Would you agree with that?
You know what? Yeah, I'm going to be stubborn and say no. I don't agree with that.
Man, you're going hard, man.
Yeah. I'm being stubborn on purpose, man. I want to give you a hard time, man. You know what I mean? Because I don't like the way you're trying to mix up real life and religion. You know what I'm saying? Like real life situations, yeah, with religion or whatever. I mean that because it ain't really on an actual whatever this faith or whatever that. Do you know what I mean? That. So when you say faith, yeah, all right. Let me start with this then, yeah. Before I say yes or no, yeah. What are you classing as faith? In it? What's faith?
I'm saying faith is the belief in the invisible, in the realm of reputation. I'll stick with the reputation. Yeah, it's reputation. Yeah, it's reputation. We'll go there. Yeah. Got a problem with that?
Faith is what? Reputation.
It's belief, and belief as in reputation, because reputation is somebody have to have a good reputation is because the belief is that person is good at what they do, or they will keep their promise.
How do you get a good reputation? How do you get a good reputation on just faith?
Well, faith is based on what you've seen done. Oh no, not necessarily, because faith faith can function without actually without any practical evidence. Yes, without evidence. Yeah, you can't actually find the evidence. It's possible to still have the faith, even though you can't find the evidence.
With faith, in building terms, yeah. If you've got a big contract, yeah, for me to build 10,000 homes in Liverpool or something like that, yeah.
Can Love Is the Lord mute up? I can't really.
Yeah.
Or you can say something or mute. Yeah, go on.
Yo, yeah. So if you've got a contract here to build 10,000 homes, yeah. Obviously, it's a big contract, yeah. I've not worked for your company before, yeah. How do I build your faith that I'm going to complete this job? My company is going to do the job to the spec that you want the job completed to.
Right. So let's see if I understand this in building terms. There's a company. It's not your company. There's another company that has won a contract for a 10-year job, and you want to go and work at that company. Is that correct?
And you've got a contract, yeah, for 10 years to build that. You, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
I've got a contract.
The big contractor, yeah. Like obviously the person who's won the tender to build the 10,000 homes in Liverpool, yeah, that need refurbishing, yeah, has won that contract, yeah. So they're going to build the 10,000 homes. Now they just need their builders to come and do it, yeah. So they're tendering work for different building firms to come and do work for their company, yeah. So I'm one of the contractors that's going to do the 10 years work for the building firm in Liverpool, yeah. So how can I build your faith that the contract or the 10 years work will be done to the spec that you want it done by? How?
Okay, hold that point there. Very good. I'll answer the question. I've been rewarded the contract. I have faith that I will be able to get the workers together. Yeah. You could have. I'm hiring your corporation to come and work on this contract with my company.
Yeah.
Because I've got the confidence. Well, I've actually got the contract, and because you and you're a good worker and you're a good company, you've decided to come and work with us rather than going to work with someone else. That's also going to increase my power, because then people will hear that not only have I won the contract, that you're coming to work with me on this contract as well. So my reputation goes up as people start to join, as the best people start to join in on this contract. So my value and the confidence of those people who are coming to work on the project is increasing as people are joining. We haven't even started the work yet.
What guarantees have you received that I'm actually going to do this work the way that you want the work done? Because right now, like I said, you've got the contract for the 10,000 homes. Yeah, I'm coming to say that I want the contract for the 10,000 homes. Yeah. How can I put confidence into your head? Yeah, that I'm going to complete this job, this contract to the specification, yeah, to the building regulations. Because remember, there's building laws and regulations. Yeah, that if you don't do the job to the laws and regulations, and things happen, yeah, you could be done for corporate manslaughter and all them sort of things. Yeah. So what guarantees am I going to be able? How have you got faith? Yeah. Or what is it? Yeah, that
that you need to hear, know, or understand for you to even have faith that I can complete this job.
Beautiful. Okay, I like the word you brought in there. Guarantee. Very good word. Yeah, I'll explore that. Guarantee. Right. So I could say I think we can work together on this project because I may have worked with you before in the past, and based on the way you worked in the past, I perceive that you have a good reputation, and I haven't heard anything bad, any bad rumors about your company, and the way you're operating. So, so based on your performance in the past, I would have confidence and faith that you'll be able to work with me on the contract. If I didn't know you, but I needed your kind of expertise, then I might choose maybe 3 or 4 people that do the same thing you do, and then have meetings with all 4 of with each company, because I don't know, you've got no reputation, I don't know you, so I can only negotiate. You come meet you, and you say your company can do this, this, and this, and then I'll ask you what the price is, and then I'll look at the information that what you're saying and what you're presenting, and look at you and the way you handle yourself, and then compare you with the others, and then I have to pick one of you, even though I don't know any of you. It's a new job, and we haven't had this section done before, but I need people to do it. I've got to take a gamble, haven't I? And I might just gamble on you.
I think it just.
But bro, listen.
Sorry.
So you're gonna give me the contract, yeah. to build the 10,000 houses, yeah. And the only thing that I've said to you is that I'm going to build the 10,000 houses to the way that you want and give you the best price.
Yeah. What else have I got to go on?
You've not looked at no references. You've not looked at no.
Of course, yeah, but I still don't know. I still don't actually, the references are what you give me, so it's still you, because I haven't seen. I've never worked with you before. Sorry?
This is why I was asking you. What do you need to see first of all before you have faith that I'm actually going to complete the job? That's why I was asking you. What do you need to see before you have the faith that I will complete the job?
I'd have to see. I would have to see that you come across better than the other 3 that are competing for the same contract.
Because I might just sweet talk you and say all the things that you just want to hear. Of course, my engineers are going to be on time. Of course, they're going to be professional, and they're all going to be clean. Their hygiene is A1. They do their work to the correct standard or whatever. Then they come there. Every single person has BO. Yeah. All their clothes are all holy and mash up. Yeah, and all their work is shit.
Yeah. Right.
You know what I'm saying that.
Yes.
So if you're not going to look at no past references, yeah, to look at how this work or whatever's done, like what I done before I came to your firm, yeah, like I was trying to say, yeah, the faith goes on the past performances, but past performance doesn't always guarantee future performance, but it gives you some sort of faith in what the past performance was.
Some sort.
That's
some sort of faith.
Some sort of guarantee, yeah, to know that. Yeah, because listen,
some sort of guarantee.
Because this is a big contract that you're putting out here, yeah. You're putting out a big contract, yeah, to build houses or whatever, yeah, for people to live in. Some of them may be council, some of them may be private, yeah. It's a big contract like that. Yeah, it's like, so obviously for you to agree to let me carry out the contract, yeah, you're gonna have to look at least a past performance, yeah, or two, yeah, at least two past performances to see the work that my building firm has carried out before you hire me to do the work on the new building firm on the new contract. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to say that past performance is part of the faith, yeah, but it's not actually really faith, yeah, because it's a solid something that you can go to the actual buildings that we've built, yeah. They're solid. There's people living there now. Do you know
But
what I mean?
I like the word you use, guarantee. So past performance is no guarantee, is it?
No, it's not no guarantee on future. It's no guarantee on future performance, yeah. But
Therefore,
it gives you more reassurance, yeah, that I'm able to carry out the job. So if I come with references, yeah, of 50 different estates I've built all over the country, yeah, and this other person comes there in the nicest suit, the nicest car, or whatever, and has got no references, yeah. Which one will you pick to do the job?
I like the way you use the word reassurance. Reassurance. Assurance and reassurance. Reassurance. The action of removing someone's doubts or fears. A statement that removes one's doubts or fears. Right. So if you have a reassurance, you basically have a guarantee. Oh, no, it doesn't. No, because that means it just removes the doubts and fears, but there's still no guarantee. Yeah. Okay. There's still no guarantee.
What it gives you, yeah, it gives you more probability, yeah, to know that the job will be completed the way that you want the job completed.
So it's gambling still. You're still gambling, yeah?
It's better than gambling, isn't it? Yeah, because gambling is taking a chance. Yeah, it's throwing the dice in the air and just hoping it lands on whatever number. Like, taking references is at least I don't know, at least half assuring that the person
really
or the contracts that you're putting out here it's got more assurance than just a gamble, because you're looking at references, you're looking at past work that the person's completed. Do you know what I'm saying?
You said assurance. You said assurance, not reassurance. Because there's reassurance, which actually removes doubt, and then you said assurance.
Well, I meant to say more reassurance than in it.
Everybody likes reassurance.
Yeah, but the work can be completed. Obviously, you're going to need the work to be completed, innit? But you're going to need to be able to see that this work can be completed. How are you going to just give me the contract without even seeing any of the work that's been done?
Yeah, so I may see work that's been done, and that might give me reassurance.
Hey, listen, you're gonna have to go on a monologue for a second. I just got to go into my house.
Okay.
But I'll still here.
Yeah. Okay. So we've thrown around words like guarantee, assurance, reassurance, faith, belief in the context of a contract. And the reason we're talking about this, to recap, is the question is, does a state or a people need a belief or faith in a God in order to function effectively?
I think it's just on the individual, really. That's just my.
Sorry? What do you say?
Probably based, if you're into that, if you're that way inclined by business.
I can hardly hear what you're saying. Sorry, can you speak a bit louder?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, go
Sorry,
on.
man. Can you hear me? Sorry, I was just wake up. I'm a bit sorry. So we're talking about in a business sense, contracts and tenders and things like that. So what is it? I mean, it's not really my thing, but I
No. Oh, let me give you an update. Yeah. So basically, Veli's opposition is in opposition to my position. Veli is saying that you do a company or a society or community does not need the belief in a God in order to function effectively. I am saying no. I am saying that a people or a state, in order to function, or a nation, in order to function effectively, needs a faith in some type of God or invisible being.
Okay.
And so we're talking about contracts now, because we're trying to bring it into the real world to illustrate.
Wait, one second.
Yeah,
One second.
go
You
on.
said the real world. So you said the real world. Explain that.
Yeah. So the real world, as from my understanding of Veli's point of view, is that, look, let's talk about the contract for a building. You know, somebody is won a contract. Can an organization effectively fulfill a building contract, a very large building contract, without faith? As in the term faith in the invisible, like a faith in a God. So we're just trying to use the fulfillment of a building contract as an illustration of a scenario to see if that scenario could be made to prove that a God is necessary in order for a society to function, or does it prove that God is not necessary?
Well, there's a saying in the Bible that says, "And the stone that the builder refused will become the head cornerstone." So when you have the two, you have the builders and the people of faith, and then you look at the real world. They kind of like don't really go hand in hand, because on one aspect you're saying, well, if you have a look at the real world, we're building up contracts, we're building certain situations on the world. To me, I don't think they go hand in hand personally. When you look at the aspects of the real world, well, we live in the world where we need to eat, we need to live, we need to build and go forward. To me, I think it's a bit of a contradiction. I don't think you can have faith in the God that of the Bible that I read, and then obviously making like money and contracts and things your number one source, and then you say, well, how do we live? Then someone would say, yeah, by faith. But being in the world itself, I guess, people need to eat and live, and we sort of get caught up in that. But like it says in the Bible, grace is sufficient. I mean, what are we living for? Are we chasing worldly things, or are we chasing heavenly things? So by mixing in faith with business, depending what the faith is, like there's obviously faith in God, there's faith in what you want to achieve. I think anyone that sets out to achieve anything says in the Bible that yes, they will achieve it. Whether or not what the outcome is at the end of the day is like two different stories.
Well,
but yeah,
okay.
definitely, you can definitely have faith in things like, I have faith I'm going to go to the gym and I'm going to get really fit, or I'm going to, like I'm going to make it, and have faith and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm trying to, I believe that I should be able to demonstrate, illustrate the importance of a belief in God or a deity, to make a people effective or effectively organized. I should be able to illustrate that by sticking within Veli's world of the building contract. And how I would say it would function is that if the contract, the building contract, if the people that come together to fulfill the contract do not share a faith in themselves and in the service that they're about to deliver, then that contract is more likely to fail.
Okay, I see where you're coming from. That kind of makes sense.
Yeah, so look on a wider scale. So trying to illustrate to Veli that okay, yes, I can see the contracts. Things have been signed. People have the tools and so on. And so I tried to illustrate it by going down the roots of the words. You know, he mentioned the word guarantee. He mentioned the words like assurance. He mentions words like reassurance. So I'm saying that there's nothing guaranteed. So therefore, we enter the realm of the invisible and belief, just like you'd enter the realm of faith and belief, as in when you're worshipping a god or a deity. And that faith and belief is necessary in order for the people to function effectively. And I'm saying that same faith and belief is mirrored in the building contract, where people have faith and belief in themselves and in the contract itself and in the people in the future that will be using that building. So where there's good faith, then the whole project will be blessed. In other words, be successful. But where there's bad faith, then people, if they don't really care about themselves and their relationship between each other, even though they've taken that contract and they're only caring about the money and not about the structure, that's going to have negative impacts on the relationship of the whole project, the relationships between the people and the project itself, and how it's going to impact the people that will be using the project when it's complete.
Well, money is you know, whether you say money is not, if you base it around more faith in the quality of work and not the money, the reality is it's all about the money. I guess that's why they have time limits and time, because the people that are giving the work are answering to a higher power at the end of the day. Everyone's always answering to someone else. So those people that are giving the tender, or whatever you want to call it, the contract, put in a position from the powers that be themselves. So really and truly, it's all about the money. It's all about the what the project overall is anyway. Really, like, I just think that, yeah. But I guess what you're saying, yeah, obviously anything you do, you got to have some sort of faith and belief in your co-workers and the people around you, and obviously your work skills and things like that, and trust, and you know. So I can't say that you're wrong, really. But a lot of people that do that sort of stuff don't believe in God anyway. They just believe in their abilities, and they're just good at what they do and meeting time limits and things like that, you know, in a worldly sense. So it just depends on the contractors or people doing the job. You know, if they've had success in the past, they're not godly people, but they're good at what they do. I guess they're gonna do what they're gonna do anyway, really. But with time limits, that's a bit of a pressure cooker in a way. Like, you know, with big money and things like that, it's always going to be a tough one. But I guess if that's your thing, you know, and you're good at it, I guess, yeah, I suppose.
But being good at something doesn't necessarily guarantee that you'll be able to work effectively with others. So you can have a lot of good people, and also you can have a lot of people that are very good at what they do as individuals, but when they come together on a project, something might, in a strange way, stop them from working effectively. The project itself, because sometimes people they go on the job, good money, and they're good at what they do, but somehow things don't work out for some strange reason that they're unable to explain.
Okay.
And I'm saying that
yeah, but no, it's not. It's no, but no. It's never because of a strange reason that they can't explain.
Okay, go on.
That's a reach, man. Come on, man. That's too much, man. It's usually because someone hasn't followed one of the plans that was set out, yeah, in the first place. Yeah, you see it before on building things. Yeah, there's a plan for a beam to be in one place, yeah, and they put it somewhere else. They have to take it out and put it in the place where it needs to be. It's something that's going to shore up the building. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything has to be in to the plan. That's the way contractors get paid, by following building plans to the drawing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to follow the plans. Like, everything's got a plan to it. Like, if you do bricklaying, yeah, there's a plan on how they want their bricks laid, how high they want them, how thick they want the walls. You know what I'm saying? Like, if there's an electrician's plan, there's like, where's the cables are gonna go, which where the consumer unit's gonna be, where the plugs are gonna be, where the sockets are gonna be. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Good.
It's all
good.
to the plan. If you don't do the work
I got a question
to the
for you.
plan that's set out, yeah, you don't get paid, man.
All right, I've got a question for you then. So, the principles that you've laid out quite strongly about if the people stick to the plan, then the building gets built. Right. Okay. I can't argue with that. And if anybody goes against the plan, then they'll be able to trace it down to exactly who did it and when, just by looking at the plan. Okay, good. So let's take your principles, which do they apply to the construction of a successful, healthy society? If one's trying to build like social engineering, that should
yeah, but it's a bit hard to switch, because obviously I'm talking specifically about working on a building site, doing a building to the design that the architects designed the building to.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? That's like a building that everyone has a role in what they're filling. It's not like a society that's just continuous, and do you know what I'm saying? That a continuous development, because obviously we're never going to get a perfect society. There's always going to be developments to be made, isn't it?
Well, is there ever a perfect building?
Is there ever a perfect building? I'm not sure. I don't think so.
There you go. So the parallels hold then. So far, I'm saying, I'm asking you, can the same principles that you hold to as applied to effectively fulfilling a building contract, and people, can those principles be applied to social engineering, the building of a society, the building of a people, the building of a nation? Is it the same principles as building a building?
Building nation, the same principles as building the building.
Yeah.
I think there could be some similar principles if they're like for like. There's building regulations and laws and this, that, and the other.
Right, but the building regulations and laws
and regulations.
Yeah, and regulations. They're written by the architects, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. The laws are written by the governing bodies.
Yeah,
or,
I see what Valley's trying to say.
The building regulations are written by governing bodies, isn't it?
Oh, governing bodies.
So what you do in the building is you do the building to the law. You know what I mean? That so if a wall has to be a certain amount of thickness, if there has to be a certain amount of insulation in the building, then you have to do it to
standards,
at least the minimum or maximum spec, depending on what sort of price you want the building to sell for and how much material you have to spend on materials.
Okay. So would you agree that that can also apply to a social construct, social engineering? That there are laws and rules and standards that would result in a successful social environment without riots and less fighting, and
No, I don't think so. I think to a certain extent, yes, but somewhere along the line, human nature is going to kick in.
Yeah, but human nature kicks in.
Think
Yeah, but human nature kicks in on the building site. I'm sure Velio say that he's seen fights in his time.
Yeah, because I think you're talking more about social engineering, where Valley's talking about a contract given to you that you have to meet certain specifications and obviously things that need to get the job done in a certain amount of time with a certain amount of quality and this blah 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 per se. And then you're talking more of like, can you apply that to a social contract? I think, yeah, I'm trying to.
Yeah, social engineering. So I'm saying, just like there's laws and regulations for how a building needs to go up in order to fulfill the contract and stay within the law, there's still people on the building site. And I'm saying, on the other end, there's people in a society, but there's engineering in the society. So just like there's people on a building site that have to follow the rules, there's also engineering codification in order to create a successful social construct. Where,
I mean, like, obviously you see that happening now. I mean, when people got trillions and billions of dollars and enough time on their hands where it's not about the money, it's about their vision of whatever they want, well, they're going to obviously have the power and the time and everything else to do that. But like I say, you can't mix meat with bone. I mean, yeah, maybe along the way you're going to have to probably do some crazy stuff.
You said you can't mix meat with bone. What do you mean by that?
Well, there's a
some of the best steaks that are there to the bone, aren't they? Like
100%. But let's say if you eat a
lamb
T-bone
chops.
steak, if you pull out your barbecue or your oven and you cook a T-bone steak, it's got the T-bone in the middle.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
You can chew on that. You can chew on that meat, but you can't. Well, you can try to chew on the bone, but if you swallow it, you're gonna choke on it.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah. But it's the meat and the bone, because they said that it's the bone that also can give a flavor to the meat as well. So
if you boil it for about 2 weeks.
Okay. Yeah. So if we can see a parallel between a social construct and a building construct, I mean, that's what Freemasonry is, isn't it?
Yep. That's where you throw Freemasonry into the pudding.
You're ready, Mr. Riggs has come right in there on time. Yes. Yeah, because yes.
Oh gosh, here we go.
Here we
go. Woke up Riggsy. Because they woke up the Riggsy, man. You know what I mean? Like, man, you gotta start tearing shit down now, yeah?
We call the church builders.
Sorry?
That's what you call the church builders.
There you go. Because the question was about, I'm saying that the people, in order to live and be effective, a nation, they have to have a faith in a deity or a god of some kind, in the invisible, in order to help them to work effectively together. Veli's position is opposite. He's saying no, you don't need a faith in a god or a deity in order to function. And then we started talking about buildings, and Veli was talking about building contracts and so on. And if everybody sticks to the plan, the building will go up in time and in good order. And then I said, well, can that system be applied to people, as in social engineering, social constructs, and so on? And then we could pursue this and see if it takes us to see where God comes into this.
The full criteria of masonry. because those are the ones that are sent in to creating a community, from a community to a nation. So when they see a free land, now they can apply their social structure into the equation.
Right. Yeah.
Because that's how America was built on, in the fact that even when you look even on the side of the free African society on the terms of Prince Hall, you understand that they had to bring the masonry because they come with the educational value. That's why for every church there is a school.
Right. Okay.
And then for every school, there is an establishment. And for every establishment, there is a market.
Right. Okay. So for every church.
Building.
Say again?
I said how you can see, because once they come together in creating something, they have to educate the people around it. So you have to build an educational establishment.
Right.
And that educational establishment in forms of, like, like over here when we used to have the City and Guilds.
Yep. City and Guilds, yeah.
So what you'll find is most of the in the universities, most of the establishments are built on that construct, because you have to educate the community to giving them a form of trade.
Yes. But can that be done without God? Effectively without God?
Eventually, you have to believe in a God.
So you're on my side then.
Everything has indirect faith in it. It has some formula of something. You have to have it creates rules and regulations.
Yes, I agree.
So you kind of, and rules and regulations are based upon some form of religious or faith construct.
I would agree.
And that's where they built that. So when you see new laws are built upon it.
Yes, the same foundation.
Yeah. So it will start from a small foundation, and then if that law doesn't work, all they do is they try to gap fill it.
Yeah, I think that
the new law to cover up the old law.
Yeah, the day they put made money as a value, that's when it kind of all started. Like, we put the value in money, and in turn money was given the power of
that's why
trade.
the French could handle it, in the fact that they had to wipe a lot of them out because of how much hold they had, because they had loads of land as well as a whole community, which the kingship, it was giving the kingship a lot of trouble.
I saw Valley's video the other day on Jamaica. He did that video. Valley put one out about the economy in Jamaica and stuff, and it blew me away. And then I started thinking about inflation. Inflation is the reason. I looked at everything around inflation, and I just go, wow. If you understand inflation, then you understand everything else.
But you see, it's the same thing in Jamaica. It's the masonry that's giving it the massive hold, because the masonry are the church builders for the church. The church open up their establishment, then they're able to construct a bank. Once they've constructed that bank, who's the head of them all? The Queen. So the frame itself, the people on that frame have no control.
Yeah, they become tools. Yeah, so the church itself becomes a big tool, just like a building.
Yeah. Because if you notice, even have you seen that film, The Banker?
Oh, I haven't. No, No, that's the one with the two black guys got the white guy
Yeah.
to head it. Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. I've been trying to. I wanted to see it at the cinema, but they cancelled it or something, didn't they?
Yeah, because what you'll find is to own a bank is very. People don't realize it can be so simple because all you have to do is buy the building.
That's right. Yeah.
Once you buy the building, you have the power.
Yeah, but then I suppose the challenge is the management of the building.
Yeah, and that's why they had to bring. That's why they had to bring the white guy to be the front man.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I need to watch that film.
Yeah, it's really good. It breaks the bank system down so easy because remember most bank systems most of their profits.
Anyway,
so
guys, I've got to shoot off to work, but have a good show anyway. Big up Valley.
Yeah.
Big up
ICT. Good day. All right, take care.
Yeah, so the bank deals a lot of their money's on real estate. So if you're in the real estate business, you had a lot of power.
Yeah,
because it's ownership of land, isn't it?
That's right, or assets.
Yeah.
Anything they can. Yeah, but basically, but the strange thing. What do you think of this? Is that it appears to me that a bank can come in from nowhere with nothing, and they have some good salesmen, and they can go to people that have real assets. They have land, they have property, they have things you can see, tangible. And the bank has nothing, but the bank can come in with just money, put those people with the real assets in debt, cause them to default on debt, and they can take the assets.
Yeah, as well as this is why and they can go through the insurance policy way.
How's that? Which way would you say? The insurance?
The insurance policies, you have nothing, and you make these people apply for insurance to protect in their building, as long as in the first few years that nothing happens.
That's a good point. That's good. Yeah, that's interesting. That takes it a level further, actually. Yeah, I like what you said there because so you can have a group of people come with nothing, and they just call themselves a bank, and then they just offer you assurance and reassurance. Then you start paying them money. So now they got money, and they didn't even have any money. Yeah, and they say, just give us this much a month, and then we will pay for your building if it catches on fire.
Yeah.
And then so they start paying you start getting money from all these different people. Then all of a sudden you've got a whole lot of money.
And that's where
then you can start.
And that's what you get the rich. They will do high insurance.
Yes, that's right.
Make
That's
them
right.
like the maximum insurance. So like their house alone might be at least like almost half a mil within 2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
And the bank, we invest that money to gain interest.
That's right. So they can come from nowhere with nothing, basically.
Yeah.
But talk.
And even that insurance money can make them go into real estate.
Exactly. That's the point. Then the next stage is real. They actually become having real assets and real land. But they never had the land. They just arrived by boat or by ship. And next thing they're owning.
In a certain way, insurance is free money.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Because there's no guarantees. There's no guarantee that your place will not catch fire. So fear.
You could be paid. You know the trick that I used to laugh. You see, like when you do car insurance,
Yeah.
After a certain amount of years, if you have no accidents, they give you no claims bonus. What is a no claims bonus?
Is it that it's cheaper? The payments are cheaper. Sorry? Say that again?
It's a discount for your next insurance.
That's right. Yeah. Discount.
You're paying for your discount.
It's the way the words are used. Very clever, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, we reward you. You're a safe person. Definitely. We're gonna give you no claims discount. You say you pay less.
Yeah. Because really and truly, you should be paying really and truly, because they know that you can't pay the money on the spot. That's where they get you.
Yes, that's right. And they have the ability to round up amongst their own community the money quickly to pay off what happens. Whilst if you had your own community when you bought that place, if anything went wrong, they are your insurance.
Yeah, because the community, the money in the bank is the community's money.
Yes.
The real truth is bank don't own nothing. But if they survive over a certain period of time, they begin to earn assets, they begin to have certain things, they seize a lot of people that, this is why even when mortgages, they were giving out mortgages because they knew some of these people weren't able to afford it, where they will seize the mortgages back off them. They'll seize these houses back off.
That's right.
Knowing that the prices of the house will go up.
Yes. So they engineered all that. Yeah. So people just don't talk about this. Go on.
Yeah. No, because even when I learned when in forms of doing some advertising for Sky, and they were specifically wanting to target a certain audience, and I'm thinking, why are you targeting poor areas? Why don't you target rich areas? But then it makes sense. If a rich person gets Sky, he's just going to continually pay. It's never really going to get chopped off, is it?
Oh, right. Oh, yes, that's right.
If I go into a poor area, there is a more of an opportunity that person reconnects that line for Sky about 3 or 4 times in about 5 years.
Oh. And
so
therefore...
You're under contract. So they get bundles out of you on a regular basis.
Right. So they're reselling you the contract in different ways.
In different ways.
Right.
So really and truly, you'll find that you're consistent even every time you read. They'll say to you, "Oh, don't worry about the last contract. We'll scrap that and we'll give you a new one."
Right. And that's what they do with the mobile phones as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a completely different way of looking at the world. I think that's why people don't really talk about banking.
Yeah, because majority of things now of a certain price is a debt value.
Yeah.
Because they know, okay, mobile phones. Look at the mobile phones now. To get the latest iPhone now, you're spending over £1,000. They know that many people ain't gonna buy a phone over £1,000 cash out, right?
Right.
So they will say to you, instead of paying that outright, we'll charge you £50-60 a month.
Yes. That's right. Because I used to do that with those catalogs.
And when you actually think about it, even when you think about it, to make a phone call, really and truly, a call from one phone to another should be free. Why do you have to pay for a line rental?
Yeah, everybody's getting a cut.
Because it's like a like when you got you remember the walkie-talkies?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but when you bought a walkie-talkie, it was from one walkie-talkie to the other, How come there's no line rental there?
Yeah. But they're charging you for the you know, those big things that they put in the buildings to catch the waves.
That's their profits.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah, but they because you can see it, then you can pay for it. It's easier to sell it to you.
Yeah, so you're really paying for something that you can't see.
And then so this is why the discussion I'm having with Veli is because he's saying that there's he can't see any value in that world where you can't see.
But you're paying for things that you can't see.
But I imagine Veli would say, yes, but you can see it. There's your iPhone. You can see it. It's in your hand.
Yeah, but can you see the phone call?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But then he would say, oh, we can't see the phone call, but I can see the mast. I can see the mask. I can see the aerials.
Yeah, but that's just the handset. You're paying for two different amounts. You're paying for a handset and you're paying for something that you can't see.
And that's the magic.
Yeah. A lot of things that you can't see, you're priced for. And you don't even know it.
And I suppose that's why it's so easy to they can be ruthless because you can't, because you're only working in the realms with the things that you can see. Then that's right, because I think there's a joke or story that, but basically people are always watching for the robber or the thief to come in through the window because you can see them, or you can see where the window is, and you can see how tall the ladder would have to be. But they said that the most dangerous ones, thieves, are the ones that deal with your mortgage and stuff like that.
Like for instance, when you buy a bond, can you actually see the value for your bond?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But because you got that piece of paper.
That's the mindset.
Mm.
And they give you something that you can see,
that
but
represents
the real power of it is invisible.
Exactly. That's and that power I was trying to illustrate with Veli, saying, look, he appreciates word of mouth and the value of reputation in a business contract, or as a worker going to work for on a building site. If the word of mouth is that they don't pay their salary, they don't pay the wages, they don't pay what the contract is, people can't work properly. So I managed to come to some agreement with Veli that yes, you can't work effectively, even if you've got the right tools and you're feeling healthy, if that invisible reputation, if there's something wrong there, you can't concentrate on your work.
It's like, imagine this, right? You've got £5,000 in your bank account.
Yeah.
The only way you see it is by going digitally, seeing numbers.
Yeah.
If it got a virus within that bank account, how would they know that you have 5,000 in that bank?
I suppose they have. They would to cover themselves. They would have backup systems. So
exactly, they will have to use backup systems. But if, let's say, the whole electricity went tomorrow morning.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Your money is not worth a penny.
Yeah, it wasn't even yours. That's right. Yeah. So everything, so following on from what you're saying, if everybody goes digital,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's some chaos.
Yep.
And then they say, "Oh, a bomb blew up our servers or something like that," and we're really sorry. If you've got nothing, that's it. What are they going to say? They're all going to say sorry. What else can they do?
It's not like the old days where you had your bank book. And
Oh yes,
your,
that's right. Yeah, the bank book. Yes, right. Yeah, the bank book. You could, if they had some physical evidence.
Yeah. Now we don't have that no more. We rely solely on digital. You go into the bank, you have to ask them, and they'll go to the computer to check.
Yeah. Frightening, isn't it, when you think about it in that way? So if things disappeared, all you're going to get is, "Oh, we're very sorry."
Yeah, what can they do? There's nothing they can do.
And then I imagine that they'll set up emergency places because they preempt that this is going to happen. And they'll say, sorry that you lost everything in the bomb that would hit our servers. But if you bring evidence of who you are.
But then that bank in general, if it doesn't have no assets, then the bank goes bankrupt. So what are you going to receive? You got what? You're going to ask the government to bail you out, and then the government's going to turn around and say you have to prove your assets of what you got in the bank.
That's right.
How do you prove it? Unless you keep your receipts and you do a constant printout.
Yes, which means that's why it's always good to get a printed statement. They say, "Oh, would you like a printed statement or not?" And you might think, "Oh, I don't want a printed statement. I can't be bothered. I don't want too much paper running around the house." But if you do banking online, you got a choice. You can have printed statements or just digital statements.
That's why I always tell them to send me my monthly statement.
There you go. You've got something in your hand at least.
I'm not risking that. Because when you have the machine and the machine fails you, then where you stand?
That's it. Finished.
So yeah, in all things, we're paying for nothing that we can see. We're paying a lot more for what we can't see. Policies, insurance, mortgages.
It's funny. You're gone.
The value of what we put on a piece of paper is what tells people that you own this house. You lose that piece of paper, you have to go to some form of record, and most records nowadays are recorded digitally.
Yeah.
So you're kind of, what will happen in 100 years from now?
Won't take that long. Whatever they got planned is going to come a lot sooner, I reckon. So we make our plans now.
Why do you think a lot of these people are buying more assets than ever?
That's right. I heard. Yes, I was listening to the latest news. Did you hear that the Prime Minister of Barbados, she's been appointed to the IMF? Did you hear about that?
Oh my gosh, it's always Barbados, isn't
it? Yeah, but listen to the trick. I was reading the details. It says that the Prime Minister of Barbados, it was in the Voice actually, Voice online. So it's an IC3, and there's an IC6. Let's see if we can read it. So basically, they're supposed to share a joint position. I mean, that something's fishy going on there, and that the Prime Minister from Barbados has got to go first for 2020, and then the other person takes on or does half the job for 2021. Let's see if I can find it.
But you know what the funniest thing is? I learned this when I was a child. There was one film about a record company.
Yeah.
And the record company were at a high level, but then they had problems that they were losing sales.
Yeah.
So they thought of, what can we do to increase our sales? So what they did, they saw this young guy who was becoming very famous and made him the CEO of the record company. And this guy
there you go.
He got this amazing job, but then realized he had no power.
Right.
Because he was getting this big wage, but then when he wanted to do something, they won't let him.
Exactly. That's right. He realized he was made of puppet. Yeah, that's right.
Exactly. So when I hear these things in the limelight of them putting someone as the front page of the company, we have to always remember there is a board of directors.
That's right.
So not one single person can make a split decision. And especially even when these big companies come, this is why you'll find that most people are founders and then they kick the founder out.
And look at this. Let me read this thing. So her name is Mia Motley, nominated for World Bank post. Barbados Prime Minister in line to serve as Development Committee Chair for World Bank Group and the International Monetary Fund. Mia Motley, Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados, and Mesdames Azucena Arbelechi, Minister of Economy and Finance of Uruguay, have been nominated to serve as Development Committee Chair for World Bank Group and the International Monetary Fund. Prime Minister Motley is nominated to serve as chair for the period November 2020, that's this November, to October 2021. And the Minister Arbelechi for the period November 2021 to October 2022. Very suspicious to me. The first term will become effective following the October 2020 annual meetings of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. In a joint statement, the nominee said, "We are honored by these nominations. We are aware of the challenging times all countries, especially developing ones, are facing and the relevant role that multilateral organizations like the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund must pay in supporting all client countries during the health of and social economic crisis." This is the first time that the chairmanship of the Development Committee is split at a nomination step. First time. The Prime Minister and Minister have agreed to undertake the duties of the chair as a team. Prime Minister and Minister. So Black Prime Minister and just a Minister. Split the jobs between each other. They are planning to share the different tasks of the position in a cooperative way, allowing for more consistent and significant efforts in relation to the Development Committee agenda. This is an innovative arrangement which will leverage nominees' experiences and diverse perspectives of the Caribbean and Latin American subregions. sub-regions, while at the same time embracing the region's similarities. So if you're going for a job, there was a vacancy, and it's a nice top job, and you go for it, and you're in you can see other people have entered the interview as well, and it's one job, good salary, and then they say, "Oh right, we nominate you two, you, and you can both share the job."
Think about it like this, right? Think about it like this. If an organization is being tarnished for a particular reason, how would you deal with to reclaim its name?
Bring in the usual thing is bring in a black person.
Exactly. because it's had its negative limelight to it, and all black countries are complaining that
That's what I suspect.
So now what we're going to do is that we're going to take the person that we can have more control over and put that person in that position. That we can still do our work. But make the people feel more comfortable with the person that they feel that's the head of it. But has no control.
That's right. And I don't even know if have they ever appointed a black person
I don't think they
as
have.
development committee chair of the World Bank Group?
Nope.
And the International Monetary Fund. This is not UN, you know. This is International Monetary Fund.
Yeah.
And
the title, what a lot of people fail to realize. People fall for titles.
Yes.
They fall for titles, not knowing, as I always say, it's not the king that runs the country, it's the right-hand man to the king. The king never runs around. The king just says their word, and that's it. But the person that's making the money for the king is the most wealthiest person in the world.
Yeah, but where's the power? That's right. You know, where's the power?
Because
the
person doing the negotiations is always the right-hand man. The king doesn't have time. he has to show his face around the world.
I'm trying to find out if there's ever been a black person.
Nope.
At the World Bank Group. I don't think. Never.
What is that Barbados woman's qualifications?
No idea.
What is her qualifications? It must say.
It just let's look her up. Let's see if we can see why they chose her. Let's see. Let's find out something. Yes. Okay.
In the situation of a bank.
Yep. Very good. World Bank. This is not just any bank. And IMF. It's two. This is a serious situation.
Most people that deal with banks, they get them high qualified bankers to dealing with it.
Yeah.
So why would they get someone if she's not in the banking system, put someone that's not in the banking system as the president?
But she said, yeah. So I'm looking. It's got political career.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see her qualifications. Well, she's prime minister, but does that mean that? Doesn't necessarily mean that.
Prime minister. That you could be an actor and be prime minister.
Exactly. That's right. I can't find what's her qualifications. Political career. Motley first entered Barbadian politics in 1991 when she lost an election race in St. Michael North East against Leroy Braithwaite.
Mm-hmm.
A defeat in less than 200 votes. I can't. What's the education? Let's see what the education is. Is that what you're more interested to see? What the education is? Why?
Yeah,
What's
what's education?
Oh, right. In 1986, Motley finalized her training as attorney and received a law degree from the London School of Economics. They always come to London.
Mm-hmm.
From the London School of... Oh, so she has a degree from the London School of Economics. But everything else just seems to be politics, you know.
Yeah.
If you know the right person.
You know, the funniest thing in that, anyone that does law and goes into banking, they use law people for regulations.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So they look for loopholes.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And she'll be quick with her words and stuff like that. And she'll be very clever with her letters and stuff like that.
Yeah, so loopholes.
So why did they give her the job? Why did she have to share it with this other person? Let's check out who this other person is.
Because she's not fully qualified.
Right. Oh dear.
Because she has to be good at more of accountants or financial.
Yeah.
So she'd be more of a head of a team. And that's where project management comes in.
All right. So, Azus Chena Abelich, CARICOM today. I think this person's from CARICOM.
She's from CARICOM. That's a chess game.
Wait a minute, what's going on here? Barbados Prime Minister to chair World Bank. Who's Azucena Abelechi? An investment minister of finance. The investment in Barbados. And this other person, I can't even find any information on her.
What's her name?
And Mez Demez Azucena MESDAMES.
Sorry. MES.
The first name is MESDAMES. That's her first name.
ES. Yeah.
Yeah. Middle name is AZUC.
AZUC.
ENA.
ENA.
ARB.
All the same word.
Yeah, this is the third word. ARB EL.
RB
EL.
EL.
ECHE.
ECHE.
Yeah, she's Minister of Economy and Finance of Uruguay. So she's going to have half the job.
Yeah, economics. She's also from Barbados.
As well? Both of them?
No.
No, she's from Uruguay. She's Minister of Economic and Finance of Uruguay. But I don't know what she looks like or anything like that. Let's see.
What's like Barbados?
Yeah, but who is this? No, this other person's connected with Uruguay, but we can't find.
Hold on.
We can't find. What is she to do with Uruguay? Let's put in the word Uruguay. Oh, I found her. They haven't got a picture of her. Jesus. I found it in Wikipedia. Her name is Azucena Arbelechi. Azucena Maria Arbelechi Perdomo, born 1970, is a Uruguayan economist, professor, and civil servant. Served as Ministry of Economy for Finance for Uruguay since March the 1st, 2020, being the first woman to hold that office. So she's like a new starter.
Yep.
She's not on the same level. She's not the same level. She's not prime minister.
Yeah, but that don't you get it? Prime minister's the face. The young starter, they're both easy to control as puppets.
And this young starter is going to go second. So after the Prime Minister of Barbados, when she's finished her term, the second half of the job is going to go to this person, which comes after her. So basically, the Prime Minister of Barbados can set in a whole new row of new reforms.
Yeah,
and changes, and then she can come and cancel it afterwards.
Not even that. The plan will be that the Barbados one will create new laws to cover up the old laws, and then to create the function of the business is this woman that comes in second.
Right. So this woman has more power, I reckon, than the Prime Minister of Barbados, because she's going to come in afterwards. If you're the second player in a job role, you can implement, like you said, those laws as you wish. So
Yeah,
they might all the
the finance will aim to attach their business to the new laws.
Yes.
So it will have a new feel to the business.
Yeah.
But it could still be the same old crap.
Right. And because if they just gave the position to Mia Amor Motley for the whole term, so she's doing the job herself, she might get some strange ideas, and they might not be able to hold her down.
It's like when you build a website, you have someone that does the back end, and you have someone that does the front end.
Yes.
The front start is the front end, what you see.
Right.
The other woman is the back end, what you don't see.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. It's a strange game, and I can't find any evidence that non-white people.
As I said, it's the illusion. Getting something out of nothing.
A bit appointed. No evidence. Maybe somebody will come up with some stuff.
That's why Jamaica's in so much debt.
Yeah, but I think it's a major move. I don't know. I can't prove why, but there's something fishy. Oh,
okay. IMF, right? Check out who are the board of directors.
Yeah, so I'm looking at now. Let's go to IMF. Right, IMF
board of directors.
Let's go to the board list. Right, so list of directors. So the first one was 1951, was Dr. Camille Gut, Belgium. 1956, Sweden.
Hold up, when was the colonizing of Africa?
Well, that's still going on. What do you mean?
The Berlin Conference.
The what? Oh yeah, just after the war. I think 1948. So it looks like the IMF. Huh?
When did what date was that person that you said, that first person from Belgium?
2 years. Yeah, let's look here. It says 1951. But let's see if I got the IMF. Let's see. History.
the IMF start?
Yeah, I'm going to read it now. Conditions of loans, history, right? 20th century. The IMF was originally laid out as a part of the Bretton Woods system exchange agreement in 1944. During the Great Depression, countries sharply raised barriers to trade in an attempt to improve their falling economies. This led to a devaluation of national currencies and a decline in world trade. So that's 1944.
See, that is music to a bank's ears.
Watch this here. Oh, I've got some more here. Look, the IMF formally became into existence on 27th of December 1945. See, just after the war. When the first 29 countries ratified the Articles of Agreement. By the end of 1946, the IMF had grown to 39 members. On the 1st of March 1947, the IMF began its financial operations, and on the 8th of May, France became the first country to borrow from it. So let's see what people have been head directors of the IMF. Right. So managing directors. So 1951, Belgium, Camel Gut. Yep, looks like a white guy. 1956, Sweden, Avar Ruth. 1963, Per Jacobsen, Sweden. 1973, Pierre Paul Schricher, France. 1978, Johan Witveen, Netherlands. 1987, Jacques de Lonrassier, France. Year 2000, Michel Camdessus, France. 2004, Horst Kloner, Germany. 2007, Rodrigo Rato, Spain. 2011, Dominique Strauss-Kahn, France. 2019, Christine Lagarde, France. 2019 to present, Kristalina Georgieva, Bulgaria. So the head of the IMF now is no longer the French Christine Lagarde, but Kristalina Georgieva from Bulgaria. So that's the head. So no black people ever in the International Monetary Fund. So I think she'll be the first black person to enter those and go into those offices.
That's why it's more and more lack of publicity.
It feels like it to me. And so that's the IMF, and then the World Bank Group. Maybe that might be a bit more diversity there. Let's see. List of presidents. Oh no, list of World Bank directors general of it. Oh no, they're not the heads. So it must be the list of presidents of the World Bank Group. So Eugene Mayer, John J. McCloy, Eugene R. Black Sr. Isn't like a black man. George D. Woods, Robert McNamara, Aidan B. W. Clausen, Barbara Conable, Lewis T. Preston, Ernest Stern, 1995, James Wolfenson, 1995, to 2005. Paul Wolfowitz, 2005 to 2007. Robert Zwinlik. Here I have an IC5. Jim Yong Kim, 2012 to 2019. Kristilana Jiva, 2019 to. Oh, right. So, that's the Bulgarian. Oh, that's where she got. She was. Look at this revolving gates. So she was she was the president of the World Bank Group back in 2019 to February 2019 to April 2019. So she is now head of the IMF, but before she was the president of the World Bank Group. And the person who's taken the job is David Malpass, who's from April 2019 to present. Yeah, so that's where they got her from, to be head of the IMF. Yes, interesting. So President Mia Amor Mokli will be sharing her position with a minister from Uruguay, taking up positions in the IMF and the World Bank Group. So, yeah, so still the challenge is well, it's having dinner or something. So Mr. Riggs agrees with me that faith in a god or deity of some kind is necessary for a society or a nation or a community to function effectively, to build things that can be seen and felt. But his position is there's no need in the belief of a god or a deity in order for a society to function effectively. So it'll be interesting to see how Veli thinks that, if he agrees that the model for building a construction with plans successfully can be applied to the building of a society, the effective structuring of a society, social engineering. Is social engineering like building engineering? And Mr. Riggs and I agreed that it is. So we're just waiting for Veli's feedback on that. So let's look at assurance. What is the difference between assurance and